All right, let's be real for a second. If you're watching this video, you're probably stuck at 3, 5, maybe 10K per month with your OFM agency. And in doing that, you're probably working 10, 12 hours a day, posting reels, sending DMs, managing the chats, managing creators, and still putting out fires. And you're doing all of that, but still not scaling. And I know what you're thinking. If I can just get to one more creator, two more creators, I can finally break through this invisible revenue ceiling that I've been at for the past 5, 6 months. If I can get to 5 models, then I'll finally be at 20, 30K per month with my agency. But I hate to break it to you, but bro, that is the lie that has kept you in the same place for the past 6 months. But before we go any further, let me introduce myself. My name is Griffin. I run a $250,000 a month agency called Outlast. And by no means am I some 30-year-old old-ass guru who quit his agency 3 years ago and is trying to sell you outdated methods. I'm in the trenches right now. Literally, as the recording of this video, I just finished up a call with a creator. And in this free course, yes, free, I'm going to show you the exact systems that I've built over the past couple of years to get myself out of the absolute chaos and scale to 250K per month. And spoiler alert, it wasn't by signing 50 creators. It was by building infrastructure. This isn't some $500 course where I give you 10 hours of bullshit video modules and give you a pat on the back and a good luck. This is the real shit, the exact things that I use to run my agency. And the same systems my client used. Giuseppe, who went from $500 to $30,000 per month in 90 days. Niels and Dustin, who went from dead broke, paycheck to paycheck living in Bali to now hitting 1K days and surpassing their 40K months. And Nick and Theo, who went from dead broke zero, started with nothing and ended up at $27,000 per month in 90 days. So, with all that being said, if you're serious about building a real business and not just chasing screenshots, let's get into it. The first phase that I want to cover with you guys is called you need more systems. And by the end of it, you'll understand exactly why you're stuck and how to fix all of the invisible bottlenecks that is keeping you there. So let's talk about why you're stuck at 5 to 10K per month. A lot of guys in this OFM space really do think that the whole reason of them being stuck is, oh, my marketing sucks. I can't find good VAs. My creators aren't making good content. I can't sign more creators. And listen, those things may be true, but that's not the real problem. The real problem, you may ask, you have no infrastructure. And let me explain exactly what I mean by that. Here's a test that I want you to do right now. It's called the agency fragility test. If you went on vacation for 1 week, no phone, no laptop, no Wi-Fi, no connection, would your agency break? And I don't mean would revenue drop a little bit. I'm talking about would everything fall apart? For most of you watching this video right now, the answer is most likely yes. And that's because you are the bottleneck for your own business. You're the one sending DMs. You're the one posting content. You're the one managing the creators. You're the one checking inflow every single hour. You are the one doing everything. And I hate to break it to you, but that's not a business. You've bought yourself a glorified 9 to 5. You're working 12 hours a day as an employee. And the sad part, you can't scale the job. You can only scale systems. Here's the belief that's keeping most of you guys stuck. You guys constantly think that, oh, I just need to sign 5 more creators. You think that because you think that it'll 5x your money because the more creators you have, the more money. But here's where you mess up. You sign 5 more creators with no real infrastructure in place, and suddenly you have 5 more creators who aren't getting content posted. You suddenly have 5 more inflows that you don't know how to manage. You suddenly have 5 more spots to fill for account managers, chat managers that you don't have in place. 5 more issues to constantly fix. So instead of making 5x the money, you're maybe making 1.2x the money. And instead of working 10 hours a day, you're now working 15 hours a day. And then one of your creators leaves and your revenue tanks overnight. That's what I call horizontal growth. You're adding more and more creators without fixing what's in the back end, the foundation. What you need is vertical growth. You need to take 2 to 3 creators, probably the creators you're already managing, and scale each and every one of them to 10, 20, 30, $40,000 per month. And how do you do that, you may ask? By building systems. All right, so here's where things are actually going to start to unfold. I'm going to show you 3 different types of agency owners, and I need you to depict which one you are right now because it is very keen and important for the remainder of this video. So type 1 is the chaotic agency owner. These guys are usually at 3 to 10K per month. They're doing everything themselves. They maybe have one employee, but most of the time not even that. They have no SOPs. They don't have any sort of notion. They're not tracking. They feel like they're constantly putting out fires, working 10 to 12-hour days, and feeling like their agency is constantly on the edge of failure. Type 2, which is the systematic agency owner. These are the guys who are making 20 to 50K per month. They have Notion templates. They're tracking the revenue. They actually know what's going on inside of their agency. They probably have a few VAs. Chatters are in place. They can take a day off and the agency doesn't break at all. Onboarding is smooth. The creators stay. And all in all, they're working about 4 to 6 hours per day, not 12. And then type 3 is the scalable agency owner. These are the guys who are usually at 50 to 250K per month. They have a full team in place, content managers, VAs, account managers, chatting managers. Everything is delegated. They can take a week off and revenue sometimes even goes up. Their agency can run completely without them, and this is where I'm at right now. And the truth is that most of you guys are probably at type 1 or type 2, but you're trying to jump to type 3 with adding more creators. But the truth is you can't skip type 2. You have to build these systems. Otherwise, you're just adding more chaos into your entire equation. All right, so now that you understand exactly what those 3 types of agency owners are, let's talk about how you go from type 1 to type 2. And the truth is, all it comes down to is vertical versus horizontal growth. Vertical growth means taking the creators you already have to each $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 per month. And I'll give you a real example from my agency. We signed a creator in February who was making about $400 to $1,000 per month. The earnings would vary, but over the past, I think about a year, her earnings stayed below $1,000. 1 month later, after she signed with us, she hit $11K per month. The month after that, $25,000. And the months continuing from there, she's now sitting at $30,000 to $35,000 per month. So you can see we didn't sign more creators. We didn't even work harder. We implemented systems, marketing systems, chatting systems, content delivery systems, efficiency systems. There's a place, a purpose, and a point for everything. Same creator, better systems, and 30x the revenue in 120 days. That's right there is vertical growth. So on the contrary to that, what does horizontal growth mean? Essentially, what that means is sign more creators without fixing the infrastructure. A lot of guys think that horizontal growth just means I have more than 2 creators, but we have more than 2 creators, but we would not call ourselves a horizontally grown agency. And here's exactly why all of those agencies fail. Let's say you have 2 creators at 5K a month each, 10K a month total. You think the thought process behind it is, if I sign 3 more creators at 5K a month, I'll be at $25,000 per month. And you end up signing those 3 more creators, if you even do that, and you realize you don't have content strategies in place. You don't have content distribution systems. You don't have chatting infrastructure. And eventually, your first, second, third, fourth, and now 5th creator doesn't know what's happening in your agency. You're trying to constantly put out fires, and the problems will never stop. So instead of that dream of making 25K per month, you're now stuck at 12K working double the hours you were previously. And then one creator leaves, and you're back at 8K per month. That is horizontal growth, and that is a trap. Let me show you how I actually scaled to $250,000 per month. And I didn't do it by signing 10 more creators. I did it by signing 5 to 10 A-tier quality creators and taking each and every one of them to $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 months. And here's exactly what that looked like. Phase 1, which was the vertical growth for about the first 6 months. I was signing 2 to 3 creators. I built my infrastructure, Notion SOPs, content plans for everything, onboarding, content distribution, chatting infrastructure, team management, and I worked my ass off 10 to 12-hour days building and implementing all of these systems. Phase 2 of this was horizontal growth. After the systems were built, I started signing more creators because my systems now could handle it. Each and every creator went through the same proven onboarding system. Each and every creator went through the same chatting system. Each and every creator went through the same marketing strategies. Each and every creator scaled to $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 months. And the results were predictable, repeatable, and scalable. And that's the order: vertical first and horizontal second, not the other way around. All right, so now that you understand why you're stuck, you need to stop chasing horizontal growth and shoot for vertical growth. You need to understand one thing still. And the question is, what systems do you actually need to build? So let me walk you through the agency infrastructure audit. And this is the same audit that I do with every single one of my clients who join into my one-to-one program. And by the end of this section, you'll know exactly what's broken and what to fix inside of your agency. All right, these are going to be quick, so make sure you listen up. These are going to be 7 different core systems that every single OFM agency owner needs to have implemented. And I can almost guarantee you're probably missing about 4 of them. So here's the list. System number 1, acquisition. How do you sign creators? Do you have a proven DM script that actually gets replies? Do you have a proven sales call script that actually closes? Do you have a qualification checklist so you're not signing garbage creators? System number 2, which is onboarding. This is going to be the first 7 days of a creator being inside of your agency. Do you have a 7-day onboarding checklist? Do you have a fully fledged and set up content distribution system? Do you have script sequences with examples and pictures to show her and send her so that she can make content the second that you guys sign? System number 3, content delivery. Do you have a content plan and doc that tells your model exactly what we're filming, how we're filming it, and why we're filming it? Do you have a style selection process? Do you have a competitor analysis system? Do you have a system to track what's been posted, what's working, and what's not? System 4, marketing. Do you have a proven content strategy, not just posting and praying? Do you know which verticals work in your model's niche? If no, do you have a system to find them? Do you have a system for competitor research and content replication? Moving from there, system 5, chatting. How do you actually get money? Do you have a genuine chatting infrastructure, not just send PPVs and hope for the best? Do you have welcome messages set up, automated messages, and a full-fledged system and strategy behind the content you're selling? Do you have chatters who are trained, hired, managed, and tracked, not just put in there and hope for the best? System number 6, do you have hiring and VA management? Do you know where to find A-tier quality VAs? Do you have a vetting process so you don't get banned, scammed, or just overall fucked? Do you have SOPs and Loom recordings for those VAs so they're not just put in there and lost and do a terrible job? System number 7, do you have tracking and optimization in place? Do you have a Notion dashboard that tracks all of your performances? I call it my master Notion agency infrastructure. It's kind of fancy. It tracks literally everything. Do you have a system for reviewing what's working and what's not? Do you have a genuine system for rice trailing, mapping out every single one of these previous systems A through Z so you actually can see it on paper? If you don't have all of those systems, all of those things, you're missing out. And ultimately, your agency is fragile, and that's why you're stuck. But let me show you one of my favorite exercises. And I actually just mentioned it there in one of the last questions. It's called rice trailing. And I actually coined the term, which is pretty cool, but it helped me genuinely be able to see my agency of what it actually looks like, not just what I thought it might look like. So here's how it works. I want you to go on Miro or any of these other free board apps, and I want you to draw out these systems. The way that I want you to do it is, let's say for onboarding, you should have a block for day 1 or within the first hour. So for instance, with onboarding, our onboarding rice trail would look like sales call closed, document signed, Telegram setup, scripts are sent, logged into Inflow and optimized the EOF page. Over the next 2 to 4 days, we're optimizing the content. From there, we're getting the chatters in place. And then lastly, on day 7, we're optimizing, logging in, and creating all of the social media accounts. So you can see it's about the play-by-play walkthrough. So you know you're not being inefficient, adding too much, not having enough, covering every single base. And once you have all of that, that's when you can genuinely see what to fix, what to change, and what to throw out. And I want you to genuinely ask yourself, what steps are unnecessary? What steps could be automated? Which ones are causing bottlenecks? What am I doing manually that could be passed off to a VA? In this example, maybe you realize, every video could be edited by this person, or instead of me sending the scripts, I can make an AI automation to send it when the contract is signed. That's something that we do. So when you finally have done this for every single system, you have cut multiple steps out of a lot of these processes and freed up probably hours of your day. That is rice trailing. And like I said, when you do this for every single system in your agency, you start to see where the inefficiencies really are. And I'm going to give you a full template to do that in your own agency, but more on that in a second. Let me show you the difference between a fragile agency and a systematic agency side by side. With fragile agencies, with your onboarding, you send a random welcome message in hopes the model just figures it out. For the content, you tell her, just post some sexy stuff, try and figure this out. With chatting, you hire a random VA from Fiverr and hope that they don't scam you. With marketing, you post 3 reels a day, you cross your fingers. And with tracking, you check inflow once a day. You don't really know what it means, but you looked at it. And versus a systematic agency, with onboarding, you have a 7-day checklist knocking off every single thing that needs to get done. Content sent, you know what you're doing, she knows what she's at, she's introduced to the agency, she's making content to sell in the inflow, everything is in place. For content, you have an exact system to find which competitors, find what verticals you need to post, and exactly what tracking and optimization you need to make, so we're not posting and praying anymore. With chatting, you have a Discord set up, you have shift scheduled, training materials in place, Loom videos to walk the chatters through, and a chat manager to handle all of the training. With marketing, you have a genuine content schedule, a competitor analysis system, and engineered virality. And for tracking, you have a Notion database that tracks everything. Every metric, every KPI, every loss, every view, every win, every dollar, everything. The fragile agency is 1 month away from total collapse. The systematic agency can take a week off and the revenue stays the same or even goes up. My question for you is, which one are you? All right, so now you understand why you're stuck. You need to stop chasing horizontal growth and instead go for vertical. What systems you need to not be stuck, the core 7 systems that we went over, and how to audit and genuinely improve across the long term your agency, which is rice trailing. But here's the thing. Knowing what to do and actually executing on that exact blueprint are 2 completely different things. So I'm going to give you something that's going to make this 10 times easier for you. It's called the Agency Infrastructure Audit Checklist. This is a Notion template that's going to walk you through the 7 core systems and helps you figure out things like what you have, what you're missing, and what needs work. And all of that will be color-coded and fully mapped out. And at the end of that, you'll have a clear blueprint of what you need to fix, first, second, and third. So if you want this checklist, and trust me, you do, all you have to do is enter your email below this video. I'll send it to you immediately, no spam, no bullshit, just the template. And while you're at it, I'm also going to send you a video template that shows you exactly how to use this checklist to the best of its abilities and how to genuinely fix every single broken system. So go ahead and enter your email below this video. There'll be a link or a form below it and you can enter it and get the template immediately. Do it literally right now. Don't just watch and do nothing. That's what losers do. All right, so let's recap on what you've learned in phase 1. Number 1, you don't need to sign more creators. You need more systems. Number 2, the 3 types of agency owners and why you can't skip from type 1 to type 3. Number 3, vertical growth versus horizontal growth and why I scaled to $250K per month using vertical first and then horizontal. And number 4, the 7 types of systems that every single agency owner needs to have and how to actually audit them. Rice trailing. Now, if you grab the agency infrastructure audit checklist, you should have a pretty clear idea of what needs to be fixed in your agency. But knowing what's broken is only half the battle. Fixing what is broken is the other half. And that's exactly what phase 2 is all about. It's called agency infrastructure and expectations. But really, it's about the FANTRA operating system. And this is the complete infrastructure that I use to run my $250,000 a month agency. Notion SOPs, chatting funnels, team management, structures, everything. I'm going to give you the exact Notion templates that I use, not a dumbed down version of them, not a beginner friendly template, the actual one. So if you're serious about building a real business, keep watching. Phase 2 is where shit gets real. Let's go. All right. Phase 2. This is a big one. In phase 1, I showed you why you're stuck. You need to stop chasing more creators and start building more infrastructure, more systems. In this phase, I'm going to show you exactly what those systems look like, as well as give you some of my own personal structures and systems that I've used over the past few years to generate my results. This is called the FANTRA operating system, the exact infrastructure, SOPs, onboarding, everything that I use to run my $250,000 a month agency in 2026 right now. And I'm not talking about theory. I'm not talking about some high level infrastructure that you'll have to figure the rest out for yourself. No, I am giving you the playbook, the structure, the blueprint of exactly what I do. By the end of this phase, you will have the exact infrastructure that took Giuseppe from $500 a month to $30,000 per month. The same infrastructure that Nick and Theo had when they started at zero and got up to $27,000 per month in 120 days, as well as Niels and Dustin, who went from zero to $40,000 per month living in Bali. And here's the thing. This is what separates $10,000 a month agencies to $50,000 a month agencies. It's not hard work. It's not luck, it's not talent, it's infrastructure. So first, let me explain exactly what the FANTRA operating system is. If you don't know, that's what OS stands for, operating system. And behind that system is a million other things between SOPs, infrastructure, resources, connections, videos. There's everything that comes together at once to form one word of infrastructure. And inside of this infrastructure, there's really 5 key components that I'm going to show you and break down. And those 5 key components are necessary for this to even work in the first place. So with that being said, let's get straight into it. Number 1 off rip is the Notion organization system. Now, this is the database that I've set up for not only myself, but also my students that I coach. In this database has every single thing that I've ever used to run my agency organized. You can see inside of course modules, it has videos and productivity Notion templates. There is resources, past call recordings. Everything is stored into one hub. Everything is accessible and can be broken down into one database. Think of this as the brain of your agency. Think of it as the computer that you can go and talk to receive information. And with that information, that is what's going to create action. But obviously, this can only be organization. This can only be the information. Think of this as the library for your agency. Now, we obviously need things to fill said library. So first thing I want to get into is SOPs. You need SOPs, standard operating procedures, for everything. Whether it is simply creating an Instagram account, hiring a VA, showing and training a VA, whatever you need to do, there needs to be a SOP for it. You can see that we have Instagram, Threads, X, Reddit, paid promotion, ads, jailbreaking. We'll get into exactly what these SOPs look down and break down later in this video. But for now, keep in mind that this is a core structure of your infrastructure as a whole, is to have these SOPs. Second to this is going to be marketing. Now that we know exactly how we're going to do something, we obviously know that the other aspect of this business model is marketing, traffic. If we don't have traffic, there really isn't a business. We don't have people to sell to. We don't have fans. And that's why we need a marketing help hub. If you just understand exactly what marketing is, you'll never be good at it. You need to understand how marketing works. Anything from promo accounts, promo strategy, new account promo, and even some of these can be classified as SOPs. You can see if I went through one of these and walk through, you can see we have organization tips, the new account promo flow. Everything that I break down inside of my agency is broken down, organized, and categorized inside of here to ensure that every single piece of information that we will ever walk through will be put into here and will be tested against all of our systems that we have in order to produce one common result of going viral, pulling views on social media. Tools and automations to make it easier, the verticals that we have the most experience with, how to really run IG content into how to find verticals, find OF IG pages, hooks, content types, trial reels, behind the scenes, video optimization, everything. Following this, which I'm going to do a full phase on later in this video, so I'm not going to show you quite yet, but is the chatting infrastructure. What I mean by chatting infrastructure is having a chatting Discord hub. Inside of a chatting Discord hub, you will have things like callouts, you will have things like bump approvals, training resources, announcement, team chats, chatter monitoring. It is a Discord infrastructure where you keep everything revolving chatting around your agency in one place. This isn't something that you're randomly sending information into. This isn't something that is optional. It's like, oh, you can send your end of shift report if you want. No, this is a standard operating procedure of how we do chatting in our agency. One Discord hub separated and categorized by roles, placement, per model, per creator, per talent in that. And inside of each one of those different categories, we have it categorized as in per role of each model, which, like I said, we'll get into later in this video. But in those per roles,
Each one of those categories has end of shift reports, chatter monitoring, a chat manager, fully set up with infrastructure and systems to keep it running. And then component 5 of this is actually something that I need to hop on MyroBoard for. So now that we're on MyroBoard, you can take your screenshots, whatever it is, but the most important part of me pulling up this MyroBoard is I want to show you one thing. I want to show you the contrast and the attention to detail that I have when rice trailing. What is rice trailing? That is your 5th component. If you want to be efficient in your agency and actually have items and placements and these processes perform at the highest capacity that they can perform in, because at the end of the day, what you think your agency looks like versus what it actually looks like when it's drawn out on paper are 2 completely different things. When I first had onboarding in my agency, without rice trailing, I was doing at least 5 to 7 unnecessary steps that I could easily eliminate, but instead I didn't because I didn't know what it looked like on paper. I thought I was being efficient, but when I drew it out on paper, I realized 3 things were happening across 7-day timeline that could get done in 1 day and then make these other 3 things easier. So now that I have perfected rice trailing, which is just the simple action of block by block labeling out, drawing out what your processes look like, has not only helped me become more efficient, but has made me become more efficient and overall have a systemized and better process of running OFM. And when you mix in rice trailing mixed with the SOPs, the agency infrastructure, and the organization database, along with the marketing help hub, and along with the chatting infrastructure, that is when you become efficient. And that is the 5 components that you need to actually scale. Now, let me tell you why most agencies don't have any of this. And it's not because it's hard to build. It's because it's boring to build. Everyone wants to focus on the sexy stuff. How do I pull more views on Instagram? How do I sign more A-tier creators? How do I make 50K per month? Nobody wants to sit down for 10 hours straight, build an Notion database, have all of the formulas in place. Nobody wants to write SOPs. Nobody wants to film evergreen Loom videos. Nobody is willing to do the boring stuff. But here's the truth. The boring shit is what makes you rich. The guys who are making $50,000 to $100,000 per month aren't the ones with the best marketing, with the best chatting. They're the ones with the best and most efficient systems. They're the ones who can take a week off of their agency and their agency earnings not dip, even sometimes improve. They're the ones that can hire a VA and trust that that VA will walk through their Loom recording, walk through their training process, walk through their SOP, and perform at that one task perfectly. They're the ones who can sign a brand new creator and get her to 10K a month in 60 days because they have a proven onboarding system, a proven content system, and a proven chat team behind their back. And that's all of that is the FANTRA operating system. And if you're willing to put in that boring work, the boring time, you will be rich in 6 months. It's not of if, it's a matter of when. If you are willing to do the boring work, you will be rich in 6 months. And if you're not, you're going to stay stuck at 5K a month forever. And to prove my point, do you remember back in phase 1, the agency fragility test? If you took a week off, would or would not your agency break? The FANTRA operating system makes your agency fragile proof. And here's what I mean by that. When I go on vacation, and which I did literally last month to Miami for about a week and a half, my agency didn't break. My revenue didn't drop. Models didn't leave. Problems were handled the second they got arose in the first place. Content kept getting posted. Chatters kept chatting. I didn't have to do anything. I was maybe on the phone for an hour a day, 50 minutes, 30 minutes a day. I wasn't sitting on my ass constantly trying to put out flames, constantly trying to make sure everything's running in the right place. Because of one thing, systems. My team knows exactly what to do because there's SOPs for it. My models know exactly what type of content to film because they not only understand what type of content they're filming, why they're filming it, but also how to film it, something that we've set up since day 1. My chatters know exactly how to chat because they are reprimanded if they do not do it correctly. They have training materials. They have a chatter manager monitoring them 24/7 while they're chatting on every single one of their shifts, because I've systemized it. And what you have to realize in all of this is I'm not the bottleneck for my business anymore. The systems are running the agency. That's what the FANTRA operating system does. And by the end of this phase, you're gonna have the exact same setup as me. All right, so let's get into component number 1, the Notion organization system. If you're not using Notion right now, you are doing something wrong. I don't care if you like Asana or Trello or whatever. Notion is the best tool for running an OFM agency, period. And I'm going to show you exactly what I have on mine set up, everything. And here's why Notion is the best. Number one, everything lives in one place. Everything is not switching. You're not switching from Google Docs to Sheets to Forms to Discord to Google Drive constantly. Your SOPs, content docs, model information, account information, all in Notion. Second to this, it's visual and easy to organize. You can have charts, graphs, drop downs, toggles, literally anything, calendars, timelines. There's so much implementation and assets and different types of modes that you can have with Notion. You can do whatever the fuck you want with it. And you can literally make one database that holds everything if you're tech savvy enough, which is something that I've developed. And third from this, it's collaborative. You can invite team members, VAs can update it, people can post their own end of shift reports inside of it, which I don't run chatting in Notion, but you get the point. You can share this with anyone, your team members, your models, updates, wins, losses, anything. And then fourth, it's scalable. There's no more when you have one creator, you have to buy another plan. It can continue over and over and over again with simply copying and pasting a database, copying and pasting an SOP, copying and pasting a system. It works when you have one creator and it works when you have 10 creators. The system doesn't break along the way. And that's exactly why I use Notion, and you should too. Okay, so just to show you exactly what I mean by systems and all of this fancy talk that I'm talking about, let me show you a couple of systems that I use personally. So this first one is the Model Account Manager. Now I've cleared this database because obviously inside of here you would see passwords, Gmail accounts, logins, Instagram usernames. I couldn't obviously show you the live one that I use, but this is the exact same. All right, there's no difference. There's just no data as you can see here inside of this. So what I have built here is a model account manager where you can create accounts simply by pressing a button. So let me show you how it works. So let's say I just signed a creator, right? It is time for me now to start tracking this creator. So you could come up here and say model account manager, Sarah Smith. Let's say that's the name of your model. Rename whatever. You can also change the icon to the OnlyFans logo if you like it, whatever you want to do. Okay. Second to this, click Instagram account. All right. Awesome. Now what we have is a Instagram account here that we can fully customize. So let's say it's at Sarah Smith, sorry, I can't type, 2012, right? Model, Sarah Smith, container ID. It has so much information that if you're even jailbreaking, you can put in containers. You can do the Gmail, the password, the virtual number that you used, the day the account was made on, the proxy IP, the day of the warm-up process it's on, the host device, the birthday that you enter for the Gmail account. All of that information can be entered inside of here. And then once you have the account launched, whether it's warming up, whether it's whatever, click active, and that's going to start tracking the accounts. So at any glance, you can simply go into this database and see, okay, Sarah has 4 Instagram accounts, 3 X accounts. Here's the model, password, login. And then also, if you are creating Gmail accounts for this girl, if you have your own unique Apple ID account for this girl, all of that also can be linked, and you can communicate with each other. And we'll get into more of this later, but you can say if this model Sarah Smith, you can then put into an accounts, I believe somewhere. No. Okay. So yeah. So if you go to Apple accounts, this will show you exactly which accounts is logged in through Apple and what model it's for. You can also just separate it by model. So you can see exactly how many accounts Sarah Smith has, Mary Jane has, if you want to just keep all of the models in one, or if you want to use it per model. It's entirely up to your own discretion. You can do it by Gmail. You can do this by platform. So you can see Instagram, she has 3 accounts. Apple, only, 1 phone, 1 account. You can also do Gmail account, YouTube, X, anything. It's so fucking trackable. And at any point, if you wanted to track another piece of information, simply go over here. You can click chart, vertical bar chart on, how many accounts, that's the unlimited aspects that Notion gives you. So, forget about me and my systems. Imagine if you guys started with these systems, learned them as the beginning foundation to your agency, and then customize them your own way. I've been staring at these systems for years now. Imagine what a fresh brain, somebody like you, could come in here, imagine, and create inside of Notion. And this isn't an ad for Notion. This is just simply showing you how lucrative one system, one application can be for business. Now, following this is also a social media management HQ. Now, I do not add insane amounts of information to this just because I run a huge organic mantra. I have my own systems. A lot of it's up here. I've been in marketing since I was about 16 years old. I have a lot of the knowledge stored inside of here. But for you guys, something like this is gold. So not only can I add events, an OF live, a TikTok live stream, an Instagram live stream, YouTube videos, Twitch streams, anything, it also will track how many posts, how many total content ideas, how many of them have been scheduled. You have a content database where it'll show you the exact maintenance table. If anything's wrong, this is where you'll track. You can add different properties in here, label them. Let's say if you wanted to track the views of all of your summaries or all of your videos. So you come in here, views, or it already exists. Of course it already exists, but you can get the point. You can track anything. So if we go back here, click IG feed post, it'll show into a feed draft. We can say bikini mirror video. Spell bikini there wrong. But you can say bikini mirror video. Let's say the post message, if it had anything, what day it was published. Let's say it was published yesterday. The views, let's say it got 87,968. Engagement rate, let's say it was 23%. Description, example, you can give the link that you referenced off of this so you can see exactly how well it is. CTA, if any. The type, is it an event? Is it a protocol? Content idea, NA. You can also just do NA for this. Assign model, which model did it get posted to? That was a random one that we just made. Is this a HPC, aka a high performing piece of content? HPC results. There's so much. And inside of here, so you can also create tasks for content. So for instance, if you need to schedule out a really high quality piece of content, you can come in here, basically say, okay, we've created the graphics for it. We've chose the hashtag. We've wrote the caption. We've edited and refined. We've updated link in bio. We've added to the story. If we're running a story, whatever, let's say it's published, right? From that point on, you get a total post, total content ideas, and you're ready to rock and roll. And from this, like I said, once again, it can be organized by model. It can be organized by vertical, by status, by ideas. You can see exactly what days on the calendar it's posted. Everything inside of this can be tracked. And then also, boys, I wanted to go back really quickly. I just remembered there's also a password generator that comes with this system. So there's no more having to save all these passwords. Simply generate, copy, and then once you go inside of here, simply paste, boom, you have the password stored forever and securely. Now, not only can you do that, like I said, OF lives, TikTok lives, and the integrations, we'll get into in a minute, but the integrations possibilities that Notion has with your business and your calendar is endless. Third from this is the DM lead table. So let's say if you're starting out, what systems do I have for beginners? The DM lead table is huge. This table will show you your percentage of open DMs. This table will show you which A/B tested DMs work better than the others. This table will show you anything that you want to know about your DMs. So let's say you send an Instagram DMs to, say you're reaching out to my girl, Sarah Smith. Once again, Sarah Smith 1 followers. How many followers does she have? Where is it? Did you get a call booked? Are you waiting for the initial reply? You failed to close. What country was she from? Do you think? What initial DM did you send? Because we have initial DMs down here that are templates. So our VAs or anyone can copy and paste these and then just start sending outreach DMs. From there, like I said, let's say we DM 2. What stage are we at? Are we in the convo? Do we send a follow-up or are we only sending in the initial? Notes, did she ask good questions? Is she coachable? Is she hesitant about OF? The OF status, has she started it? Is she a semi-sized creator? No OF, not sure. Platform found, response, positive, negative, waiting, no reply, whatever. Follow-up eligible. Can I send a follow-up to this model? These boxes are going to separate into 2 different categories. So if I do follow-up eligible, but no follower sent, I will know inside of here if this worked correctly. Let's see, follow-up due, unchecked. Oh, follow-up due. So I need to, all right, there's a formula. You can see how complicated this Notion stuff can really get. I guess when I copy this template, it messed up the formula a little bit per name, but you can simply set a status where if I did follow-up eligible, I can create a whole another, let's say, list where all my things is follow up. This is how easy Notion is. I'm just going to do it with you guys right now. Filter, I'm going to do follow up eligible and checked. So for all of the girls who are follow up eligible, I can simply go to this database, click on their page, and I'll know to send a DM back to this girl. Maybe she didn't respond to my first DM. Not only can you do Instagram DMs, you can do X DMs, you can do Gmails, anything. You can have voice notes stored behind here. Literally anything and everything that you need with DMs is going to be inside of here as well. Now, last thing I wanted to just reiterate is the SOPs. This is a huge part of the entire Notion ecosystem. So when it comes to SOPs, I like to have them organized per platform: Instagram, Threads, X, Reddit. And I like to have a rice trailing system that will break down all of these systems. So if I was starting, let's say, Instagram account, I would need something for account creation, I would need something for account warm-up process, and I would need something for posting. I would need something for all of these different steps. All of those should have a SOP, Loom video, recording video, whatever. So ban, fix, and recovery. How are we going to do that? We have stored or unbanned suppliers. We have an organic ban and recovery SOP. Fix, Instagram page layout, warm-up SOP. What are we doing for warm-ups? How are we putting organic VAs on SOPs? How are we doing the DM outreach funnel? How are we doing X account creation? How are we doing paid promotion? You can see even with jailbreaking, we have app cloners, how to use app cloners, how to use a VPS machine, how to use Crane, how to use the Crane settings, the Crane PDF, literally everything stored inside of one big database. And let me go back to what I was mentioning earlier. This is the magic part about Notion, is that everything not only works in unison and stored in one place and is organized, it connects with each other. You can integrate this into so many different things. So for instance, let's say that on this, you wanted to do an OF live, right? OF live for model, what day? So we're doing OF live for Sarah Smith, okay? What date is this OF live going to be? Let's say the 5th of February, we do it from end date, let's say it's gonna be 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern time, okay? Now, you can set up a simple automation linking Notion to your Google Calendar. It is stupid easy. You can watch a 2-minute YouTube video on this, and this will now show up on your calendar. And if you wanted to, you could set up a Notion database that'll set up immediately with your girls' calendar, your creators' calendar. So you're no longer having to send notification reminders. You're no longer having to make sure she got the invite. Notion will do that all for you simply by clicking a button. And when you're at that level of efficiency and you have managers in place doing this for you, all of the headache is gone. It eliminates each other. Again, for connection, let's say that this Instagram account that you've made and you want to pull all of the metrics from that Instagram account, all right? Stick with me now. You guys would obviously have thousands and thousands of different types of feed posts inside of this database, okay? Just like mine does, that my original, okay? So what you guys can do is inside of here, you see where it says assign model, you can add a property and have it link to another database simply by clicking, let's say, model account status or just model account. I think this is the exact one that I'm talking about. Yes. So when you click Sarah Smith, you can now, like I said, organize by model, click all of those videos, and you can get a link between that and also this, so you can know exactly, okay, this Instagram account, let me go, down here. You can even go down here and do link to database, link to page, and you can do Sarah Smith, DM lead table, model account manager, DM lead table. Yeah. So let's say instead of social media manager, I don't know why it didn't pop. Oh, it's because it's bikini mirror video. I can even do that. So let's say I do, instead of Sarah Smith, I can do by model. I think it's copy link to view. And all you have to do is simply boom, mention, or you can do link database view. So yeah, under a entire account, you can see, okay, this is this girl right here. You can see all the content. Everything talks to each other. Everything connects. You can pull pieces of information here, there, wherever, and simply have it all in one spot without even having to think twice about it. That is the magic of Notion. And when you have all of this set up, you can start asking yourself, how many videos did we post for Sarah last month? Check the social media manager. How many accounts do we have for Sarah again? Check the social media account manager. What's the password for this account? I'm trying to get it. Oh, it's stored inside of here. Everything, every question that you'll have is inside of Notion. All right, so switching over to Miro really quickly, I want to talk about, remember back in phase 1, we were mentioning the rice trailing process. That is a huge part. Now, not only am I giving you guys, as you can see on screen, my entire onboarding process, but you can see I want to emphasize the rice trailing aspect. So, like I said, sales call closed goes into contract sent by Dropbox. The more specific that you can get, in my rice trails, I have even the timeline of how quickly things happen. Sent within 20 minutes, in 24 hours, a texting group chat, Telegram channel, scripts and sequences are sent, logged into the inflow, optimize the OF page, all done in 24 hours. Every single time block, every single action that you are doing to produce one common goal, whether that be to onboard a creator, whether that be to post a piece of content, whether that be to hire a chatter, anything and everything inside of your agency needs to be rice trailed. I do rice trailing once a month. A majority of my systems, especially if I have any new systems, to make sure that I'm being as efficient as possible. Ask yourself, is this efficient? Can any of this be automated? Let's say if so, let's say right here can be entirely automated, right? Telegram channel, texting group chat, scripts and sequences. You could have an automation on Zapier or Make, if you're really tech savvy, to have it be sent, collect an email from this Dropbox contract, send a evergreen script and sequence video, because what we send to our models is exactly the same for every single creator when they sign on. You can have that immediately send to to her Gmail, and you can also have this texting group chat immediately created with her number that she maybe includes inside of the contract, all of which can be automated, can be more efficient. Whatever you need to do to make these systems more efficient, work for you. You work less, systems work more, is always the answer. And then once you go through this rice trailing and you really start looking at everything, you will start making changes. And then boom, my content delivery just got 20% more effective. Boom, my chatting infrastructure and hiring just got 25 more efficient. That is the power of rice trailing, especially coupled with Notion. All right, moving on to component number 2, SOPs, standard operating procedures. This is the playbook for your team. Every single process in your agency should have an SOP. Why? Because if it's not written down, it doesn't exist. And let me explain. Here's what happens when you don't have SOPs in place. You hire a VA, you tell them post 3 videos a day, and then you check Instagram 3 days later and the reels are posted at the entirely wrong times. They're not optimized. The captions are wrong. There's no hashtag. They posted the wrong content on the wrong account, and you get frustrated. And you're sitting there saying, why can't VAs just do what I tell them? Here's why. Because you don't show them what to do. You just told them. And post 3 reels a day is not specific enough. But if you had an SOP that said, download the reel from the Telegram Communication Center, upload the reels at these exact specific times, use these caption templates in ChatGPT, use these hashtags, post a reel, not a story, not a post a reel, track performance in Notion after 24 hours. If you have all of that planned out, well, then the VA knows exactly what to do. And that's why you need SOPs. And here are the exact SOPs that I want you guys to have. Every single agency needs these. So number 1 is back to the onboarding. I'm going to walk you guys through my exact onboarding process. Number 1, sales call is closed. The contract is sent. Within 24 hours, I want you to set up communication with your model, content delivery systems, and send the scripts in sequences. From there, within 2 to 4 days, you're setting up her content plan, figuring out competitor analysis, looking at the style selection process, and sharing a meeting with that creator to have her understand exactly what you're posting and why you're posting what you are. From that point on, you're going to get the chatters inside of the vault, and the vault entirely organized / ready to sell. And then from there on day 7, optimizing all the social media pages, creating the reel accounts, optimizing things like profile picture, bio, images, content posted, following, etc. And you can see that we have in 7 days had a communication with this model, have a fully fledged content distribution system, have content to sell on the inflow, have her understand exactly why we're posting what we're posting and how to create it at the best possible way, have chatters on the inflow ready to sell, logged into the social media, and started posting within 7 days. Some of that would take weeks for you guys to do, but when you have a systemized process and you know what's going to follow each and every step, that is when you become efficient. Second to this is content research and distribution. What I want you to do, what we do is have 1 phone per model with an optimized algorithm, having reels in our model's niche whenever we're scrolling through that. And then we have infinite winning content through that. Because when you're scrolling on Instagram, that's easy to find winning content because your whole entire feed is entirely what your model should be posting, because you have one phone per model. And when you scroll through that phone that has liked people in her niche, that has followed and interacted with content in that model's niche, her algorithm is going to be what you should be posting. So then collect in your notes app very easily, go into the Telegram group, name it a model's name. This is what we're doing content distribution on. Create your topics for these, and then you're going to name each one of these topics per the account. And this is where you're going to send in that link. And I know a lot of you guys may be asking, why are we doing it on Telegram instead of Google Drive? Simply look at it there. Every single one of my models, when I switched over from Google Drive to Telegram, was like, Griffin, why have we not been doing this for the past 6-12 months now? It's so much better, so much more efficient. And when you actually get used to this process, there's a couple of different tendencies, like making sure that your gigabyte storage is filled to the max, making sure that your files is drugged to the max, make sure that your models wait fully until the content is uploaded to Telegram, but it's a much more efficient, much better way to run content distribution. And then following this SOP is chat management. So hiring chatters, very simple. This is the same for VAs. Go to Telegram, go to ofmjobs.com, go to onlinejobs.ph, Donut Jobs. You can even get a chatting agency if you want. Send in simple management, send a message, looking for English speaking chatters. This is what your pay is. DM me, right? And then from those DMs, you can send them a Google form link. Look at that Google form. And the screening process is self-explanatory. All you need to do is have an introductory call with the chatter. Here are the things that I will cover: is typing speed, internet speed, speaking level of that chatter, the availability of that chatter, a live chatting test, which you just simply go into the chat. You're going to say, hey, role play as the model or as your job as a chatter. I'm going to role play as a fan. Let's see how you do. Okay. If you like what they have a second call 24 hours later, which is onboarding. Once they pass the initial assessment, book them into the inflow, schedule the shifts, book them into the Discord hub, and explain the Discord hub and all of its requirements. And then from that point on, the biggest SOP that I can't really teach you is model retention. Communicate with your models. Congratulate them on wins, losses, everything. I want you to stay in tight communication with this creator. When you can turn a relationship of OFM from a boss manager type of relationship into a personal friend, that is when you know a model will not leave your agency. When your model will call you on her bad days, her good days, her worst days, that is when you know you have good model retention. So if you're lacking with model retention, start sending her shit on her birthday. Maybe send her a gift or two just because. Or if you don't have the funds for that, at least stay in clear communication. Communication is really key. And what I just showed you between onboarding, content research and distribution, chat management, and VA hiring, along with model retention, are 5 non-negotiable SOPs that you need to have inside of your agency. All right, now I know some of you guys may be wondering, how do I make these SOPs? Am I typing them up? Here's the easiest way to make an SOP. Don't write it, record it. Use Loom or any other screen recording process that you want and just walk through the process on your screen. For example, let's say you wanted to create an SOP on how to post Instagram Reels. I would record a Loom video going through the entire process. So I would, all right, first you're going to go to Notion. You're going to click on the content calendar database. You filter ready to post. You grab the top reel that's inside of there, or go into the Telegram distribution center, download it. You're going to go here over to Instagram.com. You're going to click post. You're going to enter these types of hashtags, these types of captions, however you want to customize it. You're going to click post. Then you're going to repeat that 3 times over throughout the rest of the day. This is the Loom recording for the SOP for posting content. It's a 3-minute Loom recording. Now you have an SOP, and that's going to stay there forever. That just saved you countless hours. You realize that 3-minute video, 5-minute video that maybe you've been thinking, oh, it's pointless. It's not going to explain that much, just 3-minute videos. That eliminates you from having a 3-minute conversation probably close to 25 times. And if we did that 25 times, that means you are wasting 75 minutes or a little over an hour every single month, every single week even, on how many of those 3-minute, 5-minute conversations that you leave out, that you don't have SOPs for. That simple Loom video is going to save you from all of that. And when you hire a VA, that's all you have to do is simply send them that recording and just say, watch this and do exactly as I do. No confusion, no mistakes. All right. let me be real with you guys for a second here. You cannot scale if you're doing everything yourself, but you can also not delegate if you don't have SOPs. Because when you delegate without SOPs, here's what happens. You and your VA are probably going to communicate something like this. Hey, VA, can you post 3 Instagram reels today? Yeah, for sure. Which ones? Just select the ones out of the Telegram groups. Okay, cool. This one, or is it from this Telegram group? Oh, it's that Telegram group. Okay, cool. Which account do you want me to post these on again? Post it on this one. Oh, okay. What captions do you usually like the best? Oh, okay, got you. Oh, can you just post it here? Oh, I posted a story on accident. My bad. You have just wasted hours, minutes of your time. And it's not the VA's fault. It's your fault for not having an SOP in place. But when you have SOPs, all you have to say is, hey, VA, post 3 Instagram reels per day. Oh, which ones? Go watch this SOP. Done. That's all you need to say. No back and forth, no hand holding. That's how you delegate. And that's how you scale. All right, now moving on to component 3, which is content docs. And this is probably one of my favorite systems because it completely eliminates the my model isn't creative enough excuse. Let me show you exactly how this works. All right, so back to the content plan. You can see right here, we have the content plan Ashley. Now I'm gonna show you guys exactly how I build one of these. And no, I am not sending these to my model every single week. You think I have time to do that? No, I'm in this industry to be efficient, to have systems in place. Why would I not have a system for this? So let me show you exactly how I build this content plan and ensure that my model is going to continue to create content over and over and over again without burning out. So first system for this is the basic content research strategy. What I want you to do is go find 3 leading competitors inside of your niche. It's very simple to do. Little hack for you guys. You can go to OnlyFinder. If you're having trouble, if your model has a weird niche, if you're having trouble finding the type of content that your model is supposed to be producing or her niche, whatever, you can go to OnlyFinder and just look up that niche. I know Instagram search is terrible. I know it doesn't really pop up what you want. Go to onlyfinder.com, look up BBW, blonde feet, whatever you want. You will find your model, go to her Instagram, and then use the suggested accounts button until you find 3 different creators that are in your model's niche and are similar. Now, what I want you to do, as you can see, I was also coaching some people on this earlier, is that you want to create a list of the top performing videos. So go through each one of those creators and say, okay, creator 1 was posting genetics videos, play videos, reveal videos, mirror videos, right? Creator 2 was posting mirror videos and also talking head videos and also skits, okay? Creator 3 was posting mirror videos. Creator 3 was also posting talking head. Creator 3 was also posting reveal videos, okay? So once you have this list, and obviously it's going to look bigger, longer than this, it'll be more information for you to actually digress. But what I want you to do is get common 1 to 3 styles inside of this, where you're left with, let's say, mirror videos, genetic/reveal videos, and just sexy content, sexy posing, whatever it is, right? Now, this is easy. I hope you guys understood this. To refresh, we got 3 competitors. We made a list of the videos that they perform, and we grabbed which ones show up the most often, okay? Now, I'm actually going to change this to pick 3. Let's break this down so simply. You're going to take these 3 styles that show up most commonly across those 3 creators, because that is going to give you the best research for the style selection strategy. So I want you to start posting those 3 styles. Style A, style B, and style C, okay? So in our case, mirror videos, reveal videos, and sexy content/posting, okay? Then I want you to post 10 of each video. 1, 10, 10, and 10. 30 videos later, I want you to track the views, okay? Simply go to a Google Sheet and make headers that say style, profile, link, comments, likes. That's all you have to do. And then from there, enter the information after 24 hours or enter it in the Notion database if you want to use it effectively. That's something that I do, is enter it inside of the Notion database, not a Google Sheet. That way you can track it and keep it forever. Get all that information. You can download it on Google Sheets or in Notion, both work. And I want you to just say, put in ChatGPT, or if you can look at it yourself and just say, what are the top 2 performing styles inside of this, or the top outperformer inside of these videos? Then it'll tell you style A, style C, and style B wasn't performing that well. Then all you're going to do is simply cut out style B and start producing more of style C and style A. But that's a little bit down the line. The way that I got my content plan, let's back up real quick. We're talking about content docs here, is right here. I stopped right here. So I'm going to take those 3 styles and I'm going to put them on a content doc because these are the best bets that I have to go viral. So for instance, mirror posting with captions on screens. I'm going to give examples. I'm going to give what makes the video go viral. Add caption on screen about your thoughts, values, or what's on your mind. Movements equal more reach. Feel free to move around, move your hips, hands, show range of emotions. This is what's making the content go viral. All of the little things, okay? Caption examples, everything, Second to this, dancing videos. Use outfits with visual cleavage, stockings, use body language, exaggerated expressions on the face, all of which are going to contribute to the more virality of the video. Car confessions, you can see I'm breaking down each and every one of these different styles of content of why it goes viral, how to make it go viral, and all of the little things in between. And then from that, I'm also including a batch shooting graph to teach my model how to batch shoot effectively, and then sending her this doc and getting on a 30-minute meeting with her to explain everything. And then this way, you don't have to send her content recommendations every single day. She knows what she's posting. She knows why those videos go work, and she knows how to film those videos. Your model no longer has to guess. Your model no longer has to be creative. Your model just needs to follow instructions, and that's simple. And here's why the content docs are so powerful. Number 1, it eliminates confusion. Your model knows exactly what to film. No more, I don't know what to post excuses. Second to this, they ensure consistency. They're not posting random shit. They don't know if it's gonna work. They're not hoping it works. There's no posting and praying. You're posting proven verticals on a consistent schedule from competitor analysis. And then third from this, they make content faster. Your model can batch shoot content. She can film 20 videos in one session. There's no more, I need to come up with new ideas every single day. No, it's efficient. You can batch shoot it. It is very, very quick. And then lastly to this, you now engineer virality. There's no more leaving it up to chance. I hope she films the video good, this, that, or the other. You're studying competitors, finding out what works, posting what works, tracking what works, and then what doesn't work, you throw it out. There's no more guesswork. You're no longer an idea monkey. That's the difference between a 5K a month agency and a 50K a month agency. 5K a month agency, they'll pass a model a content plan and say, just post whatever you want and see what happens. A 50K a month agency, here's the content doc, here's what's working, here's why it's working, here's how to film it, here's how to batch shoot it so we can get a volume influx of this exact content, and here's where to send it. Everything explained, everything systemized. And then from there, they're tracking performance and optimizing what is working. All right, really quickly, I also wanted to explain the filler/vertical schedule. And this is crucial for Instagram and TikTok. So filler content, what this is what I call low effort, high quality. You never want to have low quality, ever. I don't accept it. Low quality or low effort, high quality. What this means, reveal videos, mirror videos, something where a model is simply having to pull out her phone, record a video of her posing, 15 seconds, done, okay? High effort videos, which are going to be vertical, high effort, high quality. These are going to engineer virality. The purpose of these is to almost fake something, to fake a moment, to fake a controversial topic, to fake a story time, a rant, whatever. It is high effort, it is planned, it is engineered. Low effort is something that you can just film and film and film. Gym selfies, outfit try-ons, get readies with me, lip syncing, dancing videos, mirror videos. These are what's going to keep the algorithm alive as well as show your model's personality. The vertical content is what's going to pull and attract people into your page because you need 2 parts to every single Instagram page. Part A is going to be what gets people on my page. That's going to be your verticals, your Omegle videos, your skits, your rants, your story times. Then there's what gets people subscribing to my page. What makes people like me? That's going to be your gym, your day in the life, your spend a day with me, your lip syncing, your attitude and dancing videos, whatever. The ratio that I use is 4 fillers for every 1 vertical. So in a week, if you did that 4 for 1 and you did 40 videos, for instance, you would have 30 videos of filler content and 10 vertical content. And why this ratio, you may ask? Why not just engineer virality every single time? Because verticals are hard, bro. They're hard to come up with. They're hard to film. You can't do them every single day. But fillers are easy. Your model can shoot 10, 15 fillers in 1 hour. So you keep the account active and slowly growing with fillers, and then you drop a vertical in there every 4 videos, and it has the potential to blow up, to give you a chance at the algorithm, to engineer virality. That is the strategy. All right, let's talk about component number 4, which is chatting infrastructure. Your model brings people to the page, the OnlyFans page. Your chatting is what makes you rich, okay? So if you don't have a structured chatting system, if you don't have a optimized tracking system, if you're not making sure that you're squeezing every single possible cent out of the OF page, you're just leaving money on the table. So here's the 3-part chatting system that I use in my agency. So what we have here is the chat management Discord right here. What we have right here is our tracking system. And then obviously right here and including here is our hiring and firing system. So first thing is the chatter infrastructure. Inside of the Discord, like I said, it is separated by roles. It is separated by assignments, but you can see we have chat manager teams, chatters manager, clock in, clock out, breaks, EOS reports chat manager, chatter schedules for the chatters, quality check, announcements, training materials, chatter resources, call outs, bumps. All of this is meant to be used first off. Don't just let people have it and not use it. All of it is meant to be used and engineered to make the whole process of managing multiple chatters as efficient as possible. So let's walk through it. If a chatter starts on the chatting team, first, they're going to intro themselves in the chatting team 1. Number 1. After that, they're going to look into the training materials, the chatter resources, and then also the chatter schedule to see exactly when their shift is, which is going to be a screenshot from Inflow. It's very self-explanatory. Everybody knows what time their shift is. From there, if they use a call out, if they use any of this. But the second that they hop into chatter monitoring, which is when their shift starts, our chat manager is going to sit in here with them on mute while they are live to monitor these chats. Once they get off, they're going to send in their end of shift report, which is simply an inflow dash of the tracking. My chat manager is going to then come in there, look at that Notion, look at all of those numbers and input them into Notion so I have them in one stored database. Now, second from this is keeping efficiency within the chatting. So my tracking system. Now, I can't show you exactly all of my metrics because that would leak names, employees, that would break so many NDAs I have. But what I can show you and explain to you is what I track. So what I track is A, my chatting ratio, B, my PPV open rate, and how active my employees actually are. These 3 things are sent to me in Notion every single day. At the end of the day, I get an end of day report, end of week report, and an end of month report that is collecting all of that information, not done by me. Now, if you're not in my position, which assuming a lot of you guys aren't going to be, you can do this yourself. It is fairly easy. Going into Inflow, they have all of that information waiting there for you. You just don't use it. Second to this, a big part of this entire tracking system is tracking within the Inflow. So what I want you guys to do is under every single subscriber that you have, name, occupation, payday, kinks, rules, preferences, anything that you need information-wise on that fan needs to be inserted inside of the notes, inside of the whatever, however you want to store that, whether it's the notes, whether you change their name, whether you put them in a list, I don't care. It just needs to be tracked. And then from there, last part of this is the hiring. So make sure that you guys are hiring not only chatters, but chat managers. Once you're past $10,000, $15,000 per month, chat managers, I would say, are almost necessity. They're like gold in this agency because in this agency game, your chat manager can also be your account manager, your Notion database tracker, your assistant even. Your chat manager can turn into so many other things for the same amount of pay. It'd be stupid not to take advantage of how much stuff can be taken off of your back just by hiring a chat manager. And the pay is going to be around this. Chatters, $3 to $4 an hour with reflecting commission, $300 to $400 a week for the chat manager. Usually they're not commission, it's strictly salary. Chat relievers, same as chatters, if slightly less pay. Chatting agency, if you decide to go this route, probably going to be around 20% and usually require $10K a month, and also yourself. But once you're at my level, you can eliminate yourself from this when you have chatter managers in place, as well as tracking. Everything is flowing without you. And then also, boys, don't forget, you can create tracking inside of every single one of these processes. For instance, if you wanted to do this for chatting, rice trailing, you can have chatter, or not this, chatter hired, chatter placed in Discord, chatter added into into inflow. From this, training modules received, right? You can track all of this and just see which ones first shift monitored by chat manager. You can see every single one of these processes can be rice trailed. Rice trailed isn't something just for content or just for this, that, the other. Everything can be rice trailed. And then even when your subscriber subscribes, so even if it's not in the back end, subscriber subs, welcome message sent. If you want to do in-house chat alert, chatter collects info, you can rice trail anything and everything. Obviously, if I was sitting here spending more time, there'd be images, logos, references, arrows, everything, but you get the point. You can track every single fucking thing with rice trailing. And following that, real quick, component number 5 of the FANTRA operating system is rice trailing. I already showed you how to use it for content delivery and chatting, but here's the key. You need to do this every single month for every major process that you have inside of your agency. Set a reminder, first week of every single month, pick one process, map it out A through Z. Is this more efficient? Find the inefficiencies and fix them. Do this every single month for 6 months, and your agency will be 50% more efficient than it is today. And that's how you scale. All right, so you just learned the 5 components of the FANTRA operating system. Number 1, Notion organization system. Number 2, SOPs. Number 3, content docs / marketing hub. Number 4, chatter infrastructure. And number 5, rice trailing. And like I said, I told you you would get my exact Notion template, my exact one. So here it is. This is the FANTRA operating system Notion template. This is the exact template that I use to run my $250K per month agency, not a dumbed down version, not a beginner friendly version, the actual template. Inside of this template, you'll get the model account database, the content calendar and social media scheduler, HQ, the VA team and management database, the agency resources database, the SOPs and coupled with resources database, the rice trailing example board so you can process out and optimize every single one of your processes. This is literally the most valuable thing that I'm giving out in this entire free course. If you grab this template and paid somebody $2K to customize it for you and just followed it, you would be at $20K per month in 90 days. I'm not exaggerating. So here's exactly how you get it. Enter your email below this video. I'll send you the Notion template immediately. And I'm also gonna send you a 20-minute video walkthrough where I show you exactly how to set it up, how to customize it for your agency, and how to use it day by day. No bullshit, no spam, just the template. Go do it right now. Don't just watch. Seriously. Enter your email, get the template, and set it up this week. This is the boring work, like I said, that will make you rich. All right, so let's do a little recap, shall we? It's been a minute, but I know in phase 2, this is what we learned. You understood what the FANTRA operating system is. You now know how to organize everything in your agency inside of Notion. You also know why SOPs are critical to this entire process. You now know how to build content docs and set up a marketing help hub. You also know how to set up your chatting infrastructure. And you also know how to take all of that, rice trail it, optimize it, and make it more efficient. And if you grab the FANTRA operating system template, you now have the exact infrastructure that I use. Now, here's the thing. Infrastructure is important, but infrastructures without creators, without actual models, is useless. So phase 3 is all about acquisition. How to sign A-tier level creators without wasting 6 months of outreach. Trust me, I know it fucking sucks. We're going to cover the 3 outreach models that I use, whether it's model to model, personal to model, agency, Instagram, off app, Instagram, dating apps. I have so many different methods. I'm sure you will find one that works for you. We're also going to cover DM templates that actually work, not bullshit messages that gurus are preaching. We're also going to cover a sales call framework, the exact sales call that I have closed close to a 90% close rate with creators. And also we're going to cover how the inbound model marketplace works for one-on-one clients. And by the end of phase 3, you'll know exactly how to sign creators without wasting your time. So if you're serious about building a real agency, keep watching. Phase 3 is next. Let's get it. All right, welcome back, Giuseppe. So, last time we did a video or a case study like this, you were at 5K per month, which was about 4 to 5 months ago. Last time that we spoke, though, off camera, you were at like 15K, 16K with your agency. And if you guys don't know, Giuseppe was one of the first people to join in inside of FANTRA Consulting. So, tell everyone, man, where are you at right now with your agency currently? And where did you start before even joining?
Yeah, what's up, Griffin? Yeah, right now I'm doing pretty good. We make around 30K per month. Remember when I would first I joined Fantra, I was making like around 500 per month, like literally nothing. But then when I joined with whole the system, your one-to-one coaching and everything, yeah, it's literally changed my business, man.
Hell yeah, bro. That's good stuff, man. Bro, so that's 30K per month across two creators, right? You said?
Yeah, two graders right now.
Okay, cool. And what are each of those making right now?
So one is making 20K per month and the other one around 10, but we just sang her, so she's about to blow up right now.
Hell yeah, bro. And that creator was the one that you were telling me about, the one with like 250K on Instagram, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Sick, bro. Good stuff. Good stuff. So, I mean, bro, like, how does it feel, compared back to then? I know when we talked when you were making 5K per month, if y'all boys want to go watch that case study, you were ecstatic at that. And so, since then, you've now added an additional $25,000 of gross revenue into your agency. How does it feel, bro? I mean, that's a huge jump for most guys. Most guys would be lucky to get 10K additional in that amount of time. You've 20X almost. How does it feel? Like, just genuinely currently in your life?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, bro. Like, it feels great, of course. But yeah, bro, right now everything is different. Like literally my life I'll change pretty much. Right now I can buy whatever I want. I'm more free. It's actually great for a number.
Yeah, bro. And I remember on our first couple of calls, I know that when we were first talking, you were overwhelmed as fuck with just the agency, what you were doing. You were messaging me pretty much every single day on the daily. So, how does it feel compared to then, knowing that you were kind of just everywhere, scrapping, trying to make it work, to now, you've obviously got systems, you've scaled to these numbers not for no reason. So, how does it feel knowing that, you have things in place, you have people to do things for you? Like, what does that feel like?
I mean, it's way better because like I'm not like I don't got too many shit in my mind. Like I have to do like everything by myself. Like right now they actually have a team in place. It's everything better because you a slave of your business. If you know what I'm saying, it's way better, way better.
Yeah, bro. And this is something that even on our last case study that I filmed with Nick, you obviously know Nick, but we were also speaking about people buy themselves a job by creating a business if they don't know how to delegate correctly. And so I think that's a big thing that I try and implement with y'all boys, that delegating, creating a team, and preparing for scaling, something that you've done especially well over these years and just months that you've been working with me personally. I think you've done a great job of that. And so, yeah, you definitely bought yourself a cash earning business over a job that you have to be constantly slave to.
Yeah, 100%.
And so remind me one more time for everyone watching, you're managing two creators making 30K per month right now, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Okay, so tell me how an agency structure at that level works. I know obviously in the beginning you didn't have structure, frameworks, SOPs, anything like that. Obviously, my big thing is systems, making sure that we're ready to scale, having something that, creators plug into rather than us plugging into creators. So walk me through it, man. What sort of Notion databases, tracking, team management, what are the big things that has really changed for you now that you've scaled to these numbers?
I mean, pretty much everything in place. So on Notion, like they track everything, like Instagram, OF, like everything is tracked. So you know what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. And of course, for the models, for the creators, whatever you assign models, you got a system in place, like the content that you're gonna make this model run through like this process. It's way easier. At the end of the day, I think this business is pretty easy though. You just have to have the system in place. Yeah, that's it.
I agree. So what do you think the biggest thing that you've implemented, whether it be chatting management, Notion databases, content VAs, whatever it is for you personally, I want to hear it come from you. What do you think is the biggest thing that's really clicked for your agency that you've implemented since growing to these numbers that has really just made it more efficient, easier to work with? Like, what is a specific hire? Give the people some sauce.
I think my chatting agency and definitely my marketing team. I mean, these two things like change the business.
Okay. So I think everyone's pretty familiar with chatting agencies. Now, do you do all chatting agencies or do you also have a chatting team of yourself?
I have a chatting agency, only a chatting agency that I put on these two models.
Sick, bro. Okay. And when you say marketing team, What does that kind of look like? Is it, a bunch of VAs? Is it one main VA, two guys? What does that look like?
So it's basically two guys that do content research for the model, and of course VAs that are gonna publish the content across just two platforms. We're just doing TikTok and Instagram, but like with a lot of accounts, not just one. It's like 3-4 accounts, and they publish content every day.
Hell yeah. So on that topic of marketing, man, I mean, walk me through it. I know when we first started that marketing was one of your biggest issues for sure. I mean, we were working on that one Instagram account of that model that you had for a minute there, pulling 200 views. But after we did dial that in, you've got those marketing strategies you started implementing. Clearly, you're growing now. What is the big differences? Like, what has really changed after we dialed that in?
I mean, right now is everything better because like other accounts they create actually grow right now. They are not stuck, but also I gain more confidence, because like right now I know that I can deliver results with the system that you give me. And of course, also with my chatting team and the chatting strategy, I'm like more confident that I can deliver subs. I can like grow the model amount.
Hell yeah, bro. 100%. And like, basis kind of off of that, man, is like, what's your process for content now? I know that obviously, we have our strategy inside of the consulting, but for everybody watching, what is the process that you're currently using to, make sure you know when to double down, make sure you know when to throw out pieces of content? How are you getting content in the first place? What's your process for content right now?
I mean, of course, we see what the model niche is. We're gonna look to the big competitors and put the model in this like system of testing content, like 4 or 5 types of content for like 3 weeks, 1 month, and see what's working and just push what's working.
Hell yeah, bro. See, I told y'all boys, man, it's not that hard. Look at lead competitors. I mean, that's pretty much exactly what we do. We have a style selection process, a niche selection process. There's really is systems for these games. And I think you've definitely figured out that this business model is something that creators plug into your agency rather than creators plugging or you plugging yourself into creators.
Yeah, definitely.
Flipping the script over to a little bit of hiring, bro, because I know that was one of the things that we were struggling when we first started. I know that you were kind of hesitant to hire, didn't know where to find BAs, didn't know what to ask them, didn't know how to create a chatting team. So since then, man, what's changed?
So right now, I actually know how to hire, where to hire, actually the process, because before I don't know what to ask to the VAs, like how to actually know if someone is actually good for the position that is gonna cover. Yeah, right now, it's more easy. I don't hire right now because I already have like a whole team in place. But when I was doing that, definitely a lot of things that you say to ask to see place to find people, good people that actually is gonna cover the position in a good way actually changed everything right now. I'm more confident when go hire somebody.
100%, bro. And now you got like a full team. You got a content manager, a chat team, or a chatting agency. You have pretty much the business running without you whilst you scale it. And I mean, that's a huge jump from that $500K or $500 a month, excuse me, that you're making when you first started, bro.
Yeah, definitely, bro. Like, dude, I remember like when I started, it was just like me doing everything.
Yeah. So like, I mean, I have to ask, bro. You've been in FANTRA pretty much longer than anyone else has. If you guys don't know, like I've said, Giuseppe was one of the first people that we were running this through WhatsApp. There was no organization. I was just trying to help him scale his agency. Thank the Lord we've hit it now. But inside of the program throughout these past 6-7 months, man, what has been the biggest thing that has really helped you and motivated you or pushed you in that right direction?
I mean, for me, since like I was already in in FANTRA before even was FANTRA, it was just having like a group chat to where you can answer questions, have quick replies. You don't have to waste time, the wrong team. You just ask a question, get a reply, and you know what to do, like right away, straight away. But for a lot of people, can be of course all the course that you have inside, the one-to-one, everything.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a question that I want to ask you, man. You've obviously seen it when it was at its, at least amount of organization structure efficiency. And now that we've built out, support tickets, the course information, the weekly calls, the group, the one-to-one support, all of that, since you've seen it from, pretty much ground to where it is now, what would you say the most beneficial addition has been since you've joined the program? Like, what has you been like, well, this has really helped me?
Bro, definitely, I say like jumping on calls with you like 3 times a week. Let you see what I'm doing. You tell me what I'm doing wrong, what I'm doing right, the process that you tell me to apply. This is like a goal for me, because like, you make more money than me. So
100%, bro. Yeah. I mean, no, I think definitely that is like the most beneficial thing. And it surprises me even in like you guys need to look at how Giuseppe handles this is that he's actually going into these calls fully wanting to learn, fully wanting to ask questions. And that's a big part of it too. I mean, there's guys inside of the program that haven't hit Giuseppe's spot. And that's because, they don't join these weekly calls. They're not itching for more information. They're not itching to fix what the problems they have in their agency. Is a perfect example of somebody who is. And, the results speak for themselves on what happens when you do ask those questions and you do really want that information. So kind of like on the topic of courses, bro, I don't think I've ever asked you this. Have you ever bought any other OFM course or anything like this before getting into something with me?
nah, bro, because like I was just starting when I first started working, which I was just starting. So it was just my first course and I stick with it.
And was there any like hesitancy when joining? And if so, I want to also ask you, what would you tell somebody if they were in your position, 5, 6 months ago? If they were in your position today, wondering whether or not they should join something like FANTRA, what would you tell them?
I mean, I know you can be a little bit scary of, spending your money, but if you want to make money, you got to take the risk. So just invest the money. If it's not going to go well, you lose money, part of the process.
True that, true that. And would you say compared to obviously, everyone in OFM is selling courses now, there's a new guy every single day. Would you say that my program, I mean, I genuinely be brutally honest with me. Do you think compared to majority inside of the industry that mine is, better, above average, below average? Where would you kind of put mine?
I think you got pretty much everything, bro. Because like you got one-to-one, you got course, video explanation, group chat, like you got everything applied to it. Like most of the people just got like a course. You pay like 1K, they're gonna send you just a PDF. So
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is because the main reason why I've been able to generate success for you guys is I'm not just giving you guys information, I'm also teaching you how to use that information. Because even if you have the when, the how, the what, you need the little stuff in between, somebody to point you in the right direction, steer the steering wheel for you, somebody that's been through the wheels, the person who created that information. And so I couldn't even imagine selling a consulting program without me inside of it. And so the fact that other guys do in the industry, I mean, it really does surprise me. But I'm glad, to hear you say that. I appreciate that.
I appreciate you.
All right, Giuseppe. So last few questions here for you, man. I wanted to know, just because I get this question in my DMs and also just personally myself, is if you were to talk to somebody, maybe they're a complete beginner watching this case study right now, never touched OFM before, never gotten into it, wanting to start the business model, what would you say to them? I mean, like, what was your life like before getting into OFM and really dedicating yourself to it? And now, months later.
I mean, it's completely changed, bro. I went like completely broke because I was making 500 per month, like really struggling. And, right now it's like my life is easier. Of course we got to scale more, but everything is going better right now. So definitely if you want to like go and do this business model, I mean, you can do it. Just put the work in because like you got to do it. It's not like easy as people tell me that it is, but if you put the work in, it's gonna be.
Yeah, 100%, bro. It's not even really so much scaling in OFM about the systems or the frameworks. Like kind of like you said, it's about having somebody that's been through the ring, that's ran the race, that's been able to give you advice and point you in the right directions moving forward in OFM, calling you out on your bullshit, calling you out, don't do this, do that sort of thing. I mean, overall, do you think that has been beneficial for you, bro?
Yeah, most definitely. Most definitely.
All right, bro. Well, I won't keep you too long. I know you're a very busy man. I believe it's like 1 a.m. your time right now, right?
Yeah, it's 1 a.m. right now. It's one time.
And what were you doing like 30 minutes before this call?
I was working, bro.
As always, bro. As always. Well, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you staying locked in. You're honestly, bro, I couldn't be more proud. I mean, seeing somebody that's genuinely started from the ground. I mean, when I remember we first talked, when I did sell you that first consulting program, bro, I mean, it was cheap as shit, but it was still a lot of money for you. And seeing, come from that position to where you are now, I mean, it gets me fucking fired up. I'm motivated by your story, bro. So I appreciate you for hopping on. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate the conversation. And yeah, also guys, really quickly, if you are interested in getting inside of the same systems, the same process, the same infrastructure that Giuseppe has, and he's implemented inside of his agency, there's a link in the description for you to check out. Of course, it is for serious guys, only serious people. I mean, Giuseppe, you would tell them, is this business model easy? Is it something that just anybody can make money in?
I mean, I think, yeah, if you put the work in, you can do it. But if you like, I mean, I've seen people, like stupid people, make money with it. So probably if you're stupid, you can make money too with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is definitely an easy business model for a lot of guys to start, but big emphasis on the if you put the work in. Whether or not you're stupid, smart, whatever it is, you still have to be dedicated and disciplined to actually do the work. But other than that, bro, there's also the free Telegram group inside of the description. Giuseppe was active in that since day one, probably one of the first 10 members inside of there. We host weekly calls every single Friday at 5 p.m. EST. But other than that, bro, I appreciate you for coming on, Giuseppe. Like I said, I won't keep you too long. But other than that, I appreciate you guys for watching. I'll talk to you later, Giuseppe. Peace out.
I appreciate you, bro. Peace out.
All right. Phase 3, acquisition. This is where you will learn how to sign A-tier quality creators without wasting 6 months of your time in this industry trying to send cold outreach DMs on Instagram. In phase 1, you learn that you don't need more creators and you need more systems. In phase 2, you got the FANTRA operating system, which is the infrastructure that you need to scale those creators with. But here's the thing, you still need creators, and not just any creators, A-tier quality creators. Because at the end of the day, me and you both know signing some C-tier level model that's making $500 a month that has no work ethic, not coachable, you could tell her 1,000 times to go left and she'd go right, is just a waste of your time. You're gonna spend 3 months trying to scale her up, and when you finally seem like you're breaking through, she's probably going to ghost you or quit the industry. But on the contrary to that, signing an A-tier level model who is ready to work, motivated, making maybe 5K per month, semi-introduced into the industry, wants to take this seriously and is coachable, that model could easily be at $20,000 per month in 60 days with your systems. So in this phase, I'm going to show you a few things. Number 1 is what makes an A-tier quality creator, and 2, your resources. I'm also going to show you the 3 outreach methods that has worked for me the best, model to model, personal to model, and agency to model, as well as some other outreach methods that I haven't even shared on YouTube yet. Third from that is DM templates for your first outreach DM that aren't generic and aren't going to get you ghosted and just sitting in your room sending DMs all day. Fourth is a complete sales call framework, as well as a live sales call with me and a model that you're going to get to watch. And for my one-on-one clients, I'm going to show you exactly how my inbound model marketplace works so you can skip outreach entirely and immediately start working with A-tier level models. But before any of that, let me explain what A-tier quality creators actually mean. Agencies think that A-tier level models already have 100,000 followers, are making thousands and thousands of dollars on the OF page, but the reality is that's not what an A-tier quality client is. Sure, if you sign a model that is like that, amazing. There's no harm, no shame in signing a creator like that, but odds are you're not going to be able to sign a creator like that, because at the end of the day, you are in an ocean of piranhas, an ocean of the same fish chasing after one bait, which is your creator. So in order to sign a client like that, you have to have a very high leverage outreach DM, as well as a very high leverage outreach account, whether that be your personal agency, whatever. But let me explain what A-tier actually means for majority of you guys. So first thing you need to understand is A-tier is not absolute. There's not one definition for it. It is to your resources. If you're a beginner with no clients, no verified Instagram, no personal brand, no social proof, then an A-tier quality client to you is around 8 to 15,000 Instagram followers, making around 0 to 2K a month, is motivated, is coachable, is good looking, obviously, but not super model level. However, if you're an intermediate agency owner making 5 to 10K a month with 1 to 2 clients and some social proof looking for another creator, an A-tier model for you would be 15 to 50,000 followers on Instagram, making probably 2 to 5K per month on OnlyFans, familiar with the industry, knowing what they're doing, not completely lost. And they're most likely just looking for better management. They probably had agencies in the past, didn't like their current results, and They're professional, they're easy to work with, but they're just looking for better results. And if you're advanced like me, making $100,000 a month plus, then an A-tier model for you is totally different. An A-tier model for me is anyone with 30 to 100,000 followers on Instagram, making around $10 to $30,000 per month, probably has sunk to those numbers after having a couple of bad managers. They're wanting to scale to 50, 60, $100,000 months, and they're serious and they're long-term invested. Do you see the difference? A tier is contrary, is opinionated, is customized per your resources. Don't go out fishing for a fish that you can't handle. Fish based on your rod. And if you're a beginner, you should match that. Intermediate, you should match that. Advanced, you get it. You should match that. Because the truth is, at the end of the day, if you continue to trace creators you have no business DMing, and you know that you're almost not guaranteed a response, sign models that match your resources. Don't waste your time. I tell all of my guys who I work with, if you DM a creator, you better be damn sure that if she responds, you would want to sign. You would want to work with her. You would be confident that you'd be able to sign her. But there is some similarities between across the board. So if you, no matter where you are, beginner, intermediate, advanced, whatever, here are 5 characteristics that every A-tier model should have to be classified as A-tier. Number 1, she's motivated. She actually wants to make money. She actually wants to make OF work. And I know, shocker, right? But you would be amazed of the guys that I see chasing these clients to do OF, to work, to make this money. It's insane. If it's just like a relationship, boys, if you have to chase, even from call 1, if a creator is constantly making us send follow-ups, hey, can you make this meeting? Hey, can you come to this call? Hey, make sure you're here. We're not working with you. The amount of times that just because a creator did not respond to us multiple times, hopping on a call, that I have just cut it and have been like, no, I don't think it's going to be a fit. I don't think we should reschedule. It's just because those mistakes, those little inconsistencies, the unmotivation that she has in the beginning will show across the line, will show throughout your guys' relationship of working together. So make sure she is willing to work. She is motivated. She will show up. Now, number 2 is probably the most important one, and that is that she is coachable. She's not some diva who thinks she knows everything in the world, and I don't even know I have management because I know what I'm doing. You guys don't. Don't sign clients like this. Get clients who are willing to follow your instructions, willing to admit that they don't know everything, and actually will implement the advice that you give. Trust me, speaking from experience here, boys, do not work with an uncoachable client. If you tell a client, hey, don't do this, and she does it, hey, step over here, and she steps over there, don't work with that girl. You are creating so much more headache than you need to have in your life, in your agency. There's no point in working with a client like that. Like, that is by far my least favorite client, is a non-coachable client. If you're coachable, I will work with you no matter what. Following that, number 3, she is consistent. She films content on time. When she says, I'm going to get this done by that day, she gets it done by that day. She doesn't disappear for 2 weeks randomly at a time and say, oh, sorry, I got held up. Bullshit. Make sure that your client is reliable, will show up. At the end of the day, you are not only responsible for 50% of her income, she's responsible for 50% of your income. Realize that. The amount of guys that just kind of forget that and let a creator do whatever the fuck that they want. No, you and her 50-50. Work should reflect that. Number 4, she's scalable. I would make sure that a client has the look, the personality to go viral on social media. Make sure that she knows how to work a camera. Make sure that she has an eye for a camera. Some models, some creators, some girls just don't know how to film content. They don't know what goes viral. Now, if she's a coachable client, if you get a client that is coachable, she will learn how to make better content. She will learn. I've seen girls like this. I've worked with girls like this. But if your client is strong-headed, she's not going to improve, she doesn't make change, she's not coachable, do not waste your time with a client that doesn't know how to be on camera. And 5th and final, she is professional. She understands that this is a business, not a get-rich-quick scheme. She understands that you take income from this. This is how you pay your bills. She honors contracts. She relays information. She's committed from day one very clearly. Make sure that the model has these attributes. If a model has all 5 of these attributes, she's an A tier client to me. If she's missing 2 or more though, she's B or maybe even C tier. Don't waste your time. Don't sign her. I always say, if you can make, here's the biggest mistake that people make. If you can sign a client, right? People get so hasteful to sign a client. Go, I want a client. I want a client. Oh, this is the first girl that spawned to me. Let's sign her. Let's go. It's a C tier client that barely has any experience. They started their OF. They're starting from dead, broke, scratch. And at the end of the day, you're going to spend 3 months to even 6 months trying to grow that client that might not be coachable, might not be worth it in the end, might not even make money. My question to you is, why would you not want to spend the extra 30 days, 2 months, 3 months, guaranteed shorter than it would take to scale the C tier client? Use that time to double down, add leverage, and implement more volume to your outreach. That way, you can flip the switch and sign an A tier model that'll only take 30 to 60 days to scale to $5, $10, $20,000 per month, instead of being hasteful in the beginning, running a rat race, signing a C tier client, and ultimately wasting your time for 3 months trying to scale her. It's the same timeline, different outcome. All right, now that you guys know how to find A tier models, let's talk about how to actually sign these girls. What I'm going to walk you through is 3 different outreach methods for Instagram. All right, so acquisition. These are going to be 3 different types of outreach. I'm going to show you exactly how to use each one, when to use each one, why each one should be used, and then also the best ways to actually implement and start. My personal recommendations, whether you're a beginner, somebody that's advanced, somebody that's an expert. So let's get into it. Number 1 is pick an account / pick a outreach method. Now there's 3 different methods on Instagram. These are going to be the most common ones. Now, before we even get into Instagram, I want to talk about outreach in general. Being creative in outreach is probably going to be one of the biggest leverage points, biggest advances, biggest competitive edge that you will have when doing outreach. Why is this? Because the more creative you are, the less you stay in the mix of everybody else. So, for instance, Grant, I did a full case study with this guy, a complete beginner in OFM who went from $0 to $15,000 per month in under 1 month of starting OFM. He did not sign, but only 1 client through Instagram outreach. His other clients, well, he only signed 1 other client, but the other 3 that he had and then sold, this guy is a fucking boss, all right? Listen to what Grant did, guys. He signed 1 client through Instagram and said, I am limited on the amount of volume that I can add with Instagram. I can only send 35 to 40 DMs a day. What else am I going to do? What he did is he picked up dating apps. He went on Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, started DMing girls on there, asking if they did OF, funneled to client signing, bought even the premium on there, and he signed 3 A-tier quality creators through that. He used that money that he was going to eventually try and pay off the consulting program that he got with me, but instead he used that money to buy iPhones to pay for promos, and then grew those models in under a week, 2 weeks, and got them to $15,000 per month. One already had OnlyFans, was making money. The other from complete zero. Now, that is the definition of being creative, using your resources and finding a way. Same thing that I want you guys to keep in mind moving forward. Now, first one is the personal account. This is going to be the most common way for you guys to do outreach, all right? These are going to be for beginners, intermediates, anybody that doesn't have a luxurious personal brand, this, that, and the other. You can make one very simply, and I'm going to show you exactly what I look for. So this is Max. This is one of my students, and Max's profile before joining consulting with me, he had, I think, maybe a few hundred followers, no bio, profile picture was messy. His username wasn't that. He had, I think, 1 to no post. But after he used my advice, which is exactly what I'm going to tell you, he is a perfect replica of exactly what I preach. So what do I preach? Bio. Let's talk about it. I simply always say what you do, where you do it, and how well you do it. What you do it, where you do it, and how well you do it. Moving on. I recommend to have at least 10,000 followers, 9,000, just somewhere around that high follower range to keep you separated. Verified. Always. This will separate you from your competition. Remember, you are going to be in a list of requests. Do not think that the model you're outreaching to has nobody else outreaching to her. Wrong. You are going to be in a list of other requests from other different guys. Make sure that you at least have verification to stand out. Third, profile picture. I want this to either just be a clear image of you, selfie of you in a luxurious place. Just make sure they can easily recognize what it is. Username. Make sure your username states your name and that is readable and it makes sense. And then you underscore for anything else. You can put underscore OFM, whatever you want to do. Now, highlights. The only one that I really will encourage people to have is a wins highlight, receipts highlight, work highlight, whatever, to show OnlyFans results. That way you have proof of concept, credibility. With pages, remember, boys, the only reason, a lot of guys ask me, why am I trying to spoof up this page so much? Why am I trying to make myself look so professional? Why am I trying to be somebody I'm not? It's not that at all. I don't want you to be somebody you're not. In fact, I list it right here. Be professional, but not somebody you're not. What do I mean by that? Only thing you're trying to do here is pass the credibility test. What is the credibility test? When you DM a girl, the first thing she's going to do, if she even thinks twice about responding to you, is check your profile. Me, being somebody that gets a lot of DMs on the daily, I always check the profile of the person that is DMing me. If the profile has no post, 2 followers, random username, was made literally last month, I'm probably not going to respond. But if the post or if the profile has verification, name, thousands of followers, it's an old account, I am most likely going to respond. That's all we're trying to do. We're trying to pass the credibility test. So when a model clicks on our page, she says, "Oh wow, okay, he actually looks like he does what he says he does." All right. Following that post, super simple. You can even generate these with AI. I know Max doesn't, but I know some guys, some of my students even generating AI pictures that look 100% realistic that will show him in, Dubai, Bugattis, nice dinners, this, that, or the other that look exactly like you, and it will show the credibility test. It's not that we're trying to fool anybody. It's just we need a way to stand out. We need a way to add leverage, and that is what we're going to do. I do whatever the fuck it takes. I do not care. Now, from this, 10K followers, like I said, quality username, all the stuff I was talking about. Second part of this, agency outreach. Let's talk about the pros of this really quickly. This is going to be more personal. This is going to be high leverage if you have a good account. If you don't, however, you will probably need to do another method or establish a new account. And when I say a new account, if you're not comfortable with promoting your OnlyFans work on your personal IG account, create another one because this is the most beginner-friendly way to do outreach. Second to this, agency outreach. Now, I'm going to say off the rip, I don't recommend having let me take that back. I don't recommend outreaching off of an agency Instagram. I do strongly recommend having an agency Instagram just for this factor, for social and credibility proof. Now, does it have to be as good as our agencies? Outlast your competition, verified, logo, helping creators since 2021. We even have Outlast merch. We have Outlast branded products that we give our models. We have reels with our clients. No, it does not have to be that professional. It just has to be set up aesthetically, has to be set up good. There's thousands of different accounts, but the main things that I do want you to have is testimonials and results. That's the biggest thing, okay? The more you add, the better, but you can also add a website, this, that, and the third, but I don't recommend outreaching off of an account like this. This is mainly purely for status, credibility, and social proof. Moving from this is going to be model-to-model accounts. Now you're asking, Griffin, I'm not a model. How do I have access to a model account? You don't. You're going to create one, okay? What I mean by create one, now that AI has gotten so realistic, you can now create model accounts with AI. Before, you had to do some sketchy stuff. I'm not going to talk about it too much, but you had to, either go on Pinterest or take another girl's content on Instagram. It wasn't really my sort of thing. What we did way back in the day is we would rent accounts for models. So we would hit up a girl, probably not like Rilo here, but with 200, 300, 400,000 followers, and we DM her saying, hey, we will give you $1,000 if you let us use your account for 1 week to do outreach off of. We'd sign a contract. We'd get in the account, and then we would do outreach, and we'd sign the best of the best clients. Why? Because models are simply going to reply to models. It's low pressure. There's not any commitment engaged, and there's also not any business deals going on. And at the end of the day, we all know girls don't really like to talk business that much. Now, moving from there, when I talk about, model to model account, the biggest thing is just that you're going to get more replies, but the con of it is you're going to have to funnel a little bit differently. It's going to be harder to funnel into, hey, do you want management? Because you can't really just say that as a model. Now, what we do is pretend to be the 400,000 follower model account that we rented, and we just DM models simply saying, hey girl, blah, blah, blah. The biggest things with these is if you can get them verified, there's verification services, awesome. But posts, you're going to have to buy likes, you're going to have to buy followers, either current client, you can also do this with your current clients, like I was mentioning, or fake 80K plus followers, verified if possible, and treat it like a normal convo when it comes to the DM. So number two, second part of this, now that you understand the 3 different ways to outreach, I want to talk about volume. Now, this is going to be the average. All right. Remember this, AVG, average. You can do more. You can always do more. The average is going to be 35 DMs a day, 7 days, 245 a week, 4 weeks, 980 DMs a month. Now, I don't want to wait a month to sign a client. If I were you, I would create 2 different accounts, find another outreach DM. That way I'm sending, and don't worry about DMs. It doesn't have to be Instagram DMs. Like I said in the beginning of this video, boys, be creative. I would be sending out at least 1,000 messages every single week, whether it be on X, whether it be on holy shit, whether it be on Tinder, dating apps, whatever. I don't care. All I'm saying is I would try and get this number to close to 1,000 rather than 245. But moving from that point, a little hack for you guys, if you have DMs here and you're sending DMs, you can, some accounts will be able to send 50. Some accounts will be able to send 60. Some accounts will even be able to send 70. How do you know? What I always tell my guys is to send DMs, continue sending DMs until you get a little pop-up that's like check community guidelines or check this or check that. Whenever you get a weird message, stop there and then send 5 below whatever the amount was. So if you sent 40, you got the message, send 35. Moving from here, the first DM. How do you play the first DM on each one of these accounts? For your personal account, you want to say something pretty simple. So, hey, name, quick one, I just looked at your page. I saw a few things in your setup that can hurt earnings, so I figured I'd at least hit you up. Now, I don't recommend copying this message and sending it to creators. Why? Because so are all the other thousands of people that are watching this video doing the exact same. But main reason because of this is because one, yes, saturation on accounts, you could send the same DM twice, but I don't really want you to get the image of the DM. I want you to get the why behind the DM. So let's get this kind of broken down here. Hey, name, quick one. We're trying to make this intro short as possible to get to the point. We want to make this as short as possible. These are the things that you want to get across in a DM. Short, produce authority, produce status, produce experience, and have a clear CTA or call to action for your model. Let's see if we tick off all those boxes. Just took a look. Also personalization, making it seem like we sent this DM personally to her, not that we sent it to a bunch of girls. So just took a look at your page, personal. I saw a few things in your setup that could hurt earnings, urgency. So I'd figured I'd at least hit you up, more personal. Working with creators now 4 years. Keep in mind of how I try to shorten up the message. I've been working with creators now, I have been working with creators now for around 4 years. I've been working with creators now 4 years, and I've gotten the opportunity to bring some to high 6-figure months. Status, authority. I've worked with at, more authority, more status. So pretty familiar with the game. Is this something you'd like to get more info on? Question mark. If so, sure, shoot me back a sure. Clear, CTA. All right. Simple as that, boys. Now, there's other DMs. We're going to get into exact 3 DM outreach methods that I think are the best for 2026 here in a second. But for now, you can just understand the why behind the personal account. And a lot of the times, she's going to send back a shitty, one short ass message. Sure. And a lot of you guys fail right here. You're like, what the hell? I didn't think she was going to, I didn't know she was going to respond. And if she did, I thought she was going to be like, yeah, let's go. Let's hop on a call. It's not how these girls work, bro. They're going to be short. And what you're going to send? A voice note. Because at the end of the day, if you send a 1-minute voice note, that text, if you translated that to text and send as a text, will probably be that long on an iPhone. But a voice note, you can get away with sending a minute voice note and you can say whatever the fuck you want. So following this, just from what I would say here, she said sure from that, I'd say, Hey, Marissa, I appreciate you getting back to me. So, for sure, a little bit more info on exactly what I do. Like, I could talk my ear off. I could talk your ear off all day about who I've worked with, the numbers I've created, this, that, and the other. But I want to keep it kind of about you. In your page, I just see the biggest thing is we're not taking advantage of the algorithm, really not pushing for views. I do think your content is lacking just as far as how many views it can pull. So, with all that being said, like I said, I can't really diagnose everything right now and right here. Usually what we do is just hop on a quick 5-10 minute call, super chill, no pressure. Let me know if that's something you're interested in. If not, if you have any questions, 100% shoot them at me. But let me know if that's something you're down for. What that's going to do is give her a CTA or a back out option. So even if she's not ready to get on a call, I still CTA'd, ask me any questions you may have. If she is ready to get on a call, boom, shoot your phone number in, get a text, get a call book. Now, moving from this is agency account. I'm not even going to go over this because I don't think you guys should be DMing off an agent account. If you want to pause it, read the message right here, feel free to do so. Moving from the agency, let's talk about model. Super, super simple. I just want you boys to play it as if you were the model yourself. So, hey girl, you're so beautiful. How are you? Thanks, of course. Are you in Miami right now? I always just make conversation. Like, just make conversation. A lot of you guys, like, you will fumble here or here. Like, you do not know how to talk. Some of you guys that run model accounts, it's insane. Ask questions about her. If you see that she's in Brazil, be like, "Are you in Brazil right now?" Question mark. Blah blah blah. Girls will talk to talk. Okay. Girls won't talk to you to talk, but they'll talk to talk. So yeah, say like, "Are you in Miami right now?" "Yeah, I'll be here for 2 weeks." "Awesome. No way. I just left Miami. Love the outfits. We should connect sometime." "Yes, of course, baby, will." And then off that message, after that, I'd let that die. I would let that simmer. I'd let that cook for a little bit. What you don't want to do is swipe up, "Hey girl, you're so pretty. Thanks. How are you? How's your management?" What the? No. Girls don't talk like that. Girls don't forwardly, directly talk about that like that. "Let me send you your phone number. Let me send your phone number to my manager." You're going to get left on scene, bro. So instead, after a few hours or days, right here, like I was going, "By the way, how has OF been earning for you?" "Not as much as I like, for sure." "Is your management good?" "They're all right, but haven't been responding." "What?" "Let me send you Griffin's phone number. He's actually the best. Can't lie." This, that. Obviously, it's not going to go that smooth, but you want to play it just chill, okay? Don't pressure anything. Don't rush to close. Just simply have a conversation with the girl. If she seems interested, awesome. If she doesn't, move along, okay? A lot of girls will reply. Not that many will actually close. Just make sure that you guys know how to handle it. All right, so moving from that now, I want to talk about what to not do in your DMs. I know a lot of you guys get what to do, how to do it, this, that, and the other. Somebody needs to tell y'all what not to do in the DM. So here's exactly that. Number one, don't copy and paste generic messages. Remember what I said in the beginning. You are a small fish in a big pond. Don't send, "Hey, I see you're on OF. I scale creators to 10K a month. Interested?" No, it's not 2016. It's not 2020. It doesn't work anymore. Two, don't be overly formal. This whole business model is based upon being somebody's boss, being somebody's manager, but trying to create a personal relationship with them. You do not want to be overly formal. Don't send a message saying, "Dear Marissa, I love the content page. You're absolutely a star. I've helped creators scale to 50K a month. Is this a business offer you'd be interested in?" You sound like a dweeb, bro. Models don't want to work with dweebs, okay? Models want to work with people, their friends. It's a people business. Third from this, do not pitch at all in your DMs. Call, sure, go for it. In your DMs, there should never be a pitch, ever. I know some guys preach, sign in the DMs, sign in the DMs. Why would you want to do that? You're going to objection handle a DM message? No, you're not going to. If she has one decline, one message that she doesn't like, you're out. That's all it takes. She can leave you on red. It's a lot harder to leave a call that you guys have set up. Simply funnel to the call every single time, okay? If you guys get in DMs, your one goal, the second a model replies, is to funnel to the sales call. Notice how I said in that DM message I was sending earlier, voice message, about a call. Every single voice message that I send, even if she disregards it, the first 2 voice messages, I will still send, "Hey, like I said, Marissa, we could just kind of go back and forth on this all day, but the best way to really figure out if this makes sense," because like I said, I'm not somebody that does business. If it doesn't make sense, is to really just hop on a quick, 10, 15 minute, super chill, no pressure call, just to see if this really works out. always funnel the call, and always, be upfront. Like when I send voice message to creators, I'll send that message and then I'll be like, hey, by the way, I left my number below this message. Shoot me a text and we'll get a call set or scheduled. Super simple. And when you send that message, they're more inclined to send you a text message. And I'm not even lying to you guys. Like I preach what I talk about. I had a girl DM me today and I said, shoot me a message. And let me go up here. I can't. I can. Okay. So you guys can see this is on WhatsApp. Model sent me a DM literally just today saying, hey, Eva, I can just say the name, been doing OF for some time now, need better management, more money. I said, thanks for reaching out. Can you send me your OF page link? And this was after she sent me a DM on Instagram. I'll even pull it up for you guys just so you know it's not bullshit.
Hey, Eva, I'm doing good. So usually what we do with creators is kind of like you. I'm assuming that this is your main Instagram account. If so, totally good. But as long as you do have an active OF, then, getting on a call, kind of talking about the whole thing is fine.
First 5 seconds, getting on a call. And you can see, like, this is voice messages. It's all I send. I practice what I preach because it works. Following that, do not lie or over exaggerate, over promises. If you don't have results yet, don't act like you can get a model to $20,000, $50,000, $100,000 per month. What you should be sending instead is curiosity DMs. Send something that'll engage the model. Send something that'll make her raise eyebrow. Maybe send a more personalized Loom video. Yes, you will have to work a little harder. I'm not going to sit here and say you can't fake it. It's against the rules. Do whatever the fuck you have to do. But at the end of the day, over promises ruin this industry and will ruin your chance. That's a mistake that I personally had to live with. My first client, I could have taken my first client looking back on beginner Griffin in OFM to easily $20,000, $50,000, $100,000 per month. It pains me, but it was the best lesson I ever learned. I took a model, my first ever model, from $8K a month to $4K per month. I halved her earnings. You could call me the worst manager in the world, but after I learned from that mistake and over promises, and I probably would have stayed with the creator if I didn't promise that creator, oh, you'll be at 50K per month in a week. I sounded stupid. I sounded ridiculous to them. They believed me, and I massively under-delivered. Now, following this is for you chasers. Don't send multiple follow-ups. One follow-up, maybe two. After that, do not chase. Like I said, if you're having to chase from day one, you will stay chasing. It's just like females. You wouldn't go chasing a girl that you like after she denied you 5 times, would you? I hope not. No, we have bigger egos than that, boys. We got bigger things to worry about. Stop wasting your time chasing a model who's only going to either decline you or have that be the relationship standard for the remaining of your relationship. And what I mean by that, if you're chasing in the DMs, you're going to chase to get on a call. Then you're going to chase for her to make content. Then you're going to chase for her to make scripts. Then you're going to chase for her to reply back to you. It's a always constant, never-ending chase. All right, so you boys got responses, and now it's time to funnel to the call. You funneled to the call. Let me give you the exact sales framework that I use. So this is not a high pressure, sleazy sales tactics. This is consultative selling. So let me pull this up for you guys and I will show you this right now. All right. So if you guys can see, funneling to call, I have a whole module on this in my consulting of how to play the DMs, but that is pretty much what I just explained. The biggest thing is how to handle a model sales call. So part 1, I want you guys to build rapport. The first 3 to 5 minutes, just vibe. Talk about where she's from. Ask her, hey, where are you calling in from? Oh, Colorado? No way. I was just skiing down there. I love that place. This, that, and the other. It's super easy to be relaxed, to be chill. Ask her how she's doing, where she's located, what she's up to. Make it feel like just a normal conversation, not a sales call. If your model can forget that she's on a sales call within the first 20 minutes, you've done something right. Part 2, qualifier. Ask questions to see if she's a good fit. Listen, 50-50. Don't be hasteful. How long have you been on OnlyFans? What are you making right now per month? What's your biggest challenge? My question, my favorite question, my go-to question if I'm ever stuck and I need conversation. Hey, Marissa, what kind of made you hop on the call today? Like what made you want to book in this call? She will tell you exactly what she's looking to get out of this call. Okay, that's a fallback question that you guys can always go to. Hey, what made you want to book the call today? And if she says she's not going to say bullshit. She's going to say, hey, I have been struggling with this or this, that, or the other. Another really good one. Have you ever worked with an agency before? If so, like, what did you not like about them that kind of made that relationship end? These questions help you figure out, is she motivated? Is she coachable? Is she realistic? Was her past agencies the actual problem, or was it her? And boys, if she's not a good fit in the call, please don't waste your time. Part 3 is to show her the gap. You've got her pain, you've got her issues. You now know how to position your offer. So this is where you show her the gap between where she is and where she wants to be. So you're at, 3K a month right now, and you want to get to, what was that, 20K per month? Cool. What do you think is stopping you from getting there now? Like, what do you feel like, if you had, it would really start to build up that income, right? Let her tell you what she thinks the problem is, whether or not that's the actual problem. She says, some stupid shit. Oh, my ex account got banned. I think if I had that, I'd be at 10K a month. Just know that that's really important to her now. It doesn't mean that's actually what's going to get her 10K a month, but just make sure you include now when you go to pitch your services and offers that you include this huge X content arbitrage that you guys do. Then you reframe it. Yeah, I hear you, but based on what you just told me, the real issue really isn't from so much the X account. It's usually, not having 24/7 chatting, not doing this. You can make her believe both. Then 4, present the solution. Offer yourself as the fix. So here's how, Marissa, I know you said like 20K a month is kind of like your goal. Just off, some of the numbers that we've seen with our creators, I genuinely do think that you can get to probably close to 15 to 20K per month in around 120 days. And here's exactly how we're going to do that. Take her through a slideshow. Phase 1, we're going to set up this, that, and the other. Phase 2, we're going to handle XYZ. Phase 3, YZX. Break it down for her. We have the live sales call that you guys are going to see. There is a full slideshow breakdown of breaking down how we go about signing creators. Make it visual if possible. Like I said, part 5 is handle objections and close. Ask, does this make sense? How do you feel about it? Do you have any questions? Listen to her objections. And if she says, I don't know if I can afford this, I'm worried if this will work for me, etc., address them directly. And we'll cover objection handling in a second. Then ask, so, we ready to move forward? Sounds good? Awesome, right? She says yes, send the contract immediately. If she says no, ask why, handle objections, try again. If she says I need to think about it, set a follow-up on the call. Okay? And I wouldn't even do 48 hours. I would do closer to 24 hours. On the call, set a follow-up. Do not leave that call without scheduling in a meeting. On the call, once for the third time, on the call, get her email address, put it in Zoom, schedule it, make sure she receives it. Okay? I just saved you from thousands of ghost meetings. Now, if she says yes, little sauce for you guys. If the contract is sent and she's like, awesome, I'm going to take a couple days to review it. Ask, hey, Marissa, is it more so, you kind of just want to understand everything you're getting into, understand the legal jargon, and actually be able to digest it? Or is it more so, hey, I need to think about whether or not I want to do this decision? Most of the time, she's probably going to say, well, either one, but most of the time she's probably going to say, I just kind of want to make sure I'm understanding everything, not getting mixed up in a bad contract. Not that I don't trust you guys, this, that, and the other. Then say, well, hey, Marissa, our attorneys drop the contracts. We know pretty much what every single clause means. If you want, I have the contract literally sitting right here on my desk. If you want me to share my screen, I can go through it and we can kind of just talk about it, exactly what it means, in English terms. If that does that help? She's going to say yes, go through the contract, sign on call. All right, just save you 24 hours. Now, from objection handling, if you do have objections, these are probably going to be one of them. Either I can't afford to do this right now, I've been burned by other agencies before, what if this doesn't work for me, are probably the top 3 objections that you're going to hear from creators. Number 1, I can't afford this right now. What if you guys come in, you don't make money, I can't really, like my lifestyle, it needs to be making this money. 100%, Marissa, we're not here to shut the lights off or lower your income by any means. If we were an agency that came in and made models less money, we wouldn't be in business. Forgive my bluntness, but it's just the truth. If we can get you from 3K per month to 10K per month, half the goal that we set in 90 days, that's an extra $7,000 per month. And even at 50% commission, foregoing our laddering system that we had, just sweeten up the deal, foregoing our laddering system, even at 50% commission, you're making an extra $2,000 per month. The real question is, is this something that you can afford not to do? Excuse my bluntness, but, kind of weighing the numbers, it seems like on my side, it makes sense. Act stupid, innocent, but makes sense. Objection 2, I've been burned before by other agencies. Yeah, listen, Marissa, I totally get it. There's a bunch of bullshit in the space. And honestly, probably one of the worst places about being in OFM is just every 18-year-old in their mom's basement thinks that they can just make an agency and make $1 million with it. But here's kind of the difference. We've taken creators from zero to $200,000 per month in a matter of 60 days, which I can share my screen, show you it, no problem at all. Show case studies, your systems, show your Notion setup. If you're a beginner that doesn't have results, show my Notion templates that you got from phase 2. Hey, listen, I wouldn't be building all of this if this isn't something that I take seriously, if this isn't a real business model that I genuinely put forth into. You're not just buying access to me and our systems. You're getting the exact infrastructure that I plug into all of the other creators. Objection 3, what if it doesn't work for me? Listen, Marissa, I'm not confident that it 110% will. I mean, we both met each other just today. If you're willing to show up, though, film content and put in the work, if you're not willing to do that, it won't work. If you are willing to do that, 100%. There's no doubt in my mind. So the question I have for you, Marissa, is I'm confident in what we've done for past creators. The question I have for you is, are you going to follow through? Because I can give you the best systems in the world, but if you don't use them, overall, they're kind of useless. So are we feeling ready to commit? Go into that. Now, that was a lot of information to cover, but let me give you guys some more tips as well. Let me tell you what makes you close as an agency. Number 1 is that you sound confident, not arrogant, but certain about outcomes. Number 2 is you have social proof. You have case studies, screenshots, results. This can be on your Instagram. This can be fake it till you make it. Not that I advise with that, but whatever it needs to be. Third from this, you listen more than you talk on sales call. Trust me, it'll save you tons of your time, your energy, and also will probably sign you more deals. Fourth from this is you make it about her, not about you. Don't brag about your systems. Don't brag about your setup. Don't tell her all these new different AI integrations. No, relate it to her. Tell her how it will help her, and tell her how you will uplift those systems that will help her. And then you handle objections directly. Don't dodge around anything. Don't deflect. Don't, oh no, we would never do that. Why would you even say that? If you don't think we are, then why would you say that? Handle it directly, understand where she's coming from, be on the same page, be on the same team, and then move forward. And on the contrary to all that, if you want to lose every single call you go on, here's exactly how to do that. Number 1, you sound desperate. Please sign with me. Like, you are going to make so much money. Please sign with me. No, bro. Number 2, you have 0 social concept or social proof. No results, no screenshots. You don't barely even know what you're talking about. Learn the game before you play it. Number 3, you talk too much. The amount of guys, this is probably the number 1 problem in OFM. You get on a call, if your Fathom link looks majority like you, little bit of talking space for her, majority you, little talking. The amount of Fathom links that I've seen like that, it's terrible. The model should be talking close to 70% of the time. You should be talking maybe 30% of the time. Following that, you make it all about you. You talk about your agency, your background, your this, your that, and nothing about her. And then you also avoid objections. If you say, I don't know, let me get back to you, or this, that, or the other, you're not going to sign her. It's simple as that. You need to handle objections directly. And also, boys, please remember, sales is a skill. You're going to suck at first, and that's completely fine. I didn't come out of the womb with sales skills, with knowing how to talk to people, with knowing how to articulate my words, with knowing how to conceptualize my thoughts. It's a skill, okay? This will take trial and error. It'll take mess ups, fuck ups, errors, issues, whatever you want to talk about it. You need to learn how to persevere and how to continue on the path and trajectory that you're going on. Because if you steer off, if you give up, if you take the easy way out, you will not learn a skill that will benefit you for the rest of your life. The more calls that you inevitably will do, the better. And with that being said, let me show you a live call. I'm going to show you guys a completely live call of me having a model now that we've went over what DMs, how to funnel, how to get on a call, what to do on a call. I want to show you this live in action. So here's a call between me, my business partner, Jason, and a model. No, we did not sign this client. This is the only way that I was allowed to use this call as a recording, but it is an hour-long recording with me and a model going about exactly how we talk to her, You can see our interactions. You can see our emotions. You can see how super relaxed and chill we are with her and not pressuring or anything. So if you guys want to see how two guys who've been in the game for over 2 years together, one guy, Jason, he's been in this game probably closer to 5-10 years. This is how that looks like.
This meeting is being recorded.
Hi,
How's it going? How's it going? How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Here's Jason. How are you doing? Where are you calling in from? Melbourne again, right?
Yeah, Melbourne.
Awesome. I have a buddy up in, how you guys say Melbourne, right? It's bun instead of born, like us US guys say.
Yeah, Melbourne. Yeah.
Melbourne.
I have a
Awesome.
New Zealand accent though, so I say it different to Australians.
I got you. I got you. Well, this is Jason, I'm the founder of our agency. I'll let you introduce yourself, bro.
Yeah, what's going on, Summer? How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Nice to meet you. You're from New Zealand and you live in Melbourne, Australia?
That's right.
Cool. Cool.
And is your name Summer or is it Winter?
My like work name is, but my real name's.
That's sick. That's pretty cool. That's sick. All right, awesome. So pretty much this call is, super no pressure, just wanting to get a little bit more of an idea on, what your current situation is, what you're mainly needing help with, just to see if we can make something make sense, make sure that we can help in the first place. So yeah, I guess like just overall, like how long have you been doing OF for?
I started OF in 2020 during COVID, but I like didn't really take it seriously until like last year. I was like trying to get into it, and like I did like my first collabs and stuff last year, and then probably like this year it's like been going a bit better. Like I feel like I understand it more.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. And when you say like collabs and stuff, has that been like your main way to get more traction?
I don't know. Like I wouldn't say it's my main way. I think like because I work in a strip club as well, I get like that was how I started. Like a lot of my customers from the club would join, and then I met like some girls who were doing like collab houses like I met them through the strip club, and then did that a little bit, and then I just started like getting used to like posting on social media and getting subs just from socials.
Yeah. No, I mean, from looking at your page, you definitely like you're a good ass content creator. There's no doubt about that. But kind of like I said in my voice message, I think the biggest thing would be growing your Instagram account, like 50, 100K followers, things like that, which is like consistent content. But as of right now, Summer, are you working with another agency or, do you have a chatting agency? Any extra
Yeah, I do. Like I was doing it on my own for a while, and then I tried an agency that was like really not good. Like I didn't like them. And then I was just doing it on my own for a bit after stopping with them. And then my like one of my friends, like my really good friends, she introduced me to like one of her really good friends who's like doing really well on OnlyFans. And they started an agency, but it's not really like a proper agency. Like they only look after like 3 girls. So it's just like very small, like little family that we all know each other personally. Like we all live in Melbourne. We all make content together, and then like her and her husband like run all of the operations for our pages. But it's not really like they're good at social media on their account, like on her account, but her niche is like a lot different to mine, and I feel like they don't like what works for her like doesn't really work for me. I don't know. I feel like I need my better social media.
This is the current agency that you're with?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like it's my friend. Like it's like an
Gotcha.
agency, but she's like my good friend.
Okay. And they're helping you with some marketing. You're saying that's not going super, super well. And then I assume they're also helping with the chatting side as well.
Yeah, like they have employees in the Philippines that they've trained to like run our pages. Um, so like I'm quite happy with what they're doing on my page, like the chatting, like what they're getting, like they're getting a good amount from how many subs I can bring in, but I'm in charge of my like of getting subs, and that's what I like haven't grown in that
Okay.
area in
And
like
what
a while.
percentage split do they have with you?
They hit 20%.
Okay. Um, let's work a little backwards too. I'm curious to know what was wrong with the first agency experience that you had. What happened there?
Okay. Yeah, the first agency, basically I did this collab house in Bali, and then there was like this video that was supposed to be posted at like a specific time, and the girls there were like very strict on like how it was posted and when it was posted, and it was like very strict. And so I gave all of the strict information to my agency for what they should do with that video, and then they like didn't do it right. Like the video got posted early, they didn't like tag people properly, and it just caused like a lot of drama for me and those girls. And it like reflected really badly on me. And then also like I had a confidential, like I thought all our like calls were confidential, like when I was talking to them, and then I found out that they were like telling other models in their agency like information that I had said, which like, and then that model like twisted what I had said, and like that also caused drama
Okay.
for me. So that was like the
It was
main
mainly just
issue.
drama, mainly just drama. It wasn't like the service that the agency was providing that you didn't like, or
The
mainly
service they
that situation.
provided also like wasn't good either. Like it was just kind of like I didn't see any growth in my account. The chatting was a bit weird, like some of the things they would say. They didn't, yeah, like honestly, I was new to like having an agency, so I didn't really know like what to look for, but I don't think they were a good agency anyway, and they just had this one like really famous model who I think kept them going, but they didn't really put any effort into any of the other models other than that like one girl, and then now she's not with them anymore anyway, so
Okay. All right.
yeah.
Um, and well, I guess what made you reach out? Are you looking more for social media help? Are you more or less looking for advice? Are you looking for kind of like full on management further on? Tell us a little bit.
I really, yeah, social media is really like something that I've struggled to grow. Like, like I've grown it a little bit, but it's not really. I feel like I need more professional help with my social media. Um,
And
I'm happy with how much.
So right now, Instagram is your main focus as far as social media. Are you on Twitter, Reddit, TikTok? Like, tell us all the platforms kind of that you're utilizing.
Mainly, I run 2 Instagram pages and a TikTok page. I do have X, but and like I just don't really know how to use X. Like I just post on there and sometimes I get subs. I have followers on there, and like I just kind of post and hope for the best. I have no strategy for X. I don't know how that website works. I have
Yeah.
like another X that I paid somebody to run for me. And like I was getting good like results from that, but she required like really explicit and very specific content that she wanted me to make for that X account, and I just wasn't. I just haven't done that content. I'm happy to do it, but I just wasn't sure if that was like a right
Sure.
strategy for me. And then my like agency, they run a Reddit account which has not been successful. I used to be really successful on Reddit. That's like how I started my OF. I knew how to use. I had this girl set up my account, and then once it was set up, I was able to post on it, and I was going viral on Reddit for ages. And then that account got banned, and I tried to make new accounts, and I just couldn't figure out how to do it. So that's all my social media.
How many followers do you have on X currently?
I think 10,000, and then the other account that the other girl made, she made it, and then after 1 month, I had 5,000 followers.
So you have two accounts or one account?
I have two accounts. One I only used for 1 month, like in October, I think it was. And that was the one that like the other girl set up for me,
Okay.
but I haven't
And
used it.
Instagram, I have your one that Griffin shared with me. I have Winter Yoga Addict. This one has 16.7K. How many does the other one have?
The other account has 7K, and my other account, the Winter Wild, that one I actually get more subscribers from. It's linked to my TikTok, so I think that's why.
Okay.
But yeah,
That could be
even
it.
though it's less followers, I
And
get more clicks, more
how's your TikTok
subs.
then?
My TikTok's on 75K.
Okay. That's good on TikTok. And you
I
said
do
the
TikTok
other account was
live.
linked 75K. The TikTok, I was gonna say, are you also posting like the same content? Is it separate content that you're making just for TikTok? Or are you just cross-posting across the two of them, Instagram and TikTok?
Kind of like on TikTok, very specifically, all my beach videos go viral, anything at the beach. So I try to post that, but if I run out of beach stuff, I just post my other stuff.
Okay. Um, let's talk a bit more about your analytics within the OF. I want to kind of get an understanding as well. You have one OnlyFans account, right?
I have my main OnlyFans, and then I just started a free OnlyFans so that I can do OFTV, which is like new. So I haven't really done anything with that free
Yeah.
OFTV account
Okay.
because I just used it because we made a couple of OFTV videos like together as a group, but my friend posted them and she just needed that account to tag me.
Okay. Yeah. So with the main account that you have, right? So I noticed it was $4 a month for first month, then $9.99. What did you do last like 30 days as far as like fans incoming, and then same thing about income as well?
I'll just open up it on my laptop and I can tell you how many
Then, like,
fans in the
yeah, then
last
like how
30
many
minutes.
total amount of fans are on the account?
Currently there's 155 fans, and in the last 30 days, well, for November, it was like 822 in subscriptions, but like that's gone down a little bit actually. Like I was getting more like 1,200, like 1,000 to 1,200 in subscriptions for consistently for like the last few months. Well, like the last 6 months pretty much or more before that. Like
And
this
what
is the
was
first month it's gone down.
November's messages and tips like besides subs?
Messages were 3,000 and tips were 200. I didn't do any live streams in November, but like usually I do live streams and would make like the month before I made 1,900 in tips from live streams.
So we're at like 4K a month right now.
Yeah, if I do no live streams, yeah, I made 4K for November. But if I do lives, like the month before was 6,000, and then the month before that was nearly 8,000. So
Okay.
it's like kind of depends how many live streams I do.
All right.
Let's get mixed in with the live streams. Actually, no, when you do streams, it shows the separate earnings, not under tips, correct? Depends on how it gets sent.
I think it shows up in tips on mine. I don't have like a stream thing under earning statistics.
Should say streams. Interesting. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Hmm.
So last month you did 800, right? Griffin, recite the numbers because you wrote them down already.
Yeah, so she did 32 in messages and tips combined and 822 in subs. So it's like so definitely a low ratio. I mean, it's not
Was that
something.
1.2?
Yeah, it's like 1.2, 1.25.
1 to 2, I mean.
Mhm.
Okay.
Are you familiar with like ratios, kind of like strategically trying to shoot for one? If not, it's all good. Like I don't.
Yeah, like when I signed up with like my friend, she did explain that to me. But
Yeah. I mean, like,
yeah.
have you seen in the past, this is usually around the same. Like, you get this much and it's around 1.25x for the rest of it. Because like that's the
I
main
haven't done
way.
that
Okay. Yeah.
ratio thing, but the
Definitely something to look
monthly.
into whether, we do something or not, just because that's the really only way that you can tell the quality and the talent of a chatting team. Just for like, kind of industry standard ratio, what we shoot for is like a minimum of 1 to 8, kind of like we're shooting for that. Can get higher, can get slightly lower, just depending on the exclusivity around the model. But I think for
Okay.
you, especially with your kind of content that you're posting, you definitely have. I mean, I haven't really taken any look at other accounts besides that one Instagram account, but just off basis that you definitely have opportunity to do like extreme GFE experience, really exclusive, like kind of nobody's getting nude content until they spend X amount, and that X amount is usually pretty high.
Yeah, I guess I could explain that a little bit further. Um, Pretty much what Griffin's saying is uh, we're referring to chatting ratio, and that's kind of how, if we were speaking to somebody that currently has a management team, that's how we're pretty much sizing up their current chatting team that's on their account. Um, this ratio is the difference between the total amount of money generated from subscriptions and then message and tips combined, right? So for right now, you did 800 in subscriptions, then 3,200 in message and tips combined for the last month, right? Whereas we see that on a bare minimum, you should have like a 1 to 5 ratio, which would mean if she had a 1 to 5 ratio, that would be 800 times 6. You should have done 4,800 that month. So an extra 1,600 bucks. And that's, there's a lot of other factors within that, right? That's assuming that maybe the subscribers that are on the account have not been completely exhausted, right? Like if you haven't gained any subscribers last month or the month before, but a 1 to 2 ratio we would consider to be like pretty low and kind of like a concerning thing for you. Like you should be concerned because that's
Okay.
yeah, like that's really not good. And not because we have a bias to tell you that your current team is not doing good,
Yeah.
right? Not because of that, but
Yeah.
in reality, like our one
Just
client,
like
yeah, I was
where
gonna say
you,
our one client Cameron, right? She has I think it's a 1 to 9 ratio, so she'll do like $1,000 in for every like $1,000 she does in subscriptions, she'll do like 10,000, nearly 10,000 in message and tips combined, right?
Really good.
Yeah, there's a couple different factors into why, right? And this could be one of the reasons why. What is your current content strategy happening on the OnlyFans account? Are you guys making sexting sets? Are you guys making sequences, drips? There's a whole bunch of names for them. But what does that kind of strategy look like? Is it full nude content? Is it safe for work content? Like, give us an understanding of what's kind of happening within the account, like
Yeah,
the sales strategy.
I have a lot of content because, like I said, I've been making content since 2020, but I only started doing sexting like last year. So I do have like sexting sets that they run out, and it kind of starts with like a teaser, and then it gets like more explicit the more they pay, and then ends up with like a orgasm video.
Okay.
Um, and then I also just have like a lot of just like videos, like just
yeah.
regular like
Sure.
porn videos
Mm.
that they
Like joint
sell,
work content or just like solo?
both. And I
Okay.
have a lot of like lesbian content too from those collabs I've done.
Okay.
And I've got, yeah, I've got like a lot of content. Like my vault has a lot in there, but like not necessarily like a lot of sexting sets. Like I have maybe like 7 or 8 sexting sets. Like I feel like I need to make more
Are they requesting
sexting.
content from you like weekly for the account?
Not really, no, like not specifically. Like it's kind of like a bit vague. Like,
Okay.
yeah, like it's not like really clear like exactly what I need to do. But also I have been quite busy like with my other job. But I am trying to like make my OnlyFans more a priority and like give myself more time for it.
And what do
So
you do outside
I
of
work
all?
at I work at a strip club.
Oh
Like
yeah.
I work
Okay.
nights. So I was working like an hour away at like a different club and then like staying in a like I live a bit out of Melbourne. So I was like living in Melbourne. I'd like catch a train, go stay at my friend's house, like work 12-hour shifts every night and then like come back home and be like exhausted. So now I've like swapped clubs. So now I only work like 10 minutes away, just Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and my shifts are only 8 hours. So I have like I feel like I have a lot more time now on my hands, and I like really want to make the most of that time and like put it into my OF.
Yeah, like curious, how much time do you really have now, like to dedicate towards growing your OnlyFans, whether it's making OnlyFans content or social media content? Like how much time?
Well, I just work Thursday, Friday, Saturday now from like 8:30 p.m. till 4:30 a.m. So like I have all the other days, so like 4 days. And I also have like the time before I start work. Like tomorrow, I'm doing a live before the club because before I would start work at 6 p.m. on a Saturday, but now I start at 8:30. So I have time to do like a live on a Saturday. And I know like, well, my friend said like Saturday lives are way better than weekday lives. So I'm going to try that out because I've never been able to do one on a weekend before.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you have a good amount of time.
It's better now. Like before, it would be like I would not be able to do anything between Thursday and Sunday. So I'd have like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but like Monday I'd recover and then maybe one day I want to do something that's
Sure.
not related to work. So then I'd just kind of end up with like one day.
Sure.
But now it's
With the OnlyFans kind of, let me step back to that. The reason why we asked that is the strategy that we like to run is more safe for work in the beginning of the relationships with the fans, right? The primary driver and the most successful OnlyFans creators that we manage, and just the overall most successful OnlyFans creators in the world, primarily focus on solo content and providing that girlfriend experience to your fans. And um, we primarily focus in the beginning of the relationship with safe for work content, right? And what that means is just no nude content at all, right? So where you told us that a fan, I mean, this is very typical. Like we have creators that we work with currently that don't do this strategy because maybe they don't want to produce the content that we need. But assuming that you want to produce this content that we would need to do it, instead of it starting from striptease down to masturbation scenes, it's literally striptease to just like a little bit extra striptease, right? Like bra off, covering nipples with your hands or your hair, right? Like that's the most exclusive it gets in the sexting set. A fan then has to obviously buy those multiple times until we deem them deserving to begin to see more, right? And then the first layer to see more would be first to be able to see your top half fully nude, right? Not covering nipples. And then so on and so forth, right? Like they might get to see below the waist nude, but not masturbation yet, right? And then eventually they can earn something as far as like orgasm videos, which would be very, very exclusive, right? We like to sell the dream that a guy, because a lot of times guys are going to come in to the guys are gonna come into the account, right? And they're just gonna be like, let me see your most exclusive content, pretty much, right? Like, let me see a dildo video, right? We change the frame of the conversation to control that relationship with them, to say pretty much like, oh my God, I've never done that before, right? Which rewires their thought process of an OnlyFans girl so that they will then just spend more money because they're going to chase you even harder to get to see the content that they think you've never done before, right? It's the same thought process if a guy takes you on a date, right? The first date, he asks you to come in because he wants to hook up with you. You tell him no, he's going to take you on a second date. And then until he gets what he wants, he's going to keep paying, keep bringing you on dates, right? That's the same kind of thought process. So we want to change that up. That's not like an overnight process because a lot of the fans that are in the account currently, they they would be treated the same way that they're being treated now, right? Because they've already seen full nude content, then they're not going to want to buy safer work content, right? It would be for any new fan that kind of comes in. Now, I think that's a good thing for you because you, in reality, you have 155 fans on there. That's not like it's a good amount, but it's not a ton of fans, right? So getting another 155 or another 1,000 wouldn't be too crazy. So, I mean, your thoughts. I know it's kind of like an educational conversation that we're having.
Yeah, I feel like this is what my current agency is like trying to achieve. Like this, because before I went with them, my account was even more like, because I was doing it myself and I couldn't be like, I was like literally chatting myself and like I couldn't really be bothered like doing all of this extra stuff.
Yeah.
So I would just, when somebody was like, can I get a boy girl video? I just like send them a bunch of different like ones because I couldn't be bothered like nurturing the relationships or whatever. So and I would also sell a lot of PPV like because like I said, I was doing this myself and I like just couldn't be bothered chatting. So I would just send out PPVs like every day, like really cheap and just like sell those. And then when I got my current agency, they were like, no, this is not right at all.
Yeah.
And then I also had nudes on my feed and they were like, why you got nudes on your feed? So they changed like my whole feed to be like just bikinis and lingerie
Yeah.
and stuff. And then started doing like what you're saying, but I feel like not to the same degree that you're explaining. Like it hasn't been taken to that level. Like it's still, it's like they're
Yeah.
trying to achieve the
Yeah,
girlfriend
there's like
experience.
there's levels to it, right? Like
But
the first
yeah,
level is not giving away any nude content for free. That's like level one on the feed or on Twitter. Like a lot of people will do the marketing with Twitter. I know you mentioned it earlier with nude content. Don't do that. Don't do that.
no.
But then yeah, then exactly what you're saying. That's like the traditional way to do it is no nude content on the feed, no nude content anywhere, only paid content within the messages that can be nude, but we delay it, right? That's really the biggest difference is that they need to spend every creator is going to be different, right? One creator might have a threshold where a fan needs to spend $1,000 before they can ever see full nudity content, and then another creator could be like 500, right? But that significantly boosts the amount of earnings that we get out of the fans because it's really all about fan retention, right? We're always going to have to get new customers. We're always going to have to, right? But the longer we can retain our customers and the more we can get out of them, the more money we can get out of them, the better, right? Because if we show them nude content the first time they have a sexting session with us, well, it was almost easy, right? Like he can kind of just bounce around now to the next OnlyFans girl, right? But what would keep him coming back? Well, he hasn't seen it yet, right? He hasn't seen the nude content yet, so he's going to keep chasing.
That makes sense.
Yeah, the biggest
Yeah.
drive is like developing that parasocial relationship with every one of your fans. Like that online kind of like when people are obsessed with influencers or something, like that parasocial relationship, that's what we're trying to establish in the chats. Because I mean that's the only factor that comes out of that is us selling the most and for the most expensive price.
Yeah.
But we do it to a degree that like won't negatively affect your fans now. Like Jason mentioned earlier, like we're still going to maintain all the fans relationship that you still have on the account. The same thing goes for as far as like moving forward. Like we're not going to, for instance, not sell somebody content because of like our strategy. Like we're always going to pull the most, but it's not, of course, like if somebody's like, oh, I'll pay $10 for a full nude. No, we're not doing that. But we're just trying to pull the most money out of there possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Well, that's the chatting side, right? Just kind of like filling you in on like what we do, and even if we don't work together, that's like something you should think about. Social media wise, okay, we primarily focus on. I always put Instagram and TikTok together because they're both short form, but we primarily focus on TikTok, Instagram, as well as X, which you're using all three already. Now, I'll just kind of go through it quickly. Instagram specifically, I mean, not only do we help you figure out your niche, narrow it down, help you create the content, right? Griffin can kind of dive into that a little deeper, but also we do what's called a mother slave method, right? So we would just help you run multiple accounts on the back end that you don't have to worry about. That you would produce content for, that we would be posting on your behalf. Okay. Griffin, if you kind of want to talk a little bit about like the social media like strategy.
Yeah, for sure. So like the biggest thing that we're trying to do, Summer, is make your job as efficient as possible. My whole thing with agencies, like this game can be it's a very simple business model, but at the same time, it can be very kind of just hazardous as far as everybody's running around. You don't know what content to make. We don't know when you're producing content, this, that, and the other. So we make sure that content distribution between you and the agency is very smooth. So, through Telegram, going through, it's operated like a group chat. I don't know how you're kind of getting recommendations for content now, or whether if you even are, but we run that all through a Telegram basically set up. So it's just like group chat style. You send in content, we upload it, and we'll also make sure that, with your content, the biggest thing that I think you should be implementing as far as like moving forward is style selection strategy. So like picking 3 different styles, whether it's beach videos, whether it's, I don't know what kind of content you're posting on your page now, but just between 3 different styles that we think will perform in your niche, which we'll do competitor analysis to make sure that it will. Moving forward, the style selection process is like, every 30 videos, we'll go back on those views, make sure that we're picking the 2 best styles that pull more views, and then follow up from there. So it's kind of a process to where like a lot of agencies, they'll just kind of run whatever they think. With us, it's making sure that we're always trying to get the best style of content for you and not just posting whatever. And then as well as X, TikTok, Snapchat, if you have that option available for you. But overall, it's pretty much the all sort of thing through Telegram and running style selection processes. I'm just more of like a marketing kind of term thing. Like I run funnels and like all that stuff just because I used to work out in influencer management marketing out in LA. But that would be the biggest thing. It's just creating, like I said, just for more growth. Because, we want to make your accounts personal, like having that beach content, having it with your friends. That's great. Like we like when there's a personal aspect to it, but ensuring that like, 2 to 3 styles are consistently pulling us views, consistently getting us more followers just in general. That's going to be the thing to drive more fans.
Okay, cool. That makes sense. I'm not doing that at the moment. I'm just kind of like posting whatever.
Yeah. And we'll make sure like it's also easy. Like we're not gonna have you running around like, what the fuck do you want me to post? Like we have a meeting to make it very clear on like what type of content we're going to be doing, like moving and making moving forward. And we send you recommendations almost daily.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I don't do that at the moment.
Currently, you're just like literally making whatever you could think of, or is there like, are you following specific people that you aspire to be more like? Give us kind of like somewhat of an idea of what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of just like save different ideas that I feel like fit into like the girl next door, beach, outdoorsy, yoga-y girl that I am.
I mean, yeah, I think you did a great job with that.
Yeah, and I just kind of make content like in my life. Like I don't really like, sometimes I make specific videos, but like most of the time when I'm making content, it's just like I'm already doing something. Like I'm already on a hike, so I just like film the hike or something, or like I'm just already at the beach, or like I'll plan a beach day just to like get some videos or something, or I don't know, like it's not really like, okay, here are the things I'm gonna do. It's just like I just make them like throughout my daily whatever I'm doing that day.
Yeah. And like we would 100% want you to continue doing that because like I said, like we tell most of our creators, who are very kind of like, who are bigger, who's got to be careful about, like, what we post, the quality of the post, all of that. We tell them even to like, hey, like if you want to post a certain style of content, show your personality, show what you do in your life. We love that. Like more content, the better, right? But having, like I said, like those 2 styles that, we could set you up with, we decide like, okay, we have 3 locations that we know are pretty familiar that we can always film at, that have good lighting, good background, good setup. These 2 styles are pretty easy for you to create in a matter of hours or so, plan a week ahead, and then, we're good for content for 7 days down the road. And you only would have to do that a couple of days out of the week. But kind of shifting over to back to like, the whole agency relationship. I know the relationship you have right now is at 20% with your agency, though, they're of course only handling chatting. Are you looking for an agency for 360 help?
Like, ideally, if you guys can do all of what you're saying, that does sound better than what my current agency is doing. I just feel like I have a bit of trust issues, like after that, like original agency that I worked with, which is like the only kind of like the agency I'm with now is my friend. So like I trust her completely and I know she has my best interest at heart because like I know her personally.
Yeah.
And then so it's just really hard for me like to get a message from a girl online that I don't know and then like reach out and like even though you guys seem really nice and legit and like your business is really professional, I feel like it would
Who
be
reached
hard
out
for
to you?
me to
Yeah, let me clarify, Jason. I didn't prep you.
Evelyn.
Okay, so but I also wanted to go back to like the trust thing. Yeah, no, we're not really an agency who reaches out a lot. Like a lot of the creators that we have actually come through my YouTube. That's why I was like, checking my DMs, answering for you. But as
And also, just to add to the trust thing, there's very low commitment. Okay. We do normally ask for a 90-day commitment. That's it. And then you're month to month after that. And you can just cancel it anytime. And also, another thing to add trust is we never like connect our bank account to your OnlyFans. We never change passwords. We're not going to ask for your Instagram login. Your OnlyFans password doesn't get shared with anyone besides Griffin and I. Our own employees don't ever have access to it directly. Um, the money is sent to you, right? So obviously we don't connect our bank account to the OnlyFans account. The money gets sent to you. You send the money to us, based on the commission that we agree on. So
I mean, like, trust is one of those things that, like, obviously, we could say here and say, oh, we do this, that, and the other. But, like, at the end of the day, we would just want to have, a partner relationship. We don't really like to have a whole, like, oh, we're an agency, your boss sort of thing with our models. A lot of our creators, friends at the end of the day. And so, like, that's ultimately what we're looking to accomplish. And at the end of the day, like, I also have an image in this industry of just OFM. And so I also just personally with what I do have to be very careful about how I interact in this industry. And so trust isn't a thing, that you'd have to worry about. Obviously, I'm gonna say that either way. But I think just like overall, I think it was funny the whole like situation that we had at the start with Raven and the DMs and whatnot. But when you say like trust, I mean, is it just kind of a thing like, posting the wrong content, saying the wrong thing, just misrepresenting you?
Honestly, I don't know. I feel like there's so many girls that have gone scammed and like all kinds of things. Not that I'm saying you guys are scammers,
No,
or
there's
that
tons.
or
There's
that
tons.
I get that impression from you at all. But yeah, Riven, that was a bit weird, like because he
let's change topics. Your Instagram used to cook. I'm scrolling down. You have a video. Oh my God, fucking 15 million views. And every
yeah,
video is hitting like 100K, 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 21 million. What the
yeah, I
holy
know.
shit.
It was a good
But
time.
this isn't even wait. Oh, figure me if I'm wrong, but the earth is flat as fuck. That's super funny. And it doesn't even have you in it. That's actually funny. But
Yeah,
yeah,
all the
so all
videos
these
that
videos are
got a
cooking.
lot, I wasn't in them.
I'm seeing a change though. Um, like especially at this is like the end, right? These videos
Yeah,
here, right? Like minus the ones with other girls in them, right? Because like those are going to be something you can't
collab.
consistently always replicate, right? Because
Yeah,
collabs don't happen every day. But all these solo ones, right? Like they're literally cooking and then it just stops
my account got deleted.
and you
My
had to get it
account got
back.
my account got banned and was inactive for like 2 months. And then
Wow.
I got it back. Yeah. And when I started posting again, my engagement was so down because I hadn't been using the account for
Yep.
so long.
That's common. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Because
And in
the
that
content
time,
later on isn't too different.
Exactly. Yeah. It's just like because I had that break, I
Why did it take
guess.
why did it take so long to get back?
So my account got banned, and then I tried to appeal it and get it back myself. I couldn't get it back. And then I found out about this guy, Nietzsche. I don't know if you guys have heard of him. He's like a hacker. He got my account back. But then I couldn't log in, like it wouldn't let me change the password, and I had to pay him so much money to get it
How much?
back.
How much?
Like I think like 4 grand.
Oh,
That's tax.
that's tax. He's tax your ass.
I know, but I didn't know what else to do. And like my other friend used him and got actually a lot of girls I know used him and got their account back, even though they paid a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah,
And I
he
just didn't know anybody else.
What do we have
So
it now, Jason? It's like, is it
2G
29?
22, 2250.
22?
I can get cheaper, but I just like my guy for 2250 to be honest.
yeah, but he got my account back, but then I couldn't log in. So I had it back, like it wasn't banned, but I wasn't able to log in. But and I posted like one video, and then that video was like doing really well, but I couldn't like log back in to post anything else. And then I finally figured out how to log in. I don't even know what I did, but I figured it out. I got like I bought another phone or something. I can't remember. And then I logged in and then started posting regularly, and it was just shit. But in the time of having that other account banned, I started another account, and that other account is actually like doing better than this one now. So at least I have a second account.
Yeah. The other account's catching up. Let me look at it again. I didn't scroll through the content.
My other account is called The Winter Wild.
Yeah, I found it. Let me just find it again.
Is getting more clicks and more subs. I don't know if like the views are necessarily better. Like I think they're kind of on par actually, like when it gives me those insights.
They look a little better.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a little better in recent times.
I posted one video recently of me like doing the splits on a golf cart, and I keep getting so many followers
Oh
from
yeah,
that.
I see that here.
Yeah.
That's insane. That doesn't hurt.
No.
I haven't seen this video.
Cool. Yeah, no, these videos are good. I think like one thing that you need is, I mean, don't think one of the things I know you need is like a vehicle. And then you like a lot of the content that she's doing are some of the trends, just some filler, like fun stuff, one-off things like the split, and then she needs a vehicle, right? Something that she does over and over again. If you want to kind of explain what a vehicle is, since you're like king of content over here.
Yeah. All right. So king of content.
Being honest, bro.
No, I love that. I love it. Yeah, so with the whole like vehicle thing as he puts it, it's something that I like just think of it as something that you can always fall back on. And we create one or two of these for each of our creators. Kind of goes back to that style selection process. We also do that with I mean those style selection process kind of just falls in line, but we'll take and we'll try like 5 to 6 different styles, obviously, depending on what we see in there. It might be less, might be more. But we test those over amount of time. So usually 30 videos, 45-ish, and just calculate the views. We'll track them in a database. Just see what on average pulls most of the engagement, pulls most of the followers, where's the audience coming from, all of that. And then we'll niche that down into the top 3 performing, top 2 performing, depending on how many we have. And then from there, we'll run another 30 videos, see which ones out of those 2 perform the best, and then that will be your vehicle, and then we'll pick that and we'll run with that until it just stops performing at the way it usually does, and we run the whole thing back again. So we're making sure that you can post what you want. You can also post all the other fun stuff, just random verticals, bring in different styles of audience, people, fans, whatever. But there will be one style that we'll kind of even like discuss with you of like, hey, we're going to be posting these 2 styles of videos like over and over and over again. This is why they perform. This is what, needs to really happen in the video to make it perform. These are some examples that you can watch, but, every week we need at least 3 of these. Like that's the sort of thing that we run.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you can go really viral.
No, I mean, like, that's why I love creators who, like I was saying to you earlier, Summers, like show their personality and still pull views. Like the hikes, the
like
fucking
really trying too.
Yeah, it's like it's not hard content. And I mean, do you enjoy making content?
Yeah, I love it. It's fun.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, I'd rather do like I strip as well, and like stripping's fun, but I think I prefer making content more because I could just do it anywhere. Like I
Let me
don't
ask you
need.
something. If you were making,
How much would you need to quit? Like,
yeah, I mean, like, I mean, realistically here, I don't want to overpromise, but like, if you're making 40K a month, basically 20K profit, would that be something that you would quit your stripping job?
20K profit a month
Yeah, for you.
of US dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's probably about what I'm making from stripping. So like if I could make the same, like that's always what I've said. If I make the same from what I'm making from stripping, then 100% I'll quit stripping.
Awesome.
well, the thing with
Yeah.
because I mean, I've worked with a lot of girls that dance. The nice thing about it is that they could always just decide if they had good relationships with the club, like, oh, I'm just going to come in for these random 2 nights, right? It was a last second decision, make an extra couple thousand in a night.
Yeah, I definitely can do that as well if I want. Like I don't have
Yeah.
to go in every week. I can just work for like the big events
Yeah,
and stuff.
exactly. It's not like you're there and getting paid by the hour.
Yeah. But
Um,
even like it's fun as well because like when there's big events on, I can like do both. Like I could go somewhere, like fly in somewhere, work the event, and also like make content at the event.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Do you go to events often?
No, but I really like it. Like we went to, it's not really my niche. Like I went to PAX, which is a anime gaming convention because that's my friend's niche. And we all went to the convention together and like made content there. And I found it really fun, even though like I'm not into gaming at all. But like I love just like going to random stuff like that. And I'm gonna go to Summer Nats, which is like the biggest like car festival in Australia, and I'm gonna work for the festival. And they do like burnouts, like massive burnouts, and like I don't know. It's like it's not really my thing. Like I'm not into cars at all, but I feel like it'll be fun to go to. I don't know why.
100%. No, that sounds fun.
Should be
Yeah.
fun.
Or like the Formula One, or like
Have you ever
the
been to F1? Yeah, I was about to say Jason.
Yeah, I've been there.
I haven't, but it's in Melbourne. Like I would go to that. I've worked for it. Like I always work for the Formula One. It's like always so busy, and like the Australian Open and all of that.
That's cool. Yeah, I've never been to Australia. Not yet. Not yet.
I had a guy on
Um,
my baseball team who was from Melbourne.
Really?
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
That's crazy.
No, funniest fucking great just people. I like just Australian people, like in general. Compliment to the country, man.
Thanks.
Um, Let me share one. So, I mean, this call's a little long. This is very unusual, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, not
It's really,
unusual that not
really
unusual
nice
that
of
it's
you.
yeah,
I
no,
was
not
thinking
unusual
it's
that
really
it's
nice
long.
for you guys to give me so much like
Yeah,
time.
of course. No,
I
not
appreciate
unusual that
it.
it's long. Unusual. Normally we would start with a slide deck, is what I'm saying. Because I'm gonna pull up the slide deck now
Oh,
just to
okay.
run you through it. Normally we would start with that and then have the conversation. We went reverse because we wanted to.
Oh,
You had
okay.
a more unique scenario. You're more developed, and also you currently have management. So we wanted to understand those things first. So let me just pull
Yeah.
this up. You should be able to see it. I think. I hope.
Yeah, we good.
Yeah, well, I'm just go through it quick, right? So, how does this really work with us? You have your roles, and then there's our roles. Your roles are really just to create content for every platform that we're using, right? OnlyFans, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, X, any kind of content that we need, you would make.
Mhm.
Attend weekly meetings. We'll set up once a week on the bare minimum, meet, talk, see where things are at, and strategize. And then also just communicate, right? Just to make sure that we are driving the ship forward. Our roles, right? Business planning, making sure that we are doing the right things at the right time so we get the right result. Client accountability, we're going to be on you if you are slacking, but if you don't want to work super hard, then you're going to end up with the result that you don't want. But we'll be here to motivate you along the way. 24/7 chatting, went into that already. Content planning, went into that already. Brand deal sourcing. As you continue to grow, we'll be able to get you some brand deals. We have brand deals with like gambling companies, vaping companies, apparel companies, you kind of name it. Some of our creators have worked with them, even have like Fashion Nova as well, with one of our creators. Budget planning as well, that's a big one, especially when it comes to, say, you're going to quit dancing. We would want to help structure your lifestyle and your budget because, you know, you've been working for yourself this whole time, but we want to definitely help you make sure that things stay on track. Tax compliance, that actually does not apply to you because you are in Australia. We do not claim to know Australia's tax laws, so delete that part. But if you're in the US, we'd certainly be able to help. Digital marketing, we spoke about these kind of briefly, but also YouTube as well. A lot of our creators have been killing it recently on YouTube. So we would, since you like yoga videos are absolutely cooking on YouTube. So we might want to definitely discover that. And then paid promotions as well. We do paid promo. Let me explain too how this kind of works. This all doesn't happen all at once, right? So it's not like we are like the end solution, just sign the dotted line and then you just start making 10K, 20K, 30K, 40K a month. That's not how this works. There's a lot of time that goes into everything on our end, on your end, etc. First thing, when you come on, we'd start in phase 1. We work our way into phase 4. Phase 1, you're focused on making the OnlyFans content that we would need in order to run the strategy on the account that we discussed before. In that meantime, while you're making the content, we would prep our chatting team to get ready to take on your account. Once you've made the content, once our chatting team is trained and ready to go, then boom, we put our chatters on there and we are now in phase 2. In phase 2 is when we would start to get the Twitter accounts up and running. You currently have 2 accounts with decent following on them. We would begin to implement our strategy on those accounts and then as well as on accounts that we have in our inventory. And then you would still be focused on some OnlyFans content in this time. So 75% of your time would be on OnlyFans content. Just 25% of your time would be on marketing content, specifically for Twitter. And that's just pictures only. We don't do videos on Twitter. And then once we have an abundance of OnlyFans content, we go into phase 3. In phase 3, still some OnlyFans content. We call it 50-50, but really kind of depends. But then this is when we kind of get more into the short form content planning and also development on our side, right? So we would be running, like we have, I mean, I can't even, this is just a few, like we just have phones like that all just run Instagram accounts and there's some on the floor. Like,
Oh my God.
that's what we do. So like all those have like Instagram accounts on them. So you would have like dedicated phones that we would be using to run Instagram accounts on your behalf. And then that's obviously going to be up and running. And then we kind of transition into phase 4, which is like more one-on-one consulting, which we kind of provide anyways, to like everyone that really needs it. And then OFTV as well. If someone does want to get into the OFTV, we help script, we help edit, and we also help just like strategize the videos themselves on making them. Because like I think they would be really good for you potentially. Even just making them solo, some cool like even just yoga videos would actually go really well for you. And then influencer collaborating, we will do get-togethers. Like I just actually went to Mexico with a few clients, so you would always be welcome to come and we would do like a big collaboration. We have a videographer that comes with us, photographer that comes with us, and we kind of do those kinds of things. And more, because there's always something more going on with everything. So that's kind of it. And we did explain the flow of money. Fans send you money, you would send us the commission that we agree upon. So any questions based on that? And then we'll kind of dive into the next topic really quick.
No, you can dive in. I am planning on going to America next year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Have you visited before?
Yeah, my mom actually lives in Dallas.
Oh, okay, in Texas.
Mm.
Cool. I actually have family in Texas. My
Yeah,
uncle.
both my parents are American.
Oh, were you born in America? You said New Zealand.
No, I was born in New Zealand, but my parents are American.
Okay.
They just moved to New Zealand to have me. And then like my mom moved back to Dallas and my dad like lives on an Air Force base in Japan.
Okay. And then now you're in Australia.
And I'm in Australia, yeah.
Crazy.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Plan to stay in Australia?
Yeah, I love it here. I'm gonna stay here.
Yeah, everyone that I've met that's from Australia always says they love it. It's always like the most positive people too, I swear.
Bro, I'm telling you.
Yeah,
Great people,
now
man.
everyone from Australia is like super positive.
I feel like
Do you
when the
guys have
culture just includes an immense amount of cussing, how can you not be positive, you know?
They cuss a lot. You guys cuss a lot?
Bro, oh my gosh. Dylan on my baseball team when I was like back in
Maybe
senior
he
year.
does.
Well, like I don't know, but no,
I haven't heard Summer curse
no,
once on this
no,
call yet.
very
I
true.
don't. I
Really?
don't. No, not very
Wow.
often.
Wow. Is it
Maybe if I'm in a mood, but not
if you're in a mood?
usually.
Bro, this guy's mom, bro, she showed up to the baseball games. What the fucking shit is fucking like going crazy. Like nobody could
It's
shut her up, bro. It was
it's
nuts.
because my mom's from Dallas, so they like
Maybe you
they don't
got
like
the cousin gene
us.
left
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
The cussing gene.
It is, bro. It's the
Yeah,
whole
it's
culture in
hereditary,
Australia.
I hear.
Yeah, crazy.
Do you guys have any models in Australia or New Zealand?
No, not in either of those. UK, yes, and then primarily America.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's interesting. Cool.
Doesn't make a difference other than time zone.
Yeah, kind of.
Meetings will be difficult, but that's
Yeah,
about it.
meetings are difficult, but I'm awake all the time. Griffin's awake all the time. We're both just
Wait,
caffeine, nicotine,
That's right.
awake all the time.
love it.
Yeah, no, seriously. Any questions? Questions, and then
No,
okay.
that's
So
no.
my only thing is I wanted to just like just very bluntly, the commission that your people are charging you now is like drastically below like industry standard. So you're actually getting like an insane deal. Like I'm gonna just tell you that straight up, right? But you're getting an insane deal, but I don't know the quality of the work. I know that
I
yeah,
really
I know.
wouldn't say that it's too crazy of a deal. I think it's like decently fair value because you got to think of it. Philippine chatters, they're probably not outsourced, trained regularly, put in a management team like we are. You know what I mean? Like the chatter quality is going to be lower. And additionally, with that, there's not really help on social media. Like there's the collab stuff, but I mean, yeah, 20% is a deal. But I think, for what the services is compared to something, of industry standard, AKA versus like what we do, very big gap.
Yeah, so my point is just like full transparency. Um, for full management chatting, and like this is getting the result that you want, right? Um, which is more money in your pocket than you're currently making, right? Because you could have the next 3 months continue with what you're doing now, make the same amount of money that you're making now, anywhere between what is like $4,000 to $8,000 a month. So our services are more of a 40 to 50% range. That's where we start. For you, that would probably be like the safest place for us that we'd be most comfortable with moving forward. Um, your thoughts kind of like about that.
Um, yeah, like I understand that that's not that is industry, and that what I am getting is like equal to what they're putting out because they're mostly just doing the chatting. So that's kind of makes sense. I would be wary like of not getting results. Like I know you guys
Sure.
are confident in yourself, but I don't know you other than this call. So I don't know if I would get results. So potentially if I did like 40% the first month, then that would mean and then there wasn't, then my income would be down. Like, would you be able to do it like less for just to like build a trust, and then after like a month or so, when
Yeah,
I realized that you guys are legit, then we could put it up?
100%. Yeah, no, we'd 100% understand that and would be comfortable with that. Um, I guess, and yeah, and also too, I'd have to see more like screenshots of like the account as far as the analytics. I'd be happy to also throw in like a minimum guarantee of like how much money we would put in your
Yeah,
pocket.
I was
Okay.
gonna
Per
say,
account. Yeah.
like just to
Um,
ensure that you're not, you know,
yeah.
maybe on the first
It's
one,
just like
low
it's a little hard
possibility.
with your scenario because like you're telling me 155 fans, you're telling me $800 in 1 month in subscriptions. Like I just know, like, from our experience, that $800 in 1 month from subscriptions should equal 7,000 plus generated, right? Like
Okay.
it should, right? But I also don't know what's going on with your fans, right? Like, because I do
Okay.
know that your fans are seeing nude content sooner than our fans on our other clients would get to. So maybe they're kind of washed out, right? So I'd have to kind of see some more data before I'd be comfortable doing like a minimum guarantee. But definitely would be cool with like starting and then getting to a higher commission that we agree upon.
Yeah, like would you guys start on 20% for the first month just so that it's the same as my other agency and then I can see that you guys are trustworthy? And then if we are both happy with each other's service after
Yeah,
the first month, we could put it up.
this is what I'd like to do.
I think we'd rather set a minimum guarantee than that.
Well,
Oh
this is
yeah,
what
either a minimum
yeah,
guarantee or the same, whatever.
this is what I think we should do. Let us get more data from you. So why don't
Mhm.
we pull out some screenshots now from the OnlyFans account since we're here together?
Yeah,
Um,
sure.
and then let us just kind of look through them and then um we can just meet tomorrow and kind of put a proposal together and then just kind of move forward from there. So let's grab those statistics now. Are you on your computer right now?
Yeah, I'm on my computer.
Is
Like
this on
I'm
your
on my
computer?
no, this is on my phone. I can swap it. Or I can just
Uh,
screenshot it on my computer. Oh,
I was gonna say just screen share, then I could just screenshot it actually.
I can screen share on here and then go on it on my
Oh yeah,
phone.
yeah, yeah. There you go.
Should I do that?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, I click share, share screen. Wait, sorry, one sec. Zoom. Share entire screen. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yep. I see myself.
Mm.
And now I see
You
Griffin.
can see yourself? Okay. Okay, I'm on my OnlyFans.
All right.
Do you want to go to
Just yeah, go to
statistics?
statistics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hit that overview. And then let's take a little scroll down. Let's click on November. Actually, no. Let's do this. Just run custom reports. Just click on go up. Up. Click on that November right there. You should be able to edit the dates.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the drop down arrow. Go custom. And I'll go last 90 days, not last 90 days. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry.
This is last 90 days. And then just let me see the scroll down a little bit.
Oh, you can see stream.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, I took that screenshot. And then go over to engagement. Let me see. Oh, these are on your post. Now scroll over on the top.
Yeah, go to fans.
Yeah, there you go. Last 90 days. And then click on new subscribers. And then click on top fans. So last 90 days. Scroll down just a little bit. Shout out to Nicholas and Aiden.
For real,
I
man.
know they're the
Gotta love
best.
them.
I know
This
them
is the
both
big
like in real life.
Oh, from the club?
They both found me on OnlyFans and then came and found me in the club after.
That's super funny.
Yeah.
Um, click on reach. See how active the fans are. Where it says profile visitors, just scroll.
Like go down.
No, scroll to the this
Oh.
side. It's just tracking links. Um, All guest.
Do you want to see my tracking links?
Click on users. Okay. And then can we take a look at, that's enough for the OnlyFans. Can we take a look at your Instagram analytics?
Yeah, sure.
Are you logged into both accounts on here?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Do you want to see professional dashboard?
Yes. And then click on views. And then scroll down. Down to audience. And then top city is Melbourne. Scroll over. Australia and US. Okay.
That's not bad, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good. Brazil.
Brazil and Portugal are because I just started posting all this festival content and they love psytrance festivals.
Yeah, they do.
And a couple of like accounts collabed with me on that post and like they all live in Portugal. I started getting all these messages from Portugal.
Scroll one more, should see how many. Yep, 80% men, that's good. Change it from last 30 days to the max that it allows.
Last 90 days?
Yeah, there you go. Update, and then just look at the country again on under audience. Oh, it's not loading.
Mm-hmm. Audience.
Oh, it's going to be a
Only for
minimum of
30
a
days?
30-day
Dang,
or a max.
forgot about that. That's annoying. Never mind. Let's look at the other account.
Yeah. Where should I go? Views?
Yeah, views. They're both getting good reach. Let's look at audience again. Scroll. United States. Yeah, United States on this one. Okay, because it's only because you posted the festival thing in the recent is the recent time thing. So it'll probably go back to majority Melbourne and US again. Australia and US. Wait, yeah, did that say Australia was the second one? Yeah, Australia was the second one. Okay. Yeah, that's like the reason why I want to see that is that's normally some of our concern for any international client is that they are getting like the wrong reach, but yours is fine. Yours is great. Those are all good countries to be reaching. Yeah, you can stop sharing.
Yeah. Okay.
So, all right, so we took those screenshots. Then, yeah, do you tell me about like the hours of, like I said, we've never worked with somebody from Australia. Tell me about like these hours. Like right now is the morning. What time is it in the morning right now?
It's 3 p.m.
Shit.
Oh, it's not.
You're
wait.
16 hours ahead of us.
This just so happened you were busy earlier in the day?
I worked last night till 5 a.m.
That's
So
why.
I was sleeping.
I knew it
sleeping.
wasn't that bad.
Yeah, she's in tomorrow, bro.
Wait.
So over like I work Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So like I wake up late on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But the other days I wake up at like 9 a.m.
Wait, then what does tomorrow look like for you?
Tomorrow I'm working tonight, and I'm doing a live stream tomorrow, so I'm really busy tomorrow. But
Jason, are you just gonna get another call schedule to talk about more?
Yeah, because I wanna take a look at the analytics because like we're coming to an agreement. I just want to make a proposal, then we can kind of move forward from there about like what percentage we're gonna start at and then what timeline we're gonna get to the next percentage.
Okay. Well,
keep things smooth for her. So
then I'll group chat us three on WhatsApp.
All right, so that was the live call, the 3 different outreach methods, the DM templates, the sales call framework. And if you do all of that, I can guarantee that you will sign a client. But let me show you something even better than that.
It's called the Inbound Model Marketplace. And this is only available for my one-to-one clients. Here's exactly how it works. When I get leads from my YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, network, which is about 1 to 2 clients per month, these are creators who are already making close to $5,000, $10,000 per month, probably have 15 to 20 to 30, maybe even 100,000 followers on Instagram. They're pre-vetted. I've already talked to them, spoken with them, chatted to them about what their needs are, their struggles are, where they're kind of at with their earnings and other things like that. And when I don't want to work with that lead, whether I already have too many clients I'm managing currently, or I don't think that this model would be beneficial to me, because at the end of the day, like we said, A-tier creators are different for everybody. I will list them in my private one-to-one Discord community. It looks like this. New lead, 100,000 followers on Instagram, making 5K per month. Who wants her? $900, first come, first serve. And then my one-on-one clients compete to sign her. They pay me $400 to $900, depending on exactly how big and much this model is already making. And they close her on a call and start managing her. Yes, I have these guys call her. I tell her that she's going to hop on a call with Michael, Brian, Ben, whatever the guy's name is, and she will hop on a call, start working with her, and he is confident that she's making money, has an OF, has a brain, pre-vetted, knows that they're in a marketplace, and these models are okay with being in my marketplace because they see how much I earn with my own agency. And so when they know that you guys are directly trained by me, they're more than fine working with those agencies. And let me explain how much of a ridiculous advantage this is to some of you guys. And this is something that no other person on this YouTube platform promoting OFM does. Not any of your favorite gurus, not anyone at all. Normally, if you want to sign a model who's making 5 to 10K per month, you have to send close to 500 to 1,000 cold DMs, get 500 to 100 responses, get on probably 10 to 20 calls, which is probably going to take more than 1,000 DMs, and then close 1 to 2 of those girls. Then take 3 to 6 months scaling those clients. But with the inbound model marketplace, you skip all of that. I hand you a pre-vetted creator, $900, you sign her, hop on a call, immediately start making it. And if she's making 5K per month at 50% commission, that's $2,500. And your investment of $900 gets paid back almost more than triple in the first month of working with her. That's an investment nobody can beat. And then every single month after that, it's another 25, another 3, another 5, another 10, another 20. You get the point. My students, I would not let them do this personally, but even if they would to stay at consistent income, they're going to make their investment back every week, every month, whatever they do, their payouts. But when you're working with me, you don't just stay at 5K per month. We scale these creators to 10, 20, 30, $50,000 per month. And that investment of $900 probably gets close to 50x ROI. And that's the advantage. And it is only available to my one-on-one clients that I work with. And real quick, let me be clear. These leads come in about 1 to 2 times per month. This isn't a flooded marketplace where you're getting 10 leads a week. There's no marketplace in the world that has clients that have this much leverage, this much social status, and come in that often. But when a lead does come in, you're the first in line to sign her. While everyone else is sending cold DMs, getting ignored, having trouble signing good clients, you're getting direct access to a creator who's already making money, already has a social platform built up. Now you just have to implement the exact systems that I give you and start scaling her. That is the difference. All right, so you just learned what makes an A-tier model, the 3 outreach methods, model to model, personal to model, agency to model, and also other creative ways, DM templates that actually work, the sales call framework, how to handle objections and how to funnel to the call, and how the inbound model marketplace works. Now, I'm going to give you a resource that's going to make all of this 10 times easier. And you saw a sneak peek of it in phase 2. Not only am I going to give you the DM lead table tracker that's going to count DM outreach scripts, that's going to show you a sales call framework that is also going to be built into another database that has your entire DM outreach scripts, as well as a sales call framework, and as well as a private call that I have. Inside of this, you'll get 10 DMs that I've personally used from all 3 outreach methods, the complete sales call framework, word for word, breaking down exactly what questions I ask, when I ask them, and why I ask them, an objection handling cheat sheet so you never even have to think when you're on a call with a model. All you have to do is read, and then a model qualification checklist so you never have to think twice about whether or not a model is worth it to sign in your agency, as well as on top of all of that, a full automated DM lead table that will track your DMs, track how many responses you get, allow you to test and A/B test exactly which DMs work, don't work, which ones work better, this, that, and the other. We'll show you your conversion rate, and we'll even track who you need to follow up to and send you reminders. And all you have to do is enter your email below this video. I'll send it to you immediately. And if you're serious about signing A-tier creators, you need this. So go ahead, enter your email right now. The link will be below this video, or there's a form below this video. Do it literally right now. Don't just watch and do nothing. I'm waiting. Doing nothing is what losers do. All right, besides that, let's wrap up phase 3. If you grab the DM outreach script plus the sales call framework plus the DM lead table, you now have everything you need to start signing A-tier level creators. Now, signing creators is great, but there's one aspect to this that is even more important. And if you don't do this properly, every single one of your creators is going to leave within 30 days. And that is onboarding. So phase 4 is all about onboarding. Now I know what you're thinking, Griffin, how can you make an entire phase about onboarding? Because this is the onboarding system that I've brought over 30 different creators through that has had a retention rate of infinite. That's right. I have never had a creator leave for not a logistical reason or for not a reason that we choose. So we let go of a creator. That is how good our onboarding system is, that we keep all of our clients know exactly what to do, and we barely even have to do any manual work. So yes, our onboarding is systemized. It is simple, but it is also yet complicated. We'll get into all of that in phase 4. In phase 4 is we're going to set the foundation for a long-term partnership. We're going to cover the 7-day onboarding checklist so you make sure you do it correctly, how to set up content delivery inside of Telegram, how to send scripts to the model and exactly those script sequences, the 30-minute ideology meeting with your creator on exactly what to cover, why you're covering it, and then lastly, how to treat models like partners, not problems or random people. And by the end of phase 4, you'll not only know how to onboard creators, but how to make them stay, how to make them scale, and how to make you both rich. So if you're serious, keep watching because phase 4 is next. Let's go. All right, my man Grant, welcome back, bro. So for everyone watching, Grant literally joined FANTRA, I think literally like 3 weeks ago to this day, like 3 weeks. And I'm gonna let him show you what happened. Grant, where are you kind of at right now? I know you just started OFM, but what are your kind of earnings right now?
So right now I'm at 13K since I started, on track to make 15. I signed a client. My first client was making 4K. We monetized some of our older social medias and implemented chatting, marketing systems, and brought her up to 6K. Just signed another client. She was around 4K too. Brought her up to 7K. And like I said, on track to do 15K or more by the end of the month.
So that's 13K across 2 creators. And when you joined, I mean, you were literally at zero, like fresh in the OFM space. And you were working part-time at a wedding venue, making like what, like a couple $100 a week, right?
Yeah, if that. Especially in the winter, it got really slow. So it's definitely been a big change.
Hell yeah, bro. And now you're on track to hit 15K this month in your first fucking month. That's great, bro. That's great. So like, I mean, tell me, man, like, how does it feel? Like 3 weeks ago, you were worried about paying for the program. Honestly, you were talking to us about how we could maybe delay the payments, and we're wondering if you need another job, all this, wondering if it's even worth it for you. And now you're at 13K a month. I mean, like, what's different? How do you feel, bro?
Dude, it's been crazy. Like you said, I mean, I was stressing about even paying for the program and got in there, honestly just grinded, put my head down, and, it's been completely different. I don't even know what to do. I mean, I've just, put my head down, like I said, and I'm here.
100%. I mean, no, you fucking you were one of the few guys who genuinely put belt to ass. Like for everyone like who's watching right now, Grant is somebody that was in every single call. I don't remember a call that you weren't inside of. You were the main guy asking questions in every single call, taking advantage of the support tickets, really just doing what the program was meant for. And, you joined 3 weeks ago. I mean, kind of walk everyone through like what exactly happened, because most people, they'll spend 6 months, bro. I mean, me and you both kind of know people spend 6 months stuck on cold outreach, not signing anyone. And, you signed 2 creators, but I know you had fucking options. Like you were rolling with the creators. So like how, bro? Kind of explain that to me.
Yeah, bro. So I mean, it was honestly, so I joined. I had probably done. I mean, I really found out about OFM probably a week before I joined FANTRA, and my DMs were shit, and I joined. I implemented your DM systems, everything you teach, and the calls. I mean, it helped a ton, and being able to get in contact with you. So started DMing. I had 2 accounts, DMing 30, 40 times a day on each account. And like you said, I mean, I had options. I got to the point where I was having to tell creators to wait a couple of weeks and, having to make up stories about trying to figure out which creator to sign. So, I mean, it completely changed the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's fucking nuts. And you also did, I know, like, obviously this isn't a method for a lot of guys that they can do, but you also did dating apps outreach as well, right? You signed 1 creator off of that?
I did, yeah. Because, I mean, you can do as much as, you're allowed. So on Instagram, I started getting these notifications that I had hit my limit for the day. And so I just kept going. I was like, what else can I do? Went on dating apps, started doing outreach. And yeah, like you said, I got 1 client off of that.
Bro, that's fucking fire. Like, the fact that you say, what else can I do? There's so many guys that'll just do like the bare minimum and think they're doing so much. And I really do live by the quote, like winners do everything that they can do and still feel like they're doing enough. It still feel like they're not doing enough. And the guys that end up staying stuck for like 6 months, 12 months and end up hating the business model, they do the bare minimum and expect great results. But you didn't walk in with those expectations. So I guess like what was the biggest thing that clicked for you, bro? Because before you joined, you told our team that you were struggling to find those quality leads that were actually wanting to work and actually had good creators to commit to calls at least. Like what kind of changed
Yeah.
since then?
So, I mean, really, and like I said, it's all been, it's super, super valuable to have your exact systems to work with because, like you said, like I had nowhere to go. Like, no, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what creators to look for. But in your modules, talking about what type of creators to look for, how to work in the DMs to get them on that call, and that's where I was messing up. I didn't know where to move once I got a response, things like that. And so, I mean, literally from A to Z, bro, it all clicked once I got on because you have your sales call module that I mean I have 100% close rate right now, and it's like, and that's on probably 8 calls. So I mean it's clicked, everything's clicked, man.
That's impressive, bro. And like you say, the second that you fix those things, boom, fucking 2 creators just right there and then in 2 weeks. And that's what I'm talking about, bro. That's impressive. And you didn't, like you said, you didn't sit on those modules for a month watching them and just trying shit. Like you implemented immediately the second you saw them. When I gave you my advice, I saw you working immediately. And most people, they watch those videos and they don't do shit, just like they do with YouTube and all of these other things. So now you got 2 creators. You're managing content, chatting, marketing, everything. Before joining, I know you knew like the OFM basics, but didn't know how to scale after onboarding. Like you got a model, what do I do from that point on? So what kind of changed, after we built those systems in place, like the marketing, having everything in place, the chatting system, like what was kind of the eye opener for that?
Yeah, I mean, thing is, all the gurus on YouTube, everything, they give information, but they don't go in depth. They don't give you everything you need. And so it just being in the course, being in the mentorship, I guess, or consulting, it gives you the opportunity to genuinely see what works. And so the chatting scripts you have, everything like that, your competitor research, I've been running all of that. And I mean, each creator just boomed. And like I said, they had previous Instagram accounts, things like that, but we worked with that instead of just kind of letting that sit in the background and already scaling. So which is all stuff I had no clue about before I joined.
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. And I remember during our onboarding call, I told you, do not try and figure this out on your own. Like, you have resources in place, there's modules, there's all the information, but there's also, access to me. And so my biggest thing was, send those support tickets, like everything, every question you have, every issue you have. How helpful was that for you?
Dude, it's been great, and I mean, I'm sure I annoy you. I'm sure you check your Discord every day and see a ticket, but I mean, super helpful. You know, you've gotten back quick every time, and it's it's not like I'm having to take time out of either of our day to hop on a call real quick, but it gets answered every time. I get those Loom videos, things like that. Get your experience and your information back, and it's been great.
Sick, bro. Sick. And then, that's the thing. A lot of courses they just give you 10 hours of bullshit videos and
Right.
expect you and they disappear on you at the end of the day. And you got direct access to me and my team. You send a ticket, you get an answer, you get a response. And I really do think that's what scaled you fast was, having those answers. Because you did have a lot of beginner questions where I'd be like, oh shit, like this guy's completely new. But then, you got the answer and you didn't just sit on it, you actually implemented it and the results speak for themselves. I know you mentioned us in the start as well that you didn't know how to market creators properly. Like that was something that you were also struggling with or curious about how to once you got to that point. Didn't know what content worked, how to test verticals, how to make sure what you were posting were actually working, the tracking. What kind of changed after we dialed that in, bro?
I mean, it started, you're not just shooting shots in the dark anymore. Like, with your systems, it's the competitor research. You know that something's going to work at some point. You're posting the 10 videos a day of each type of content, and I've been able to dial it in with each creator to where we have, one or two types of content that we know works. So we're still testing other verticals, but we have content to go, fall back on that's always going to get us views and always going to bring in traffic.
Yeah, like you kind of know what to double down on, what to throw away, not just stick posting the same thing for
Right.
ages.
Completely.
100%. So I gotta ask, before joining, I know that you were kind of skeptical as fuck about programs, like the whole thing. You didn't want to get scammed, obviously, like we all do. You'd seen the fake gurus online. This niche is flooded with them. What made you? I'm curious, bro. Like, what made you pull the trigger on Fantra?
Honestly, so I mean, it's hard to get an access with some of these creators, especially YouTube guys, and also I feel like some of them have gotten out of touch with what it feels like to be a beginner and kind of the way you carry yourself, the way you talk on your YouTube videos even brought me in because and I've seen it firsthand being in the course. Like you know what it's like to be in that beginner spot. We talked on the last call about, your experience and your whole upbringing in the OFM space. And so that's what made you stand out. But also, I got on my first call with Michael, and that was my biggest question: is am I actually going to get access to people that have done this? Am I going to get access to Griffin? Because, like you said, there's a lot of courses where they just say, buy the course, watch 10 hours of videos, and never talk to me. But you've been very active. I always see you working on the Discord. Active. You've answered all the questions, so that's what separated is I get direct access compared to just sitting and watching videos, and if I have a question, there's nowhere to go.
Oh yeah. Okay, cool, cool. And did you try? I don't know if this is kind of obvious or not, but did you try any other open programs before joining this?
No.
No. Okay. I mean, yeah, like kind of like you said, most courses they're literally designed to take your money. Like this isn't a course, this is, consulting. You get access to me, you get access to what I do, over the past 2 years, everything that I've implemented. I think that's also like a good help for like, you guys have access to the same SOPs before I even started my YouTube channel that I was using, that I was, editing, constantly working on this, that, and the other. Okay, cool, bro. So you've been in Fantra for 3 weeks. You've gone from zero, like zero in every aspect, to 13K a month. What from the program feel like, it helped you the most? So like what are the specific things that took you from, doing that part-time wedding venue thing to actually getting to 13K a month in 3 weeks? Like I'm even curious about what specifically helped you.
So, I mean, it's all obviously just a bunch of gears that, build the same system. But I think the biggest things for me have been the onboarding process, what to do, when you have that creator ready and how specific you get with that, the acquisition process, and finally the chatting, the scripts, because a lot of people talk about marketing and I guess you could learn it on YouTube. I mean, not your methods and the way that it's worked for me, but the GFE stuff that you've helped me out with, the chatting, things like that. Like, you can't find the type of resources that we get from you anywhere else. And so I think that's been huge for me. And also, it feels as if, you're going through the process with me. The Instagram accounts, things like that. I send you in a screenshot and, you run over it. You tell me, yo, this looks good. This looks like shit. And you're honest with me. But it's like, you're willing to go through that process with me and with everybody in the consulting group. And so I think that's all been huge.
I love that, bro. And, you didn't, like I said earlier, you didn't just sit on the modules and watch them. You actually implemented. You sent the tickets, you asked the questions, you stayed locked in, you showed up. And that's the difference between you and, most guys that stay stuck for real. All right, bro. Well, last few questions here. I got to ask, kind of like, what would you tell somebody watching this? Maybe the viewer watching this who's stuck with OFM, maybe they're also starting. And, to be frank, I don't usually like to take on a bunch of beginners. And that's why I think, me and Grant both decided that the one-on-one, the exact one-on-one, obviously we're going to be working one-on-one in the future, but the exact one-on-one program that I have wasn't really the right match just because, we waste a lot of time with just one-on-one, especially in the beginning. But now that you are at the point that you are, you actually implemented what was told. You definitely, we're going to be working a one-on-one soon. But like I was saying, what would you kind of tell somebody watching this in OFM if they're stuck and doesn't know if they should join?
I think the biggest thing is take action. So many people, and there's even, I've seen a couple people in the Discord, the free stuff. It's like you're not taking action. You can watch as many videos as you want. You can, learn it till you're a genius in OFM. But if that takes a year and you don't take action, none of it matters. And so you have to just start, because I didn't know shit, but I started, I learned along the way. I'm allowed to go back and look at those modules, go back and look at the things we've talked about. And it's all about just getting off your feet and just starting. Even if you're not, a master at it yet, that's the best way to learn.
Facts, 100%. And for somebody kind of like on the other end of it, maybe who bought a shitty course before and got burned, got scammed by one of these other OFM gurus, whatever, what would you say to them? I
would say that, if you have a bad ex-girlfriend, you're not going to stop looking for a girlfriend, And so this is different. I have buddies that have joined other OFM courses, and they have all told me their experiences, and I compare it to mine and I tell them about mine, and they're all looking to get into. One of them joined your free group recently and is looking to get into the paid group. And it's like, this is a different experience. You're working through things with us. You're not just, like we've said a couple of times, you're not just throwing information at us and hoping it sticks.
Yeah, facts. And look, I'll say this, Grant joined 3 weeks ago. He was skeptical about the programs. He didn't want to get burned, understandably, but he still pulled the trigger, and immediately started implementing everything. Sent support tickets, gave him everything, used that information and locked in, signed 2 creators in 2 weeks, more or less could have had 5 creators, but we both decided that was not the best option to start with a bunch of creators. I'm a big guy on scale 2 or 1 vertically as much as we possibly can. So we're looking to get these creators in the next few months, 20, 30, 50K a month. And now he's at 13K a month, on track to make 15. Probably next week, if you have a good chatting week, he'll be at 15. And he had access to the inbound model marketplace, even though you didn't really need it. If that is something in the future, maybe. But this is what happens when you actually implement, instead of just watching videos like everybody else does. And so I appreciate you coming on, Grant. Let's get you to 30K a month next. We'll have a little updated case study for sure. What do you think about that, bro?
Bet that, bro. Just let me know.
100%. And guys, if you are looking to start or scale your OFM agency, make sure you click the first link in the description. It's the same link that Grant probably clicked way back 3 weeks ago. Join completely free Discord. You can see exactly, kind of who I am, what I do. We're starting to do live weekly Friday calls in there now. That's going to be sick. I think Grant's even going to be joining up in there as well as a free course. But yeah, other than that, boys, that's it. Peace. And Grant, I appreciate you, dog.
Later, bro. Appreciate you.
Phase 4, onboarding. This is where most agencies fuck it up. You finally signed that A-tier level creator that we've been working so hard to do so. She's hyped, you're hyped. The first thing you think is, man, I cannot wait. This is it. I'm going to get this creator to 20K a month. And then 30 days later, she ghosts you. Why? Because your onboarding was trash. You didn't set expectations. You didn't set a clear roadmap. You didn't build trust. You just threw her into a bunch of chaos that you call your agency in hopes that she figures it all out. And when she didn't, she left. And here's the truth. The first 7 days of you working with a client will determine whether or not she stays for another 6 months or leaves after the first 30 days. If you nail onboarding, she will trust you. She will follow your system. She will listen to your advice. And overall, she will scale with you. But if you fuck it up, she's gone. So in this phase, I'm going to show you the exact 7-day onboarding checklist that I do day by day, step by step, what to do, what to send, what to say. And by the end of this, you will never lose another creator to bad onboarding. Let's go. First, let me explain why onboarding is so critical in the first place, why it's so crucial to the life expenditure of you and your model's relationship. When a model signs with you, look at it from her perspective. She's taking a risk. She's giving up her income. At the end of the day, she doesn't know if you're legit. She doesn't know if you're going to scam her. She doesn't know if you actually know what you're doing. All she knows is you made promises on a call and she is hoping that you deliver. And with so many agencies nowadays making over promises and massively under delivering, your job in the first 7 days will dictate whether she thinks of you as another agency that she made a bad decision with or the final and right move that she has made. So with that being said, your job in the first 7 days is to show her that you're the real deal. Here's what happens if you don't onboard a creator properly. Day 1, you send her a contract, you say, sign this. She does it. Day 2, you say, start posting content. Day 3, she posts a random reel that you recommended her and gets 500 views. She's confused. She's doing the same thing she was. Day 4, she doesn't know what to do next. Day 5, she's messaging you, hey, should I post this? Hey, what are you guys posting? Day 6, you don't respond because you're busy with other shit trying to figure out how to scale this creator. And day 7, she's frustrated and starts thinking, this agency doesn't know what they're doing. And by week 2, she's already looking for another manager. And by week 4, you've been ghosted. And that's what bad onboarding looks like. And I see it all the time. Now, here's the contrary to that. What good onboarding looks like. Day 1, you send the contract, you set expectations, you set up communication, you send her scripts to make, and you give her a clear roadmap about what's going to happen over the next week. Day 2, you set up the Telegram, set up communication, send Loom videos for SOPs on what she's exactly going to have to do as far as making scripts, delivering content, and everything else. Day 3 to 4, you have a 30-minute meeting with her to align exactly what you guys are going to start marketing, how the content is going to work out, what to film, how to film it, and why we are filming this type of content. Day 5 to 7, you get the chatters ready, you organize the vault to sell, you get the inflow fully ready, and you align and you launch. And by day 7, she knows what's going on, she trusts you, and she's excited, and she's not going anywhere. And that is the difference. And the goal of onboarding is fairly simple. By day 7, your model should feel, 1, clear. She knows her role, she knows what you guys are doing, and both visions are very, very aligned. Second to this, she should feel confident. She shouldn't have to feel like she's constantly checking up on you. You shouldn't feel like she has to constantly tell you what she's doing. Both roles are confident and you're both executing on what needs to get done. And day 3, if your model isn't excited to start working, excited to film content, you've done something wrong. If she feels all 3 of those things, she's locked in. You're ready to go. She's ready to go. However, if she's confused, unsure, or frustrated, you've somewhere fucked up. So let's make sure that you don't fuck up. All right, here's the exact 7-day timeline that I use. I'm gonna walk you through every single step of this day by day. And by the end of it, if you follow this step by step, your onboarding will be completely flawless. So let's get straight into it. All right, so this is the onboarding checklist. This is the 7-day rice trail, by the way, SOP of how we onboard clients. So let's get straight into it. Day 1, sales call closed. Now, obviously, this is where you start onboarding the creator. I do have a little bit of a tip for you guys. If your model at any point, let's say you're on the sales call and she says, you know, hey, I know you sent all the contract. Let me get a day to think about it. Let me get 2 days to think about it, whatever. If you're on the call with a client, do not let her hop off that call unless it genuinely, she needs time to think about it or whatever. But if she's like, hey, do you mind if I get like a day to 2 days to look over the contract and sign it? This is what I say. It saved me probably 3 or 4 times where it would have been 2 days delayed when I could really just sign it on the contract or sign the contract on the call. And this is all I say. I say, you know, hey, Marissa, you know, that's totally fine if you want to take some time to think about it. Is it more of a, I want to take some time to look over the contract and understand all of the legal jargon that comes along with it? Or is it like I genuinely need 2 days to think about whether or not I want to make this decision? 90% of the time, if you've done the call correctly, you will be able to just flow through that, and she'll probably say, "Oh, I just want to understand the legal jargon. I just want to make sure, I know what I'm getting into." I always say, yeah, 100%, Marissa. Like, if it's between me and you, we're the ones who have attorneys at our agency who makes the contracts, and they explain it all to us. If you'd like, I can screen share the contract and we can walk through the entire thing together, each clause, each termination factor, everything. So you can, really understand it in English terms. Would that be helpful for you? Obviously, she's going to say yes, share the contract on the screen, walk through what it all means. And then at the end of it, hey, Marissa, like overall, if you understood the contract, do you have any questions? No, I think I'm all good. All right, you ready to sign it? Awesome, let's go, right? Sign on the call. But anyways, sales call is closed. Then you're going to send a contract through Dropbox. I don't care if it's through Dropbox, but you can do DocuSign, HelloSign, Dropbox. There's tons of different free, or at least semi-free, like they'll let you send 3 to 4 free contracts every single month. Tons of free options. But the second you send the contract, within the first 20 minutes, I want you to, this is optional, but this is something that we do as an agency. We make a make or NAN automation to basically have an automation that says whenever this contract template gets signed, so we have a template inside of Dropbox, whenever that template gets signed, it pulls information out of Dropbox and they enter their name, phone number, and email. So we have their contact information that we then can go use to send them an evergreen welcome letter. So we'll basically, this is an example that I pulled off Canva. Ours is a little bit more in-depth and lucrative, but it has a little bit about us, our team members. But this is the most important part. Now, if you guys want to just film a Loom video, basically explaining this, that's fine. All this video is explaining is basically, hey, welcome to Outlast Agency. So, congratulations on your decision. We're excited to have you. This video is strictly to introduce you to our agency, introduce you to our team, and walk you through a little bit more about what we do and how we do it. It is just going over the next 7 days. What I'm about to cover with you is simply what I'm going over in that video, but you can make this in Loom. So we'll go over, Telegram channel, scripts, sequences, text and group chat, all of that. But like I said, this is optional. It just makes the whole process a lot more efficient and also professional. Done within the first 20 minutes. Now, within the first 24 hours, I want you to set up 3 different things. Number 1 is a texting group chat. If you haven't already, rotate off Instagram DMs, rotate off Telegram, WhatsApp. If you can get on iMessage, that's the best, in my opinion. Now, for the group chats, I had guys ask me, what do we name these group chats? Just don't overthink it. Just name it your agency X, her name. Like we'll do Outlast X Marissa, Outlast X Sarah, simple like that. This is going to be for all communications. And this is like what you can explain in your Loom video is say, hey, that texting group chat that you're already inside, it should be named something like Outlast X, your name. That's going to be for all communications, whether you have an issue about YZX, XYZ, Z, whatever. Simply put it as communication. Now, Telegram channel. This is going to be for content delivery and content distribution. Her sending you content, you sending content recommendations, you downloading content, this, that, and the third. What I recommend is to make a Loom SOP on how the Telegram works. So build out the entire Telegram, the topics, the delivery, everything, okay? And then after you build that out, make an evergreen Loom video that you can save, have all of your Loom videos on one document. Just say SOPs for your agency, right? And then say Telegram explanation video, have the Loom link, and then every single time that you sign a creator, send over that Loom to that creator, say, hey, Marissa, this is a Loom video explaining how the content distribution is going to work in our agency. So if you have any questions, just let me know. That way you don't have to go through it and explain to every single model. Don't waste your time. So that's going to be for content distribution. Set that up. So far we have texting group chat, content distribution, and then we're also going to send scripts and sequences. Now, you may have noticed within the first 24 hours, we have not logged into any social media. We have not started posting. We have not done any of that. And there's a serious reason for that. Social media, you cannot go viral in 24 hours. You can't change one thing and blow up. You can't do any sort of monumental change within the first 24 hours or even 7 days. So the reason why we send scripts and sequences first is to have the model feel like something is changing. Something is being different, okay? If you get on a page or if you sign a client and the first thing you say is, what's this login? What's that login? What's this login? Make this video, do this. It's the same shit that she's been doing for probably months. But when you sign a client and you say, hey, fill out this form, we'll get all of your information, but first, we really want you to make these scripts so we actually have content to sell when we actually do start marketing. she's immediately put to work to something different. That's not the typical Instagram, TikTok, whatever. So that's why we do send scripts and sequences. And also, by the way, boys, I forgot to mention this, but somewhere in here, before you get into this, there should be an onboarding form, okay? Now, if you want to be really fancy, you can do an onboarding form like us. We ask for, pant size, t-shirt size, bikini size, and also logins for OnlyFans, logins for Instagrams, all of her details, and also that is including the personality sheets. It's a really long onboarding form that gets everything about her. And also, even if you're not going to buy her t-shirt or pant size, it's pretty, it seems professional when you ask as an agency. It seems like, she's going to get free gifts, so which they can. Listen, guys, merch is cheap. When I got into this game, I thought like the agencies that were doing all these crazy merch drops and giving their models clothes were so, $1 million a month. Bro, $100, $300 for some bikinis and everyone for the clientele. Super easy to do, and it creates just a even closer connection with your model. Like if your model wears, your merch of your agency, it just makes her stay longer. Now, with this, I want you to sign into the inflow/the OF off that onboarding form that you get all of your details and optimize the OF page from day one, okay? That's something that will automatically start bringing in more subs, whether it's your discount, the profile picture, the banner, whatever, okay? Now, I also recommend make a Loom video on how to film the scripts properly. What I mean by this is we have a full SOP entire script slideshow with example pictures, what each script's made. Not only do we send that slideshow to the model for her to look at, we also send her a Loom video of me going through it and basically saying, hey, in this phase, like this is the biggest reason, the most important part. You want to make sure you get this right, get that right, with the angles, work on the lighting. We're really, really detailed when it comes to how to film scripts, because at the end of the day, that's what we're selling. That's what the money makers are. So we have a Loom video explaining exactly how to film that so she doesn't get lost. Now, while this model is working, while she's filming these scripts, in the next 2 to 4 days, I want you to set up a content plan, okay? Now, no, you are not going to be making this content plan every single week, constantly trying to come up with ideas, constantly working on Google Docs like a fucking slave. No, I didn't get into business to sit on my ass 12 hours a day and look at Instagram Reels. I went into business to fucking make money and lay off my ass, not having to stay stuck within my agency. So what I want you to do, this is going to be a one-time thing. You're also going to have a shared ideology meeting. We'll talk about that in a second. But what I want you to build is something like this. Something that has, for instance, content plan Ashley. It has exact videos and why the videos work. So for instance, move your hips, hands, and show range of emotions. Feel free to move around. Movements equal more reach. Example videos, links, giving the why behind every piece of content. Now, this is not something that you're going to send to her and then say, hey, make these contents. No, all right? If that was the case, you would have to send this to her every single fucking week, which I don't want to do that. I want her to understand these videos. I want her to be able to make these videos. If I said, hey, Marissa, make me 5 different car confession videos, and she'd bang out 5 perfectly. Hey, Marissa, make me 5 mirror posting videos. Make them perfectly, right? That's what I want, because that's efficient, okay? So the way you're going to make this, and also include how to batch shoot effectively in this document so she knows how to batch shoot. Now, the way that you're going to make this content doc is going to be on Google Docs, and I want you to do 2 things. There's 2 different strategies in here. The basic content research strategy, where you're going to take leading competitors in her niche, so creator 1, 2, and 3, and you're going to create a list of the top performing videos that you see. So your list might look like creator 1, mirror videos, talking head videos, skits, let's say ass shaking videos, reveal videos. Okay, cool. Creator 2, mirror videos, skits, talking videos, and goth videos, whatever, right? Creator 3, mirror videos, skits, and ass shaking videos. Okay, cool. Now, what are the common, obviously your list is going to be longer than this, more detailed, whatever. What are the common 3 styles that appear across these 3 creators? So what we're doing is these 3 creators that have the same resources, look, and niche as my model, what are they posting that is working, that is performing? Once we have a list of all of that, we can then say, okay, out of these 3 lists, creator 1, 2, and 3, what styles show up the often? Most often, okay? Mirror posting shows up on all 3. Talking head video shows up on all 3. And reveal videos show up on all 3. Okay, awesome. Let's pick those and start posting. Now, you're going to stop here and create the content strategy basically right around, let me just get my marker out here, right around here. This is where you're going to stop. You're not going to go into the style selection strategy. That's for after you're posting. That's for marketing. We'll cover that in another module. But basically, it's the same thing, just a different sort of thing. You're posting reels and then debating on which ones have the most views. But that's something we'll cover in the phase of marketing. But you're going to stop right here, technically, and you're going to take these common 3 styles, more like 5 to 6 styles, just to have a bunch of different ideas when you first start, but then moving forward, you'll double down on what's working and throw out what's not. So you're really going to be left with 1 to 2 to 3 styles. Now, I want you to take those 5 to 6 styles that you get from doing that and then make this document off of them. Like I said, for this one, it was mirror posting with captions on screen, dancing videos, car confession videos, reveal videos, and collaboration posts. So, like I said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Now, you're going to have a 30-minute Zoom/FaceTime with your model and go over these videos, okay? This is going to be the one time that you have a meeting with her. Don't stress it. Super chill. I always just say, hey, Marissa, are you free to hop on a 30-minute meeting with you? I just want to really lock in everything that we're going to be covering so that when we actually start posting, you're not confused. I'm not confused. I'm not constantly perfecting everything, so we can just move with efficiency. So with all of that being said, this allows you to, when you start posting and start communicating in Telegram and you need a lot of content, instead of having to send her exact links, 45 links every single week, you can just say, hey, Marissa, make 5 mirror videos and make 6 caption videos. And since you've done your due diligence of explaining that to her, it is very, very easy and efficient for her to make it. Because it's like if you were going to the gym and you decided to go to the gym, right? But your favorite gym shoes were in your car. You can't find your keys. Your wallet, you don't know where it is. Your gym bag smells like shit, right? Whatever. You have all these different obstacles to go over to actually film this video. The 30-minute ideology meeting eliminates all of that because you're going to, on that call, go over where she's going to film in her house, what lighting she's going to use, what outfits work best, how exactly to film the video and why they work. So that way, when you send her a content recommendation, say, hey, can you create 5 videos that look like this? She knows exactly how to film them, where to make them, and why they go viral. And that way, you don't have to perfect her every single time. I'm sure at the beginning, there's going to be some criticism. You're going to have to give her some advice. But after that, you're in the clear. Like with our creators, we don't really have to give specific links every single week. It's redundant. It's pointless. She can make content. Now, after those 2 to 4 days, you are still not marketing. You are still not logged into accounts. You still have not started doing any of that. This is strictly just for a plan. Days 5 to 7, I want you to place chatters, get their shifts ready, and get the vault/entire inflow ready to sell. Organize the vault, hire the chatters, make sure the chatting infrastructure Discord is set up, make sure you're ready to go, and make sure every single fan that comes into the OF page is able to be sold to. Has chatters, this, that, and the third, okay? After you do that, simply log into the socials, Instagram, Reddit, X, TikTok, whatever, and do 2 things. Either A, create real accounts. If she already has a main account, if she doesn't have a main account, create her main account. Most of the time for you guys, it's going to be just creating real accounts and then optimizing. All of her existing accounts, I want you to optimize them. So that's going to be profile picture, banner, bio, images, content posted, who she's following, etc., etc., etc. Optimize it, okay? And that's days 5 through 7. So let's review all of this. In 7 days, we have a place for content. We have a place for communication. We have the content we need to sell. We have the chatters selling that content. We know exactly what we're doing on the marketing end. She has a contract that's locked in place. We have real accounts, and we're starting to post in 7 days. Most of you guys would take ages to get every single one of those steps made. And even if it isn't, let's say it only took you, a week to onboard a creator, or maybe even shorter, you will not get this much attention to detail if you do anything else. This is the same process that I've used to onboard 30 plus creators, all with almost 100% retention rate. This onboarding process will keep creators. It will make sure they don't leave your agency. It'll show professionalism from you. And it also, you guys have it now. You guys have the exact resource that I use. So you're not lost. You're not confused either. When you sign a creator, you're not stressing anymore. You're not constantly wondering, what is she doing? What am I supposed to be doing? Am I supposed to be doing this? You have a full step-by-step, day-by-day, time by time process fully mapped out. All right, so at the beginning of onboarding, I know that I went over Telegram content distribution, and I wanted to give you guys exactly what I use for content distribution. So what I want you to do, this is very, very easy to set up. I want you to grab a Telegram group. Go to Telegram, click create a group, and I want you to name it your model's name. Add yourself, the content manager, your model, VAs, etc., whoever you need to manage content. From there, I want you to go into the settings and create topics. Up here, you should see a little button that clicks edit. And then once you click edit, click topics, enable the topics, click done, and you should have different topics, different separate entitied group chats. Each one of these group chats will be completely empty. They'll operate as their own little chat. And I want you to name them all of the accounts that you have. So TikTok at username, IG main, IG reels, X, OF wall content. Name it and organize this however you please. If you want to spread this out from videos, pictures, super condensed, go for it. If you want to set it up so thin and delegated as far as IG account this stories, IG account this post, you can. This is just what's most efficient for me, is to have every single one of these accounts in one Telegram topic. And a lot of guys ask me, why do I do Telegram over Google Drive? Simply look at this. Every single one of my clients, I have one thing to say. Every single one of my clients, when I switch over to Telegram, was like, Griffin, why have we not been doing this for the past 6-9 months? Google Drive, it's overly complicated. It's too many folders. Models get confused. It's pricey. Once you get over, I think free is like 60 gigabytes, which if you're managing big creators and you have a lot of content, you will get over that. You have to then pay for it. And you can't get notified. You can't review. Models get confused. But with Telegram, it operates like a group chat. Models love it. You can give advice. It's a simple layout, and there's infinite scalability. Now, there also is a couple of things that come along with this. What I want you guys to take note of is that with your models, this is going to save your guys' life. With your models, make sure that you and her both, it'll be different on both phone and Telegram on desktop, but I'll show you on phone because that's the majority of where you guys are going to do this. I want you guys to go into your accounts, and I want you to click data and storage. And then in data and storage, you're going to see using Wi-Fi and using cellular. Okay. Under using cellular, you're going to then see, and this is going to look the same for Wi-Fi. You're going to see at the very bottom there, photos and videos or files and videos. Under those, make sure that they're both drugged. See that 1.5 gigabyte? Make sure that they are both drugged all the way to the right at 1.5 gigabytes, both files and videos. And the same for using Wi-Fi. Files and videos, both 1.5 gigabytes. And then the last thing that you need to make sure of is that when a model sends in a video, it's going to look something like this. You're going to have the video here, it'll have the little play, and then right at the top here, it'll say processing like that. And then you will have, if the video is 2 gigabytes, you will have something that looks like this, and it'll say 2 gigabytes or 1 megabyte out of 2 gigabytes. Wait till this number looks exactly like this number. It'll load all the way up until 2 gigabytes, because if the model quits her app or doesn't have it fully drawn out, it'll only load to, and I think the normal one is like 10 megabytes, which is not the size of any video that you're going to send. That's really small. So make sure it loads all the way to that. Make sure your model lets it load before she exits out the app. That's the way you're not going to have any quality loss, which is a lot of guys' biggest issues. But other than that, that is fully onboarding creators, and that is how you do the content distribution. All right, so you have officially onboarded her. She's set up. Everything is running. Now, let me talk to you guys about something that's going to determine whether she stays for 6 months or 6 years with your agency. And that's how you treat her. The biggest mistake that I see is agencies thinking that they can treat their models like property. They think, I'm managing her. She works for me. She has to do what I say. And then they're shocked when the model leaves them. Bro, she doesn't work for you. She works with you. You're partners, 50-50. Remember, you're building this together. If you treat her like a partner, communicative, respectfully, fair, she'll stay with your agency. If you treat her like an employee, she's gone. And here's what treating her like a partner looks like. Number one, you communicate clearly. Weekly check-ins, hey, how are you feeling? How are you doing? Any concerns? Any updates? You explain why you're doing things and not just what to do. And you also ask for her input. Hey, what do you like about this? What type of content would you like to post? This, that, and the other. Following this, you respect her boundaries. If she says, I'm not comfortable with filming XYZ, don't have her film XYZ. There's workarounds. There's tons of different ways that you can avoid a lot of the creator boundaries that there are today with just, strategies. But if she says no, don't push her to do shit she doesn't want to do. This next one is a big one, and that is that you're transparent about money. You show her the revenue every week. You don't hide anything. You pay her on time every time. Or if you're getting paid by her, just make sure that you're communicative on when it needs to be paid, how it needs to be paid, and how much. Following that, you celebrate wins. Congratulate her. Send her screenshots. I'm sure she's not checking up on it every single day. Make sure you're actually tapped in. If she hits a milestone, you acknowledge it. And then from that, you support her when shit goes wrong. If her account gets banned, help her fix it. If she's stressed or overwhelmed or this, communicate with it. Doesn't mean she has to stop working, but at least communicate. That's partnership. On the other hand, here's what treating her like property looks like. Number one, you demand instead of ask. Film this content today instead of, hey, could you get this done today? With that, you ghost her when she has questions. She messages you and you don't respond for 3 days. How would you expect her to make content if you're not even responding to her? Additionally with that, if you hide revenue or pay her late or overall just is weird about the money side, if you're still trying to, scam her for $5 here, $10 here, bro, it's a business model. This is not middle school. She won't trust you if you do that. And talking about trust, you respect her boundaries. You push her to do content that she's uncomfortable with, she will most likely leave. And then this last one is probably the biggest one, is that you only talk to her when you need something. If you guys are only communicating, no check-ins, no relationship, strictly transactional, it will not last long. Nobody likes a relationship like that. And then when she leaves, you're like, yo, why does she ghost me, bro? Models don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's like, bro, you treated her like shit. Here's the bottom line. If you want models to stay, treat them with respect. It's that simple. Do you have to treat them like the queen of the universe and bow down to them? No, not by any means. At the end of the day, you're doing majority of the work. But don't forget whose other 50% you're acknowledged to. And I'm not saying this because it's the right thing to do, the morally correct thing to do. I'm saying this because it's fucking profitable. Why would you want, just because you have a big ego or you don't want to treat a girl nice, whatever the fuck reason is, I don't give a damn. My thing is, if I can get a model to stay with me for 6 months to 6 years and treat her kindly, if I have to suck up some of my ego versus treat her like shit and have a model leave after 30 days, I'm gonna treat her kindly. I care about fucking money. I don't care about talking nice. Because at the end of the day, a model who stays for 6 months is worth 10x a model who's gonna leave in 30 days. So stop treating onboarding like a checklist. Stop treating models like an employee. Treat them like partners, build relationships, communicate, and they'll stay. All right. You just learned why onboarding is make or break with your agency, the 7-day onboarding timeline, how to set up Telegram for content distribution, how to run the 30-minute ideology meeting, and how to treat models like partners and not property. Now, I'm going to give you a resource that's going to make this stupid easy. It's called the 7-day onboarding checklist plus the Telegram content distribution SOP. Inside this, you'll get day-by-day checklist, welcome message templates, onboarding form templates, Telegram setup walkthrough, ideology meeting script, and your first content doc template that you can send immediately. And if you want this, enter your email below this video and I'll send it to you right away. And trust me, if you're serious about keeping models long-term, you're gonna need this. So go do it right now. Right below this video, go into your email. All right. Phase 4 recap. You now know why the first 7 days of an agency is make or break. You have the 7-day onboarding timeline. You know how to set up the Telegram content for distribution. You know how to run the ideology meeting. You know how to treat models like partners and not property. And if you grab the 7-day onboarding checklist and the Telegram SOP, you're ready to onboard creators absolutely flawlessly. Now, here's the thing. Onboarding is what gets you set up, creates the base. But chatting is what makes you rich. Phase 5 is all about chatting, the money printer. We're going to cover the 3 chatting funnels that I use, how to hit 1:8 to 1:15 chatting ratios, how to correctly do the welcome phase, how to correctly set up an inflow, how to correctly set up an OF, how to correctly whale hunt, and also how to track every single subscriber. And as well as that, look at all those detailed analytics that nobody ever teaches you how to do. And by the end of phase 5, you'll know exactly how to convert your marketing into real dollars. So if you're serious, phase 5 is next. Let's go. Phase 5, chatting, the money printer. Your marketing is what brings people to the OnlyFans page. Your chatting is what makes you rich. I don't care how good your Instagram is. I don't care how many new subs you're getting. I don't care how good your content is. If your chatting sucks, you're broke. Most agencies are hitting 1 to 3, 1 to 4 chatting ratios, which means for every $1, they're on average getting $3 to $4 between messages and tips. My agency hits around 1 to 8 to 1 to 15 plus ratios, sometimes even higher. Same amount of subscribers, same type, different chatting. And in this phase, I'm going to show you exactly how we do it. In this, we're going to cover 1, hiring and team management, 2, how to run the GFE strategy completely A through Z, way more in depth than anyone else talks about it. 3, understanding buyer psychology and how to actually chat to specific people, how to hunt for whales, find whales, and then upsell so we can captivate the most money off of them. The 3 funnel welcome phase that I use to ensure that every subscriber is at least sold to or attempted to be sold to. And then lastly, how to track all of it. And by the end of this phase, you'll know exactly how to convert your traffic into money. Let's go. But before I show you the funnels, let me explain why your chatting sucks, why most people's chatting sucks. Because if you don't understand the why you're failing, you won't know how to fix it. So here are the 3 biggest and most common mistakes that I see after working with tons of people. Mistake number 1. No system. They're just winging it. Most agencies hire a random chatter off of Telegram. They'll just send PPVs and just see what happens. No funnel, no framework, no strategy. So the chatter logs in, they send some random PPV and hope that somebody buys. And when they don't, the chatter shrugs it off and says, I tried. That's not chatting. That's gambling. Mistake number 2, treating every subscriber the same. Not every subscriber is the same. Some guys want custom content. Some guys are just there for the PPVs. Some guys are there for the connection. Some guys want the full girlfriend experience. Most agencies send the same message to everyone, and then they wonder why their conversion rate is trash. Mistake number 3, no follow-up, no tracking. A subscriber comes in, buys a PPV for $10, and then the chatter forgets about them. No follow-up, no tracking, no relationship, and the subscriber never buys again. Meanwhile, that subscriber could have been a whale that would have spent $500, $1,000, $2,000 a month if they actually paid attention to them. And these 3 mistakes, along with many others, are why you're stuck at a 1 to 3 ratios. Fix them, and you'll start to hit 1 to 10, 1 to 15 ratios. So here's what good chatting looks like. A, you have a system. You know where fans are being funneled to. There's a purpose, a reason, a why behind everything in the back end. 2, you route subscribers in the right funnel. It's not everyone's the same. We're going to all treat them equal. 3, you track high value spenders in Notion, in Inflow, however you want to track them. You pay attention to things like that. 4, you follow up consistently, so nobody's being left. And 5, you build relationships and you're not just a PPV seller. That's it. And it's not complicated. A lot of people don't do it just because they've never truly been explained how. So this is exactly that. All right. So phase number 1, we're going to go through this whole entire Miro board breakdown. Phase number 1 is understanding the foundation. So 3 things I want you to know. A, chatting ratios. What are they? Trash, good, and elite. Like you guys know, a trash ratio is 1 to 1. If you don't know what a chatting ratio is, you simply take for every dollar in the subscriptions, how much are we making between the messages and the tips? To calculate this number, if you want to find out what your chatting ratio is, what you can do is you can add up the messages and tips and divide that by the subscribers, how much money you're getting in subs. So let's say you are getting $2,000 in messages and tips and 500 in subs. You have a 1 to 4 chatting ratio. Okay, simple enough. Now, the reason why you want this to be at least a 1 to 5 or above is because if you do not, that shows 2 things. A, your premiumness of the model is not at the highest point it can be. For our creators, we can sell an Instagram story for 45, 50 bucks without any nudity. But with you, if you're still selling nudity for 15, 20 bucks, your ratio is bound to suffer from that. So there's premiumness that comes along with upping your chatting ratio. And there's also strategy. Strategy, in a sense, if somebody comes onto your page and they're asking, hey, can I get XYZ, which is maybe the most exclusive thing that your creator will film. Instead of saying, yes, of course, here it is, buy it. outright, you say no. You hold them off and you lure them into a script. Oh my gosh, I've never done anything like that for somebody on here. Like, what are you doing? And then you go into the first stage of the scripts. I'm just laying in my bed right now. That's kind of crazy. Like, what do you even think about that? Leave them in a whole script, sell them on it. You could send them, stages 1 through 5 and spend $600 and not even have them get that most exclusive thing. Or you could have them purchase out the entire script and get paid way more than you would have from just selling one. There's strategy behind chatting. It's not just texting. Second to this, buyer psychology. You guys need to understand that there are 4 different types of people that come on to an OnlyFans page. A, freebie hunters. This is going to be about 70% of the people coming on your page. These guys are looking for, they're barely swiping their credit card on that subscriber button. They're looking for free stuff, nudity on the wall. These guys probably will chat with you in a little bit. They'll take their time to ask you about your day and ask you about, do you have this piece of content, but they have very, very little to no intention of actually purchasing. Now, there is ways to get these people to want to purchase more, to have an incentive to purchase, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Second to this is casual buyers. This is going to be responsible for about 20% of the people on your page. People that come in, subscribe, maybe buy a PPV, maybe don't text for a few days, come back, buy another PPV, just your casual buyers on the OF page. 3, you have your custom buyers. These guys want to get to know you a little bit more. These guys want exclusive content, something just for them, something that maybe you've never done before. These guys have huge upsell opportunity. This is responsible for about 8% of your fans on your page. 4 is whales. What a whale is anybody that spends, you can really classify this however you see fit. It's opinionated by the end of the day, but anyone that is, 50% above your higher average spender. So if you're, higher spender on your page is usually around $150 to $200 in a month. Anyone that spends, let's say, $1,000 in a month would be considered a whale or more, right? It's custom dependent per creator on whether or not how many fans are actually spending money. Let's say the average fan spends $400 on somebody, then her whale is going to be, $1,000, $1,500. But let's say average fan spends $10, $15, then her whale might be $400. It's opinionated per creator. Then you have funnel and friction. Now, 2 things that are very important, your discount and your OF landing page. Once they get off the surface platform, Instagram, X, TikTok, whatever, they are met with 2 last friction pieces. How much is the discount and the OF landing page? The reason why I call it a landing page is because that's what it essentially is. It's one last banner, one last image, one last little text to very try hard to convince them to subscribe, okay? So if you have a bad discount or no discount or too high or too low even, you can miss out on subscriptions. So make sure for discount, what we do is a 50% discount off of a $10 sub right at $5, usually has the highest conversion rate for us. And the OF landing page is very, very important that your profile picture is great. Usually we show majority breast here. Banner is usually a horizontal, taking an image of the creator that has, ass, body shape, figure, really showing off the model. In the bio, you want to make it seem like she typed it up. Something organic, not something that an agency and somebody thought really long about or this, that, or third. Make it simple, okay? Keep it simple, stupid. Now, phase 2, hiring a team. Now that we understand a little bit more about what chatting is, what types of people are going to be subscribing, what ratios we're looking for, what money we're looking for, let's get into who and how are we hiring. So, A, hiring about teams, chatters, VAs, anything. You have a couple options. A is Telegram. Go in Telegram groups. I listed a few right there, just some screenshots that I have of a couple. You can go online, going on sites like onlinejobs.ph, Donut Jobs, Upwork. You can also do this through your network. So if you know other agencies, if you know that chatters know chatters. At the end of the day, VAs know VAs. If you have one chatter, they most likely have worked with another chatter that maybe is out of work, this, that, or the third. Never hesitate to reach out to VAs that you already work with, okay? Now, when it comes to Telegram and really hiring in general, the more volume of leads, the larger lead pool that you have when hiring, the better. Because if you have the best chatter out of 50 people, it's a decent chatter. But if you have the best chatter out of 1,000 people, that chatter is going to be significantly more experienced, probably better, probably less of a headache to work with than a chatter out of 50. So make sure you have a big lead pool when going out of this. My recommended method for most of you guys will be Telegram. Will be to outreach on Telegram. You can either send a message in yourself, basically telling people I'm looking for English speaking chatters. You don't have to list the pay. You don't have to list this. Just say DM me. Experience. You can do requirements under that. I always say requirements are experience, must speak English, must be competent. DM me, and then once they DM you, you can send them a Google form. That Google form can be attached with additional questions. What experience do you have? Describe it in detail. Phone number, email, anything you want to ask them about their experience or just them in general, feel free to do so. And also, pro tip, you can include smart logic in that Google form to basically eliminate any of the questions you don't like. So what we do is we have an automation set up where when a Google form is fully completed, we get a notification basically saying a qualified lead for a hire has been inputted. We get the notification through Slack. So how do we ensure that we don't get this notification over and over and over again? In Google Form, we apply smart logic. So basically any of the questions, if they answered something that we wouldn't want inside of our agency, they get immediately disqualified. So with that being said, if they get disqualified, obviously we're not going to hire them, but when they get qualified, they're led to a kind of waiting pool until we have a contact at our agency represent us and message them and get them then to the hiring process, which is then hopping on a Google Meet or a phone call, interviewing them, looking at typing speed, speaking level, which is going to be self-assessed. You can do a live chatting test. So basically in the Google Meet chat, you can basically say, hey, I want you to play the model or your job as the chatter. I will play a fan and let's go through a few things and see how you like them. Now, moving from this, training. Once you hire a chatter and you book them into the Discord, you schedule their shifts, it is not the end. All right. Training and just chatter management in general is going to go on and on and on and on and on until basically you're done managing chatters. You have a chat manager, everything in place. But for a majority of you guys, this is what training should look like. A lot of guys don't do this. Number one is SOP Loom videos. You can see SOP Loom video for chatting Discord, maybe explaining the entire requirements. Okay. Remember these boys or these Loom videos, excuse me, you film them once and they're usable forever. Okay. We have a document that we send to these chatters, these Loom videos once they get hired. So they know exactly what to do, where to do it. And I don't have to waste my time explaining all of this to them. Welcome to Into Outlast Agency, chatter intro, introing them into what we do, how we do it, how we run it, what your job is going to be. But it doesn't stop there. Then move into documents and SOPs. So you can see we have 8 training documents all the way from chatter mindset to summaries, scripts, session structures, everything. Okay. And along with that, we have training included between videos, live chat, walkthroughs, reviews, everything. But the third part about this is monitoring. So once you have them in a place where, they're familiar, you've walked them through SOP, they know what they're doing, you know what they're doing, everything's in place, then you want to move them into documentation. So this is where they're actually learning, training on what you do, training on the strategy that you run, this, that, and the third. Third from this is monitoring. You cannot just expect them to intake all of this information and go be perfect, okay? You must monitor them for the first 1 and 2nd shift is what I usually recommend. If you have a chat manager, they can do this for you. So you can see in our chatting department, we have chatter monitoring. Now, the chatter is always going to be in this call live screen sharing, but Sam, my chat manager, is not going to always be in this call, obviously, right? Because every single chatter that is live in there, that'll be 24 hours. So what we do is we make sure the first 1 to 3 shifts are reviewed. Live screen sharing, unmute, this, that, and the third, whatever. If they have questions, issues, if our chat manager wants to make comments on what they're doing, they can. That way we ensure the best of the best quality moving forward. Because if you miss out on training and you allow them to just start sending PPVs, think of the repercussions of that. Not only does the chatter not make as much money, that means you don't make as much money. That means you are overpaying for a service. And third from that, remember whose content you're selling. Models can get mad easily. If they have access to the OnlyFans account and they see that a chatter is fucking up or not replying or selling stuff for too cheap, that can become a problem not only for your money, but also your relationship with the creator. Third from this is shift scheduling. Obviously, once you hire them in, you train them, it's ready to get them on a shift. Super simple. If you guys don't know how to add employees, you go to inflow, you go to creators and employees or employees, there'll be something, you'll see this add employee button, click that, and then you'll add their email, their name, you'll give them permissions. Make sure that you guys in inflow go into settings, go into roles and something along the line of roles and permissions, and then make sure under chatter, because there will be a select like role for chatter, make sure all of your settings are what you want them to be, because as they come stock, they have a little bit more access to things than I would like them to. So make sure that you go through your settings and you uncheck any boxes that you don't want them having access to. It'll be things like the vault, make a post, delete a post, things like that. Then create 8-hour shifts. We always do three chatters every single day, 8-hour shifts. The scheduling for this will be placed inside of Discord. Put the chatting schedule inside of the Discord hub. Also with this, if you guys are wondering exactly what we use for our chatter schedule, it is 3 chatters along with 1 reliever. So every single day, there is 1 chatter that has a day off. Not every single day. Some days, all 3 normal chatters will work, but every chatter has 1 day off a week, and that reliever will cover that day off. So the reliever works around 3 days per week, sometimes more if a chatter can't make a shift or this, that, or third. That's why they are the reliever. You can pay these guys a little bit less, but with the 3 chatters, those guys are going to be doing 8-hour shifts, covering 24/7 hour coverage. Moving from this, the welcome phase. All right, so in step 1 of the welcome phase is obviously the welcome message. First thing I want you guys to send is, OMG, thanks for the sub. What's your name? Okay. A lot of guys will send PPVs or they'll sell content or they'll just send something that overall has nothing to do with them as the fan. Like, we're not doing a lemonade stand. Like, if you walked into a store and the first thing that you were met with was a guy saying, hey, do you want to purchase this iPhone? $75. It's like, yo, get out of, like, no, I don't. You might get lucky every once in a while. You know, the 1 out of 50 guys come in, be like, oh yeah, sure, I'll purchase it. 90% of the time, your conversion rate on any welcome message that has a PPV and price attached to it will not convert, okay? And also, if it does convert and it does badly or the fan doesn't like it, that can be the end of the relationship like that. So make sure that you just send a simple, we like to ask the most simple question ever. What is your name? Everybody can answer that, whether they're mentally right, mentally not right, whatever, they can answer what their name is. If they don't reply, set up an automation and inflow, wait 2 minutes saying, if you respond, I'll send you a free pic, haha. And then additionally with this, if you wait another 2 minutes and they still don't reply, then you can send a free picture and basically say, is this what you came for? Haha, right? Just to make sure that you give every single chance to that fan to actually reply. Second from this, once they reply, gather intel, okay? I want you to get their name, their job, their payday, their kinks and preferences, their personality. Do they want the girlfriend vibe? Do they want explicit? Are they a validation? Do they have some crazy kink? What content do you want to offer them? When do you send big PPVs? Tell somebody, you know, their spending power of their job, you know, and track all of this, okay? So not only do you want to gather intel, a lot of guys will just try and sell content. They'll sit there, they'll chat for a little bit, and they'll just pry at the door of opening up to sexual talk or content. But some of our highest spenders on my model's accounts, the guys spending 5K, 10K, huge spenders, are the guys who 90% of the time in the chats are having normal conversations. I hate my work, I'm bored, I'm this, I'm that. I was going through a chat literally today, and you guys will see the conversation coming up here in a second. But these guys have normal conversations. So gather intel about them, because it will allow you to position yourself of how you actually want to sell to this fan. Second to this, step 3, create chat profile. So like I said, with your name, your job, your payday, your kinks, your personality type, the purchase history, the last message date, with all of that, gather it and store it, creating a chat profile. Inflow has this built in. You can see this is one of our fans. I just took probably one of the most interesting fan profiles that we have. You can read it. I'm not going to read that out loud, but you can clearly see gathering intel is a must, because if we didn't have this intel and we were to start chatting to this fan, what do you think would happen? A chatter would get confused. They'd say something else. He would realize it's not the same person, and that would be the end of the money line. So make sure that you guys not only gather intel, but store intel inside of this. Fourth from this, soft offer. Have a conversation, okay? I don't want you guys to be selling content like a fucking market. This isn't a market. This is a person, people to people connection. There's a word called parasocial relationship, and that is the 99% of the time the reason why these guys subscribe. Porn online is free. Everybody knows that. But what is not free is a connection with a human being surrounded by explicit content. That is what OnlyFans was made for. That's the whole foundation of OnlyFans. So have a conversation with these people, get to know them. That is making it 70 times more likely that they actually buy from you, is if you have a conversation, you get to know them. Because at the end of the day, that is what they're looking for. They're not looking for the craziest, most explicit piece of content. Sometimes they might be. I'm not going to deny that. But 90% of the time, they're strictly looking for a conversation and explicit fun. Following this is going to be phase 4. Now, this phase is extremely important. This is the girlfriend experience, okay? Now, what the girlfriend experience is basically making it less of a market, less of just selling content, making a real effort to act on that parasocial relationship that I was just mentioning. So there's multiple things that come across with this. A lot of guys think that the girlfriend experience is just you talking to the guy a little bit more, you acting like you might like him. It goes so much farther than the chats. It goes to what kind of content you post online. It goes to how much nudity there is online of you. There's a lot of stuff that comes along with the girlfriend experience. So one of the most important things is the OF wall content, okay? So as you guys can see, the profile picture, the banner, the discount, the bio, they all matter. You can see how simple this bio is. Obviously, for creator NDAs, legal reasons, I have to blur out all of the profile picture, the banner, but I will say, I don't believe, okay, it does show, but you know, I mean, that's ass right there, whatever. You guys can see the bio, you know, you're only one step away from seeing more of me. Don't be shy, come say hi. This is your last chance to get to know my wild side. Very simple. We're not creating a whole sales article. Like, it's like this girl got on her phone, typed it up, made an OnlyFans account, and this is what came out of it, okay? But it also looks good. It's not unprofessional. It doesn't look low quality. It looks like a solid page, all right? And with the wall content, you want to post stuff that makes them feel like almost, I say, Snapchatting. Yeah, we want to make it feel like we're Snapchatting when they subscribe on the wall. So, you know, semi-explicit content, post-workout, can you help me with the next round? Up for some late night fun. Absolutely no nudity, but we're wanting to tease the idea of nudity and get them wanting to click the DMs to see it. All right, we are teasing with this. If you don't show enough teasing or nudity or explicit content, they won't have an urgency to go into the DMs. This is the perfect mix to where we're showing explicit content, but not nudity. We're being exclusive, we're being explicit, but we are not showing any nudity that we could sell. So, aside from OF wall content, another really important thing is scripts, okay? Scripts are everything. You can see in this vault, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and there's also, I think, 2 more scripts below that. So 11 scripts in this vault. Upload all of this content using an alt account. If you guys didn't know, to get content into a vault, you have to create an alt OnlyFans account and then subscribe that account to your creator's account. Once it's subscribed, you can use Vault Pro and Inflow to select the account and then upload all the content off your desktop instead of having to send it in the messages. But the reason why scripts are so important is strictly because of leverage, okay? Like I was saying, if you sell somebody a PPV upfront, going back to what we said earlier, if they ask, hey, can I see you doing XYZ? If you were to sell XYZ, even if it's really explicit, you pay $100 for it, cool, right? So your total is $100 collected, all right, for that one piece of content. Now, if you were to stop them there and say, oh my gosh, I've never done something like that before. That's the most explicit thing, blah, blah, blah. And then slowly funnel them into getting you ready to do XYZ and funnel them into a script. Now you have, you know, maybe you send the first one for free, but then after that, $15, right? Stage 2. You have, or I'll just walk you through the exact, you can see how many stages we have right here. Stage 2, $20. Stage 3, probably another 30 to 40. I'll do 40. Stage 5, let's skip phase 4 because a lot of times you don't want to waste somebody's time. Phase 4, you're going to sell for probably close to $65. Stage 5, you're looking at easy $75. Stage 6, for full masturbation, that's a minimum of $100 minimum. By the way, all of these numbers would probably be close to double on our creators just because of the premiumness that we develop. But this is about average. So yeah, you can see, and you can sell more scripts than this, more stages than this, but you can see just because we denied it in the first place, we 3x'd the amount of income that we brought in. Now, that's cool and all, but think about doing that every single time. Not just that one time where that one fan comes in, every time, every subscriber, 3xing your income. So scripts are insanely important. The sequence script is going to look something like this. Stage 1 is going to be teasing the body. Stage 2, tease the top. Stage 3, show the top. Stage 4, tease the bottom. Also, guys, if you're running a model and who's maybe struggling with her premiumness on the page, a little hack that you guys can do to up the want for up the desire from the fan for your model is to, in stage 4, instead of being completely nude and teasing the bottom with the top off, put the top back on. It'll save you, trust me. Stage 5, reveal the bottom, top still on. Stage 6, everything comes off, full masturbation. Stage 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever you want. That's your most explicit pieces of content. And for your creator creating this, 2 videos per stage minimum and 3 to 4 pictures per stage because you want to do packaging. If you guys don't know what packaging is, it's essentially if you attach, let's say, a 30-second video, right? And you're telling this fan, this is the craziest video I've ever done, blah, 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 blah. He might, in his mind, be thinking, oh, this is going to be a 10-minute video. This is going to be awesome. If you send just the video, they can see that that video is 30 seconds long. And then maybe like 30 seconds for $200, what are you talking about? But if you package it, put 3 pictures along with it and 2 videos, maybe every single one of those pictures and every single one of those videos is showing the same exact thing. But since you bundled it all together, they can no longer see the timestamp of that video, and they also see how many images and pictures are in the content. So they see 3 pictures, 2 videos. They're probably thinking I'm getting 2 5-minute long videos, a bunch of pictures, but in reality, it's 5 pieces of content that are showing the exact same thing. So they're more likely to buy. Now, what we do is we send our models a stage script slideshow. So we send our clients this slideshow and a Loom video of me going over the slideshow with example pictures. The video or the image in the middle is a video, basically going through and breaking down everything, how to film it, why it's important, what to do in each stage, this, that, and the third, and make sure that your clients very clearly understand all of this. Because if the scripts turn out bad, that hurts your content. It's the same reason why one of the first things we do when we onboard a creator, like you guys remember back in phase 4, I believe, was onboarding. It is very important that your creator makes perfect scripts. And that's the first thing that we send to our models when we sign a new creator. Third from this is chat selling, okay? So with the GFE experience, like I said, it's more than just content. It's more than just the type of videos you film. It's how you actually communicate in the chat. So let's look at this. This is a basic convo girlfriend experience style, making the fan feel like it's a relationship and not just a transactional one of, oh, I'm not going to talk to you if you don't spend money, right? So this guy, I'm not going to name names, but he was essentially at work. I was looking through some of these chats. We were just talking about this. I just want to go home. Haha, I understand. Today is dragging, slow day, very slow. It's awful. Sorry about that. Just communicating with this fan, getting close to almost done. Okay, just want to get home. Blah, blah, blah. You can read that, this, that, and the third. Just communicating. And all 3 of these, what I'm about to show you, is from the same fan. Now, a lot of you guys may say that communicating like that is just wasting time, okay? It's just, oh, we're not talking about, sexual stuff and selling content and him buying this. It's wasting my time. No, because what that allows to do is allows for easier sales later on the line. So later that night or in the next morning, she said, want to see me play with my kitty right now? I think you'll enjoy it more. I think he was talking about something instead of work or whatever. Said yes, $200. No questions asked, paid. Oh, hell yeah. Very good. Can't wait to see. Neither can I. This, that, and the third, right? Very, very easy to sell. No questions. You can see took 4 minutes for that for that fan to buy. And that's something that we can do over and over and over again because we have that connection with them. And then also with the GFE experience, dealing with brokies because you're wanting to sell for more, you're wanting your premiumness to be more. So this guy, for example, I do for free. I'm actually broke. How can we have fun then? Sorry, but I can't. I hope you understand. Now, this is just the kind of light way off. And this is what I would do if somebody said I'm actually broke or I have no money or whatever. Is sorry, but I can't, I understand. However, if you list something, let's say $55, right? And he denies it. He's like, oh, that's, bullshit for no news, blah, blah, blah. 2 lines that I love to use is, sorry, my news are expensive and I don't want to hurt your pockets. I have the highest turnaround rate with these 2 lines. When you say this line, if you're a guy listening to this right now, I remember when I was hanging out with this girl and we were in the mall. She wanted this pair of shoes, she wanted this pair of shoes. I wasn't going to buy them. This is my ex-girlfriend at the time. And she was like, oh, are they too expensive for you? They're like $300, $350. I make good money, so like, no. But at the same time, $350 for some busted ass Converse looking shits. They didn't look too good. So I was like, they just don't look that good. I'd rather buy you a nicer pair of shoes for $350. She's like, oh, your pockets hurt. Like, she was just flaming me. And as a man, my ego was getting inflicted. And so I bought her the shoes. I was pissed, but I did it, right? It's the same thing with this, same psychology behind it. Saying that they won't do something, in reaction, it creates an incentive for them to do that. So covering back over with the GFE experience, because it is very important that you understand it, is that this is not just something that is strictly for chats and strictly for what type of content you make. It goes over what type of wall content you post, what kind of scripts that you use, and how you actually communicate in the chats. Now, phase 5, whale hunting. We've started chatting. We run the GFE experience. We have the content. How do I actually identify who's a whale and who's not? Number 1, identify. These are just common traits that I see with among whales. They buy your first PPV within 24 hours. They tip without being asked. They send long messages. They ask personal questions, and they want to get to know you. Some spending patterns of these guys, they purchase subs. Subs who purchase PPVs frequently, they tip generously, and they request custom content. So these spending patterns will show you how much a subscriber might be willing to pay over time. Watch for people who often buy PPVs, they tip a lot, or respond well to offers that you give them, okay? These are usually your big spenders, and focusing on them can bring in the most money fast. The better you know their habits, the easier it is for you to offer things that they'll love, okay? Now, to see their communication style, it's simply 3 things. Typical questions for a whale that they'll ask is, can I get something just for me? How has your day been? What's your custom content pricing? Can we chat privately? Do you offer any more exclusive shit? This, that, and the third. They often want more personal attention and exclusivity with your girl. Like I said, going back to that parasocial relationship, okay? Now, once we've identified said whale, it's time to build a connection with that whale so we can actually upsell them and sell them for higher money. Remember, they want a relationship. You're going to have to play along. Reply fast, within 10 to 30 minutes if possible, shorter if possible. Use a name constantly if they like it, which 90% of the times the whales do. Oh my gosh, David, you're one of my favorite people to talk to, blah, blah, blah. Use their name. Ask them about their day, their life, their interests. Make them feel heard, not just transactional. Last thing you want this to be is for that whale to feel like it's a transactional relationship. For that fan to feel like you or the model is only talking to them because they spend money on the OF page. Not optimal at all. All right, make them feel heard. And also send them free shit, like occasionally. Not too much, but it makes them feel valued. Moving from this is upselling. So remember, guys, whales will spend if you ask. What I want you to offer is customs, $200 to $500. Longer, more specific, names, JOIs. With this girlfriend experience, like I said, between daily texting, exclusive content, personal attention, really drive it home with these guys if they're spending that $500 to $4K per month. Video calls is also another upsell that you can do, $200 to $500 per month. If you want to do video calls, we usually do them on Snapchat. That's usually the best way that we do it because we usually say the Snapchat username and then funnel over to the Snapchat. And also exclusive access. So 1K plus, they get everything first, maybe a private Snapchat, maybe a private Telegram, etc., etc. So like I said, create exclusive offers. Position yourself as offering something unique for them. Monthly subscription to exclusive VIP perks. Sometimes that makes sense. Sometimes, but what we can do, sometimes we'll do is set up an automated good morning text that makes them feel special and gets them to pay the VIP fee. But more is always better. VIP content. So custom videos as well, like I said, $100 to $500. And they can also be multiple thousands into the 5 figures per video. This is really depending if you have an influencer. If you have an influencer who has a #1 fan, 5 bigs for videos is not unheard of. Now, fourth from this is retention. Whales are fragile. How do we keep them? Okay. If they feel ignored, undervalued, or like you're using them for your money, they'll leave. Like I said, they do not want a transactional relationship. So check in regularly, send them free surprises. I was thinking about you, here's a little something. Make them feel irreplaceable. They love this, and never ghost them. If they message, reply within 24 hours max. That's worst comes to worst. Like I said, appeal to their ego. Use messages like, you're one of my favorites. I wanted to make something special just for you. I saved this for someone as generous as you. All in all, just make them feel how you feel they want to be seen. When they complain that everybody at work is stupid, boost their ego by complimenting them and making them feel superior. Okay, that's a perfect example to use. Now, lastly from this, boys, we now know, let's review really quickly. We now know what types of people are coming into the OF pages, how and why there's friction, chatting ratios, also how to hire, how to train, and how to get the chatters inside and optimized, the welcome phase of getting people in, collecting intel, and then soft offering, how to run the GFE experience to sell all of this content the highest possible marks, and then lastly, what we just went over, whale hunting, how to identify the highest spenders and then upsell them even more. Lastly is tracking. 3 things that you really need to pay attention to. Number 1 is the big 4. What I want you guys to do if you want to be able to genuinely track, get your chat manager on this or yourself, but go to inflow, go to employee reports, go to employee performance at the top, and then under that, scroll down and you'll see these 4 metrics, okay? Select each one of your chatters and they will have their own custom metric. Your golden ratio, Inflow will explain this better. All you have to do is click on this little eye, but your golden ratio is how many chats are actually sent versus PPVs. So you do not, the 1% is PPVs. So you don't want to send too many PPVs. You also don't want to send too little PPVs. It's to keep the relationship in that healthy manner. You want this in your unlock ratio to kind of be dead in the middle, if not a little high. So unlock ratio is just how many PPVs are you sending versus how many are actually getting unlocked. And then your employee activity is strictly messages sent and fans chatted, obvious, right? Now, moving from this is chatting ratio per creator. Do monthly check-ins. After every single month, look at your chatting ratio. Like I said, all this is doing is adding your messages. So 1,335. Whoa, shit. So 35158 plus 1703. 703 is 36,861. 36,861. Divide that by 3825. So with this creator, we have a 1.10 or 1 to 10 chatting ratio, or a 9.6 technically. We usually round up or round down. You round up with 1 decimal place. What this means is for every $1 in subscriptions that is coming in, we are getting $9, $10 majority of the time in the messages and tips. So you guys can clearly see that I'm literally just took the screenshot. I didn't even calculate the chatting ratio. I honestly thought it should have been higher. This is one of our creators that we took from $500 a month to $40,000 per month. But her chatting ratio right now is sticking at 1 to 9. And then tracking links. Make sure that you guys are looking at how many people are actually coming into your page and where. Very important. Because at the end of the day, if let's say 90% of your traffic is coming from Instagram and only 10% from X, you know you need to do a little bit more work on X, but double down what's working on Instagram. And vice versa. If nothing's working on Instagram, but everything's working on X, buy promos on X. Do more posts, but fix Instagram. You can get a very clear idea of what's working. But other than that, that is A through Z on how to do chatting. For all the way from understanding who's coming on your page to tracking every single last dollar spent and chatted. All right. You just learned why most chatting sucks and how to fix it, the welcome phase, how to qualify buyers in 24 hours, the chatting funnels that I use, custom content, PPVs, GFE experience, non-subscriber, the girlfriend, boyfriend framework, however you want to call it, the connection phase, all of that, and then whale hunting, how to properly identify, manage, and upsell whales. Now, I'm going to give you a complete chatting funnel framework. Everything that I just went over in SOPs and written down guides. Inside of this, you'll get all 3 funnel flow charts, how to route subscribers, how to message subscribers. You'll also get chatting scripts that I use personally in my agency. This is some of the most valuable stuff that I've gave out here on YouTube. You will also get the Notion subscriber tracking sheet, which includes everything that I use to track not only my ratios, my chatters, my employees, my performance, everything. And then also the whale hunting checklist. And also, just for fun, I'm going to throw in some training materials for you guys. If you haven't made SOPs or you don't feel like making SOPs, I'm going to throw in training materials for you guys to use inside of your agency for your chatters. If you want this, enter your email below and I'll send it immediately. And if you're serious about getting 1 to 10 plus ratios, you're going to need this. Go do it right now. This is literally everything I use about chatting. Why would you not enter your email? But aside from this, phase 5, let's kind of recap it. You now understand why most chatting sucks, what we just went over. You know the welcome phase, the subscriber funnels, the checklist. You know how to build connection, how to run the girlfriend experience. You just went over my entire chatting infrastructure. And if you grab the chatting complete funnel framework and the training materials, you are ready to start hitting 1 to 10 plus ratio. But here's the one thing. Chatting converts your traffic into subscribers, but marketing is what gets you that traffic. And phase 6 is all about marketing, the content strategy that pulls views and grows accounts across the board. We're going to cover the filler vertical schedule, hybrid AI, competitor research, style selection processes, content docs, rice trailing, organic marketing strategies, and gray hat marketing strategies. And by the end of phase 6, you'll know exactly how I and how you can start growing your models pages and pulling real views to go viral. So if you're serious, keep watching because phase 6 is next. Let's go. Phase 6, marketing. This is how you engineer virality. Most agency owners post something and pray that it goes viral. They'll tell their model, just post some sexy stuff, post some thirst traps, and they wonder why they're stuck at 200 views after a month. Listen, you can't hope your way to $20,000 a month. You engineer it. And in this phase, I'm going to show you exactly how we do that at my agency. We're going to cover the filler and vertical schedule so you know exactly what types of content you need to be posting and actually how the algorithm works a little bit more. Second to this is going to be competitor research, how we analyze the entire market to know exactly what we're posting and also why we're posting it. We're also going to go into content docs. And no, this is not just going to be your average weekly content doc. We're going to show you how you are going to engineer efficiency inside of virality week after week. We're also going to go through rice trailing your entire content delivery system so that it is efficient, it is repeatable, and you don't have any weird hiccups moving forward with your agency. And then lastly, we're going to cover organic marketing strategies for each platform that I personally use. By the end of this phase, you will know exactly how to grow your model's accounts and pull massive views. Let's go. Okay, so you can see this is the full A through Z course, my full framework for going viral on social media. And I'm going to be walking you guys through this entire thing in its entirety. But first, we need to understand what types of marketing there is. So if you're a complete beginner, yes, there is different types of marketing. So the marketing basics. First things first, as most people already know, organic traffic. What this is just going to be your typical Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, Reddit, X, YouTube. And organic marketing is using the platform how it is intended, how the platform intended the users to actually use it, okay? In this, quality matters, consistency matters, and volume matters. You're not doing any promotions, you're just simply organic marketing. Now, before any of you guys get confused, you can also mix different types. You can be an agency that does organic marketing as well as black hat, as well as gray hat. You can do them all if you want to, all right? You don't have to stick to one strategy. But what we usually do at my agency is between organic marketing, paid promotion is a big lever that we pull. And then along with that, on the occasional is gray hat. But moving from this, like I said, is paid traffic. Now, a lot of guys will like to summarize paid traffic into one system, one basically category. For me, I like to split it up into two. There's two different types for me. One is ads, which is going to be OnlyFinder, Traffic Junkie, IG ads, anything that, think of this like you're paying the platform, as if you were paying a company to send your models reels, models posts, models stories, whatever, out more. And then there is collaborative. So off of an existing profile, whether it is somebody that you know, old socials, another influencer, whatever, a community that necessarily isn't the platform and it is a entity, a person, which would be collaborative. So model promo, share for share, IG paid promotion, etc. All right. Moving from this is personal reach. So this is pre-existing / old socials. If a model has a main account that, you know, she used to use, but not anymore really, but it has, let's say 50,000 followers, you can use that to market a new reel account for your creator to grow that account quicker. This isn't really a type of marketing necessarily, but it can help immensely when marketing. So what I mean by not really a type of marketing, it's not really something where you're doing a strategy. This is strictly just to grow early accounts. And honestly, I would say one of the most helpful ways to grow accounts, but obviously it depends on whether or not you can fit your situation. Some people, when you sign girls, they'll have main accounts, some won't. It really just depends on what situation you're in. Moving from this is gray hat. Gray hat is going to be anything that's not necessarily to the level of black hat. So obviously, if you guys aren't familiar, organic is how the platform intended users to act on it. Gray hat is exploiting a couple of loopholes to either get your content pushed out to more people or get your content spread across the platform more. And then black hat is fully disregarding how the platform was intended to use it and creating mass automation, mass accounts, things like that. But the most typical gray hat marketing methods that you'll see are going to be dating apps, repurposing, follow and follow, Cupid AI, nude, and flash reels. Now, why do I include nude and flash reels? This is just going to be organic posting, simply because you're going to pull more views with this, but your account has a higher chance of getting banned or getting shadow banned, because once again, it's not how the platform intended its users to use the platform. So black hat, I do not do black hat. I have spent thousands of dollars in the past on black hat strategies with little to no results. Now, I am not the biggest tech guy. I know there is some successful black hat people that run this, you know, pretty much solely with their agency. But the thing about black hat is that you will not do this forever. Platforms catch on. Platforms aren't stupid. Just with get all my links, just with any mass account creations, there's going to be errors that you have when going through this. Either your accounts are going to get banned or Instagram is going to block one policy that'll stop your entire method. Essentially, this would be mass, 100+ account creations, botting, automated marketing. It can be good, but only for a little while. Like I said, platforms will catch on quickly. Okay, now that we understand what types of marketing there is, you've signed your model. Where do I start, Griffin? What is the first thing if I'm trying to really understand marketing? Because I want to first say, there isn't a playbook that you can just read and go viral every single time. There's what I like to call overhead systems and detailed systems. Detailed systems would be something that includes a specific video type or a specific this or that. Overhead systems is what you plug those specific things in depending on your situation that produce a common result. And we'll get into exactly some of those overhead systems. I'll point them out later in this video. Those systems are going to help us with competitor analysis, with niche research, with style selection of what kind of content we're actually posting. But the first thing that I want you to do when you sign a new model is niche. Select her niche. So how to niche select and do niche research. So when we talk niche in OFM, it's less about industry like fitness versus cosplay, and it's more about market position. All right. You want your niche to be a brand. So you want to have your overhead niche. So you're going to, fitness, cosplay, girl next door, whatever that is, but you want to be in a market position inside of your niche. So what I mean by that, to make that a little bit more easy to understand, and when you post a video, you don't want somebody to say, oh, this girl on Instagram that does cosplay posted a video. You want people to say, oh, Sarah posted this video. You want people to know you because of your brand in that niche. Remember that later on the line, because that's going to help a lot of you guys with subscribers and overall conversion rate on the OF. But this choice depends on really 4 things of what I've nailed this down to. Number 1 is going to be resources. Number 2 is going to be energy and personality. 3 is going to be look/visual market fit. And 4 is going to be the scalability. So let's break these down. Number 1, resources. It's between you and your creator, basically, your agency and your creator. So what I mean by resources, content resources. Do they have a good camera, iPhone 13 plus quality, ring light, etc.? Are you relying on basic setup? So if your creator has, a bad camera or a really good camera, that will affect what kind of niche you go into. Obviously, bad cameras in general are going to be negative, but it will not allow you to do, let's say, the luxury baddie style if she has a shitty camera. Second to this is creative assets. So can they afford cosplay outfits, traveling, props, gym memberships, lingerie? Can they actually afford the niche that they're doing? And yes, this is an issue a lot of the times. I've worked with creators that have been in cosplay, but have to stick with one cosplay outfit for the entirety of their Instagram because they can't really afford it. It can get complicated. So you want to make sure that you have those aligning with what niche you're in. Third is team support. Do you have editors, skit writers, and VAs who can consistently push out high volume creative angles? So if you're more of a influencer niche, you're doing skits, you're doing comedic skits, you're doing things that require preparation and time, do you actually have the funds or the experience to hire those people and push that out consistently? Because last thing you want to do is say that I'm going into influencer, but have no idea and have to be doing everything manually. And when I say everything manually, I'm talking about editing manually, coming up with the scripts manually, coming up with how they're going to skit out manually. Fourth is budget. How much capital do you or they, if they are established, have to test promos, trial reels, and paid pages? Okay, this also depends. So the results of this, resource rich, if you have a lot of this, you can go performance niches like cosplay, fitness, luxury, girlfriend experience. Resource light, you want to stick to volume niches like girl next door, e-girl, bedroom content. All right, moving from this is going to be energy and personality. So does the model actually enjoy filming daily, or do they burn out after 3 clips? This will depict it as well. Do they thrive on interaction, chatting, live shows, role play, or prefer passive posting? Are they naturally flirty, edgy, funny, or shy? This will define whether you push skits and humor versus mystique plus thirst trapping. High energy creators are the ones who are going to be running comedic skits, day in the life verticals, come get ready with me, spend a day in LA with me, and high output viral content. Low energy creators are going to be doing niches that are where scarcity and mystique are assets. So the content you'll be pushing out, caption videos, mirror videos, a lot of stuff that doesn't really show too much personality, but that also has a negative connotation attached to it because you want to be, like I said in the beginning of this, a market position in your niche, not just girlfriend experience. You want to be Bella in the girlfriend experience. And we'll get into more details later. Third from this is look/visual market fit. So girl next door versus alt versus luxury versus niche fetish. All of it depends on a few things when it comes to energy. How well does the look match current viral verticals, Examples, if you have tattoos, fit alt/Twitter. Blondes fit GFE Instagram. Athletic fits fitness, right? You guys can get the gist. If your girl looks gothic and mystique and all this, don't go and put her in a GFE experience trying to be all cute and whatnot. Fit their look. If they don't have a unique look, the niche must be built around energy and angle instead. Looks dictate entry barrier. So an average look can still win if paired with strong storytelling. Shy girl makes reels at home. Like I said, you want to have a brand. So the reason why, a lot of guys in the internet and YouTube and OFM courses that you'll watch will be, oh, do this niche with your creator and do that niche with your creator and you're going to blow up. It is custom dependent. And what I mean by that, it is situation custom dependent. It's the same reason why in my consulting, I want to get to know every single agency owner that I work with, because if I don't know you, I don't know what's going to work for you. If I don't know your models, if I don't know what they're like, it's not going to work. There's not one video style, there's not one niche that always blows up. You can have a strategy where you will stick to only goth girls or only guys. It's a good idea to do that so you can master that one market. But if you think you're going to take any creator and slap them into this niche, you have the wrong idea. Moving from this, scalability. Is this a niche that you can replicate across multiple models later? Some niches are moats. What I mean by that is cosplay, heavily resource driven, hard to replicate. An example of this would be that girl that jumps on supercars. I believe her name is Jamila's or something like that. But if you have a girl that's jumping on supercars or is in cosplay, you can't expect every single one of your models to recreate that niche. So I do recommend having experience in one niche. My personal best is going to be that GFE, Reels. If you guys know, I think her name is Alyssa Odessa on Instagram. That is my strong suit. I know how to market a typical blonde white girl, right? But when it comes to male creators or gothic girls, my business partner, Jason, he has the most experience with that as far as the market and what people like to see. Trans models, he has more experience than me with that. So I do recommend to stick within your niche, but that doesn't mean you can't work with a girl who is a different niche than the last model you worked with by any means. Now, moving from this is all of these are broken into tiers. So every single one of these has its own tier. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean one is ultimately better than the other. Things can just depend on which tier. So let me explain what I mean. Tier 1, volume niches. This is going to be for low resources, high output. Baddie/IG model look. It works with cheap lingerie, basic iPhone cam. E-girl/alt look is tattoos, colored hair, chokers, low barrier to entry. Social hacking/reaction skits. Omegle, duets, am I sexy trends, things like that. When to pick this sort of idea is when model has a limited budget but is willing to pump content daily. Agency energy goes up. Agencies, go into volume plus promo trades. So what I mean by this is when you have a creator who most of the time is going to be just your average creator. She lives at home. She doesn't have, a bunch of money. She's not an influencer niche. She's just your average girl. This is what most likely you guys will fall into, is these volume niches. Now, is volume a niche? No, you're going to have, like I said, baddie, e-girl, social hacking, things like that. Is social hacking a niche? No. Niches, they're opinionated. You can say that influencer is a niche, but another guy would say, no, influencer isn't a niche. Influencer is a style of content. It depends on who you talk to, but the biggest thing with niches is that you guys just need to use your niche for competitor research. That's the only thing that I want you to get out of this, is to make sure your niche fits and then make sure that you know how to do competitor research into it, which we're going to get into. So tier 2, performance niches, medium resources and strong creative. So GFE, requires consistent chatting by agency plus high DMs engagement, luxury/high status, fancy apartments, cars, city lifestyle backgrounds, fitness, gym access, good quality camera, athleisure outfits, body aesthetics, things like that. When to pick, model can film consistently with better gear, and you have a chatter team to monetize the DM funnel. Now, third is going to be moat niches. So these are high resources and a distinctive look. All right, niches that not every girl is going to be able to fit into. So cosplay and role play, costumes, wigs, props, editing requires more energy. Fetish focused, so niche communities with less competition, but you'll also get higher spenders. Hybrid storytelling, so College Girl Diaries, Naughty Nurse series requires agency scripting plus VA execution. There's a student of mine inside of my consulting who has a girl who does cosplay, like she works at McDonald's, and they have high spenders. Now it's very, very unique. They're not going to be able to plug any girl into that niche, but it works. And is McDonald's cosplay really a niche? It's up to you, but it does work, and that's what they repeatedly do. So when to pick is you want long-term defensibility and are okay with higher creative workload per post. Fancy words for you're okay with high energy content, high effort content. Now, how to decide out of all of this is a couple of questions I want to ask you. Do they have strong energy plus willingness to film? Yes, lean into skits, trial reels, day in life verticals. No, push that mystique niches, luxury, mirror videos, posing videos, shy aesthetic. Do they have budget/resources for props and location? Yes, you go into cosplay, fitness, influencer, storytelling. No, volume niches. Like I said, mirror videos, caption videos, things like that. Does their look naturally stand out? If yes, build the look around it. It's a USP, unique selling point. Tattoos equals alt, curves equals baddie, or ass shaking, slim equals luxury/girlfriend. No, build niche around content formats, skits, social hacking trends. But there's one big thing I want you guys to remember. Do not think that once you pick a niche, e-girl for example, that you can never post a different piece of content outside of that niche. All right. When I say e-girl, for example, if you're an e-girl and you see that a trend, let's say for that one trend where it was her graduation post versus what she looks like now, and it's like, how bad did it hurt? Do it. It doesn't mean you can't post that style of content. Doesn't mean that you can only post e-girl sort of content. If something is trending, work it in. If something is dying in your niche, replace it. Don't become an idea monkey constantly trying to stay within niche, because you will drive yourself crazy. It's social media. At the end of the day, nobody knows what's 100% going to work, what's 100% not going to work. There's just, like I said, overhead systems and things that have been proven across, the time of me being in the industry that I have seen work versus not work, which is what I'm trying to explain to you today. Great. Now we know what niche our model will be in. Next, what types of content are there? Filler and vertical. In marketing, there should be two types of content you are posting: filler and verticals. Filler, for number one. Filler content is content that should do two things for your page. Number one is help with volume and consistency with your page. And two is bring the brand of your model to life. Show personality. The reason for this is because with vertical content, you are trying to engineer virality. What goes viral on social media? Trends. Okay? Get with me now for a second. Trends go viral. You cannot be a trend. I mean, if you're that popular and you become a trend, awesome. But you yourself cannot be a trend. So all these vertical contents are going to bring people to your page. The filler content is what's going to make people say, like I was mentioning earlier, oh, that's Sarah. Like, she posts that sort of content. For one of our creators, for instance, I'll give you, a personal example of a creator that I work with. We do mirror posting videos, talking head videos, and also day in the life videos. How many other thousands of creators do that, right? But we also do filler content when she goes, because she loves hiking, the outdoors, nature, things like that. And that's our filler content. That's what makes people think, oh, that is my creator's name. What I'm saying here is you need to have a balance of both. Now, going back to volume consistency, these videos are easy to film. The fillers, they're batch shoot. There are 10 to 15 videos of you posing, dancing, etc., and use them for later. So if you watch my last video, or at the time of this recording, it was my last video, Alexia Salas, she does so much filler content, and you guys probably don't even realize it. So she films videos like this of her dancing, posing, whatever, with no idea of what is exactly going to turn out as, but she knows it's either going to be caption videos or dancing videos or just trending audio videos. So for example, like I said, she would film 10 to 15 videos with the same outfit that could be used for different styles to keep up with consistency. Because when you're posting, 10, 15 times a day, you're going to want videos that just are easy to film, not always high effort. So this is what I call low effort, high quality. She would film dancing videos, posing videos, smiling and walking videos, and then she would put captions and trending audios on them whenever she needed to post something, rather than scrambling to make a high quality video. So, like I said, with the brand of personality, like I was mentioning, when people hear/see your content, it shouldn't be, oh, this girl posted XYZ. It should be, did you see Sarah's post, bro? Or did you see Alexia's post? That's why Alexia had everybody talking about her. And that's why, if you watch my last video, she could charge $800 for a subscription, because she created a brand around her personality. Now, moving from this is going to be verticals. Verticals should focus on one thing on your page, and that is strictly bringing views, followers, and engagement. Think of this as you casting fishing lines. Your vertical content is you casting fishing lines in the algorithm and seeing what catches a fish, goes viral, okay? Now, this is high effort, high quality content, engineered, keyword, engineered to go viral. All right, example, again, Alexia, this is the Camilla special. Why this is a vertical is because she's taking a viral piece of content that she didn't create, that already has been proven from her competitors, which in this case would be Camilla. I'm sure you guys have heard of her, and recreating it. Why it goes viral? It makes the viewer feel like they're just in the room with her. They're listening in on a conversation. It's your strategic angle. If you look closely, the camera angle is always low. How she filmed these, she would sit down, press record, and talk about 5 to 6 different topics. She probably used ChatGPT to script out topics. So this is high effort, high quality, and engineered to go viral. What does engineered mean if you're still not understanding? It simply just means that this isn't natural content. Like there was a purpose behind posting this video. Same thing with me recording this YouTube video. This is engineered for agency owners who are stuck and want to grow to $20, $30, $40,000 per month. That's why you're watching this video. It's the same reason why people watch this video. And also engineered just means that they pay more attention to aspects of what makes people go viral. So captions, low angle, talking to somebody off screen, making it feel like they're just in the room, comment baiting, talking about controversial topics, engineered. Great. Now that you understand filler/vertical, let me show you how to actually create verticals, because you can't just make them up out of thin air. All right, that's not what a vertical is. You have to study what's already working, and that's where competitor research comes in. Really quickly, before we get into that, I want to talk about filler/vertical volume on your page. So on your page should be about, let's say for every 10 videos that you post, you want to have at least 3 to 4 verticals and most likely 5 to 7 filler content. Filler content is going to be the majority of your page. However, if you are posting a style that is your vertical, so for instance, let's say you have a low quality or low effort, but high quality piece of content, like a talking head video, and that's your vertical, like your talking head videos go fucking viral because you're talking about controversy, whatever, that can be fillers, or that can be technically both, because it's low effort, it's high quality, and it pulls views, like it's engineered to go viral. So if you have an easier vertical, so this is easier for your model to film, then I would up this. So like for some of our creators, we post almost 8 verticals and only 2 fillers, but these are necessary for the branding of your model. But moving from that, content research strategy. So how you're actually going to find out what's working inside of your niche. First thing you're going to do is go find leading competitors. You can find these leading competitors by using suggested accounts. So if you go on Instagram and you're like, man, this creator is exactly what my model looks like. She has hundreds of thousands more followers than my model, and she has the same resources, like we mentioned earlier, of my model. Click suggested accounts, or just, look at that girl and then go to her suggested accounts. You're gonna find like 5 to 6 different girls that look like that, and then study the niche with the strategy that we're about to go through. Or if you're having issues finding that niche, go into OnlyFinder. OnlyFinder is a way better search engine as far as finding OF girls than Instagram will be. So you can go on OnlyFinder and look up horse girl, goth girl, blonde, girl next door, whatever. It's a lot more specific. Also with this, really quickly, these leading competitors don't necessarily have to have an OF. Preferably, it will. But if you have a niche where, some girls have an OF, some girls don't, you don't have to. As long as you're pulling views and still implementing some sort of sexual connotation with your page, not overly sexual, but some sort of, you will still get subs. But this is what I want you to do. I want you to get 3 different creators. So creator 1, creator 2, and creator 3. Once you find these 3 creators, I want you to study them, all right? And make a list of the top performing video styles. So this is just an example list that I made. Your list should be a lot longer than this. And study what is common. So you can see creator 1, mirror videos, sketch, caption videos, gym, creator 2, and creator 3. And then from that, I want you to pick out the common 3 to 5 styles. So in this, it would have been mirror videos, caption videos, skit videos, and gym videos. All right. These 3 are what showed up most commonly when looking at the list that we made from studying our competitors. So what does this mean? It means that our competitors are posting XYZ style of content and pulling views. And if there are competitors, that means if we copy them and add our own spin on it, it should work for us too. It gives you the highest likelihood of going viral. Then I want you to pick 3 of those styles that you think match the creator the best that you are managing, and then run with those. This is how you stop becoming an idea monkey of constantly trying to be like, oh, should we post this video? Should we post that video? And not really having one niche that you can repeatably do. Because you can maybe be an idea monkey for one creator, but the second you sign 2 creators and now you're spending 3 hours a day trying to figure out what content they're going to post that week, brother, you're wasting time. So when doing this, ask yourself, what kind of videos are they posting? They, as in the competitors. Are they posting podcast style rants, story times, relatable humor, hot takes, whatever? Notice the patterns in their content, the repeatability. I could pull up in any account right now And if they are successful in what they do, I can almost guarantee that I could be able to point out 2 to 3 styles that they continually repeat to go viral. For example, if you study 5 fitness models and all of them are doing these podcast clips talking about rants on dating, that tells you dating rants work in the fitness niche, okay? Now that you've studied your competitors, you know exactly what works. Now you need to tell your model exactly what to film. This is extremely important. You knowing it is cool, but the person who's going to be filming it is even more important. Using this step in competitor analysis strategy, we will create a content doc. Remember, think of this like a rough draft to show our models. Explain why we're choosing this, and then we'll use a style selection strategy to ensure we're posting the absolute best content for our creator. Because at the end of the day, if it was just competitor research and if we could just post what our competitors were doing and everyone would go viral, that's exactly what happened. Everyone would go viral, but that's not the case. We all know that. So how to make this actually perform and go viral. Now, I want you to take those common 3 to 5 styles that you've got from the competitor analysis that you did and make a content doc. You can see style 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is just an example content doc that I pulled up, but in this content doc, you are going to be taking notes on what the creators, your competitors, are doing. So you can see here, why it works, you need to write that down. It's a simple video that doesn't take too much time to create and it gets a lot of reach, okay? And also explain to your creators how to film this. Move your hips, hands, and show a range of emotions. Feel free to move around. Movements equal more reach. Explain what the viral aspects of these are. Like that's what you are studying. You're not studying, oh, there's a mirror. Obviously. Study, is she always unzipping her dress or top, whatever that is? Is she always standing in this pose right here? Is she always study the minor details? Because that's what's going to make you go viral, okay? Dancing videos, obviously I'm writing down exactly what makes these videos go viral. So topics, dating, relationships, sex, casual topics you're interested in. Not every talking head video needs to be sexy, like giving instructions on what these videos are. And no, you are not going to just send this to your model. We'll get into what you're going to do. But also, I want you to understand that teaching her how to batch shoot is extremely important as well. If this creator is constantly having to figure out how to get so much content, she is going to hate it and she's going to burn out. She needs to know, every creator should know how to batch shoot effectively, okay? And if you guys don't know how to batch shoot effectively, it's simply by picking locations with your model. So genuinely, what I will do with creators once I sign them, and this is, you saw it on onboarding, we have a 30-minute ideology meeting with this content doc. We'll hop on a Zoom call and she'll be on her phone and I'll basically explain, hey Marissa, I've spent the last 2 days looking into your niche, looking into the competitors, and I think I know exactly, based off what you've been posting and also what some of the competitors are posting, I think I know exactly what's going to make you go viral. So here are 5 different styles of content that I've decided that we're going to start posting. I want to just walk you through them, show you some of these videos, explain why they go viral. So I'll be explaining like, her hips move here. This does this. This is XYZ. I'll be teaching her how to film this content to the absolute best performance, best quality. Okay. Now on this call, I will genuinely explain batch shooting to her. So what we'll do is we'll hop on Zoom, FaceTime, whatever, and I'll have her set me up in different locations around her filming, like her most common filming area, which is 99% of the time going to be her house, okay? I'll have her set me up and I'll be like, yes, this is a good location, that's a good location, this is a good location, just based off lighting, background, things like that, okay? Then I will explain batch shooting to her. So I'll just pretend that you guys are my model. So I'll be like, okay, cool. Now that we have those 3 different locations, Marissa, this is how you're going to film. So let's say you have dancing videos, mirror videos, and let's do reveal videos, okay? Awesome. What I want you to do is get in your first outfit of crop top, whatever, and I want you to film 2 to 3 mirror videos. Take multiple takes, doesn't matter. These are low effort. I want you to film it, 3 to 4 times. Even if we don't, even if you don't love one of them, still send it to us because we're going to use those for either, reel accounts. So we'll take screenshots of them for stories. They're original videos. Volume is always better. And I always explain to my girls, hey, listen, even if this video doesn't go absolutely viral because, you know, maybe it's not the highest quality or this, that, or the third, if it still pulls 10,000 views, you know, if our average is 50K, if it still pulls 10,000 views, that's still 10,000 people seeing our content. Just because it doesn't go viral doesn't mean it's an absolute loss. If we didn't post it, we would have got 10,000 less views. Think of it that way, okay? One, multiple takes, always. Second to this, I want you to stay in that outfit and then go and move to location 3. You can either do it by outfit or you can do it by location. It really just depends on what's most efficient. 90% of the time, it's going to be by outfit. So she'll stay in one outfit, record 3 different mirror videos, then stay in that same outfit, go record, you know, 3 dancing videos, and then go record, you know, 3 reveal videos. Change outfits, do it all again. So essentially, she will only have to change outfits 3 times. And out of that, if we're doing 3 takes on each one and 3 different locations and 3 different outfits, we're getting 27 videos. All right. That's very effective. That when you genuinely think about that over the long term, if she's filming 2 times a day or 2 days out of the week, you're looking at 54 videos, which is more than enough if she can actually stick to that, which if you make the batch shooting easy and you make it efficient for her, it will most likely be doable. Now, also with this, I will say efficiency is huge in this game. I want to give you guys an analogy to make you guys understand for anyone out there who has models who isn't filming consistently, doesn't like to film, you know, you're always having to chase them for content. And you're like, why is my model not motivated? It isn't motivation, bro. What it is, to give it in kind of a guy's term, if you wanted to go to the gym, right? And it's the end of the day, you're tired, you're like, fuck it, I gotta film, or I gotta go to the gym. In her case, I gotta film, whatever. And you're like, let's go, I'm going to the gym. And your gym bag is in the trunk of your car. You know, it's outside. Your gym shoes are, you know, you can't find them. Your keys to your car, you can't find them. Your favorite socks that you wear to the gym, whatever, they're dirty. The more little things that you have, each more makes it more likely that you're like, ah, fuck it, I'm not going to the gym, right? Same with this. The more that she has to think about which location, the more that she has to think about, should I change outfits? The more she has to think about, oh, I got to retake that. The more she has to think, the less likely she will film. So that's why we do that ideology meeting. It's not for no reason. I want to ensure she knows what we're filming, how to film it, and why we're filming it. That way, she, one, is more efficient with that, and then also with the locations, so she doesn't have to overthink about whether or not she's filming in the correct place. Now, our creator knows, number 1, what she's going to be filming and why. 2, we have a plan for what types of content we will be making. 3, we understand that we need to implement filler and vertical content. It is time to start posting. But how do we make sure that we're posting the right videos and not wasting our time? Because since up till now, we have no data to really track whether or not these are correct. You know, we've studied competitors. It gives us the highest likelihood, but we really haven't broken it down into, is this the right video for my creator, for Sarah, right? I'm just giving you example names. That's where the style selection strategy comes into play. Okay, this will basically tell you, am I posting the right types of content for my creator? Yes, let's double down on it. If not, let's throw it out. So your reels, obviously, and then your 3 styles. So back up just to show you that everything is connected. Right here, where we picked 3, this is where we're starting. Reels, 1, 2, 3. Style A, style B, style C. I want you guys to start with 2 to 4 styles of content, usually 3. It's going to be the easiest, and it's also going to give you the kind of easiest data to work with. And I want you to post 10 of each of these videos, okay? Each one of them, and then track the views. The view analytics after 20, 30 videos, you can do 20 to 30, but usually we just do 10. You can get a clear idea from it. You can track using the social media HQ that was provided in phase 1, I believe. Or for the simple folk, you can simply just go on Google Sheets, style, comments, likes, views, reels, profile. And if you're extremely lazy, all you have to do is click file, download, go to ChatGPT and say, hey, basis off of these last 30 reels, depending on the style, give me the engagement and view differences of each style. And it'll say style A pulled 15% more than style B pulled 6% more than style C, and it will tell you which ones did not work, and then get the top performers and double down. So if you find out that style A and style C were the best, remove style B. Simply said, double down and remove style B. All right, so you have the content strategy. You're using the filler/vertical schedule. You're sending the content docs. But here's the thing. If your content delivery process, the whole engine behind posting on social media. If that is inefficient, you're wasting time. So let me show you how to rice trail your content delivery system, okay? What is rice trailing? Well, you've been seeing it this whole entire time, actually. The creator competitor analysis, the style selection process, the how to do niche selecting resource, onboarding, all of it. I rice trail everything. I preach what I do. This is exactly what I do. This is rice trailing, okay? Rice trailing is a process where you map out a full entire process, A through Z, to find inefficiencies. It's not just for fun. It's not just because, oh, I like being on my report. No, I'm looking for inefficiencies here. Because whatever you think your agency looks like, I promise you it is entirely different when you actually see it on paper. So here's how you do it for content delivery. Step one, open a whiteboard, either Miro, FigJam, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Draw out every step of your content delivery process. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. For instance, model films content, uploads to Telegram, VA downloads from Telegram, edits in CapCut, uploads to Instagram, post goes live, tracks performance in Notion. All right. Step two, ask questions for each single step, every single one of them. Is this step necessary? Could this be automated? Is this step causing a bottleneck? What's the most inefficient step? What's taking the most time here? Is it efficient? Could I add anything else? And then from that, optimize. For instance, example optimizations would be step 5. Maybe the VA doesn't need to upload to CapCut first. Maybe they can go straight from Telegram to the Edits app and have that integration and just post from there. Step 8, maybe tracking performance can be automated with a Notion integration. Make the changes, test them, and see if it's faster and works. And if it doesn't, you did nothing harmful. Go back to what you were doing. Step 4, repeat monthly. Do this exercise once a month for every major process in your agency. And your agency will be more efficient every single fucking month. I promise you. All right, last section. Let me give you a quick breakdown of the platforms that actually work for OFM. I'm not going to spend 20 minutes on every single one. I'm just going to tell you what works on each one and what doesn't. So, number 1, Instagram. Instagram is the main platform. This is where you should spend 80% of your marketing effort, your time, your energy, everything. What works on Instagram? Promoting your post. To speak on this a little bit, if you are starting a new account, or if you are just lagging engagement, or you're looking for more followers, what you can do is promote a post with about $100 to $300, really depends on your spending budget, and promote that post with either, I personally do it with Meta Business Suite, but you can do it with boosting if you want. That will grow your page more than boosting reels will. I promise you. If you get 1 million views on a post versus 1 million views on a reel, the conversion rate on that post will be substantially higher than the reel, okay? And this doesn't by any means have to be perpetual. You don't have to continually post. This can just be for a spike of engagement. Now, reels obviously work, the filler/vertical schedule. Stories, huge lever pullers, okay? If you have, there's agencies that I know that have 50,000 followers on Instagram, they post 2 stories a week. If you're pulling like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 views on your story, expedite that, use them, okay? Q&As, polls, get the audience engaged. Feed post, obviously aesthetic photos to keep the grid looking good. What doesn't work is overly sexual content. You'll get banned, shadow banned, etc. And obviously low quality content. Posting frequency for this, 2 to 3 reels per day minimum. We're trying to, with the hybrid AI system, up this to close to 5, 6, maybe even 7 reels a day. And the key metric that you're looking for in this is views per reel. I want you guys to really aim for 10K average on your accounts. Now, moving from this is TikTok. TikTok is a growth engine. TikTok is great for going viral, growing fast, and in particularly promoting your IG account. But it's also risky. Accounts will get banned constantly. What works on this? Trending audios, filler content, verticals, dancing videos, sending traffic to IG and TikTok lives. My personal favorite strategies that I run with this is I usually have 2 to 3 TikTok accounts. I'll use a lot of trends because, I mean, at the end of the day, I think TikTok is the only platform that I will scroll on. Not like doom scroll, but whenever I have free time, if I'm just bored on my phone, I'll be on TikTok. And a couple of my TikTok accounts are curated for OF models. Not for that reason, for the phones I'm on. Anyways, those TikTok accounts, I will get the best quality trends, ideas, trending audios. When trends go viral on TikTok, they go viral. Okay. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Second to this, send traffic to IG. If your model has an old TikTok account, whatever, you always want to send that traffic to your Instagram account. And then TikTok lives. This is something that is slept on so heavily. Pulling, you can literally, if you have a TikTok account with, let's say 5K followers and your views get, your videos get maybe 7,000 views, not too much. Your TikTok lives, if your model is genuinely attractive and you're doing something, somewhat entertaining, maybe she's adding people to the TikTok live, whatever. If she's just attractive, if you wear like a tight crop top, whatever, you will eventually stack up viewers. Now, in the beginning, maybe take like 20, 30, 40 minutes to get high numbers of viewers. But once you have high numbers of viewers, they usually stick and your lives get sent out to more and more people. The TikTok lives are way better than Instagram lives, just for viewage. And then what I will do is actually do live stacks. So I'll have a TikTok live go on for about an hour. And then on that TikTok live, I'll have my model announce, hey guys, I'm gonna end my TikTok live. We have like 1,000, like at the peak viewers, we have 2,000 viewers right now. Everyone go to my Instagram. It's in my bio. I'm going live on there. I want to show you guys something that I can't do out here on TikTok. And then just end it. Okay. Everyone goes to Instagram. People follow you, get engagement, do an Instagram live for 20, 30, not even 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and say, guys, I'm going live on my spicy platform. You guys encourage me, whatever the fuck. Then go live on OnlyFans, or don't. Just tell people that you are and have them subscribe. Okay. I'd recommend just going live. You'll make more money overall. What doesn't work is anything too sexual, you'll get banned, and posting only same content as Instagram. Like if your TikTok account is just Instagram content, the algorithms at the end of the day are very different. TikTok rewards native content. Posting frequency, 1 to 2 times per day, and the key metric is views. Look for 20K. It's a little easier to pull views on TikTok. Now, third, personally, a slept on platform. I feel like a lot of guys misunderstand X. X is great if you can automate it. What works is, I call it the split method. We have one main account plus 4 to 5 burners to engineer virality. Okay. We covered this in a previous video. Go check out my YouTube. I have so many, I think 3 different videos breaking down X. Go look at my most recent one. But engagement farming, posting content teasers, promotions on big accounts is huge, and placing VAs on the accounts. My biggest recommendations for this is promotions. They genuinely do work, but don't look for accounts that basically promote that they are promoting. I'm just going to go on X right here, and I will look up, by the way, like this trend, if you got, I'm sure it's not trending at the time of this video anymore, but that trend where you have the 4 different things is going stupid viral. Like, chase trends. On X, trends are huge. Like when Grok was doing the, hey Grok, remove this clothing, that was a huge trend that we were hopping on. But the promotion accounts, what I'm talking about is accounts that do, trying to find something here. So can't find any off the rip, but essentially look for the accounts that say, OMG, I can't believe this is a thread, or I can't believe she did this on camera, or holy shit, I can see why XYZ is going viral, whatever, right? And then under that, you'll basically like promote that, and it won't be off your account or off a big promotion account. It'll just be on an account that pulls insane amounts of impressions, and then they will reply to your reply, pin it at the top, so that everybody, you basically reply, OMG, that's me. How the fuck did you find that video, or whatever, and then promote your OF. So everybody knows you have an OF, they'll convert over there. It's great. What doesn't work is posting random thoughts. Nobody gives a fuck if you're an OnlyFans model. Not engaging. X rewards interaction, and posting frequency needs to be 3 to 5 tweets per day. Key metric is impressions, of course. Aim for 10K per tweet, kind of the goal. Now, that is pretty much it, but I want to remind you, because I know no other guru will, do not let this industry overwhelm you, okay? I generated $200,000 with a new creator launch in 30 days with only 2 Instagram accounts, okay? This is social media. There's not one win-all, end-all method. There's not one niche that is the best. There's not one this that is the best. If that was the case, social media would not be social media. Realize that. Social media would be GFE or whatever. Social media is so custom dependent per your creator. Don't let it overwhelm you. If you wanted to, you could genuinely post and pray, but it just might take you 2 years, right? Everything works. Everything does technically work. It's just going to take you longer or more money or more effort if you don't have these systems that I am talking about. Now, at the end of the day, like I was saying, it's social media. If something was 100% proven, everyone would do it. But the truth is, the shit is hard. Stay consistent, follow the strategies, and post more. That is my best advice. All right. So you just learned the filler and vertical schedule strategy, the competitor research analysis to show you exactly what you need to be posting, how to run a content doc, show your model what to film, why you're filming it, and how to film it, the rice trailing entire organization setup to make sure that your agency is never inefficient, staying consistent, and actually you understand what your agency looks like, and fourth, organic marketing strategies. Now, I am going to give you a content doc template plus a filler vertical schedule plus a couple more resources that I didn't share in this video that are pretty valuable when doing competitor analysis and also for tracking your niche. Inside this, you will get the complete content doc framework breaking down exactly how I build these content docs. You will also get 50 plus different filler and content ideas. I have a document where I break down the most popular niches and I list my best competitors for each of those niches so I know what's working in the market. So I'm not constantly having to do niche research. And then also 20 plus vertical ideas that have been going stupid viral on Instagram and I think are going to last for the next 6 to 12 months. If you want this, enter your email below and I'll send it to you immediately. And if you're serious about growing your model's accounts, trust me, you're going to need this. Go do it right now. All right, phase 6 recap. Let's recap it. You now understand filler and vertical. You also know how to make a content doc. You know how to do competitor analysis research. You know how to then style selection off of those competitor analysis research that you've done. You know which platforms actually work and what works on them and what doesn't work on them. You know how to rice trail your entire system. And if you grab the content doc template, you're ready to start growing all of these accounts fast. But here's the thing. You can have the best marketing in the world and the best chatting in the world. But if you're doing everything yourself, you are the bottleneck. Phase 7 is all about hiring, how to build your team, how to delegate. We're going to cover where to find A+ VAs, not Fiverr, not Upwork, the real sources, how to get VAs, how to train VAs, how to manage chatters, how to pay VAs fairly and don't scam your team. And by the end of phase 7, you will know how to hire and build an entire team and manage that team so you have an agency that runs without you. So if you're serious, keep watching because phase 7 is next. Let's go. All right, yo, what's good? Nick, how are you, man?
Doing good, Griffin. How about you, man?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. All right, so yeah, we're basically gonna walk through pretty much your entire journey since you've joined inside. So we can pretty much just jump straight into it if you're ready. You ready, man?
Sure, for sure. Let's get it.
So yeah, for everybody who's watching right now, Nick, can you tell them a little bit about where you were before joining Fantra and where you are now, currently with your agency?
For sure, yeah. So before joining, it was like a chaos. Like I was all over the place, didn't know what to do, where to go, what I was doing at the time. So it was like very confusing for me. But after joining, it's been a blast. Like in 4 months, we've been doing like 25K with just 2 creators. And right now we're signing actually more. Like we have 2, 3 more on the way signing. Everything is falling into place. Just like it's perfect. I don't know how to say it.
Oh yeah, bro. I mean, last time we talked, you were at like 19K, right? You've already got to
Yeah,
25 now.
yeah, even less. I think like 17, 16K.
Damn, bro, good stuff. I mean, let's throw up those numbers somewhere on screen right now. You'll send me some screenshots after this, but for everybody watching, so that's 25K a month total right now across 2 creators. And where you were last year, or I guess before you joined the consulting like 6 months ago, you're making 0, right?
Yeah, it was like 0. We had like 2, 3 creators, but they were like lazy, making content. We're not talking with them the right way that we should, not coaching them. So yeah, it was like $200 a month, which is basically 0 for me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically nothing. So damn, man. I mean, tell me a little bit about it. How does it feel, now that you're making 25K a month? Like, what is the biggest differences there in your life? Like, as far as like from 0 all the way to 25 now?
It's crazy. Like my whole life did the 360, where I was like stressing over the models, not making content or not finding a model or not making money. It's like right now I'm chill. It's like my life has opened up of freedom because you have like the charters, you have everything in place, you have all the systems in place running, and you just manage them. So it feels great, like knowing I'm running a business that's actually making money and I can make a living out of it and also help my parents and everyone around me.
Yeah, I know your big thing because you had a partner in this, right, Theo?
Yeah, my brother.
Yeah, I mean, is it the same thing kind of for him? Like y'all both are
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah. We're
security of
like
it?
we're flying together. We're flying together.
Yeah, I mean, like to be honest, bro, I fucking love seeing it. Like a lot of guys, they'll hit like their first like 10K, 15K month and they'll take the foot off the gas. But I remember when I spoke to you guys when we had that call that you hit your first 10K, you were like, this is not the end. This is just the beginning of a
Yeah,
huge empire, bro. And like so that was like what? A month and a half ago? 2 months maybe? And now
yeah,
you're at
yeah.
25, you've doubled it.
It's crazy. It's been crazy.
That's fucking awesome,
We're
bro.
only up from here. Like, if you have a target of like 100K per month and getting to 25, there's no reason to take your foot off the gas. Like, I'm not even halfway where I want to be. So there's no point of taking my foot off the pedal.
Yeah, no. Like what separates the guys making like, 20 versus 100, it really is just like the systems in place and like we discussed earlier of like not stopping. Like you genuinely have to stay committed, keep going, like the road doesn't end. And I think you've definitely realized that. So good shit, bro.
Yeah, to be honest, like, there's a lot of guys just making like some amount of money and then just blowing it all away. And
Doesn't work. All right, bro. So I mean like let's break down those systems that's getting you to those 25K a month. I mean like right now you're managing two creators, right?
yeah,
And I remember like before those two creators, you had another creator, but like she just wasn't really performing, wasn't making content. So I mean, for everybody who's watching, walk everyone through kind of like what the main differences were from that first creator, what you were doing with her, and now what you're doing. Like, what is the system change? How has everything changed? What is the feeling like? What's implemented? Everything like that.
Yeah, basically in simple words, before we were like it was a side hustle with me and my brother, and now it's more like a business. Like we're the CEOs, we have employees, we have manager for them, we have everything. We're keeping in touch with the models and having like a relationship manager talking with her daily. So it's like instead of it being like a side hustle with my brother, right now it's a whole business and a whole setup and everything is just running smoothly and we're just checking along the way instead of being like a slave of my own agency.
Yeah. I like to say that like a lot of people they buy themselves a job by getting into businesses and not actually treating it like a business besides building a business, which I think that's something that you guys have done. So like what kind of specifically for like people at home watching, like what specific businesses or not really businesses, but obviously like systems, what really clicked to make that feel like you're in a business rather than buying yourself a job?
Yeah, just so you get an idea, like before we had no SOPs, like I didn't even know the term SOP. So right now, like we have SOPs, we have employees, we have chatters, we have VAs, we even have like managers for the employees. So if they're getting lazy, there's a manager always like on top of them. And basically other systems that you gave for us, and they're really helpful. And yeah, just like everything is kind of flowing, you know.
Yeah.
It's not all over the place. Just like flowing, this system follows the other system, and then that follows the other one, and everything falls into place. All the employees are working, they're happy, and just everything is going smoothly.
I feel like a lot of guys, and I agree with that. I feel like a lot of guys, what their biggest issue is they feel like everything's kind of messy, like you're saying, and they having to do 10 hours of work that if there was a system in place would only take, an hour, hour and a half maybe. What are like the, top two systems or like teams that you would make sure that any agency owner, if they were to create an agency that was making 10K a month or, system that they have to have in order to make that sort of money, what kind of specific systems would you say those would be?
For sure, chatting, you need to be covered on this one because chatting, you can't be like over the screen 24/7 chatting because it's gonna take a lot of energy away from you and it's also gonna take time of doing important tasks. So, for example, instead of spending your time on chatting, you're gonna be spending your time on how to improve your actual agency or how to improve the content of the model and the agency overall. Because when I was doing the chatting all day with my brother, I had my mind only on the chatting and nothing else, and I couldn't grow. Like my mind was too occupied. So for sure chatting and then having VAs for the social media, like creating the videos. Like okay, you get the ideas, you can find ideas, but then also creating the videos and putting captions or anything like that, it takes time as well. It's like a task that anyone can do, like a 5-year-old can do, like giving them trends and they're just making them. So again, it's like 2, 3, 4, 5 hours off your day, and then you have like more time to focus on like actually building something instead of being a slave for it.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. All right, man. So, I mean, let's kind of flip the script over towards creators because I'm sure creator management, relationship, retention is a big issue that some guys have. What does that kind of like look like for you? Like, are you calling these models daily? Like, what is your call schedule, your touches? Like, how often are you contacting them? Are you sending them reels, ideas every day? Like, what does that look like for you?
Yeah, sure. Just some sauce for anyone watching. You shouldn't treat a model like it's an object. Like you should see her as a person, as an actual girl, because she's a girl, so she has emotions. She's like every other girl out there. Because before I was just like, yeah, just take these reels for me and just go on with them, and we wouldn't talk like for a week. So now I have a relationship manager in place. He's talking with her daily, everything what she needs, like helping her along the way, telling her what to do, etc. And then I come in as the CEO in her eyes, and we're doing calls weekly, checking up on her, how is everything going, her health, like also talking on a personal level. Like having a personal connection with the model is really important. Being able to talk, like if there's something she needs to talk about, being good in her mind, her psychology is top, because if her mind is somewhere else, has problems in her life, she's not gonna be focused on making good content for you. So talking with a model like daily, having someone daily touch up with her, and me getting on a call with her to see how everything is going, it's really important.
No, I think that a lot of guys they mess up because whilst they're talking to these girls, they do treat it like you said, like an object, like it's just a work client, not really a partner. Because in this kind of business, you really do need to have a partnership over a work relationship.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, you need to have like a balance between like friendship and being a business partner, but having a nice balance between the two is really important, because most people just have it like, oh, yeah, she's my business partner. I'm gonna talk to her like we're closing a multi-million-dollar deal, and it's gonna be like, what?
100%, bro. Yeah. Because I remember one of our first calls that we had, like I was telling you the importance of that, of creating
Yeah.
that daily, communication, that structure with them. So do you think that like that shift has been beneficial for you in the long run?
It's been like big time change for us. Like what you said and the SOPs you gave us for talking to models and how to talk to them and everything, it's been super helpful. And I think that's actually the turning point we needed.
And not just about like talking to them necessarily, but also how you communicate. Like
Yeah.
what structures are for what group chats are for where, how is the content distributed? Do you feel like making it very efficient and easy for models to distribute content and get in communication with you is also a very important thing?
Plays a big role, because if you give her like a system where it's like too complicated, do X, 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 and Y, and Z, and like have five different things to do before uploading a video, it's gonna be super confusing for her. So like having systems, having a content delivery system and everything like that is super important when running a model.
All right, let's flip the script over to content, man. Content's huge. Everybody's biggest issue is always going to be marketing. I mean, I even hear that in my own DMs. Is everybody has issues with marketing. And I know that you said before you joined that you were just posting whatever and hoping it was work, and that was one of your issues as well, getting into the game. And so what kind of has changed so far? Like what have you started implementing now that you've joined, you've gotten access to like what we do? How are those systems and like content strategies been working for you?
Yeah, to be honest, it was one of our biggest problems, having doing the right marketing, because we're just posting any idea that come to mind, hoping to get views, and it would be stuck at like 100, 200 views maximum. So right now, like with the systems you gave us and the info you gave us, we've been actually able to look at the market, look at what's trending, what's not, style selection, niche selection for the model. Like, yeah, you might find a good niche, but it's important that that niche fits into the model, because if her personality is different from that niche, it's not gonna work. So being able to try different styles for her, track the numbers, track everything, because numbers is everything. If you go in blind and hoping something would work, or if you think in your mind that that niche fits her, it might actually don't fit her, like if you look at the numbers. So tracking is the biggest thing in marketing, and then like having a creative mind, I would say, is also a big up.
What's your process now? Like how you're doing the style selection, how you're, making sure that hey, this content isn't working, this content is working. Like what does that process kind of break down for you nowadays?
So what we do is we like for a model when we start her to get like 5, 6, 7 styles and just test everything. So by test I mean post like 20, 30 videos like you said, and then just like kind of check which are the two best ones, like for views, non-followers, reach, and everything, just like checking it. And then from the best ones we pick those two, and then add the third style, so we can find the third style that's good for her, so we have like diversity. And just keep adding styles to see what's best, because we always want the best. If something is mid, the numbers are mid, we're just gonna settle for something that's like mid if we can have something that's top. So we look for the top quality niche for the model. That's how like basically we work.
Right, because like if you were to just stay on that one style or whatever it was for a month, 2 months, I know guys that just repeat the same amount of content because it's like easier to do. But if you stay on that amount of content for months and months and it isn't performing, you need to move on. And so like you found that like 20 to 30 videos is usually the marker to see if something's performing or not, something's worth it or not. And that has definitely helped you scale your content and your marketing, you would say.
Yeah, because like to be honest, there's a small percent of luck, let's say, in marketing. So if you only post like 5 videos or 10 videos, there's not enough numbers to see like if actually something performs. Because something can perform good at the start and then after like 15 videos drop, or the opposite. Something in the start might be like 100 views and then just take off. So it's really important to have high volume to see the best numbers available and then just go from there.
And I think that's honestly like what a bunch of agency owners miss out on is that tracking. Like they don't track, they just treat it like a side hustle, like you were saying earlier. And they do post like those 5 videos and like, oh, it's not working, or oh, it's working great. They're just so quick and preemptive to make that decision. So yeah, for anybody watching, if you are doing that, listen to my boy Nick here. He definitely needs to be posting 20 to 30 videos. I mean, you would say that's for pretty much everyone, right?
Yeah, everyone should do that.
All right, Nick. So, I got to ask, at least from the program, man, what has helped you, like, from these past 4 months out of the program itself, really make that difference and that key switch to get to the point where you are now? Like, from calls, feedback, whatever it was, like, what has been that really kind of key ticket for you?
The direct feedback was definitely my favorite because like having someone that's been successful in the industry reviewing your content, your agency structure or anything and giving you direct feedback is something that a course can't buy. Like having a course giving you just a framework of like let's say marketing without having feedback, it's nothing. So basically, yeah, the feedback and the calls like with you having to giving us like sauce and also talking with other guys in the program, sharing our ideas. And then of course, like I'm not saying they're not helpful, but the SOPs and everything in there, it's super simple, super like organized. So those actually helped a lot. But yeah, the direct feedback was a game changer for me.
I love that, bro. And like, especially with you, bro, it's like you're one of the guys who didn't just take the information, the feedback that I give you and just kind of take it in one ear and out the other, which like some guys do. Like, it's obviously a thing of like, you get access to this and it really does depend on how and who and where you use it. And you're one of the guys that I think definitely was using every bit of information that I was giving them, making sure that they were using it and not just sitting on the information and staying stagnant.
Yeah, to be honest, like everyone gets the info and process it differently in their mind, but that's not an excuse to not take action. Like even if you don't understand something, just take action on it and everything will fall into place. Like most people just get stuck up on, oh my God, like what should I do here? Or the small details that just keep them back. So just take action and like you will see how everything unfolds.
Exactly. All right, bro. So last few questions here. Let's kind of wrap it up. What would you tell somebody who's in OFM, maybe watching my videos, watching just normal YouTube content, but doesn't know if they should really pull the trigger on whether that be a coaching program, a consulting, something else, or just actually doing the work? What would you kind of tell that person to maybe push them over the edge? Like, what would your advice be?
First of all, in terms of like thought process, if you're not ready to invest in yourself and your business to make it grow, you're already set up for failure. Like if you're, oh my God, I'm gonna make money and save as much as I can and not invest in myself and just go and buy drinks, food or anything, you're set up to fail. So just don't think about it too much. Don't overthink. Just pull the trigger. Like you have someone in the space that's making money giving you direct feedback. Like what more do you want? Like there's nothing more than that.
And like, what would you tell somebody who is maybe hesitant about joining, maybe doesn't see the full value in it? What's kind of been like your pushing over edge? Like what made you really see that this value is worth it?
I mean, I can see, I also like to read people. So I see that you're a guy that actually cares about someone and it's not just like, okay, yeah, just do this, and whatever happens, happens. You're actually a guy that cares about someone, will spend your time, even if you're full and you're busy, you're gonna give up your time just to help someone. So that actually was something nice for me. That's what I looked forward to, and that's why I joined the program, to be honest.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. And I got to ask you this, man, because you know how honestly kind of crazy and terrible the OFM space is with all these gurus, the scams, the marketplaces. It's a whole thing. Everybody in the industry knows about it. So what would you say to somebody who's kind of like hesitant to pull the trigger again? Maybe they did in the past, but they got burned from either a course seller, somebody on Telegram, somebody that's just been burned before in the past and is hesitant to take action now due to that. What would your kind of advice be?
Yeah, I mean, like, if you fail once, you're gonna give up. Like, is that your thought process? Like, okay, you bought into a scam, but that's your problem. Like, did you research it enough? Like, there's someone, me, like, giving you advice and everything that I got from Griffin, and I'm successful. Like, I'm making 25K a month. I'm 20 years old. So if that doesn't motivate you enough to join, I mean, like, there's nothing else that will. So if you don't want to join, that's like,
I also like to say it as in like, I use this analogy a lot, is like, if you were to get a girlfriend and that girlfriend cheated on you, like would that stop you from going to find your wife? Like, no, you would continue to try and find that perfect girl. It doesn't mean that every girl out there is terrible. It's just you got to be more skeptical and read the signs earlier. Kind of like what you said, you got to read people.
Yeah, I like to believe that everything that happens is my fault. Like even if I get scammed, I'm gonna be like, it's my fault. I should have seen that coming. You
Yeah,
know?
100%. Y'all boys take that from Nick. Whoever is watching right now, that is something that a mindset piece that a lot of people don't have, is the ability to take 100% responsibility. And I've seen you grow. Like even over the past times that we've been inside the consulting, I've personally seen you and Theo grow as not only like OFM agency owners, but also just people in general. Like the way that you handle yourself, the way you approach scenarios, and it's great to see. And I think a big part of that is like, so many people love to make excuses for why they're not successful, why they're not at the point they want. But at the end of the day, excuses are never really the real reason of why you're not at that point. There's always an underlying reason. Like let's say your excuse for being late to work was because the traffic was bad, but like the real reason behind that was you didn't wake up enough time to allocate for the traffic being bad. And so there's always another reason behind it. And I think you guys especially have learned that. And also I think anyone who is going to be successful has to really understand that excuses aren't a thing, and you really do have to take 100% responsibility for everything that happens to you and for you, because it's because of you.
Yeah, people like underestimate the value that a good mindset gives you. Like they're all about making money, but what I like to think is like there's all these millionaires and billionaires out there that all of them, like Bill Gates still reads a book a week. Yeah, discovers new things every day. Like he still pushes his mind to the limit, and it's his mindset is just improving day by day. Like even if it's at 1%. So why are you neglecting your mindset and just focus on money? Because if you don't grow as a person, your agency will never grow, in my opinion.
Love that. I'll kind of wrap it up by saying this is like coaching or mentorship, like the consulting that we've created, it really isn't about the systems, the infrastructure. It's like you were saying earlier, it's about having somebody who's done it, give you that feedback, that advice, steer you in the right direction. Don't go here, don't do that, do this sort of thing. And I think you've definitely used it and taken it and ran the fuck up with it, hitting 25K a month in 4 months. Love it. Absolutely love to see it. Quite literally the definition of who I'm looking to work for. So awesome, man. But other than that, bro, that's pretty much all I wanted to ask you, Nick. I appreciate for your time, for hopping on here. And guys, listen, if you're somebody watching this, I am personally taking on a few people within the next month to use the same systems, give those same advice, even add more with the advancements that we're adding to the consulting. Same systems that Nick has used, implemented, and gotten to the point that he has. And also, boys, don't forget, I think, Nick, you were in the Telegram group before you even joined the consulting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, boys, don't forget about the Telegram group. We do giveaways in there all the time. If you haven't already, you're missing out. It's one of the best OFM Telegram groups. I try to keep it very clean. I don't allow selling. I don't allow people scamming. When there is scams, obviously it's inevitable to happen, but I make sure to make it as clean and as useful for you boys as possible. We're dropping sauce in there pretty much every single week. So if you guys are interested in that, that'll be the first link in the description as well. But other than that, bro, like I said, that's pretty much it, Nick. I appreciate your time and thanks for hopping on, bro.
Thank you for helping me, man. Thank you for the journey.
100%, dog. Phase 7, hiring. You can't scale if you're doing everything yourself. I don't care how good your systems are. I don't care how hard you work. If you are the one posting, chatting, managing models, managing content distribution, you're the bottleneck. And bottlenecks don't scale. So in this phase, I'm going to teach you how to build a team that will run completely without you. We're going to cover where to find A+ quality VAs, and no, not Fiverr and Upwork bullshit, how to vet these VAs to make sure that they're actually good, how to train these VAs, how to manage chatters and also build a chatting infrastructure, Discord setup, shift schedules, everything. And then also lastly, how to pay these VAs, answering all of your questions. By the end of this phase, you'll know exactly how to hire the right people and delegate without losing control. Let's go. Before I show you how to hire, let me show you why most people fuck this up. Because if you don't understand these mistakes, you're most likely going to make them even after watching this video. So here they are. Mistake number 1, hiring from Fiverr or Upwork or any of these other third-party shitty sites. Everyone thinks I'll go to the Fiverr and just hire somebody for $5 an hour, and they're shocked when the VA does shitty work, has no experience, ghosts them after 2 hours, asks for pay up front. Bro, you get what you pay for. Fiverr and Upwork are flooded with low-quality VAs who don't actually know what they're doing. Not even that, they're also working multiple jobs, 5+ jobs, and don't give a fuck about yours. There are better sources, and I'll show you in a second. Mistake 2, zero vetting process past the hire. Most people hire VAs who respond to their first message. No interview, no assessment, no background check, no experience, and then they're surprised when the VA doesn't do the job correctly. You need a vetting process, and I'll show you mine. Mistake number 3 is no training. Listen, these internet people are not magical internet people. You hire a VA and you'll say, oh, just post content on Instagram, just do this, just do that. And then you're mad when the post comes out terrible. The caption is completely off what you wanted it, posted it maybe even on the wrong account. If you don't train your VAs, they will fuck up. And it's not their fault. You as a business owner should have SOPs, Loom video walkthroughs explaining how to do these processes. And I'll show you how to do that in a second. And once you fix those 3 mistakes, your hires will actually work out. So here's just so you know what good hiring looks like. A, you find and you know a reputable place that you can repeatably find A-tier quality VAs at. Second, you vet them properly. Third, you train them with SOPs and Loom walkthroughs so you don't have to be the trainer. And then fourth, you manage them ongoing and then you pay them fairly. It's pretty simple. That's it. It's not complicated, but a lot of people will skip this step. They'll be too scared to hire, or they'll hire one VA who wasn't hired properly. And then when they do bad work, they assume that all the VAs are going to do terrible work and it's a waste of their time. No, you are wasting your own time doing a task that could have been delegated 3 months ago. And let me show you the right process. Let's get into it. Okay, so hiring and delegation. Build your team. I'm going to be walking you through 5, probably 6 different phases about everything you need to know to actually delegate your agency. Listen, we are not in 2016 anymore. You can't just hire one person to do every single job for you. You're competing with tons of agencies. And if you want to be at the levels that these agencies are at, as far as chatting, efficiency, infrastructure, scalability, how much they can actually withhold as a business, how many models can they manage at once effectively, you need to be able to know how to build a team. A business without a team is not a business at all. All right. So phase number 1, where to find these guys. In the first 2 seconds, we need to understand, where am I actually hiring from? So there's 3 sources. Source 1 is going to be Telegram. I'm sure you guys already knew this by the time of watching this video, but people think that Telegram is something that, oh, everyone says it's Telegram, but it's not really Telegram. I will still sometimes hire off of Telegram. Now, I will say nowadays, 99 to 100% of my hires come from referrals, and we'll get to that in a second. But 90% of my hires previously to actually get this referral and these networks is through Telegram. I have settings and folders set up. So I have chatter hiring, I have account manager hiring, chat manager hiring, so many different of these groups. And then if you send in a message in every single one of these groups, and if you do it for a week, a message every 2 hours, you will get a ton of lead pool, okay? And lead pool is essentially referring to how many people are actually applying to your job offer or posting. This works across the board. Now, one thing, just like outreach, volume is extremely important when it comes to hiring. Let's put it in perspective. If you have 50 different chatters who apply to your offer and you pick the best one out of them, awesome. You have the best chatter out of 50 people. However, if you sent 3 times the messages and you have, let's say, 200 people apply to your offer and you have the best chatter now out of 200 people, which chatter do you think is most likely better? The 200 lead pool chatter. So that explains why volume in this game when it comes to hiring is just as important when it comes to outreach. The bigger the lead pool you have, the better. So for Telegram, send a simple message. It does not have to be super fancy. Just say you're looking for English speaking chatters or Italian or Mexican, Spanish, whatever. And then list the pay is what I usually like to do to just get that out in front, and also include that there is days off. And then from there, list the requirements. Must speak English as a must have a stable internet connection, must be readily available, must be XYZ. The reason why I include XYZ, do whatever you deem efficient. If you need a chatter to have some specific experience in one niche, do it. If you need to have a chatter experience in chatting on cam sites, experience in cams, do whatever you need to do to get in a chatter that is actually fit for your business. All right. Don't just copy what everyone else does. Now, if you're a generic, beginner just trying to hire, 100%, no problem with just copying messages. But if you're looking for something specific, ask for it. All right. And what I always do is say, if you want to apply, DM at and then at yourself. And then once people DM you, do two things. One, confirm that they read the message and meet the requirements. Say, hey, did you read the message? Are you this, this, and this? After they say yes, send them a Google form with smart logic. And we'll get into vetting and screening here in a second. But that is the first place, the first source where you want to find these high quality VAs. Source 2, OFMjobs.com. Now, I know it said in the beginning, Fiverr and Upwork and this, that, and the third is just not good, which I do agree with. However, I do think that OFMjobs.com is a little bit different in the sense that it's built specifically for OFM. It's so lucrative when it comes to not only listing job posting, but I also preferably like to go and search for workers. So this is exactly what it looks like when you're actually a employer, not an employee. And you can get seen basically by all these different employees. You have Stephanie, Kelvin, Marco, all these guys. You can contact them and ask them to chat. Now, if you don't want to contact them, you can also post. What that means is go on OFMjobs.com, sign up. When prompted, click employer, not worker. And then once you're logged in, click post a job. Create it manually rather than create it with AI, and then title it OF Chatter or Chatter, whatever. Do the employment full-time, enter the description of a job. I would include the on-target earnings, the required experience, etc., 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 like we said, and then gender, any. Now, this is the settings that I want you to have. You're going to be paying them bi-weekly, at least that's what I do, or monthly, both work. You can commission structure if you have a certain commission. So $2 to $5 an hour plus 3% of messages and tips generated is what I listed here. Hourly wage. You also have the bank transfer, PayPal, and crypto as payment for these people. And then skills, have it required that they know how to chat, and then also have sales skills, social media platforms, Instagram, and OF. Software inflow or whatever CRM that you use. You can see there's OF Buddy, Buddy X. Let's see if there's any Creator Hero, Fans Growth, Fans Metric. You have a bunch of different CRMs inside of here. Language, obviously I'm going to select English, but do whatever fits your situation. And then I like to also have 3 different pre-qualifiers, which is an intermediate English test, an internet speed, and typing speed. And then submit for review. And then that will be posted into basically the OFM Jobs network, and then chatters will be able to apply the people who fit that description to your job posting. Now, a big reason why I like this so much is because it eliminates a lot of the vets. What I mean by that is a vet is anyone that I would like to call a time waster, somebody that's just going to apply to tons of different jobs, not take any of them seriously, and overall waste the agency owner's time. Now, that is someone that you kick out because of the vetting process, hence the name. But with OFMjobs.com, if somebody is creating an account on OFMjobs.com, listing all of their skills, actually applying to jobs, you will get a lot more serious people and people that have more experience in the industry is what I've noticed. Now, source 3 is going to be referrals. By ear, by mouth, by Discord message, okay? 90% of my chatters, account managers, content managers, etc., come from my network and people I've met in the industry. So basic lines for this, there's not really a how-to for referrals, but keep connections, look for high-value people, and know how to see when people are bullshit. Like know how to read out when a chatter is just wasting time or isn't that good or doesn't have as many connections as they may say they do. The biggest thing with referrals is they can be extremely effective, especially when you have a big, large network of chatters. Basically, you can get a hire any single time that you need because chatters, at the end of the day, VAs know a lot of VAs, at least in my experience, especially the experienced ones. Okay, so review really quickly. We now know to find A+ quality VAs, it's going to be Telegram, OFMjobs.com, or referrals later down the line. And we also know how to send out what I call cast the fishing rod. Send out the bait and wait for somebody to click. Okay, now let's talk about making sure that these VAs are actually good. They're not going to waste our time. So how to vet VAs? With your Telegram, OFMjobs.com, or referrals, I don't care. Funnel all of them to a Google form. All applicants, Telegram, OFMjobs.com, referrals, go through a vetting process form. Ask questions about past experience, comfortability, internet speed, desire for the job, why they want the job, etc., 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 and then use smart logic attached in the Google form to weed out the bad applicants. So create a Google form, ask simple questions. This is just a template I came up with. Why do you want this job? What experience do you have? Are you familiar with inflow? Are you comfortable with 18 plus not safe for work content? Ask any questions that you would want to know about somebody who's working on your team, and then use, keyword here, smart logic. Now, what is smart logic? Essentially what smart logic is this right here. It's an example I pulled up really quickly. Are you comfortable with 18 plus not safe for work content? For instance, this question, they have two options, yes or no. Yes, you've been accepted. Awesome. Like that's the end screen that they'll see. If they click no, they'll get the you've been denied. Now, this is very simple. You can look up a YouTube video for 2 seconds, but I'm pretty sure it's in the settings in like the top right corner, I believe. And click enable smart logic, and then you can map out all these different answers. But a 2-minute YouTube search will also do the same thing. Now, you've passed the Google form. They've been vetted. You understand who they are a little bit more. Now you're ready to start looking at the actual person. Green flags and red flags, not for dating, for business. Okay, so green flags. Number 1, they ask good questions. What time zone do you need me to work in? What tools will I be using? How do you measure success for this role? This shows that they're thinking critically. And before you guys say, Griffin, you're looking too far into this, VAs aren't that important, this, that, and the other. VAs access your agency. And what I mean by access, they have control over it. Even if it's a little, they have control. I remember one time I had a creator who was making around 30K per month, 32K per month. And we had a VA who logged onto the account, and let's just say with the not safe for work content, they weren't being very careful about it. One thing led to another. That creator ended up hating us because of this one VA who was not careful with her not safe for work content. That is how much control, even if it's one thing, that people don't think a lot of things have to do with this, that, or the third. You need, from person with experience, losing out on a whole ass creator because of a bad VA. You need to start looking at who the people are, not just whether or not they're completing their easy ass task, who this person is, because you also want to long-term invest into employees in this business model. This is one of the business models that there's not just open hirings for higher positions. In a sense, what I'm saying is your chat manager, you would want that to be a chatter that's worked with you for 3+ months, and you know them, you know how they communicate, you know how they work, you know they're trustworthy. Same thing with the account manager. You want that to be a chat manager or a chatter that you've been working with for X amount of time. That way you know that person. And it's not just a brand new relationship that you're trusting them with your agency. Okay, so make sure you look for these things. 2, they have relevant experience. They've worked with social media content or OnlyFans before. They can show you examples of their work. They're responsive. They reply in 24 hours. They will show up on the interview on time. They're professional. Their messages are clear and grammatically correct. They don't send one-word replies, and they're comfortable with adult content. They explicitly say, yes, I'm comfortable with working with OnlyFans. If they don't and they seem hesitant or weird about it, that's bad, okay? Red flags. If they don't ask any questions, this is a red flag. This means they don't care about the job, they care too much about their pride or their ego, and they're probably applying to 50 jobs at once. 2, they have no relevant experience. They've never worked with social media or content. They can't show you examples of past work. They're slow to respond, and they take 3 to 4 days, and they're probably juggling too many jobs. This is a big issue with VAs. Another one, their English is terrible. You can barely understand their messages. This is going to be a nightmare to manage. It's the same thing with creators, boys. Keep in mind, let's say you have a creator who you're constantly, I preach this in my YouTube videos all the time. If you have a creator who you're constantly trying to chase and you're constantly trying to catch up with them, hey, you showing up to the meeting? Hey, can you get this piece of content done? Hey, can you do this? You will do that for the remainder of your relationship. Same with VAs. And me personally, I would never want to work with somebody like that. Now, they're hesitant about adult content. If somebody says, I guess I'm good with it, or we'll see, or this, that, and the third, just go ahead and save yourself the time. They're going to quit in the next week or two. Like, if they're already hesitant about it, they're most likely not going to just jump on the bandwagon all of a sudden and be like, oh, I'm good to start doing OF content. It's most of the time not the case. They're going to quit in 2 weeks. Now, if they ask for payment up front, this is another red flag. Can you send me the payment for a week before I started? Scammer alert. Don't send any VA a payment prior to actually working. All right, moving from this, now it's time for the test, okay? Always give a test assessment or a trial period. I usually go with a trial period before hiring. And here's why. You can interview someone and they sound great. I'm sure if you've ever applied for a job before, you've probably lied in the interview process, or at least you know somebody who has. But you don't know if they can actually do the job until you test them, okay? So for example, what is a test assessment? For a VA who will post content, give them here are 5 videos, follow the posting SOP, edit them in the edits app, add the captions, and upload to Instagram. You have 24 hours. See how they do. For a chatter, we will monitor your first 2 shifts. I want you to proceed like a normal chatting with subscribers and then have your chat manager review in a call or yourself. This is more of a trial period. This is the whole reason, not the whole reason, but a big part of the chatter monitoring process that we covered in phase 4. For a content manager, here's a competitor's Instagram, study it and give me what niche is posting and what we should post for our similar creator. What content's working, what's their posting schedule, what should we copy, all of it. And if they complete the test well, hire them. If they don't or do a shitty job, move on. Remember, with this industry, this is huge. Hire slow, fire fast, okay? Do not be stuck in a shitty VA relationship that's wasting you money and time. Remember, you're paying these people to do a task that you could be doing. Make sure it's at least be getting done correctly. Now, next is training and SOP creation / use, okay? Now that we know let's review really quickly. Now that we know where to hire these VAs, we know how to vet them to make sure that they're actually good VAs. We know what to look for in the VAs. We know how to give them a test period before actually hiring them into our agency to ensure work quality. Let's get into training them and ongoing. So, number 1 thing, SOPs, all right? If you do not have SOPs inside of your agency, you are missing out, not just on money. I wouldn't even say money's your biggest loss here. You're missing out on your time. You're wasting time. You doing stuff and teaching people anything that could be shown in a video, which is close to 100% of things, and you're doing it manually instead, you are wasting time. You want 99% of your hiring and training process to be fully automated by SOPs, okay? Now, to let you guys understand SOPs a little bit more, there are going to be 2 types when it comes to hiring. One is going to be hiring SOPs, self-explanatory, and the second one is going to be training SOPs. These 2 together will automate your entire hiring process. Now, all SOPs are performed by yourself or HR at your agency. Hiring SOPs. What a hiring SOP is something that you as the agency owner or HR will follow. HR is short for human resources, if you guys don't know. Following process like generating lead pool to training / monitoring first shift. Okay, this is going to be for the inside agency. This isn't somebody that you're bringing on. So when I say hiring SOPs, it's genuinely what do we do to hire? So either you or your HR is going to be hiring. And then the training SOPs will be made by you, but not for you, be performed by the new hire. Let me explain. So what a hiring SOP will look like for somebody that you or somebody at your agency will complete is going to be Telegram to the Google form to Smart Logic to contacted via WhatsApp to having a screening call, but they passed, they failed. By the way, boys, on this call, this is where you'll pass basically typing tests, internet speed, speaking level tests, live chatting tests, a bunch of different stuff. Give them a trial / test assignment. Once this is completed, if they move on, place into Discord Hub, log into Inflow, and then provide the training SOP. So you can see how this SOP coordinates in conjunction with the second training SOP. So this whole time, if you have somebody else running this hiring process, if you have a partner in your agency, you can be entirely hands-off with this process. But with yourself, you will have to manually do everything up until here. And then once you get to here, this is where you hand it off and just give the SOP. Now, for chatting, inflow use, how to send in your end of shift reports, Discord Hub, the rules, the day-to-day processes, Loom, okay? Not Loom as in this is what you do, but film Loom videos. Open Loom, hit record, and walk through the task on your screen while you explain it, okay? So for example, All right, here's how you post Instagram Reels. Guys, this is the posting SOP for VA. So first you're going to go over here. You're going to go to Notion. You're going to click the content calendar. Then you're going to go here. Show them everything, every step by step. Because even if this loom takes you 15, 20 minutes, it's going to save you hours in the long run. Then that's it. 3-minute loom video. Send it to your VA and say, watch this and do exactly as I do. No back and forth, no hand holding. They just follow the video. I'm a big believer in film once and use it forever. SOP for Loom Video Chatting Discord. Welcome to Outlast Agency Chatter Intro. You can see I'm somebody that does what I preach. 54 different people have viewed this. 65 different people have viewed this. This is something that I continuously will just send out. Imagine if I had to explain to 54 different motherfuckers how to set up the SOP for chatting Discord, like how to work the chatting hub in the Discord. That would be probably close to 30 minutes on each call. 30 minutes times 45. Well, just 30 times. How many people was that? 54? 16,000 or 1,020, 1,620. Divide that by, if that was minutes, divide that by 60, 27 hours total. If I were to do every single chatter that watched that video, 27 hours long. And that is a 4-minute video. Yeah, save me a fuck ton of time. Now, from here, we need to learn how to manage all the new hires plus the ongoing. So we know where to hire them. We know how to vet them. We know how to train them. We know how to get everything up to the point of management and ongoing. What do we do from the point once we have everything in place? How do we actually get people off our back? And this is a repeatable process we can do. So phase 4, how to manage chatters. All right, let me show you how to manage chatters specifically, because chatters and VAs are different. VAs do tasks and chatters make you money. So you need to manage them a bit differently. So step 1, create a Discord server. With that Discord server, I want you to name it your agency name. Chatting HQ. So for me, Outlast Agency HQ Chatting HQ. Step 2, create training channels for your chatters. So have things like training resources, start here, rules, explaining the entire Discord hub. And this could be somewhere where you plug in that Loom video. Again, Loom video. Again, Loom video. Now, step 3, create a shift schedule channel. So go to Inflow. And then once you have all of your shifts in place, then send a screenshot of what that shift looks like. You'll have to update this every single time if you change shifts or add a new hire or whatever, but post the shift schedule per creator in the channel. You can see right here, chatter schedule, and then we have an image of all of these schedules. And you can also make this out on a document. So Monday, you have the dates, Tuesday, you have the dates. So people know not just off of a screenshot. So they actually have a whole layout with it. That's what we do plus the screenshot. Then step 4, create an EOS tracking channel, end of shift. So you want to collect end of shift reports. This is what you're going to actually be tracking on these chatters. So have them send in their EOS report at the end of every shift. How you do this is you're going to go to Inflow, and then from Inflow, you're going to go to Manage Employees. And then from Manage Employees, you're going to go to Shift Reports or Shift, and it will say something about their shift, and you can select them as an employee, and it'll show you this. It'll be way longer than this. It'll probably be like all the way down to here. It'll say February, obviously before this, February 5th, February 4th. God, I can't draw February 3rd. You get the point. It'll go down from this, and it'll go up from that, but it'll show you the date, the shift, the assigned creators that it was on, the sales, the messages sent, the PPVs sent, the PPVs unlocked, the golden ratio, all of that good stuff. It'll show you all of it. Now, from there, step 5, add any channels that aren't necessary for that. So you can see for our chatter, we have EOS reports, breaks, chat manager team 1, clock in, clock out, breaks, EOS channel reports, chatter schedule, quality check, manager team channel, announcements, training materials. You can see it goes on and on and on. Every single channel for a very specific and efficient reason. Now, bonus, how to hire chat managers. This is your best hire to actually save yourself time, okay? So what are these people going to handle? A lot of guys get the whole chatter schedule chatter manager confused. They start overthinking it. What's an account manager? What's a chat manager? Account managers is anybody who's going to basically handle not safe for work content between you, your model, and the OnlyFans account. There are people who specifically do this. Like, will do this for 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years. All they do is account manage. What does account manage mean? They are basically professionals at making sure that the OF has enough content. So, for instance, let's say you need a script. They are the people who are going to communicate with your model, say we need a script, include what specifics in the script, this, that, and the third, about how to make that script. And then they're going to send the content, the model, to the account manager, and the account manager is going to upload that content to OnlyFans, organize the vault, and optimize it. The account manager does not chat, okay? Now, your chat manager can also be your account manager, but I would not necessarily say that your account manager can be your chat manager, and here's why. Account managers don't have necessarily anybody they're overseeing. They're just collecting information. These people, you usually don't pay them a lot. $1 to $2 an hour, no commission. It's very cheap. But your chat manager, if they're working, and let's say your chat manager doesn't chat, like you have enough chatters, you just have a manager to overlook them, that's what they're getting paid for, then what they're going to do is they can go right here for custom requests from the chatter to the manager directly, and then to the model, and then back to the manager, and then back to the chatter after they add it into inflow. This is the setup that I have. I don't have a separate role, a separate hire for a task or an account manager, excuse me. So a lot of people ask, why? Griffin, you make all this money. Why not just hire another person? Because at the end of the day, my chat manager is competent. He knows that it, or she knows, excuse me, that it doesn't take a lot of time to talk to my creator, get some content, and upload it to the vault. And we also pay her a little bit more. So this person, this chat manager, can pretty much handle anything when it comes to the OF page. Now, those are two roles that do need to be filled in your agency, because for every custom request that you get, you don't want to have to communicate with the model for that. You as your agency, as the agency owner, want to be strictly focused on marketing. If you can totally eliminate chatting from your headspace during the week, sure, look at the end of shift reports, at the end of each week, or sure, hire a couple chatters every single month, whatever. But if you can take your headspace off of the chats for 90% of the time running your agency, that is what's going to allow you to market better, and then also sign more creators, and also just look at your agency from a different perspective, being able to be more efficient, which is my whole goal. So these people are going to handle custom requests for OnlyFans content, as in from the account manager to the model. Keep in all communication one group chat between you, your model, the chat manager. I would not give the chat manager basically the model's number. I would just put the chat manager in a group chat with me and the model. That way, at least you can see it if need be. So either iMessage, WhatsApp, Discord, doesn't matter. They also handle the entire Discord of these chatters. So this, you can see, Sam is my chat manager. She is the fucking best. If you guys have seen Sam in another video, she's the GOAT. Shout out Sam. But what I'm saying here is, you can see Sam is saving me time in this screenshot. Jamel hired, and Sam is sitting inside of here dictating and watching their first shift. This probably wasn't his first shift, but it is probably his, millionth shift with us. But she is still inside of here monitoring. Are they talking 24/7? No, it's not their first time. Like I said, it's probably their, a lot of times they'll just sit in here and do nothing. Like, they'll just be live. They won't say a word, but if they need it, at least they know it's there. And also with this, if there's issues, questions, concerns, or if we just want the security and knowing that Jamel is doing the job, Sam can tell us. Now, also with this, monitor chatters like you just saw, manage the shift of them, help onboard new chatters, and their work is going to be 6 days a week with 1 day off, and the pay is $4 an hour or more. Percent depends on what they do. So if they're chatting, they get commission for it. If they don't chat, up the hourly. For instance, for us, we pay our chat managers anywhere from 5 to 6, anywhere from as high as 10, depending on what they're actually doing for us as an agency. Now, when to hire? Once it's taking up a lot of your time. There's not you can hire one tomorrow if you want. Is it worth it? Probably not. But Will it save up your time? Yes, but I would say when it's taking up a lot of your time to where you can't focus on this, or you would realize that if this was handled, I would have 2 hours of my day, 3 hours of my day freed up. That's when you know. So where and how do you hire? Like we went over, Telegram, find somebody, ofmjobs.com. And this is also, remember, this is very important, a train somebody job, okay? These guys must have chatting experience. Don't expect them to just come in and handle it. Put someone in this position after 3 months minimum of working with you. So for instance, a chat manager can go to an ops director, but before this, you might have a chatter. Go from a chatter to a chat manager. You know what I mean? And then from an ops director, head manager of your agency, whatever, partner even. But the idea is you don't want to just put someone in this position immediately and just expect them to figure it all out. The message flow for this: must speak good English, DM me if interested, experience required, send form after they DM you. Super simple, like we went over. Now, for instance, as far as how it relates to the chatting infrastructure, you can see here the chatter monitoring, chatter, chat manager, chatters clock in, clock out. They're checked by managers, and the end of shift reports checked and tracked as well by managers. Now, how do we pay these magical internet people? A lot of people talk about VAs. How am I actually paying them? Do I do it legally? Do I do it illegally? All through crypto? This is what you do. Now, type of pay, 2 different ways. Option A, you can either do a flat rate, so you pay them a fixed amount per month, per biweekly, whatever. Example, $300 a month for 20 hours a week. Pros, predictable cost. Cons, they have no incentive to perform better. But paying a chatter, this is ball knowledge for you guys. If you run the math, paying a chatter at a fixed rate, once you are generating like $25K a month profit, it'll cost you way less than doing commission based. Because essentially what this is to run the math on that, let's say you're paying a chatter $4 an hour and they're working 8-hour shifts, $32 a day, times that by 7, 224 a week, 224 times 4, $896 a month is what you're looking at for an original chatter. Now, if you have a team of 3, it's going to be around 268. If you have a team of 4, it's going to be around 35. Okay, that's on $4 an hour, which is usually high. If you do $5, it'd probably be add another 150 to it. Okay, so with this in mind, let's just keep in mind of that first number, which was, I already forgot it. 4 times 8, sorry boys, 4 times 8, $32 a day, 32 times 7, 224 times 4, 869. Just keep in mind 869, okay? If we paid somebody, let's say $2 an hour, which would only come out to be 8-hour shifts, $16 a day, 112 times 4, 448. So it'd be half of it, right? But this is where the trickiness comes in. If I was making, let's say, 10 grand in messages and tips or monthly, this would probably be around $80,000. Like, let's just say 30,000. So I was doing $30,000 and I was giving them 3% commission. 3% of 30,000 is $900. So if you take that same 446, I believe it was, and you add 900, now you're paying them $1,346 versus the original of $896. So you will actually pay them more if you give them hourly and commission, even if that hourly is half of what you would give them normally. But of course, if you're only making a $10,000 a month, then your hourly is going to be making or costing you more because you don't have more, as in commission. So, or messages and tips technically. So you want to run the math on that of what it would cost you for messages and tips for a month to have commission and to have just a flat fixed rate. And it's usually what I've seen around that $25,000 a month point, where it is more profitable for you to then pay them only an hourly and no commission. Option 2 is commission, performance-based. You pay them based on the revenue they generate. Example, 200 base pay plus 5% commission of revenue they generate. Pros, they're incentivized to make more money. Cons, if revenue is low, they might quit. I use option 2 mainly for content. So bringing traffic in, bringing subscribers in, things like that. But would recommend majority of you watching this do this as far as for content. But for the other one, I would recommend probably No, what I'm saying here exactly is doing commission over the fixed rate of having, $5 an hour. But if you're over 25K a month profit, I would recommend you doing the fixed rate. It aligns with their incentives. With mine, if they make more money, they make more money. If I make more money, they make more money. Simple. Okay, now, how to pay. We know what to pay, how to pay. One, make sure you pay on the same day, same interval every single day. If you get paid bi-weekly, then pay the chatters either bi-weekly or monthly on the same date. Very simple. Two, pay the easiest methods. All right, easiest. I didn't say most legal, most illegal. I'm no, financial advisor by any means, but I have paid people using crypto, PayPal, bank transfer, invoice, pretty much anything that you can think of. If it can be sent online, I've probably used it. It doesn't matter. Just find something you can track, very important for taxes, and use repeatedly. Okay? 3, don't scam your VAs. I've seen agencies promise to pay and then ghost, refuse to pay after the work is done. I've seen them threaten VAs to get free work. Don't do it. It's scummy, it's shitty, and it ruins your rep. Okay? Now, treat your VAs with respect. Pay them fairly, and they'll build their agency with you. Remember, boys, they are your team. So that is the entire breakdown of how to delegate and hire. All right. Obviously, there is many things that come into this of what types of SOPs, how long should these SOPs, for how detailed should each one of these be. That is all something that I will leave you on the cliffhanger of it is up to your dissection. What works for me will not work for you. It could, but that doesn't mean it's the most efficient way it will work for you. Let me give you a story to prove my point. When I was working by myself, before I merged agencies, I had an entirely different chatting infrastructure Discord setup that I am currently now using. Now, did I go and switch everything that the agency that I'm working with now is using? No, I left it because it works for us, their team that they were already trained on. It worked for them. That didn't mean I had to come in there and change everything and be like, oh, this is more efficient technically because it's this, that. If it works, it works. I'm a big believer. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Okay? So with that being said, make the SOPs as you see fit. I didn't know all of these SOPs that I would have to make the second I had a VA on my team. It was just the right questions led to the right conceptions. And what that means is if a VA has a problem and it's like, oh, this what am I doing here? And I tell him, and then the same VA I hire after him has the same problem, or he asks again, I'm just going to be like, hey, you know what? I'll make a Loom video. I'll make an SOP. Boom. That problem is now solved forever. Okay? Do what's efficient for you. Don't over-conceptualize with everybody what they tell you on this industry. Don't be too specific and work what's working with you. And don't fix it if it's not broke. All right. You just learned why most agencies completely fail at hiring, where to find A+ quality VAs, how to get VAs, the green flags, the red flags, the test assessments, how to train VAs, the SOPs, the Loom walkthroughs, the onboarding checklist, how to manage chatters, the Discord setup, performance tracking, chat managers, and how to pay VAs fairly. Don't be a scumbag. Now, I'm going to give you the VA hiring checklist plus the Chatter Discord setup SOP. Inside this, you'll get the complete VA hiring checklist. You'll also get job posting templates, as well as an interview question script, as well as a live call with me and a VA, as well as test assessment templates, Chatter Discord setup walkthrough, and a full Miro board screenshot and breakdown of how I actually manage my chatters. If you want this, enter your email below and I'll send it over to you immediately. And if you're serious about building an actual team that really works, you're gonna need this. Go do it right now. So phase 7 recap. You now know how to hire A+ quality VAs. You know how to get these VAs. You know how to train these VAs. You know how to manage the chatters and set them up in a Discord infrastructure. And you also know how to pay all of them properly. And if you grab the VA hiring checklist, you are ready to start building your team. Now, here's the thing. Organic marketing, all of this, what we talked about, combined with organic marketing, will get you to 10K per month. But paid traffic will get you to 50K per month. Phase 8 is all about advanced marketing, paid ads, promotions, babe pages, automation, clientele, everything that comes with actually paid promotion. We're going to cover Meta Business Suite setup, model-to-model promotions, OnlyFinder setup, the Hydra method, how to combine organic plus paid promotion for maximum ROI. And by the end of phase 8, you will know how to exactly scale past organic marketing of 10, 15, 20K per month and scale to higher numbers using paid strategies. So if you're serious, keep watching because phase 8 is next. Let's go. All right, phase 8, hybrid AI. And before we get into this, I need to make something very clear. When I say hybrid AI, I am not talking about AI chatting. I am not talking about AI generated OnlyFans content. And I am not talking about some weird deep fake shit. I'm talking about using AI for marketing, Instagram Reels, X, TikTok videos. That's it. Everything that I taught you in phases 1 through 7 so far still apply. Hybrid AI is just an add-on to all of this. It's an add-on to the marketing strategy. It is not a replacement for everything. So if you're thinking, oh, this is some sketchy AI OnlyFans thing, no, it's not. This is about generating hundreds of thousands, millions even, of views, generating hundreds of pieces of content, and saving your creator time, but more importantly, your time. The reason why I started doing hybrid OFM in the first place was not because I was following a trend. In fact, I was one of the few first people to say, I think full AI OFM will not last long. I did not have confidence that AI OFM would be profitable, and turns out I was right. Everybody in AI OFM right now at the time of this recording is trying to switch out of it, trying to 10x their system. As I say, they're trying to get more creators, AI creators, than systems, than scaling what they already have. And the mistake that they have is they can't run away from what's inevitable. Platforms that haven't passed the test of time, lower conversion rates, and people noticing it's AI. But there were pros attached to this, and that was unlimited volume, perfection on the post as far as what the model looked like, consistency, and no human errors, not waiting on content to be filmed for models, not worrying about if a content has a trip or a model has a trip or is an excuse maker, whatever. With AI marketing, hybrid AI, you can now generate tons of content without ever having to even ask your model to film. So overall, why would somebody want to use hybrid? 2 reasons: volume and profit. More specifically, profit margins. And let me break that down. Here's the reality. A normal creator can film 45 to 60 videos a week, but that's only if she's motivated and has the time. But with hybrid AI, you can generate close to 200 videos per week easily. And listen, the industry that we're in, OFM, and especially Instagram, TikTok, X, is a volume game. The more you post, the more chances you have to go viral. It's that simple. With hybrid AI, you control the volume. You don't have to wait on her for videos. You don't have to wait if she has a mistake. I remember when we were managing a creator before I started doing hybrid, we wanted this creator to film this trend that was going absolutely nuts on Instagram, but she was with family. She didn't have the material she needed. She couldn't film the video, and we had to wait 1 week for this content piece to be made. And by the time it got posted, it barely even performed because we were late to the trend. But with hybrid, all of that is eliminated. And let's say compared to what you're doing now of 50 videos a week, maybe 3 or 4 videos every single week go viral of 100K, 200K views, but with hybrid, try 200 videos. Now all of a sudden that 3 to 4 is turning into 12, 15 viral videos every single week. And you just realize this, 5x'd your creator's views without your creator having to film 1 video. That's the volume advantage. But here's where it gets even better. And this is when it comes to hybrid AI to completely work with salary models. Now, I wouldn't really recommend salary models. They're not as motivated. They don't have the high quality. A lot of the times they don't know how to film good quality content. But with hybrid AI, we can leverage this. So before, like I was saying, a lot of these salary models will have low volume. They won't be incentivized to film more because at the end of the day, they're thinking if I keep getting paid my 2K, they're going to keep paying me. If I do the minimum, if I film the minimum amount of videos, do the minimum amount of work, try with the minimum amount of effort, I'm still going to get my 2K. But you can still take that salary model, pay her that 2K salary per month, and then now generate the results of a full influencer who's 50-50 making 50K per month. So for instance, to put the comparison on the table, let's say you sign an A-tier quality model. You're 50% with her, she's motivated, she's filming, you're doing decent good stuff with AI, you get her to 20K per month, awesome. That's $10,000 in your pockets. Probably a little less after OnlyFans fees, paying your employees, etc., etc. But with a salary model, let's say on a $2,000 salary, you go crazy with hybrid AI, eliminating the volume con that we had previously with working with salary models because you can now generate this content, eliminating the motivation, eliminating the bad quality because you're generating all of this content. And now you can generate that same 20K a month. And instead of only profiting 10, you can now profit $18,000 a month. That's almost 5 point something X your profits. All right, so let's get into exactly how we actually create this content. And remember, boys, this is an addition. This is not a full strategy. This is not anything changing so much from what we covered in phase 6 on marketing. What I'm about to show you is simply just showing you how to add on hybrid AI, the beginning to the end, the understanding of it and how to actually run it. And be creative in your own ways of how you're actually implementing this, because this strategy is fairly new for me. So I'm finding out tons and tons of different ways to implement this into my agency as of right now. But if you're watching this, I probably already have videos up on my channel about it. So go check them out. But let's get right into it. So as you can see, hybrid AI full framework. Okay. Step number 1 for this is to gather the necessary materials for content generations of creators that exist. So what I want you to do is, if you have your creator, ask your creator for around 15 pictures of herself within these terms. Good lighting, make sure it's HD quality, make sure it includes portraits, full body shots, and camera up close shots, and clothes that actually allow to see her body shape. No baggy clothes, no low quality images, and choose the best 6 pictures. Why we want to have high quality up close shots of her face is because using these reference images like this is what they should look like. This is an AI model, but your model should take images like this. It allows the AI to, when they generate your reference image for your creator, to get every angle, to have the most what's called face consistency across the board. That's what we're trying to go here, is for facial consistency. So when this creator generates these images, the AI generates these images, it is consistent across the board, okay? Now, next, just for some good reference rules for you guys, what a good one looks like, for instance, like this, it's high resolution, it is good lighting, the tight clothes showing cleavage, but not too much. You don't want to be too NSFW, bigger boobs than in reality, unless the model is petite/small boobs, 3/4 ratio, and cannot look sexual at all, or it will get blocked. So for instance, this is what a good reference image looks like, okay? Now, this is your AI image that you generated. You're going to take the reference images. It's confusing because you'll call them both reference, but let's just say the starter images that your creator sent you. You're going to take those and then generate an AI model for a reference image, and that's what you're going to get here, okay? Some bad reference images is low quality, covered/baggy clothes, random ratios, or too not safe for work, and girls using too many filters. So you can see if you have, the Snapchat filter on there, definitely not. Your videos will come out shit. Baggy clothes, you can't see the body type and it's kind of far away. And then also with this may look good, but if you look in the mirror here, it is black hair instead of blonde hair like seen here. So you want to make sure that everything matches, because this is what you're actually going to use to produce videos. So make sure you follow that. Now, best image models for AI generations is going to be either Nano Banana Pro. This is unbeatable. Nano Banana Pro is some of the best AI image generation that you can do. But the reason why Seedream 4.5 is on here is this will allow you to create a little bit more not safe for work content. So Nano Banana has very high restrictions. They will stop the generation. They will do a whole bunch of stuff to avoid producing not safe for work content. But Seedream is a little bit less limited on that. I would recommend for 90% of y'all to go with Nano Banana Pro. Now, where are we going to generate the AI content? The reels, the images, the videos, mainly the videos. 2 apps, you can either do fall or you can do wave speed. Now, there is a bunch of different models that you can use. For instance, Google Nano Banana Pro, V.2, whatever. you can go usually to their sites, to their exact sites of where they produce it. But these sites are what's called AI rabbit hole websites. Okay, they have all the models imaginable. They charge per generation. They take some time to get used to, but much more flexible with gens. You can have different types of models. It's very easy. You can do mass creation, but you can also go to the direct model because usually they'll have a site, for instance, Kling site, going directly with Kling instead of wave speed is what I do. And then from there, you have a little bit more control over the generation. But let's talk about what this actually looks like. So before we get into anything, there's also prompting that comes into this. And I have a master prompt, and that's something that I'm going to give you guys at the end of this video. So make sure that you stick around till the end, or this phase, excuse me. But I'm going to give you a master prompt that basically, if you want to recreate your model into a different image or generation, whatever, I have a prompt that you can give ChatGPT along with an image, and then every single time that you send an image in from that point on, it will give you the exact prompt that you need to put in to the prompting to get the best output. So let me explain what I mean. You have your base character, your reference images, and then you have good prompts. So for instance, after I gave it my master God prompt and I sent in this image afterwards, it gives me a prompt. Make the woman from the reference image slightly reference to take a slight indoor casual selfie in a modern kitchen, photograph from a slightly elevated arms angle with the camera tilt just a bit, her body turns softly, you know what I mean? So then it comes out with this. Very similar, right? Same with this model right here. This is the reference image. ChatGPT trained on the God master prompt, and it spits out this. So prompting is also very important when it comes to references and images. And if you guys want that, stick around to the end. I'm going to tell you exactly how to get it. Now, once the content is generated, you need to clear the metadata, because if you don't know, Instagram will actually show you on Instagram the meta or the metadata. And what metadata is essentially is, just imagine it as a invisible language to the naked eye. So in the computer, when you post this, you can basically assume that, let me just erase this really quickly. You can assume that Meta sees, if I can, okay, so sorry about that, but you can see right here, think of AI metadata as an invisible language, like I was saying, that basically just says AI. You know, it'll say AI, like you can imagine it basically saying this is AI. And every single software, metadata X, anything can detect this. But obviously with the naked eye, you cannot see the difference between the two. This was an account that I made literally just to post this. You can see without the metadata, looked at that, no AI tag. With the metadata, AI info is attached to it. So how do you remove this? You have to go to a site. I use this one, remove EXIF, and all you have to do, you can mass upload, click bulk remove right here, and then that will show you all of what you need. Very, very simple, very, very easy to get used to. Now that you understand how to generate images, let's get into videos. So video to video, this is where you are going to send in an image of your model and a video of another model, basically the reference video and a reference image of your creator, your AI creator, and that's going to send out the same one. Then there is also image to video. So you can do an image and then prompt it, and then it'll spit out a video. So let's take a look at both. So this is the first reference video. And then this was what the AI model came up with. And for the other one, you can see this is the image. I basically just told the prompt to just make the woman say, am I the only one that hasn't been getting compliments lately? Very simple. And you can see this is what it came up with.
Am I the only one that hasn't been getting compliments lately?
So as you can see, you can kind of tell how it can be sort of obvious, but at the same time, the more prompting, the better you get at prompting. Very, very easy. Now, from here, the biggest things that you guys need to understand about these both is that the video to video is easy to produce at scale. It requires minimum input. A fixed camera is usually going to end up with the best results. And what I mean by fixed camera is, you can see in this video, the camera does not move throughout the entire thing. So Sorry about that, boys. Keep getting text. But you can see with this, the camera does not move at all. And so in this, it's also not going to move, which creates it a little bit easier for the AI to track. Now on this one, it allows for more creativity, and it also will probably require multiple videos plus editing for good reels if you're prompting. Now, from here, that's it. All you have to do is add it into your agency. This is a very easy strategy. It's super simple. There's a lot of ways to do this. I'm dropping an entire video more in depth. There's going to be tons of videos about hybrid on my page, but I wanted to include it in this course to explain to you guys how easy it is to implement and how much volume it can actually produce. Just to give you guys some explanation of what I've been doing with hybrid recently, I have grown an account from dead zero. I bought an agent account and I started growing it on January 31st. And today is going to be the 18th. So it's been 18 days since I've started this account. And let me just look at the follower count. So you can see, I don't know if you guys can really see that, but 25,000 followers. I'll just screenshot it and crop it so you guys cannot see it. Can't leak my account. I'm not trying to get it banned, but you can see follower count right there is going to be 25,000 followers. And once we drop this link inside, we don't even have the link yet, but once we drop this link inside of their bio, we expect to do no less than $75,000 to $125,000 in the first 30 days. And that's from 90% AI content. That was the breakdown, but let me explain what hybrid AI is not for. Hybrid AI, like I've said, is not for OnlyFans. It is strictly for marketing purposes. You're still using real content on the OnlyFans. Let me be very clear about the hybrid AI and what it is. This is going to be AI generated Instagram content, TikTok, X marketing content. It's a volume play, being able to do 200 plus reels every single week. It is also a profit margin play, being able to do salary models, sign them 80-90% profit margins to yourself. Hybrid AI, however, is not safe for work generated content. No AI nudes, no selling nudes AI on OnlyFans, none of that. It is not a replacement for real creators, and it is not a way to fake your way to success. And here's why this matters. You're getting real people because you have a real model, because of OnlyFans' trusted security of not allowing AI content to be sold. So you want to make sure that you are still chatting to these people. You are still implementing A1 chatting, A1 GFE experience on these pages. You are just using hybrid to bring more people to your pages, okay? Because if you're doing full AI OFM, you might do AI chatting. You won't be able to really have good whales, but with this OnlyFans strategy, hybrid AI, that is all still doable. You have all the pros of AI OFM without any of the cons. Think of it like this. The AI content gets them in the door, and the real content keeps them subscribed and spending money. So to recap, hybrid AI equals AI marketing content, no RF content. You also get a volume advantage equals 200 plus videos a week instead of 45 to 50. You can also leverage salary models with this. And remember, all the same systems from phases 1 all the way up until 9 do the same. And all you need is just 6 images, put it into Kling or put it into Nano Banana first and then into Kling, and you can get started. Now, go generate some content and let me know if you have any questions, and feel free to check any videos out on my pages. But next up is phase 9, which is going to be advanced marketing, paid promotions, paid subscriptions, everything like that. So if you're excited to see that, I'll see y'all boys there. And if you want to genuinely grow your pages, make sure you keep watching. Peace. Phase 9, advanced marketing. Organic marketing will get you to 10K per month. But if you're looking to scale to the higher 20, 30, 40, $50,000 months, you are going to have to know how to run paid promotion correctly. Look, I love organic marketing. It's free, it's scalable, it builds a real audience, it has long-term stability. But if you want to scale fast, accurately, and repeatably, you're going to have to know how to run paid promotion. And in this phase, I'm going to show you exactly where to spend your money. We're going to cover Meta Business Suite entire setup, model-to-model promotions, OnlyFinder setup, and the organic versus paid promotion strategy that I use. By the end of this phase, you will know exactly where to put your money and how to use paid strategies to scale past your 10K per month numbers. So without wasting any more time, let's get into the breakdown. So as you can see here, this is the promotions that we're going to be covering. We're going to be covering Meta Business Suite promotions, model to model promotions, Only Finder promotions, X promotions, and the promotion strategy and rules. So let's start with Meta Business Suite. Okay. One thing that a lot of guys get misconfused on and just don't understand in this niche is if I use promotion, whether it's on X, Meta, usually their questions are for Meta, will the app restrict my reach? Now, there is no article or study or data that shows yes nor no. In my opinion, from my experience in working with multiple creators, running, probably spending thousands, tens of thousands of dollars on promotions, I would say no if you do it correctly. What incorrectly would look like would be spending multiple hundreds of dollars every single reel that you post, promoting it with $10, $5, $15, and just paying for views. That is telling the platform that, hey, I will pay for this video to get views. You don't have to send it out. But if you run promotions less frequently and more strategically, that is going to cause your page to get more exonerated growth and also just more organic reach in the first place because your influx of followers that you're going to gain. Now, let's get into how I use Meta Business Suite for ads. So Meta Business Suite is Facebook's tool for running ads on Instagram. You can use it to boost posts that already exist, run ads to specific audiences, and track performance. That's a big one. Most people think that you need to run complicated Facebook ad manager campaigns. You don't. It's a lot simpler than you guys probably think. Just boost the post. It works, it's simple, and it works. Now, let's break it down. Step one, I want you to go to business.facebook.com and connect your Instagram account to a Facebook account if you haven't already. This will not only up your trust score, but it's the only way to run ads. You're going to have to do it. Step two, find a high performing post. Look at your recent posts and find one with 5K plus views in the first 24 hours. Now, it does not have to be 100% 5K views. You know, if you don't have 5K, don't boost the account. No, it doesn't have to be that. What I'm saying here is just find a high performing post, okay? Why a high performing post, Griffin? Why not boost a post that didn't get enough traction? Because the algorithm will tell you how well your ad will perform. If you've ever ran ads before, you know that they don't give you a set number of how many impressions or views or likes or link clicks that your ad will get. The only thing that they will give you is a range. So it can say anywhere from 36,000 to 90, 150,000 impressions. That's a big range. But if you go for more higher performing posts that outperform your original ones, posts that usually are getting more views or are popping off earlier, that is telling you that you're more on the north side of that range. So if it's 36 to 180,000 impression range, you're most likely going to get around that 100,000, 120,000 rather than being at low 36. Because if you boost a post that didn't go well, that algorithm, your Instagram algorithm, isn't liking that post. Whether you think it's good or not, the Instagram algorithm did not. So that's going to tell you that if you run an ad on that post, you're most likely going to be in the lower south range. So around that 36 to 40 to 50,000 impressions, which obviously you want to get the biggest bang for your buck. So that is why I want you to go with the most high performing post. Now, step three, click boost post and select the post and click boost. Now, if you're running it through Instagram, that's all you're going to have to do. If you do not want to do this through Meta Business Suite and you're going to run it through Instagram, you're going to have to click boost and then you will select your audience. You will select, if your audience, you have an option of basically Instagram suggested audience, or you can create a custom audience. I would recommend to create a custom audience and put in that custom audience biggest cities around you. If you have a model who's a redhead, you know, do your research on where redheads are most popular found. Or if you have a following of like 5,000 or more, I would just go with Instagram suggested algorithm. Now, I would rather everyone do it on Meta Business Suite though. So the whole reason why I made this, I didn't do Instagram boost. I think Meta Business Suite works better. And I also think you get more for your money. So when you go into the create ad or boost, like on Meta, it will also say boost. Click boost, and then you will see three things: automated ads, choose ad type, or boost content. I want you to choose ad type. From there, choose a goal. We're going to go with boost Instagram content, obviously. Now you have a lot of other options here. Get more messages, get more website visits, get more leads, but none of that applies to us. We want to go with boost Instagram content. Then you're going to see this. Now, you're going to notice that not all of your videos are eligible for promotion. Okay. You can see on this, I just use my account for an example because I'm not going to use one of my models. This is the only piece of content that I have available for boosting. Why? So Meta will usually not allow you to boost old content, like really old content. Meta will not allow you to boost content that it deems. There's a whole page, there's an article on what Meta will allow you to boost and won't allow you to boost. Very simple. Go look it up. I'm sure you can find that in 2 seconds with a Google search, but you can find the reasons of why you can't. But if you have just post, make sure you're going to have to boost this post at least, I'm pretty sure it's like a 5-day, 7-day thing after you post it. Don't wait 10 days. And like, if you're wanting to go promote an old post that you have on your account, like let's say when I said, the high performing content thing, you're like, oh, this post that I did really well. I'm going to go promote it. You most likely won't be able to because it's so old. But once you post it and it's already outperforming the other people, let's say it's been 3 days, 4 days, you want to see early growth. And so that's why you're going to go Instagram over Facebook, and then you're going to select the post. If you have more eligible ones, they're just going to line up below here. Let's say this was the post. Usually I only promote posts. I do not promote reels ever. Okay. Like on average, I promoted them, a couple, 1 or 2 times, but this strategy is where you're promoting posts. So click boost on the post that you want to promote. The goal, click get more profile visits, click save. The reason why we don't want to get more messages is this is what's going to prompt people. So if it's get more messages, they're going to prompt, Meta is going to prompt the people that see this ad to DM you. You don't want people DMing you. You want people to look at your profile. If you want to get more website visitors, you're going to have to enter a link, which is, no point. So that's why get more profile visits, send people to your page. Now let's get into the settings. Advantage plus creative. Leverage Instagram's data to automatically deliver different and ad creative versions to people when likely to improve performance. Turn this on. Now, button label. Always have it visit Instagram profile. This is going to be the most normal thing to see. If people see, buy or click a link or click this, they're going to scroll past your ad. But if it's a pretty girl and it says visit Instagram profile, more likely. Now, special ad category, leave this off. Audience, people similar to your followers. Instagram targets people that like your followers. So if you have a large following, that's what I would do. But you can also, if you want, click create new if it's a new account and target specific. So this is where you enter man, location, interest, all of that stuff. But I would usually just go with people similar to your followers. Ad transparency, if you don't have this, I would verify it. But schedule and budget. So how much you actually spend. This is a big question that I get. Usually when spending, you want to spend on average around $100 to $300 depending. And you can get your estimated impressions of what people are going to see on Meta. Like it'll tell you. So what I do is click choose when to end this ad. I usually run it for 7 days. So you can see 20th to the 27th. And my daily budget is $25 a day. Now this is a sweet spot. Your total is going to be around $175 USD. So right between that $100 and $300 is usually what I would recommend. And so only reason I put this, I usually do more like 35, 40, but for you guys, you'll get around 32,000 to 60,000. So this was the range that I was telling you about. So let's say going back to my point, if you were to have a low performing post and it just wasn't that high quality, you'd probably get around 32,000 impressions. But in high quality posts, you're going to be looking at 60,000 impressions, 50,000 impressions, a lot more. And also link clicks, if you were to do that, it gives you that range as well. But that is it. It is very simple. I want to also talk about really quickly though, when to boost ads or as post and when not to. So when it comes to Meta Business Suite promotions, one thing that I want you guys to remember is do not think of this as a superpower. And what I mean by superpower is don't think of this as a win all, end all scenario for you guys to grow your models pages. This will help grow your models pages. Yes. Will it guarantee success? No. I have boosted models posts before and got low range, low likes, low engagement, and low ROI. But that was before I really knew what I was doing. I obviously have an eye. I know when to boost stuff. I would know when to not. But for most of you guys, I would say if your model is low quality, if she's not attractive, if you know that your model is, a 5, a 4 out of 10, not that high quality, don't think that this is going to make you $10,000 per month. Remember, Organic marketing is going to get you to 5, 6, 10K per month. Promotions are what's going to help you scale past that. So if your model isn't already at 5, 6, 7K per month, I really wouldn't dump a whole bunch of income in here thinking that it would accelerate your earnings. Now, if I am doing a launch and I know a model is insanely attractive, I know she's very well, this, that, and the third, right? I'll actually show you an example. I will make sure to boost her. So for instance, I am personally right now, as recording this video, working on a launch for a creator. Now, this is a full AI creator, but on this Instagram account right here, I'm not going to show you guys it, but on her post, let me just look at a few. The likes on here, these are the likes on these accounts, okay? 433 likes, 368 likes, 1,157 likes, 877 likes, and 11,300 likes. Obviously, I boosted one, okay? So like I said, I do what I preach. I boosted one of these posts, and you can see right here, I'll screenshot it and show you guys the 11.3K right there. Let that focus in. So what does this mean? That boosted post that I think it was when about 5 days, 6 days into the account. I've only been running this account for 20 days now, and it's already at 28.3K followers. And just to verify that, I will also screenshot it and show you there. So you can see 28K, and it's only been 20 days. I've been posting mainly talking head videos. I've been doing a lot of standing posing videos on this, and this is like 99% AI. I think I have just a couple real highlights inside of here, but this is what I'm saying. Going back to the promotions, I only boosted that post once I saw that it was popping off more than the other one. So my previous one that got 1,157 likes, that was after like 5, 6, 7 days. All right. But this one that I posted, it got to 1,000 likes in 2 days, like 3 days, I think 1 day, 2 days, very quickly, quicker than any of my other posts. So I said, all right, I'm going to put $500 into this promotion, and it ramped up, got 12,000 likes, got me tons of followers, probably got me around 5,000 followers, I'd say, because people will convert more when it comes to post rather than reels. If you're promoting reels constantly, they're not going to convert that much. Like if you get 1 million views on a reel versus 1 million impressions on a post, you're getting way more subscribers on OF and followers through that 1 million views impressions on that post rather than 1 million on a reel. That's why I don't boost reels. There's no real ROI there. So you need to know boosting and promotions is very, very critical. You need to know when to stop, when to continue, when to put more money into it, when to not do it at all. It's not just the end all win all. Now, second type of promotion, model to model promotion. What is this? It's basically where you are DMing another model and you guys are swapping, or one person is sending traffic. So this can go both ways. This is an example of share for share. So this model is going to put on her story, go follow my friend. Her followers are going to go over to her account, and you are going to put her on her story and follow on her account. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it is if I deleted this, all of that, then it is now a model to model promotion. So in this case, this girl would have DM'd this girl and essentially asked them for a promotion, and she's going to do a story and sending followers to her. Now, you can see I did this strategically. This is a lower follower account, but still has a decent following, 25K, but this one has 120K. So she's going to benefit off of this. So the way you want to run this, step one, find bigger creators in your model's niche. It's very important. Look for creators at 50 to 200K followers, similar aesthetic to your model, and high engagement. Don't just look for follower count, okay? Research the engagement, see if people are actually viewing her content, because that's going to tell you how many people are going to view her story. Now, model's niche is very important because at the end of the day, it's just like ads. If you wanted to promote a soccer product and you promoted it on a page that does finance content, you're not going to get a lot of buyers. But if you promoted a soccer ball on a soccer fan page, you're going to get a lot of buyers. Same thing with models niches. If you have a trans girl, promote from a trans girl account. If you have a blonde girl, you get the point. So with that being said, step two, DM them and ask them if they do promotion. So example DM, wrote this up super quick. Hey, love your content. Do you do promo posts? I love to work with you and promote. And then your model's name or let me know your rates, right? You can send this from your personal account, your agency account, your model account, whatever you think has the highest leverage to get a reply. Then send them the content that you want them to post and how. So this is also very important. Make sure that it is a high quality post, okay? Don't send them a mid-tier level image of your model. Send them your best picture of your model, right? Or if it's not a picture of your model, if you have an AI model, maybe AI them together. Be creative when it comes to this. And obviously, I didn't have a live promotion story to screenshot for you guys, but essentially, it's going to look something like this of your model, or just a high quality sexually suggestive content. Send content that fits their vibe, high quality, has a clear CTA. So for instance, like I said, don't send random content that doesn't match their page. It'll flop. But for instance, this is like a perfect example, but instead of I only respond here, it would be, go follow my girl. She just made her page, or, she's only accepting the next 500 people if you're trying to grow a new account and it's privated. Bunch of different things that you can say here. And then obviously, instead of the link to her OnlyFans, this would be your at. So super, super simple. And then make sure that you track the metrics. So how many followers did your model gain? How many OnlyFans subs came in? What was the total revenue from those subs? If you spent $100 on a promo and gained 500 followers and 20 OnlyFans subs, that's a win, because those 20 subs are not just, $25 subs that will pay back your $100 there, but will also spend $200, $500 over the next month. The return on investment is there. Now, I also want to make sure that you guys know how to track these metrics. So what you can do is get a tracking link from Inflow, very simple, and title it, promotion from XYZ account. All right. Then you're going to replace that tracking link in your link in bio from the normal OnlyFans link that you have. And a lot of guys are like, how is that tracking? How do you know which people came from the promotion? How do you know when people came from XYZ? You don't. There's no real way to track 1000% where somebody came from. But what you can do is take the average subscriber rate that was from the previous week and then do it with the next week basis with that new tracking link. And it can kind of tell you, you can see if there's an increase, if there's a decrease, would it make sense? But you can kind of see the difference between there. And that's how you gauge, how many subs you actually got from that. Now, this is something that I really wouldn't recommend unless you have a lot of money. And what I mean by this is because boosting post, you can get away with spending, like we said earlier, like $150 and getting tons, like 5,000 followers. You're not going to get insane amounts of followers with this unless you have a good enough money. So like, what I mean by this is this will most likely get you more subscribers. I still like Meta Business Suite better, but this will probably get you more OF subscribers because you're tapping in to a fan base that already follows an OnlyFans girl. Okay, so that's the one benefit of this. Additionally, though, you want to make sure that you're really spending money. And what I mean by that is spending $500 on a promotion from a girl that has, 100 more thousand followers than you is going to be worth it, because she probably gets 10,000 views on her story, maybe more, maybe a little less. But if you can get like 10,000 people to view that and they're most likely going to convert, they will most likely also spend. So it's just a more targeted, more strict audience that you're getting promotion from. However, a lot of the times it may not convert as hard as, or no, it'll convert more, but won't be as much volume as Meta Business Suite. So play around with it. I personally like this one way better. I do these really whenever I'm either trying to grow new accounts, or, which I honestly still run those, but either that or I'm trying to get more of a USA audience from a other market. So, if I have a girl who's, really famous in Australia and I wanted to take this account and switch it over to the US market, or create a new account for US market, I'd go and promote from US girls. Now, moving from model to model promotion is the big daddy. This is paid OnlyFinder promo, okay? OnlyFinder. If you guys don't know what it is, it's an OnlyFans search engine. So if I go onto onlyfinder.com, I can look up blonde trans girl and I'll get a bunch of blonde trans models that are on OnlyFans. Like I said, name, keyword, location, ethnicity, bunch of different search engines here. Okay. Now let's get into how to actually run OnlyFinder really quickly. Little preface before we get into it. I would not run this or waste your time with this unless I was making at least 20K per month in OnlyFans. So if you're not making at least 20K per month, still listen up, because it is very beneficial once you know how to do it. But don't go spend a bunch of money, because this is going to be your most expensive, but can also be the most yielding one yet. Okay, let's get into it. So when you're on the OnlyFans page, you're going to see these little things down here. It's going to be popular locations, there's categories. This is what you want to click, apply. Okay, so how to apply? You're clicking that link, and that is going to take you to a Google form. In this Google form, there's some information about OnlyFinder, but I want you to click applying as an agency. Obviously, enter your basic information, so your email address, where you're from. I always list good cities. Like, this is literally where my agency is not legally addressed, but where the founders are. Contact information, name, the agency name, and also your phone number. And I usually just do WhatsApp. I don't know why I'm saying usually, like this is something I apply a lot to, but you guys should do WhatsApp. It's either WhatsApp or Telegram. I would just do WhatsApp. Now, you're going to have to put in 3 different models. If you don't have 3 different models, they will not let you work with them, okay? Because they're wanting you to spend a lot of money with different creators. Now, once you're in the platform, there's no restriction on you can't do only 1 or you can't do only 2. But if you want to actually get through and apply, this is going to be your best bet, is to list 3 different girls, okay? Then earnings verification, they want to see that you actually do what you say you do. So upload screenshots for each single model. So every single one, and yes, they will check, make sure it's legit. But at the end of the day, boys, if you want to upload, like if you have 2 models who you plan on promoting who are actually good, and then like you don't have a 3rd one, I'm not saying fake it till you make it, but you know what I mean. If it means that you can get through, it's going to up your chances. Now, I always, even if you don't have 5, because like I said, even if you don't have 5 manage 5 models, say that you do, because it'll help increase your chance of acceptance. You only need to prove for 3. Like I said, previous, there's only 1, 2, 3. But in this, I would say 5. So they think there's a possibility of more creators getting on their platform. This, I put 500,000 because that's just, you know, what my agency is, $500,000 plus gross revenue. For you, I would recommend putting a minimum of like 200K to, I don't know what the range was like 200 to 500K. Make sure that you at least do $5,000 to $10,000 monthly advertising budget. Again, boost your chances of acceptance. And then this doesn't really matter. I put 1 to 5. Now, once you're in this, enter your agency's website URL and then click none if you don't have one. Then tick off basically all the boxes that your agency has an account on. Provide your social media link. So for instance, Instagram, and then who referred you. You can go and slap me in here and click submit, okay? Now, that's just applying, and they're going to email you back or contact you through WhatsApp, one of the 2. But once you've done that and you get accepted, a few things you need to do. You need to set up this. So first thing you're going to be prompted to do is there's going to be a thing at the top left, and it's going to say profiles. Click it, and you're going to have to verify OnlyFans profile. This is where you're going to verify your profile. You will copy the selected emojis right here and give them to your about section. So basically just put them in the same way that there's another application that does this sort of verification process. I think it's Inflow. I want to say, I think it's Inflow. I could be totally off with that, but I think I remember doing that for models. But give them a username, add the emojis in the about, click verify profile, and you're done. So username, verify profile, add these in the about section. Very simple. Now, after that, you're going to be met with a page, okay? This page is going to have a couple of things. And what I want you to keep note of, this is where you're going to optimize your profile. Things to keep note of. 1, safe for work headshot. This. Now, you may be asking, what is a safe for work headshot? So not only does OnlyFinder promote your post on their platform, they will also promote your post or your profile on their search engine. And what I mean by their search engine is if you looked up on Google, let's say your model's a trans girl and you looked up best 2026 trans models, right? OnlyFans models or OnlyFinder models, whatever. There's going to be sites, you know, porndude.com. There's going to be a bunch of different sites that have rankings, lists. I was surprised when I found out how many fucking sites there were for OnlyFans rankings, but tons of sites. And they can't legally provide this profile picture on that site. So you have a safe for work headshot and it has to be approved. Okay. So that's what you're going to add there. Now, also with this display name, this is what's actually going to show in the actual OnlyFinder ad. So this right here is going to be when you pop up in your search, that's this. What do you ever see here? Then also lastly is your bio. So bio is obviously important, But the biggest reason why I listed inside of here is because OnlyFinder will use your bio to rank you in your search engine. So if you list, I'm the sexiest blonde trans girl you've ever seen, blah, 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 you're going to show up for blonde trans girl. Like, they're going to use keywords just like Google does, okay? So make sure you either don't include, the kind of strategy here is either A, you don't include a bunch of keywords, or you include a bunch of keywords. One of the two. You don't want to have like one or two and get misranked. Also, enter your tracking link, enter your gender, subscription price, and CPC. Now, we'll get into this in a little bit. CPC is just cost per click, how much you're willing to spend per somebody clicking your site. So then you're going to be met with new social media profile, limited to 2 social media. Now, I like to leave this blank. Why? Because this is where you can put, your X, Instagram, etc. Why would you want people going anywhere but your OF? You're using OnlyFinder. You're paying to send people to your OF. Why list anything else? Don't. Okay, so I just leave this blank. Now, this is pretty important. Keyword groups, okay? These are keywords you want to be ranked for. Like, this is what's going to rank you in their search engine. So select all that apply for your model. So for an example, for a blonde trans model, that would be femboy, cream boy, or cream pie. Like, I'm not going to read them all out, but you get the point. Now, notice how I don't know where blonde is on this, but let's just say there was one where it was like blonde right here, right? Notice how I didn't circle that, because if you have a trans girl, you don't want to be showing up in the search engine for blonde. You want to be showing up for trans. So that's where this next part comes into play. New negative keywords, okay? So these are negative keywords, things that you do not want to be ranked for when searching. So how to use, if you have a blonde trans model, include blonde inside here, because you don't want to be ranked when people search blonde. You want to be ranked when people search trans, okay? And the more that you include here, the better, okay? Make sure that you include a lot here for what you do not want to be ranked for. Then cities, you're going to be prompted to list any cities. Leave blank if you have a basic, blonde model, basic brunette model. Leave blank, doesn't matter. But if you have a specific niche, do some research. Trans model, look where most trans people are. Country, is there a state, is there a city, etc. Whatever, right? Now, I'm not going to walk you through the entire OnlyFinder setup, just because it's technical and most of you guys aren't ready for it. But if you are in my one-to-one program, I will give you a full walkthrough. We'll set it up together. I do this with a lot of my students who are scaling past 10, 15, 25K per month, setting it up together, optimizing it together, and tracking the performance and making sure that actually makes sense. And that's one of the exclusive perks of being in the one-on-one tier. But additional things to keep in mind just for all of you guys: CPC tracking, bio optimization, A/B testing with niche, monthly ad spend rate, tracking link creation, and OF page optimization. All things that I help a lot of my students with every single month. Now, that is the big OnlyFinder setup. Moving from this is going to be X promotion, okay? Now, the reason why I include X promotion is just because X is probably going to be your secondary social media for a lot of you guys. So I wanted to make sure that I showed you how I run X promotion. I use it very simply. I find promotion pages in my niche. I DM them how much for a promo. They'll charge 50 to 200 per post. They post an image of your creator with a mystery/hype caption. A lot of the times, guys don't know what promotional accounts look like because they're unbranded. You can see Kingsley with no profile picture, Jids, just random ass accounts. Nobody really knows what they're doing, but they post things like this: no way, don't open this thread. There's commonalities: a thread, a thread, right? And they're going to post what looks like video frames usually. Okay, so it all looks like video frames, obviously all sexually suggesting something. And then what does it look like after they post that promotion? Well, your promoter is going to post it right here, best thing to never forget, a thread. And then the model is going to reply to it, basically saying, oh my G, that's me. What's all the hate with my new vid? And then the CTA comes in place. By the way, I made it free on my OF for the next 17 people, right? And then the dude, and who knows, like this could be Skylar May's account that she owns and her team owns, but replying it and say, I found her, right? People click the original post to see what she did. They see your creator's reply at the top. They click her profile, they follow, they subscribe. X promotions are very simple. They're straightforward. Now, when it comes to X promotions, a big thing that I want you guys to look out for is don't run these consistently. And if you go watch, I have tons of videos on my channel. I actually just dropped an X video, but go watch my X video and you'll see me break down all of the promotion strategies that I use. There's multiple to this, but the biggest things that I want you guys to keep in mind here is don't run these on the main account so much, okay? Why? Because your burners are going to send all this traffic to the OF or the main. Either way, you're going to grow the main account, but two, also just for protection on it. Now, additionally with this, little bit of game for you guys, growing these promotion accounts will be extremely beneficial for you. We have, as an agency, a couple of accounts like this, where they don't have tons of followers, but they pull fucking impressions. So 7.4K, like they pull good impressions, enough to grow an X account with. And so if you can create these, not only are you going to be DM'd by agencies wanting to do promotions, and you can basically make your money back for the promotions that you paid for, but also with this, you will be able to promote your models for free. Basically doing exactly what he does right here for completely free. If you own this account, you can run things like this for every single one of your models and then charge anyone else who tries to promote it insanely high rates. A little bit of game for you guys. Assets in this industry are real. Now, those are the main promotions that I run: Meta Business Suite, Model Promotion, Paid Only Finder, and X Promotions. Now, there are rules to this. So let's get into promotion strategy and rules. This is the last section. Let me show you how to combine your organic plus your paid for maximum ROI, because you shouldn't just do organic or just do paid. You should do both. Here's the exact strategy that I use. I usually do 80% organic and 20% paid promotion. I like to do a balance of both. I don't really like to lean heavy on the organic. Like I was saying earlier, you just have to have an eye for it. It's not something that you're going to immediately understand. You're probably going to lose out on a lot of money. I know I did. If you have somebody like me pointing you in the right direction, it's a lot easier to captivate off the money that you actually spend. But the biggest things you want to keep in mind here is not wasting your ROI, not wasting your income. So why I do 80% organic and 20% paid promotion? Well, 80% organic of the effort, posting 2 to 3 reels per day on Instagram, posting 1 to 2 videos per day on TikTok, engage with comments and DMs, build a loyal following. This is what sustainability looks like. But your paid promotion, which is only 20% of the effort, is going to look like boosting the top performing Instagram posts, run you probably 100, 200 bucks a month, pay for 1 to 2 model promotions per month, 1 to 300 bucks. And if you're making 20K a month plus, investing in OnlyFinder. Now, this combo is powerful, okay? Organic keeps your costs low and builds loyalty. Paid promotion accelerates growth and drives revenue fast, okay? Here's what growth timeline will most likely look for a lot of your agencies. Months 1 to 2 of starting OFM or running with a new model is going to be 90% organic. Focus on building the foundation, getting content from the model, posting consistently, dialing in the content strategy. Without a content strategy, organic strategy, promotion is useless. Paid promotions should only be a boosted post or a model promo and not that much money. Months 3 to 6, add in meta ads. Start boosting the top post monthly and test what works, okay? Months 7 to 9, add bigger model to model promos. So this is where you're getting, 200K following creator, 300K. Pay for 1 to 2 promotions per month from big creators, $400 to $500 each, and scale what works. Month 10 plus, add OnlyFinder, but only if the revenue supports it. And if you're making 20K plus per month, invest in it. ROI should be positive within 30 to 60 days. Now, at the end of the day, the simple rule of paid promotion, don't overcomplicate it. If ROI is positive, scale. If ROI is negative, stop and fix the funnel. That's really the rule at the end of the day when running paid promotion. All right, so you just learned how to use Meta Business Suite to set up and run ads, how to funnel, start, and actually execute on a model-to-model promotion, how OnlyFinder works, how to set it up and when it is worth it for you, how to optimize and run X promotions and also build assets, and then also the paid promotion strategy that I use, as well as rules to follow. Now, I'm going to give you a few things. One is going to be a meta ads walkthrough where I am live breaking down a boosted Instagram post that I did, plus a complete OnlyFinder setup guide. Inside this, you'll get step-by-step live creation of a meta ad of me literally going through boosting the post, what I'm looking for, the targets and tracking, model promotion, DM scripts, negotiation scripts, and how to actually create an ad creative for the model's story. On top of that, an OnlyFinder setup guide going through how to optimize your profile, how your CPC should work, and a few more metrics to track when running on OnlyFinder. And then the X automation framework that I use, which is the hydrogen method. But if you want this, all you have to do is enter your email below. I'll send it over to you immediately. And if you're wanting to scale using paid traffic, you're going to need this. Go do it right now. All right, phase 9 recap. You now know how to use meta ads to boost posts. You also know how to pay for model to model promotions. You know when to invest into OnlyFinder. You know how to use X promotions, and you know how to combine organic with paid traffic with the 80-20 strategy. And if you grab the meta ads walkthrough, you're ready to start scaling with your paid traffic. Now, here's the thing. You've learned the systems. You've learned the marketing. You've learned the hiring. But what happens when you get to 10K per month, 20K per month, 50K per month? How do you scale past that? Because I'm sure a lot of your guys' goal is probably 10, 20, 30K per month. But once you achieve that, why would you stop? Phase 10 is all about scaling the 10K to 250K a month roadmap. We're going to cover when to sign more creators, how to delegate without losing control strategically, model retention strategies that I use, team structure at scale and what that looks like, content managers, VAs, chat managers, setters, closers, the 50, 100, and 250K roadmap, and what changes at each level. And by the end of phase 10, you'll know how to scale your agency from 100K per month to 250K per month. So if you're serious, keep watching. Phase 10 is next. Let's finish this. All right, welcome back, boys. So for everybody watching this video right now, Niels and Dustin, you guys were some of my first guys who ever even joined into FANTRA Consulting before it was even really structured as FANTRA Consulting. And when you guys joined, you guys were living in Bali, generating about 15K per month with your agency, if I remember correctly, working, 10, 15-hour days, stressed as fuck. Now, where are you guys at? I know that you guys have recently separated, went back to, I'll let you guys tell your own story, but where are you guys at right now generating with your agency?
Yeah, right now we have 3 creators. The first one is making 25K a month, the second one is making 10K a month, and the third one is making like 5K a month. But we just signed there a couple weeks ago.
Hell yeah. So that's a new creator that's making 5K?
Yeah, for sure.
Sick. And that puts you right at that 40K a month mark across 3 creators now. And when you guys join, you guys, am I remembering that correctly? 15K total across 2 creators, I believe it was? Yeah. Working your asses off like month to month, living in Bali. I mean, like, kind of walk everyone through what that looked like. Because I remember you guys were stressed. You guys were constantly telling me that, you needed to get this payment. You needed to make this work. Kind of walk everyone through what that looked like.
Yeah, we was so fucked in Bali. We was just grinding. But before we risked everything, we quit our jobs in Germany. I was an electrician making decent amount of money. Then we risked everything. We moved out. We lose a lot of friends. We lose a lot of our families. And we just grinding, working our ass off, put the work in, and it pays off.
Shit, bro. You definitely did do a lot of sacrificing. And I think we had a couple talks, when you guys were first joining about how important that was. And I mean, and now look, you're at 40K a month. That's almost 3x than you were making when you first joined in the beginning of that. And how long did it take you to get to this point here at 40?
Like 3 to 4 months.
Okay, 3 to 4 months from 15K to 40K. I mean, compared to back then, I remember when you guys were first joined, you guys were stressed as fuck, kind of like that situation of, we have no other option but to make this work, but to follow through with this. And, you guys were all in. You stayed all in, grinding, 15-hour days with no progress. But now we're at 40K a month. What's different? Like, what's kind of different since then?
Yeah, everything is different. It's before we working all day, every day. We couldn't even save much money. We was just living paycheck to paycheck. We was grinding all the day, posting 3 reels a day. It was posting and praying. We really don't know what we are doing there. Yeah, now we can invest back into the business. We are not stressing about the money anymore, and we have actually real freedom. And I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, and no, we are not doing everything on our own. So we have like we have our chatters, we have content managers, we have a team behind our back. So we work less, but we earn more money in this time.
Hell yeah, bro. Right. And I remember like on the first call, you guys were like, we're locked in our apartment in Bali. We only go to the gym, we only work, that's it. Now you actually, you guys have a life, right? I remember you guys have been traveling a lot.
Yeah, for sure. It's so good to have a life. Now we can actually do some shit now. It's so good. We are not just grinding 24/7. We have now real results. We are making money. We have the systems now. We have a team behind us. It's completely different. Everything changed.
Love that, bro. Facts. And that's what happens, when you stop doing everything manually and you actually, implement infrastructure, you implement the systems. And I know it was hard at first, especially with hires, but now that you guys have systems in place, like a manager, a team, everything like that, it's actually working. So how many creators are you guys running right now? 3, correct?
Yeah, 3 right now.
Okay, cool. And when you guys joined, you guys had 2 creators making like 8 and 6K per month, and you guys were doing everything manually, like I was saying, kind of 3 reels a day, chatting yourselves, hoping that somebody comes in, no team, no systems. Walk everyone kind of through, like what your agency looked like before, like during that time, versus now, where you kind of have everything delegated and team managed.
Yeah, before that we have really no systems, we have no structures, no tracking, nothing. We only post and pray and do everything by ourselves. We really don't know what we are doing there at this time. It was just working and hoping. But yeah, it was not bad at all. We're just making 10 to 15K a month, but we can't save any money at this time. So after we joined, everything changed really fast. We have now systems, we have the structure. We know how to hire some chatters or VAs. We know how to manage them, how to train them. So yeah.
Hell yeah, bro.
Before it was like we worked our asses off like 10, 15 hours a day. We had no strategy, no real system. We worked and we were like, today we are working like 2 hours, what we before worked like in 10.
Mm-hmm. And now, like, what kind of work? What kind of up with this now? Like, how often are you guys working? How much are you guys doing?
Yeah, now we have manager for everything, so we don't have to do all the work by ourselves. Like, it depends on some days we work like 3 to 4 hours, some days more, some days less, but it's much better than before.
Hell yeah. And I'm curious, like, what's kind of like the biggest thing that, like, I guess clicked for you guys, like that actually enabled you to start having systems over doing everything manually? Like, what is the biggest thing that we implemented together that kind of clicked and started making sense?
But honestly, for sure, the chatting systems, that makes so sense for me, because when you chat by yourself, you need to chat 24/7, and you can't chat 24/7 by yourself because you have to eat, you have to sleep, you want to go to the gym, do this, do that. And after we see what we need to do, everything changed. Now we know how to hire chatter, like I said, how to manage them, and I think that's the biggest click in my head. And also with the marketing, before we was just posting and praying, but now we have real structures. Now we know exactly what to do, how to track them, and yeah.
Yeah. And bro, like marketing, like that was your biggest shit that, you kind of struggled with, right? Like you didn't know how to find good content, didn't know how to really what verticals were going to work, which ones weren't, didn't know how to test, track, all that stuff. What kind of changed after we dialed in the marketing and, was actually repeatable?
Yeah, it was a huge change. Before we just copy and paste from some creators in their niche, there was making good views, and we was thinking we can copy and paste it and post and pray, but it doesn't work like that. We doesn't track anything at the time. So now we have the competitor research system from you. We find the top performers in the niche and can remake the reels with our own creativities, and we track everything. So that's really important to track.
Exactly.
Yeah. Also, we are not posting random shit and hoping that it's gonna hit. We have like posts to keep the engagement. Everything is structured now, and we have a strategy. and everything makes sense.
Oh yeah. And like what kind of is that process? Like what is that strategy for testing content? Like how do you know? I feel like this is something that a lot of guys struggle with is like how to know when to double down on something, start with something versus, just move on from that one thing. Like how does that process kind of play out in your agency?
Yeah, we post 10 videos of the style. We track the views, we track the engagement, put it in Notion, and then we analyze the data. And if it's work, we double down. If it's not work, we try something else. Simply like that.
Oh yeah, bro, right. And like that's, just the simple shit of tracking is what most agencies don't do. They stay stuck on shit that's at the end of the day not working for months. They'll post the same caption videos, the same shit. But you test, you track, you move on from there, and and I feel like that's a real reason of why you guys scaled. And I remember you guys kind of moving over to the chatting aspect for some of the guys watching is I know you guys were doing chatting yourself when you first joined, and I know that you guys tried a German chatting agency, and they wanted like 25% commission, and they only worked 4 to 5 hours a day, and you said, fuck it, I'm gonna do it by myself, but you guys were burning out. What kind of changed after, we hired the chatters, we built out the chatting team, we got the Discord, like what kind of changed after that?
It was a huge change. It saved us so much time that we can put into other work. We was chatting by ourselves for 10 to 12 hours every day, and it was killing us. We have no time left. So hard to chat all the day, all the night by yourself. You need something behind your back. The German chatting agency was also shit. They want 25% commission and only work a couple of hours a day. Makes no sense. So we have to do it by ourselves again, but it's not that what we want.
Yeah, fuck that.
Also, like you gave us the hiring system, like with the Google form. Also, we like put it in Telegram groups. We wrote down everything we wanted to. Then it took us like 10, 20 minutes, and we had our first applications. And from then, we just waited and sorted out the best. And like 1 or 2 days, we had our first chatters, and we built our chatting system.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, there's your chatting system. All right, boys. So I know you guys, you've been in FANTRA longer than most people have. You were one of the first to actually join. What from the program kind of helped you the most? Like, what are the specific things that took you from 15 to 40K a month actually making money and actually being able to be profitable?
Honestly, it was for sure the chatting systems. That was huge because we don't know how to find good chatters, how to hire them, how to manage them. And it's really not hard to get them, but if you don't know how to get there, how to find the chatters, you stuck. And after we see it in your program, it was so easy. It was like copy and paste, do that, do this, and everything changed really fast.
Fuck yeah, bro.
And also, like, we did everything on our own. We had nobody to ask, like, the Telegram groups where you can ask like people, but it's not the same. We had like Griffin. We could do a ticket. We could explain everything what we have to ask, and it was like 10 or maybe 30 minutes. We had like an answered everything perfectly, and then we could go on with the problems we had, and it was easy to go.
Exactly, bro. I love that. And you guys, you didn't just sit on that module. You didn't just get that information and do nothing with it. You actually implemented, you sent support tickets, you got your guys' answer. Even though, we had a language barriers on the call, you guys definitely fucking made sense when it came to the support tickets. You guys were submitting them, you asked questions, you locked in. And that's a big difference between the guys who stay stuck for 6 months blaming the business model and who actually, get to a point of interest. But for you guys, I'm curious, did you guys try any other OFM, courses or programs before FANTRA?
Yeah, we had buying a German OFM course for 3K euros, but it was so garbage. It was so shit, bro. They had everything that you can see on YouTube, and it was only for beginners. At this time, we was making a little bit of money, but it was only the basic stuff that we don't need it. And it was so shit. And after a couple months, they disappear. So it was shit. We wasted 3K.
Facts. And like,
Yeah.
what were the biggest things that frustrated you with that? Like, obviously, besides just the information being beginner, like, what were you not getting that you felt like you needed?
yeah, we need someone to take our hand and say, okay, you guys have to do this now, you have to do this now. We need a real feedback, someone who looks into our agency, is right on our side and can say, okay guys, you have to do this, you have to do this. And we need this one-on-one support. With you, it was perfect. It was too easy.
And also everyone on YouTube says something different, so it's a lot of guys saying this and this, and you just need this one guy who says, okay, come with me, I show you everything how I did it, and then this is the fucking blueprint, guys. So trust in Griffin, we did it, and now we are here doing 40K a month.
I appreciate that, bro. Yeah, I love that. And like, that's the thing. Most courses, they don't give you they give you the outdated videos and they just disappear. They give you, there's no accountability in there. There's no one checking your shit. No one's actually telling you what to focus on, what not to focus on. And I feel like that's a big reason of why you got real results here is like you guys had direct access to me, you had accountability, and you had real systems that actually, worked. But yeah, other than that, I think just last few questions here for you guys. I kind of want to know, like, what would you tell somebody watching this who's like stuck at 5 to 10K a month and doesn't know if, a program or a course or whether or not they should join something like this?
Yeah, if you're doing 5 to 10K by your own and working your ass off and you're stuck, then you just needed someone who's there and you have to ask them a couple of questions. The person who is there where you want to go know exactly what you have to do at the time, and it's like really copy and paste. So don't be arrogant and try it by yourself. The lonely wolf mentally doesn't work out if you work against teams. So you need someone who is already there and tell you only what you have to do. It's like easy
as that.
Yeah.
Easy as that. And Dustin, what would you kind of tell them, bro?
Guys, just put the fucking work in. I mean, we trusted Griffin and we are on this fucking point of life that we can enjoy our life. We earn money online. We are not working 10, 15 hours a day like before. We have systems, we have structures, and yeah, just trust, do it. Like it was a risk. Maybe he could say everything shitty in his course, but trust us, it was good, and we had like good structures, systems, and we are like really happy with him.
Hell yeah, bro. I appreciate it. Much love, man. And like for somebody who's maybe been burned before, I mean, kind of maybe like you guys were, bought a shitty course, got scammed by one of these OFM gurus. Like, what would you say to them?
Yeah, I mean, we also spent 3K on a shitty course, on a German shitty course, and we know we can't get to the point who we want by ourselves, so we need someone who can tell us what we have to do. And yeah, we have seen a lot of videos on YouTube, and after we see you on YouTube, we listen to everything you said, and it was for us clear that we have to hop on a call with you. And after the call, it was for us, okay, safe, we have to do it with Griffin. Griffin responds to every question after a couple of minutes. You have calls every week. We have also a lot of members there who want to make money serious, and it's easy like that.
Hell yeah. I mean, yeah, no, the community is a big thing. Facts.
Yeah.
And look, I'll say this, Niels and Dustin, you guys, when you join, you're at 15K a month working, like I said, 15 hours a day, living paycheck to paycheck in Bali. But you implemented the chatting systems, you built the team, you dialed in the marketing, and you scaled from 15 to 40 in like 3, probably 4 months time. And now you guys are actually able to make money, each person, both of you guys. You have systems that run without you doing everything manually. You're not grinding 15 hours a day anymore. And that's what happens when you stop doing everything yourself and you actually build an infrastructure in your agency. But overall, boys, I appreciate you guys for coming back on. Let's get you to fucking 100K a month next, boys. What do y'all think about that?
Let's go.
Fuck yeah, fuck yeah. And guys, listen, if you guys are looking to start or scale your OFM agency, make sure you join completely free. If you guys want to get to know me, get to know kind of my mantra, I have live weekly calls that are free course, free SOPs. I give out a lot of free information just to shut these OFM gurus up. That'll link be in the description as well as the Discord community. But other than that, that's it. Peace out, boys. Phase 10.
Scaling. You've built the systems, you've locked down your marketing, you've hired your team, and now you're probably at 10 to 20K per month. And you're asking, what next? Do I shoot for 50? Do I go for 100? Do I double down and go for $200,000 per month? That's what this phase is about. And I want to first say that scaling is not about what's next. Don't get that mindset. Scaling is about what am I doing? It's not so much the volume of whatever you are doing. I work less than when I was making $10, $15, $20,000 per month. I work a lot less, but I work on more lever turning, profit building tasks. It's a completely different game. The thing that got you from 0 to 10K will not get you from 20 to 50. And whatever got you from 20 to 50, you guessed it, won't get you from 50 to 100. It changes. So in this phase, I'm going to show you when to sign more creators, how to delegate without losing control of your agency, model retention strategies that I use, team structure at scale, and then the roadmap from 10 to 50 to 100 to $250,000 a month. And I don't have a fancy Miro setup to show you this time. This time, I want to keep it raw. I want to keep it unedited. I want to just give you straight value, okay? Because the best thing that I can share with you isn't something of a magic red button or process that you don't know anything about. Listen, when you're at 10, 20, 50K per month with OFM and you're looking to double, triple your earnings, it's not something that will make you more money. There's not a one thing that you're missing. You know pretty much the business model. You know what to do. You know how it works. You know why things are working. It's just a matter of what to do now, what to put your time onto, what to use others' time to amplify your past systems that you had. It's a lot of stuff. So I figured I'd just explain it in the most natural way possible, which is just me explaining it to you. And trust me, by the end of this, you'll know what to change at each level. So let's go. First thing that I want to talk about is when to sign more creators and when not to. And I have some key points here that I want to make sure I hit. So first, let me answer the question that everybody gets. When should I sign more creators? Why should I sign more creators? At what point? At what levels? Do I take these 3 girls and scale them to 100K? Or do I take 5 girls, scale them to 10K? Here's the thing. The belief that you most likely have right now is that if I take 2 creators at 10K per month, all I have to do is sign 5 more, and then I'll be at 50K per month. Not at all. You multiplying your creators will not multiply your profits. Let me say that again. You multiplying your creators will not multiply your profits. If anything, they'll multiply your problems. And what I mean by that, if you have an agency, we've covered this before, if you have an agency that is experiencing inefficiency, things aren't getting done, people aren't following the SOP procedures, that will only multiply the more product that you add. It's like if you had a company line creating, let's say, shoe boxes, and you had a problem in the middle where the shoe boxes were supposed to get painted red, and instead there was blue paint marks all over the place, and then you amped up production. You're amplifying your issues. So my point here is don't sign more creators until your systems can handle them. And what that looks like is if you sign a creator, it means your onboarding is completely smooth, effortless even. SOPs, creators are in place. You can name your onboarding process at the back of your mind. Your content delivery is automated. Either VAs, yourself, or a content manager is handling this for you. Your chatting is completely structured. Your Discord infrastructure is built out. You have a chat manager managing everybody inside of there. Things are running without you. And you have an overhead system for marketing. Now, I know a lot of guys will create systems as far as post only these 3 types of videos for every single creator, and one of them will go viral, and we'll just stick with that one. I hate that. At the end of the day, what you're doing there is you're limiting creators' potential, because virality, yes, it's something that can be engineered, but it has to be engineered per creator. So if you're over here saying post Snapchat videos or this type of video for every single creator and you'll go viral, you've got it completely wrong. What you need to do is create a system, for instance, an overhead one, where we take the 3 leading competitors in that niche to find the top performing video styles, and then posting those and tracking what works, and then doubling down on what does, and then throwing out what doesn't, and then repeating that process. That's what I call an overhead system. An overhead system is something that you can get one specific result, Snapchat videos, verticals, whatever, but you start with a broad question. What are the top 3 competitors? What are we posting for these 3 different styles? Very simple. But back to what I was saying. If you are ready to sign more creators, it means that your systems have to be ready to run without you. And so if all of those are true between the onboarding, content delivery, marketing, all of that I covered a second ago, if that is true, then you're ready to sign more creators. If it is not, if any of those are broken or they're causing you stress or they're inefficient, fix them first, okay? You do not want to sign more creators if you have problems that are multipliable by you getting more people, more models, more creators inside of your agency. Your problems that you have, they won't disappear. Your revenue, it won't go up. You'll just be working 15 hours more per day pretty much to be getting maybe another $5,000 to your income. It doesn't double or triple your income the way a lot of people think. So if I had to recommend for somebody watching this video or just to describe your guys' situation, there's a certain timeline that I would sign creators at. And that's going to look something like this. Month 1 is I would sign 1 to 2 creators. I would keep it simple, vertical growth over horizontal. And this is when I would be building systems. This is what I call your trial period. So in this time, you're going to be testing out your onboarding process. You're going to be making sure that your content delivery is working. You're going to be verifying all of the information that you've learned from me, courses, info, whatever, in your actual product, in your agency. You're going to be able to verify, get the experience, and test whether or not these systems that everybody's talking about are working for you. If they're not, you need to be able to work on them, fix them, make them work. You have no other option but to make them work, or you're going to be stuck at 5K per month forever. So make sure your systems run, okay? So in months 1 to 3, you're going to work with 1 to 2 creators, and you're going to be building these systems. You're going to be figuring out what's working. If not everything feels 100% confident, if not everything is working smoothly, 100%, no questions asked, if it's not perfect, don't worry about it, is what I'm trying to say here, all right? Nobody's going to get a perfect agency within the first 1 to 3 months. You have to figure out what's working for you, figure out what's working for the creators, and then document it. And what I mean by document, don't go write it down in a Google Doc saying, oh, this worked. Make SOPs on it. Know that, okay, when I made this Instagram account, this strategy worked. Doesn't mean I have to write down exactly what that strategy is, but keep that in a mental note. And now you know for all of your VAs, when you make that SOP for Instagram, you know what to include in there. So document what's working and what's not working for your creators. And just through this time, you're learning. You're learning what not to do for past creators, because there will be things that people just don't think to tell you on YouTube. Like, obviously, I try to cover on my YouTube channel everything possible for you guys to have as far as information. But it's inevitable that I miss some things, whether it's a creator getting mad at you for her OnlyFans content getting leaked. Like, I can't cover everything. So what I'm saying here is this is your time to experience what actually the fuck OFM is about. And then regarding all that information that you are processing and documenting and reviewing, that is what's going to dictate months 4 to 6. I want you to sign another creator. This is after you built your system. So focus on vertical growth, build the FANTRA operating system, everything that I have included that we've went over, the Notion databases, the content delivery, the chatting infrastructure. Don't sign more creators until all of that is built and inside of your agency. Then in months 3 to 6 or 4 to 6, I want you to sign another creator, another 1 to 2. Don't go crazy, because this is where we test it, all right? You have to remember, those first 2 creators, they were being implemented inside, okay? This is where you would try a system, you'd retract it if it doesn't work, you're testing the waters. But months 4 to 6, this is where you are basically betting on your systems to scale this creator. And remember, if you're 50-50 with this girl, you're betting on something that hasn't been fully implemented yet. And so what's the difference? A lot of guys may ask, what's the difference between fully betting on something and using it? There's a big difference, because when I fully bet on my systems to work, I am not thinking. That's what you guys need to understand. In months 1 to 3 with your first 2 creators, you're constantly thinking, fuck, should I do this? Should I not do this? Let me look at this extra carefully. You're being more attentive, which is good. You need to have that attentive to detail, because you need to make changes. That's in your first couple of months when you're building these systems. But then once you're in months 4 to 6 with 3 to 4 creators, your 3rd or 4th creator is where you're betting on those systems. You're not saying anymore, should I create the Instagram account and private it? It's, yes, this is what we do. This is what we follow. This is how things get executed around here. Because then you think less and you can start worrying about bigger things. And this is where, in months 8 to 9, and, later in this video, we're going to get into what you should work on. Basically, the ideology between $10,000 task and dead work. There's a big difference. But after this is where you're going to test your systems if they break during this process. So if you're making an onboarding doc, or if you've made your system for creating an Instagram account and the Instagram didn't go viral, I need you to fix it, okay? Because this is something that you're going to have to repeat over and over and over again. So fix the systems that don't work. Don't just ignore it and be like, oh, it didn't work for this creator, it worked for this one. Figure out why. If it didn't work for that creator, could it be because the niche? Did she execute it on correctly? Did you mess it up the first time or mess it up the second time but do it correctly the first time? Figure out what that difference was, whether how small or big it was. Just figure it out, because that's going to allow you to leverage that and then act in coercion to when you sign that 5th, 6th grader. So make sure you pay attention to what's not working, and no matter what, fix it. Now, in months 7 to 12, this is where, I'm going to say it, we're scaling horizontally, okay? Now, just hear me out on this for a second. I am just now hitting this phase. Recently, we've been adding, 12 creators into our repertoire. Never worked with as many clients as I am working with currently, okay? This is the phase where I'm at. I'm probably at the end of this phase right now. And this is when your systems are proven. Now, before I even talk about this phase, don't rush into this, okay? Do not rush into this. If you want your agency, because if you're at this point, you're probably making $50K a month, 30, 40, you're making good fucking money. If you're wanting to turn this into $100,000 a month, $300,000 a month agency that lasts, a year, 2 years, 3 years, you need to make sure that whatever you did in months 4 to 6 works and it's repeatable. It's not something that happened once and you got lucky, okay? Make sure you have something that's repeatable. And then in months 7 to 12, that's when your systems have officially been proven. And then once they've been proven, you can scale horizontally. Your revenue should be like 50, 60K per month minimum. Like, that's bare minimum numbers. Like, for instance, when I made 100K a month, I would say I was in my testing systems phase, because I had a creator who was making a fuck ton of money. And to be honest, she was there, I'd say 60% because of skill, effort, and documentation, and 40% because of luck. Luck just being social media. At the end of the day, social media, it's engineered luck, whatever you want to call it. But at the same time, we did have a lot of things go right, which it wasn't stupid. And I didn't think, oh, these are going right, I'm going to sign 50 more creators, because I knew it wasn't something that's going to happen for every single creator. It's social media at the end of the day. So when you are scaling horizontally during this phase, make sure that you are actually proven with your systems. What you have can run without you. In months 4 to 6, you should be able to take a week off of your agency and shit not break. And then after these 7 to 12 months of your agency, being 5 to 10 creators, months 12 plus, this is where you're kind of getting into where I'm heading right now, which is like 12 to 20 different creators. And you have a full team in place. I have hired my full team already. And this is when you're no longer the bottleneck. You have time to go film 10-hour courses. You have time to genuinely delegate to another level. All right. So content managers, chat managers, ops directors, assistant accountants, you have people in place, account managers, everyone. And your revenue at this stage should be no less than 100,000. One, you can afford a team, the one that I have, if you're not making at least 100K, and to 250K per month. Like, that's where your agency revenue really needs to be. And with this phase, like, if you're at this phase right now, honestly, shoot me a DM on Instagram. But the biggest thing about this phase, what I'm learning right now while being in it, is that you have to have something that is going to keep your agency alive. And that something can be someone. So what I've learned over these past, years of running agencies, and at the point where I'm at right now, I'd say one of the biggest lessons that I've learned recently is that stepping away from something that you previously thought only you could do, and let me be very careful about how I word this, stepping away from a item, task, duty that only previously you thought could do, whether it's because of skills, mindset, creativity, whatever. Yes, it can have its negative connotations of where the job won't get done well enough, but there's also trade-offs when it comes to this, because one thing that I've learned was Sure, you could hire a VA or a manager, ops director, the scary big hires that you're paying these guys good amount of money every single month, and they maybe won't do the job as good as you. However, if you can get them to do the job 80% as good as you, but it allows you to buy back 10 hours of your time every single week, week after week, you're buying back 40 hours a month of your time. So in saying that, what and how valuable are those 40 hours to you? That's a question that you have to answer yourself. And if you're not somebody that wants to do different work or scale past the point you are, those hours aren't valuable. You have what I call dead work. You're going to keep dead, it's called the Dead Sea for a reason, in one place. But keep in mind that if a business is not growing, a business is dying. There is no such thing as stagnation in business at all, ever. Hold on. If you think that your business is stagnant, I promise you, you're losing out on revenue. And even if it doesn't seem like you are, eventually something is going to tank. Something will change. And if you want to argue with this with me, please do. But you will not be able to show me one real life example. Now, that's a little bit more about signing creators in general. I want to talk quickly about whether or not and who you should be signing at these stages. So before you sign a creator, my point 3 of this is there's a question that I want you to ask yourself, really. Before you sign a new creator, ask yourself, if I sign her today, will my system break? Whether that's anything in your agency. If the answer is yes, don't sign her, okay? If your systems will take a hit, or if they won't work or they can't handle that workload, don't sign that creator. And if it's no, sign her, of course. But if it isn't, and the answer is yes, fix your systems. It's a clear tell sign that your systems need fixing. And even if you can't answer this before signing that creator, sign her and see. If your systems break, fix them. Drop that creator and fix them. But if they don't, you know you've done something right. Okay, moving on to section 2 is how to delegate without losing control of your agency. So one thing I want to really put a pin in at the start is do not be afraid to hire. We'll get back to that in a second of exactly what that means, but don't be afraid to hire. Now, you have the systems, you have the marketing, you have the creators. How do we take, and this is usually going to happen, mid-month, 4.5, 5. How do we take this agency that we've built and slowly but surely eliminate ourselves from that situation? Because I always say, if you are a slave to your business, you have a job. You don't have a business. You work for your company, okay? And you can't scale a job at all. Now, when it comes to scaling without losing control, there has to be delegation. There has to be hiring in place. Now, the two things that I hear a lot of guys say, and not only say, but majority of the time do, is A, they micromanage everything, and you will stay the bottleneck. This is something that I have had personal experience with, like as a bad thing. Like I had to learn that micromanagement is not good. And I want to say it was because I was a perfectionist. I wanted things to be done my way. If it wasn't done my way or like the best possible way, I didn't think it was worth sending somebody off to. But then that's when I realized that in saying that, stick with me here, in saying that if I micromanage everything and don't hand it off, it's better, it's more optimal for the agency. Even if that in technical terms could be correct, if you micromanage everything, you don't hand it off, you're saying that your time is not more valuable than the actual work that's getting done. Think about it. If you're saying, I would rather micromanage this and make sure it's done correctly, that's code word in business for my time isn't more valuable than me working, than me doing the work. And if you talk to any overly successful person, they will say, take a rest day on Sunday. Take rest. Your brain can only really think, really work, really operate when it doesn't have anything else fogging it. And that's why delegation is so big. If delegation and all this wasn't so important, Hermosi, fucking Tony Robbins, all these guys wouldn't be talking about it. They would just say, work harder, work more, but it's not. Your brain will work better when you're not working more. And there's also another person to this. There's the guy that delegates fucking everything and loses total control. So let me show you how to delegate the right way. So there's something I want to share with you here, and that is the code word, something that I live by when hiring. I want to share this with you. Trust but verify. Trust but verify. What does that mean? It means you trust your team to do the work, but you verify that that work gets done correctly. Okay, you're not micromanaging it, but you're not blindly trusting it either. There's a gray space in between. So here's how you do it. One of the biggest things that I live by is weekly check-ins. Whether you have a weekly check-in if you're making less money with your chatters, or if you have a weekly check-in with your content manager or with a chat manager, or if you're at such a high level, you have a weekly check-in with your ops director. These calls are 15, 20 minutes. They're not hour-long meetings. It's updates on, for instance, if you have a content manager, it's what content went out last week, what's working for this model right now, which model is really like, kind of diving down. Is there anything that you're seeing that needs to be fixed? How's the, systems? Is there any issues? This is your job to get information from them. Your chat manager, what was the ratios like last week? How are the chatters performing? Was the model happy as far as, this, that, and the third? Any issues? Weekly check-ins is something that is a non-negotiable when competing with higher and higher agencies, because you need to be able to know what's going on, verify what's going on inside your agency, but you also want to trust somebody else to do that work. And so this will keep you in the loop without micromanaging and wasting your fucking time. Now, one other aspect of this, another one, is what I like to call a master tracking sheet. I don't care what you do this on. I use Notion. I don't care if you use Notion, Google Sheets, anything. Now, what this sheet is going to have on it is every financial. So how much revenue your model has made last week, last month, how much you're paying each and every single chatter, how much revenue came in from this model compared to this model, what was the comparisons. Keep it on a Google Sheet, Notion, whatever, track it by month, track it by year, save this data, because if you think about it, every KPI in OFM, all the way down to the likes on an Instagram reel, will come back to money, because everything eventually goes to the OnlyFans, which goes to subscribers or chats. Everything comes back to money. Everything converts to a dollar amount. So if you're lowering your money, obviously that means something's not working in the surface level, the Instagram, the OF, the chatting, whatever. Now, that may sound obvious, but if you try and track too much, you'll lose your fucking mind. I have minor tracking sheets per model, per creator, but I'm not driving myself crazy trying to track all of this. Like, at the end of the day, I've gotten to a point where if we sign a new model, I maybe put a content manager on a tracking sheet just to put in data every single week, but I'm not tracking individual reels anymore. I'm not tracking the engagement rate on every single reel. I'm just tracking overall on a bi-weekly to monthly ratio what is working and what isn't. So you need to have some sort of master tracking sheet. Now, next point to this is what to delegate. I know we haven't even spoke on this. One, I have slogans for everything. A slogan that I want you to live by for what to delegate is, if it doesn't require your brain, keyword there, your brain, it doesn't require your time. Okay, so here's what you should delegate. Content posting. A VA should do this, or you should do this on your laptop, or just delegate this at some way. If you're really wanting to eliminate yourself out of the situation. Content posting, video editing, chatting, of course, and performance tracking. Now, there's obviously micro things that you should also keep as far as a VA delegation, but at the end of the day, you guys know if it doesn't require your brain, shouldn't require your time. Now, here's what you should not delegate. Sales calls. With your model, it's your brand, okay? At the end of the day, sure, somebody else could do it, but it's your brand. That's very, very important. Second, model communication. You don't want anybody else interfering with your products. Third, strategy decisions, okay? You decide what verticals to focus on. You decide which models to keep, which models to dump promo money inside, everything, okay? And once you hit 50K per month, that and only that is when you can start semi-delegating model communication. So letting other people communicate with your model. That's something that I've done, something that I do now. But as far as like sales calls, getting on models with sales calls, you should still take them. I still do take them. But until then, keep all of that. Now, moving into section number 3 is going to be model retention strategies. So you know how to delegate. You're running your systems. Things are working smoothly, but at the end of the day, none of that fucking matters if your models leave after 30 days. Now, I usually see models leave For one of three reasons. A, you're not making enough money. If you promise 10K a month and you're delivering 5K a month, they're going to leave. And a lot of you guys are promising 50 fucking K months. Like, we don't promise monthly revenue. And by the way, if a girl ever asks you on a sales call, hey, like, how much do you think we can be at? Give her a realistic number. But if you want to stretch it, say it's an input, output, or deal. Obviously, the more you put the input, and obviously the more output's going to be produced from that. Reason number two, they don't trust you. If you're lacking communication, if you're shady about revenue, if you don't pay up front or pay them late or ghost their messages, they're most likely going to leave. And then reason number three is that they found a better offer. So just make sure that you are making very, very clear about what you're doing, because a lot of times girls can think that they found a better offer, but they just don't know all that you're doing. Like, that's usually the biggest reason. So if another agency promised her more, offered her something you didn't, she's most likely going to be gone. So your job from that is to prevent them. And here's how you do that. Reason number one is set real, or the whole reason of them not thinking that you're making them enough money, set realistic expectations up front, okay? Don't promise 10K a month in 30 days if you know you can't do it. Instead, say, here's a roadmap. Month one, this is what we're focusing on. Month two, this is what we're focusing on. 3, 4. We take our models. If you watch the live call inside of this course, you saw at the very end, Jason and I taking that model through this is what happens in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. This way, she knows what to expect and how quickly. And when you hit those milestones and it confirms what you say, she's going to trust you even more. How to prevent number two, which is that she doesn't trust you. Be transparent about everything, about revenue. Every single week, if you can, send her a screenshot of revenue. For example, hey, Sarah, had a fucking great week. We did around 10,000, 11,000. Your split was 4,500, 5,000, whatever. I'll send you the payment, Friday, Tuesday, whatever. Don't hide anything. Don't be shady. Send her, show her, explain to her all the numbers, pay her on time every single time. I promise you, she'll trust you, okay? And if you're lacking in something, like, we've been late on payments before. Like, we're not a perfect agency. We're just transparent about it. We're saying, hey, sorry we couldn't get this payment. I just want to send you a voice note really quickly. The payment's probably going to come next Monday. Dealing with a whole bunch of stuff right now. Just wanted to update you. Just communicate. Now, reason number three is a tricky one. If she found a better offer, at the end of the day, there's going to be better agencies than yours. For example, mine. But no, in all seriousness, reason number three is a bit of a tough one to prevent entirely. Now, what I've found is that you can't prevent other agencies from reaching out. You can log into accounts, you can block her from seeing DMs, majority of it, but a couple still might get through. But here's what you can do. You can make her feel valued. Check in with her weekly. This is where the whole partner, not boss, comes into play. So sending her text, hey, Sarah, how you feeling about everything? Any concerns? Anything that I could do better? Anything that you're having issues with? Celebrate her wins. Sarah, you hit 10K this month. Congratulations. Like, holy fuck, that's insane. Let's keep this going. Encourage her, okay? The more that she feels that you're a friend, the less likely she's going to betray you or go with another agency. Like, for instance, one of our top earning clients, we took her from working a 9 to 5 at Texas Roadhouse to making $130,000 a month. She's never leaving us. And we also make her feel valued. Like, that's just the aspect of value. Even if an agency could take her to maybe 200K per month, maybe we're not doing something, whatever, who knows? She's not going to, because of the trust and the relationship that we've built and the promises that we've kept with her. Making her feel valued and trusting the relationship is the number one retention strategy overall. Now, additionally with this, you need to have some sort of professionalism to make her feel like you are still that professional agency that she got with on day one. And I like to do this with either 30, 60, or 90-day check-in. So every, let's say, 60 days, hop on a call with her, ask, how are you feeling about the entire agency relationship? Is there anything you want to change? What do you want to be 90 days from now? Set new goals. This keeps the relationship healthy, strong, and rejuvenated, okay? And it prevents the models from leaving without warning. You're staying in communication, you're asking her, because I promise you, bro, if you ask her every 30 days if there's anything wrong, what can be worked on, this and the third, and you fix what she says, you don't just have this meeting for no reason, she's not leaving, because she's going to address her concerns with you before she overthinks it and leaves. Now, section 4, team structure at a scale. So, team structure between 10 to 20K per month should have 3 different hires: VAs, chatters, and yourself. 3 different types of people. Chatters are going to be your main outcome as far as income. And what I mean by that, you're going to be paying them the most. You're going to make your own chatting team, or if you're running a chatting agency, then you won't have this, but you're going to hire 4 to 5 chatters, depending on, whether you do a reliever, or whether you do this, that, the third, you've seen the modules. You're usually going to have 4 chatters is what I would recommend. You're going to have at least 2 VAs at this point, or maybe 1 VA who does a lot, and then yourself. Now, responsibilities for these people is yourself. You're going to be taking the sales call, model communication, strategy decisions, marketing decisions. Those 1 to 2 VAs are going to do what I call task work, content posting, video editing, performance tracking, things like that. The chatters are going to be doing the job, chatting on OnlyFans, managing the DMs, things like that. That's it. That's a small team. It's a lean operation. You're still doing a lot yourself, but what you've done is delegated the repetitiveness of it. That's what we're shooting for. Now, second part of this is 50K to 100K per month. There's going to be 4 different people. You're going to have yourself, you're going to have content managers, you're going to have chat managers, and you're going to have chatters, and technically VA. So technically 5 different roles. Now, when it comes to this, your content managers, a lot of people are asked, what even is a content manager? A content manager is whatever the fuck you want it to be, all right? My chat manager is also my account manager and also my model custom communication or whatever role that is. OFM is one of those things that one person can do a lot more, can do, 3 different tasks, 3 different jobs. So content manager for me, they're creating original content docs for when we sign creators. They're looking at what's working and not working on IG and then recommending our model what to continue to make and what not to make. And they also track all content performance. And they also might have 1 or 2 VAs or just be in contact with the 1 to 2 VAs who are doing video editing, content posting, things like that. They're in communication between each other and you're not anywhere in that. Now you at this level are doing majority of the same thing, but not in marketing. At this level, I want you to be focusing on high tier strategies, making sure that your chatting team is absolutely fucking A1, making sure that you have a solid and repeatable acquisition process, and then creating assets. So working on developing accounts that you're going to use for every single model, promotion accounts is what I'm saying here, buying pages, things like that. And then your chat manager, he's going to be managing all the chatters, tracking the performance, and hiring/firing chatters. Now, let's get into the juicy stuff. 100K to 250K. You're going to add somebody. All of it's pretty much the same, but there's an optional hire that you can do, which is something that I've recently implemented, which is called a ops manager or director, operations manager, whatever you're going to call it. These are the people who's going to manage content manager and the chat manager, handle the day-to-day operations, and they're going to report to you weekly. At this level, you're barely involved day-to-day. Now, no, you are not involved at all. This is pretty much where I'm at right now with my agency. And my ops director is also as well kind of my content manager and as well kind of a model communicationer. Like I say, I have many different people. Play whatever's efficient in your agency, okay? Don't copy exactly what I'm saying in this video. Figure out what works in your agency and what's efficient and what's going to keep you making revenue month over month over month over month. That's the fucking important part, okay? So with your ops director, for me, I communicate with this guy every single fucking week. He's going to be telling me why models are either upset or not happy. He's going to be leveling with me on, I think we should drop this model. I don't know if we should drop this model. This is happening. This is not happening. He's basically looking at the agency and communicating with my managers every single day. But you are not really any longer the CEO. You're just the business owner. But at the same time, it depends on your roles. You may be the CEO at this level, but all in all, what you're doing is seeing the vision and making sure that the team collectively executes. Now, let's talk. Remember in the beginning when I said, do not be scared of hiring. I know we've dabbled in it here and there throughout this entire video, or this phase, but when I say don't be scared of hiring, I think a lot of guys get scared of hiring because of what I stated earlier, that they don't think the job is going to be well enough, or the money, as in you're going to be paying them too much and it's not going to be worth your time. This is where $10,000 tasks come into play. Let me explain what a $10,000 task is, because once you know what you should be working on, that's going to allow you to know what you shouldn't be working on and who you should hire for those positions. So what a $10,000 task is is anything that is going to amplify your progress exponentially. Now, that's a lot of broad terms. Let's break it down even more. For example, if I am working on posting for my agency, for one of my creators, is that making the agency as a whole grow, stay stagnant, as in what it has to do to run, or hurt it? It's obviously making it stagnant. It's not doing anything. It's just the running operations, okay? Ask yourself that for every single task. If it doesn't make the agency as itself grow, then it is not a $10,000 task. For example, a $10,000 task would be buying Instagram pages or X pages or starting an X account for the sole reason of building it as a promotional page so that you can use it for every single one of your models moving forward in the future. That's something that's going to grow your agency. Now, something that's going to keep the agency running, posting content, looking at a model's Instagram account to see what's, working on the strategy, looking at the chat analytics. Like, that's something that's not going to be amplified by anything. It's not going to be amplifying your revenue. It's not going to be amplifying your hires. It's just going to tell you what's working and what's not working. Now, is it important? Hell yes. Get your content manager or you look at it. But should you be doing it? Should you be tracking this yourself or looking at it and adding it all up? No. So to wrap that up, a $10,000 task is any task that is not going to keep your agency running nor hurt your agency. You don't want to do anything that hurts your agency, but is going to grow your agency. And remember, growing does not mean keep running. Two separate different things. If I do all the day-to-day operation, and here's the thing, if I'm doing all of the day-to-day operations to keep the agency running, there's no way that I can grow it because I'm focused on keeping it running. But what you have to do is you have to realize that hiring somebody to do these jobs that you previously were doing at, let's say, 100% perfectness, right? That's the ideology that I had, was I do this stuff and I do it perfect. Nobody else is going to do it as good as me, so why would I hire somebody? A year-old Griffin, if you had all of those tasks being delegated at, let's say, 85% perfectness, and you now had 40 hours a week to focus on growing the agency, that 20% is going to 10x make up for itself. It's going to amplify your revenue. Even if, sure, you're not getting the most perfect work done, but since those tasks aren't as valuable as you growing the agency, it's not going to matter anymore. You're going to be able to grow your business because you're now focusing on something way more important. Now, last section, the 10 to 20 or 10 to 50 to 100 to $250,000 roadmap. Let's talk about it. I just wanted to make this very, very clear so that you guys could get an idea of what happens at each stage. So what changes at 10 to 50K? You're going to go from 2 to 3 creators to probably 5 to 10 creators. But at the same time, keep in mind, if it makes sense to stay with those 2 to 3 creators and scale them, do it. All right? Don't follow exactly what I'm saying because it's not your business. You also will probably hire a chat manager. 100%. You also build out a chatting team. You will start investing into paid traffic, meta ads. This will become a regular thing that you do in your agency. You will systemize everything at this point. Chatting, onboarding, hiring, everything. Your role is to still do sales calls. You're still managing the content manager, the chat manager. You're making the strategic decisions. And this timeline should probably be 6 to 12 months. Now, what changes at 50 to 100K is a lot more. You will probably go from 5 to 10 creators to 10 to 15. It really just depends on how big each creator is. You have an operations manager, a chat manager, a content manager. I also will say really quickly, if it makes sense for you not to have any of these hires, genuinely makes sense, not just you wanting to be lazy or you wanting to be, the perfect micromanager, don't hire it. Like, I didn't hire my content manager until I was making around probably 170K, 150K. So like, that's the thing that you guys got to keep in mind is nothing is really, like, if business was something that was so repeatable that you could write it down on paper and just follow it, everybody would be fucking successful. Or actually, I think everybody would be unsuccessful. But that's the thing. Do whatever makes sense for your agency. So this is where, becoming the person that can manage a 100K a month agency is more important than building an 100K a month agency. Now, anyways, back to what I was saying. This is where you're going to be investing into OnlyFinder. You maybe delegate a lot of the model communications. Your role at this point is you're officially the CEO. You're going to set the vision. You're going to check in weekly. You're going to talk to really the only important people. You're going to focus on high level strategies and high lever turning positions, task, whatever you want to call it. And your timeline for this should also be about 6 months you're in this position. Now, if you're slow, it may be longer. If you're fast, maybe shorter. Now, at 100 to 250K per month, nothing changes too much. To be honest with you, you're most likely just going to focus on scaling your lowest earning creators or replacing creators. You're not going to really sign more and more creators. At this point, you're smart enough to realize working with this creator who's making 5K a month isn't worth my time. I'm going to go replace her for a model who's doing more. And this is also the time you might put an A, B, C tier system inside of your agency. You know, C tier level clients get minimum effort, 20%. Maybe you're only doing chatting for a couple clients. This is where you're becoming strategic. You as the CEO, you know, ABC tier system, something the CEO has to create. Chatting, you know, fully remote chatting, hand it off, 20%, give it to me. If you start blowing up and you do well, then we'll sign you. Like those sort of decisions are now something that you guys should be focusing on. You're completely hands-off from day-to-day operations. You're the visionary. You're checking in monthly. You spend time on what you want to do. So building the business, traveling, do whatever the fuck you want. Now, before we move into the last thing, I want to just name some mistakes that a lot of guys make at each level. 10,000 to 50,000, the biggest mistake I see guys make is signing more creators before your systems are in place. It will kill your agency and it'll drive you fucking crazy or drive you to working 15-hour days. From 50 to 100K mistake, it's not hiring managers. If you are managing, you are not a CEO. You are a worker. You are an employee to your business. That's not what we're wanting to do. Hire managers, okay? 100 to 250K is not building redundancy. If something can't happen over and over again, there's an issue. If one key person quits and everything collapses, that's an issue. You need to build redundancy. Avoid all of those from each level, and I promise you, you'll scale smoothly. All right. What you just learned was when to sign more creators and when not to. You know, systems first, creators second. How to delegate without losing control, trust but verify. Model retention strategies, transparency, cooperation, communication. How to make team structure at scale from 10, 50, 100, 250K per month. And the complete 10 to 250K per month roadmap. Now, I'm going to give you something. This is huge. This is the 250K a month scaling roadmap plus a team structure team space template. Inside of this, you'll get the complete scaling roadmap, what changes at each level, team structure templates for you, you know, exactly who to hire, when to hire, what the roles are going to be, why you're even hiring them, the pay that you're going to be paying them, literally everything. Role descriptions for each one of those people. So content managers, VAs, chatters, chat managers, literally everyone. A model retention checklist, so how you should be communicating with your models, things that we do, onboarding forms, presents that we give, a whole bunch of, you know, at the end of the day, cute shit, and weekly check-in templates, you know, what to ask your team, what you need to be making sure you're checking on, and what to make sure that you know to keep you inside of the loop. And if you want this, all you have to do is enter your email below and I'll send it over to you immediately. And if you're serious about really going from like 100, I'd say 75K to 250K per month, you are going to need this. So go do it right now. All right. If you made it this far, you're different. Most of these guys would have quit after phase 2. The fact that you watched all 7-8 hours of this, maybe longer, maybe shorter, tells me you're serious. So let me be real with you. I just gave you more value than a $20,000 course. And I know this because I bought multiple courses. I know what's inside people's programs in this industry. I know what's inside mine, and this is easily worth more than that. But here's what I didn't give you. I didn't give you one-to-one access with me to review your agency every single 2 weeks and keep you audited and up to date. I didn't give you screen share reviews of your model's Instagram telling you what I'm looking for, how I'm looking for it, what I would change, the competitors I would do, what I would post. I didn't give you firsthand access to my inbound marketplace with creators already making 5, 10, 15K a month even sometimes. I didn't give you my private Discord channel where you can ask me questions anytime and get answers within 24 hours. And I didn't give you the community with Giuseppe, Niels, Levi, Dustin, Nick, the guys who are actually doing this. All of that is what my one-to-one program is for. If you're at 3 to 10K per month and you're serious about scaling to 10, 20, $50,000 per month in the next 90 to 120 days, click the link below and apply for my one-to-one program. But don't just watch this and do nothing either way. here's what happens next. Click the link below to apply. I'll review your application, and if you're a good fit, we'll hop on a call. But here's the thing. You need to decide now. Not tomorrow, not next week, now. Because realize that every single day you wait is a day that you could have been getting information, scaling your agency, and preventing yourself from being stuck at 5 to 10K per month. And 6 months from now, you're gonna look back and think one of those things. Either A, I'm so glad I invested in myself, joined Griffin's program, and I'm at 30K per month now, and my life is different. Or I should have joined, this industry's a scam, nothing. I should have had it when I had the chance, and I'm still stuck at the place I was 6 months ago. My question for you is, which one are you going to be? The link is below. Click it, apply, and let's get to work. I'll see you boys on the other side. Peace out. Before we finish this off, I literally get these same questions asked regarding OFM, me, my program, my students, all of it. And I'm low-key tired of answering these same questions because it's kind of driving me nuts. So I'm going to be answering all of your guys' questions regarding me and OFM. So let's get into it. Number one, why do you sell a mentorship if you make so much money with OFM? Look, I get asked all the time, Griffin, why, if you're making 250K per month with your agency, do you still sell a program? Look, bro, I am so straightforward about this. Yes, it is another business for me, but please name me one ultra successful person who has only one source of income. You can't. Second off, let me ask you something. If there was a way where you could help people with something that you are passionate about, good at, and know a lot about, and make a fuck ton of money from it, would you do it? Of course you would. Everybody with the right brain would. If you can add extra layers of income, extra security to your pockets, nobody's going to say no to that. So yes, I make money off of this program. It's not something I'm wiling out about. Why? Because I'm not a guru that this is my only source of income. Look, if I can help you go from $5,000 to $50,000 a month like I've done before, it's a win-win. If that sounds like guru bullshit to you, cool. This isn't for you. Nobody is forcing you to do this. All right, second question. What if this doesn't work for me? Fair question, but at the same time, nothing in life is guaranteed. Can anybody promise you anything? Or more or less, can anybody promise you that you will 100% become successful? Can anyone promise that you, for the rest of your life, will never face problems or challenges again? This isn't a magic pill. If you're looking for something quick, easy, and simple to fix your entire life situation, this isn't for you. But if you're willing to show up, implement the system, give it genuine effort, and put in the work, there's no reason why something like this can't get you results, just like it has for tons of my other students. So the real question I want to ask you, man, is, are you willing to show up every single day and put in that work? Or are you going to be like everyone else who buys a program, gets the same dopamine effect of actually doing the work because they're taking a risk, but then they watch 2 videos and they quit? And they end up restarting that process over and over again. If you're serious about building a real business, this works. If you're not, please don't waste my time. This isn't for you. All right, I can just figure this out on YouTube. This is my favorite one. The truth is, nobody, and I mean nobody, not even myself, will give you their systems for success for completely free. Everyone will give you the why and the what, but nobody will give you the how. You've been watching YouTube for months, maybe even years, and somehow you found yourself on this page. That should tell you something. This isn't about education. This isn't about implementation. You get my exact Notion templates, my exact systems, my content docs, my exact chatting scripts, my slideshows I show my model, the same stuff that I use to run my 250K per month agency. If you think you can replicate all of that from YouTube, go for it. But if you're serious about scaling, get the real systems. Following that, will this work for my niche? Bro, the fundamentals are the fundamentals. I'm not a guru who preaches there's one type of video that needs to be posted for everything. No, if you hear anybody saying that on YouTube, they're complete bullshit and they don't know what they're talking about. Whether your model does cosplay, MILF, teen, whatever, the same systems are there. Marketing, chatting, onboarding, content creation, VA management, everything. The niche doesn't matter. that infrastructure does. Giuseppe's models are different from Neo's models. Neo's models are different from Levi's. But guess what? They all use the same systems to scale. If you think that your niche is somehow special and unique and completely different from all these systems, you're overthinking it, bro. Marketing is marketing. Chatting is chatting. Systems are systems. The FANTRA operating system works for any niche because it's built on the fundamentals that don't change, overhead systems. For instance, to give you an example of a difference between me and a guru is going to tell you post Snapchat verticals and dancing verticals and these verticals for any girl and it'll work. Awesome. Bullshit. What you need to do is have a competitor analysis system that you can plug into play for every niche, where you grab the competitors, because every niche has competitors. You then delegate that, find the top performing videos with a strategy that I use. Every video, every content person ever has top performing videos. And then that will tell you what to post. You have overhead system that's clock in to specific results depending on the input. Next from this, I've been burned by courses before. What makes you different? Listen, I get it, all right? There's a lot of bullshit in the space, okay? Dozens of gurus are selling you 10 hours of bullshit video modules and giving you a pat on the back and disappointing you. And how do I know? Because I've probably had 20 plus students come through other guys' programs and before telling me that courses are scams, worried about me being a scam, and then now, fast forward 60, 90 days, they're fucking crushing it. And all of these guys came after the fact of getting scammed by all these other OFM gurus. And here's the difference. I'm 20 years old, running a $250,000 agency right now. Your favorite gurus? They're 3 years ago. I am today. You get direct access to me, bi-weekly calls to me. I'm in Discord answering channels. I'm in the dojo cooking up with you guys. I review your model's IG accounts, their OF accounts, live on group calls and one-to-one calls. Most courses give you a theory, a little bit of insight. I give you my actual Notion templates, my content docs, my chatting infrastructure, how I review IG analytics. I give you my mindset, my entire OS. The same stuff running my agency today. Plus, you're in a community with guys making 15 to 100K per month. And also, I've been burned before. I get why you're skeptical, but this isn't some guru bullshit. This is real consulting, hence why I wanted to name it something different. I didn't even feel like being in the same league as those guys. This is real consulting with somebody who is still in the trenches. The proof is in the results. Check my YouTube, check my testimonials, check my Hall of Wins. I genuinely, truly believe I have the best program out there. Next from this, number 6, I just need to work harder to scale my agency and keep brute forcing my way through. Bro, stop. I hear this all the time and it drives me absolutely crazy. I just need to grind harder. No, you don't, bro. You've already been grinding for months. And how is that working out for you? You still at 5, 10K per month? Working harder without the right systems is doing nothing for you. It's like trying to fill a bucket up with water that has holes in it. You can pour the water faster, more at one time, but at the end of the day, it's still going to leak out of the bottom. I was stuck at 20K for months, thinking literally the same thing. I just need to post more reels. I need to send more DMs. I need to work 12 hours a day instead of 6 hours a day. That's not scaling. It's burning out. Scaling happens when you build infrastructure, when you have systems that work without you, when you have processes grinding for you 24/7. If grinding harder was the answer, all these European guys working 18 hours a day would be at 100K per month. The definition of insanity is doing the same exact thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So stop trying to outmuscle the market. Next, the market is too saturated. This is one of my favorite ones for sure. The market is saturated. Everyone's doing OFM now, Griffin. Bro, do you know how massive this industry is? OnlyFans paid out $5.6 billion with a B to creators last year. You think that market is saturated? There's literally millions of girls who can be making money on OF right now, but they aren't because they don't know how to market themselves. But Griffin, there's so many agencies now. Good. That means the market is proven and there's money to be made. You know what is actually saturated? The number of broke agency owners who don't know what they're doing. You can be different. Guys posting and sending the same cringe DM from 2022. Guys with no systems, no processes, just throwing shit at the wall and hoping it helps. The The market is saturated, but not with good agencies. It's saturated with bad ones. While everybody's crying about saturation, my students are signing A-tier clients already making 5 to 8K per month. If you think the market is too saturated, you're probably right for you, because that mindset will keep you stuck there while others are inevitably scaling. The opportunity is bigger than ever, and you have two choices. The question is, are you going to complain about the competition, or are you going to become the competition? Now, moving from this, how do I find good models? First off, let me flip this question on you. The real question isn't how do I find good models? It's how do I become a good agency that models want to work with? Most agency owners out here DMing 500 random girls every single day, posting messages like, hey, you want to make more money? Hey, I've been in the industry 2 years now. This is what I do. This is how much you're going to make in the next 30 days. That's not model acquisition. That's spam. A-tier creators don't respond to that garbage. They get 50 DMs a day. What makes you different? Here's what actually works and what I teach in my program. First, build social proof. Good models want to see that you are actually who you say you are. For example, Giuseppe didn't sign his second model until he had results with his first one. Second, stop going over beginners. Girls with zero experience, hard to work with. Target girls who are making 3 to 10K per month who want to scale but don't know how. And third, referrals. So many people never even think to ask their models for referrals, but happy models will bring their friends. And that's how Nick and Theo built their roster. The models you want don't need you to save them. They need you to scale them, okay? And if you're still mass DMing random girls, you're doing it wrong. Build a good business first, and the models will find you. Now, next, will this still work in 2 to 3 years, or is it just a big trend right now? Bro, are you serious right now? You think the adult entertainment industry is a trend? This industry has been around for decades, millennials, since literally the beginning of fucking time. It's not going anywhere. OnlyFans launched in 2016 and it has gotten bigger than literally ever. 5.6 billion paid out last year. But Griffin, what if OnlyFans gets banned? Then we move to the next platform, bro. It's like saying, what if TikTok gets banned? There's always a replacement. The platform, sure, might change. Do I expect it to? Do I think it will? Absolutely fucking not. But the fundamentals, no matter what, don't. Marketing, content creation, chatting, audience building, brand building, personal branding, these skills transfer to any platform. The same people asking if this will work in 3 years, the people who said that the internet was a fucking trend in 1995. The demand for this content is not going anywhere. The platforms will evolve, but the opportunity will always be there. If you're more focused on what might work in the next 3 years rather than what will work in the next 3 months, you're not ready. Start building now and adapt later when it matters. All right, so questions, boys. Hit me with them. Literally anything, everything. This is the last day in the B&B. Tomorrow I am driving back to North Georgia to Atlanta. I'll be on the road for like 5 hours, so I'll be unavailable for the first half of the day. But yeah, other than that, what's good, Max?
Yes, so I was thinking if you could do maybe like a model review. Maybe if there's other people who want to, to ask some questions, we can do that before. But yeah, I've got a model that I'm not quite sure like how I should go about it. But if anyone have got questions, we can take them first.
Bet, bro. Yeah, 100%. Why don't you drop the Instagram link in the chat? I'll share my screen, and we'll save that until people kind of run out of questions, or if they don't have any right now. So does anybody have questions that they want to ask?
Yo, I got a question, Griffin.
What's good, Gabriel?
So I texted you on the tickets, bro. Is that for like every message? You said, "Oh, wait to reply 24 hours," or is that like for every text message? If that makes sense, or if it's starting to flow like naturally, like respond maybe like 15 minutes later or like 30 minutes or 24 hours.
What do you mean?
Let's say we're outreaching to like a model, and we just you said reply to her in 24 hours. I'm not sure.
I might have misunderstood your question there, because if you get it, like, what are you basically asking? How quick do I reply to a model when she replies to me?
Yeah, basically.
ASAP, bro. ASAP rock.
All right, for sure.
Yeah. Voice notes, bro. Like if I get I'm bad about that. Leaving models undelivered. I'd be forgetting. But yeah, no. If you get a message from a girl, interrupt, voice message, funnel straight to the call. I was looking at some other people's, I think it was David, not to call my boy David out, but y'all boys do not keep the DMs long, ever, ever. Like, I don't care if she's asking questions. Like, I will have girls literally ask me, hey, what do you think I should do about this on my Instagram account? And I'll totally ignore the fucking question, bro. Like, always funnel to the call. Because you will, it's like what Alex Hormozy said. It's like, if somebody's interested in a deal, the second they get interested, the second they want to close, do not talk. Don't keep selling. Stop selling. Okay. So when you get a reply, she's giving you the time of day. Stop selling her your time. So the second you get into those DMs, bro, your first job is to get out of those DMs and get on a call. Like my voice messages or my DM strategy only looks like first DM, her reply, voice note, and then that second voice note, I'm funneling into a call right then and there. I'm not letting any more time go by. First thing I'm saying is, hey, Marissa, yeah, totally good question. And, to answer that, I really have to take a little bit more time to look at your entire page. But usually what we do with these types of situations, just because I'm not someone that does business if it doesn't make sense, is let's just hop on a quick 10, 15 minute, no pressure, chill call, see if this even makes sense in the first place, go over some numbers. I'm sure you have some questions. You can get those answered. But yeah, why don't I shoot you over some times that work for me this weekend and, get on a call. So just let me know if that sounds good with you, right? Boom, call. That's always what you guys want to funnel to. What's good, Andy?
Yeah, so exactly what you were saying right now. Don't talk for too long with a girl. I don't know how to show you this because it's in my direct DMs, but I've been talking back and forth with the girl for like too long, I think.
Way too long. If you say you've been talking back and forth, it's already too long, bro.
Because I don't know how to
bro,
funnel her into the call.
What I just said. Ignore what is your conversation at right now? Read me the last text.
The last text? Okay. That I sent or that she sent?
Whatever the last text is.
Okay. She said, oh yes, they melt my heart. And I bet those are the ones that make it all worth it. And she didn't reply to this. And that's where it ended like an hour ago. So
you sent that text?
Yeah.
What are you talking about hearts for, bro? What did I hear?
I'm talking about I asked her how long she's been doing this. She said 3 years, and then I fucked it up, I think, because I asked her what kept you going, and
why
then
you care?
I just
let me ask you that. Why you care, Andy? You don't, do you? You really don't give a fuck. You just you just didn't know what to say. That's the thing. Is don't overthink, bro. Don't get nervous. Like I'm telling you, follow to the DMs. The second she says 3 years, I wouldn't even ask that. Like this is what I'll say. I'll give you all the respect and credit of saying this. I will show you an example of a voice note that I sent to a girl that sent a message back, but wasn't warm enough to where I could offer her a call.
Wait. Okay, my thought process was she's been doing this for 3 years. She knows she got a lot of agencies in her DMs, so I was like, let me do this differently.
Doesn't matter, bro. That's the thing is you just said let me stay where all the other agencies are. Why?
Fuck. Okay.
You know what I mean? Like you basically said there's so many other piranhas in this ocean. Let me stay in the dead center of them. Let me not, advance my sales process. That makes no sense.
Yeah. So did I fuck it up?
You didn't fuck it up. You can save it, right? I mean, with a voice message, I would just say, what did you say again? After she said 3 years?
Wait, 3 years solo is wild. What kept you going?
Yeah, bro. What the fuck?
Bro, FANTRA bots cooked me.
Fuck? Bro, she's gonna reply and be like, yeah, airball, bro. Absolute airball. She's gonna reply and be like, what do you mean? What kept me going, bro? I'm an OnlyFans model. She's not some motivational speaker, dog. She's an OnlyFans model. I would just do this. If she left you on deliver for an hour, I would just send a voice message. Hey, Marissa, just bump my message up. I know your DMs are probably full, but I do want to just get a little bit more information about you, about everything. So instead of just, back and forth to these DMs, I'm busy, you're busy. Why don't we just set up a quick 10, 15-minute call sometimes when I'm free this week? I'll shoot you over my number below this voice message. Shoot me a message and we can get a time booked on my calendar. Boom. So I mean, and if she doesn't want to get a call, she doesn't want to get a call. But let me play you guys a 1-minute voice note that I send to girls that basically if they are not wanting to close or not warm enough to close, and I do need to have, let's say you send a text, she sends a text, you can't just be like, let's hop on a call. She's gonna be like, whoa, we just talked, right? This is the voice that you sent.
Going. I appreciate you reaching out. So, yeah, for sure, our agency always is looking to accept.
And PSA, this is a shitty ass voice note. Okay, I was like, this is what time was it? Yeah, 11 o'clock at night. Tired as fuck.
Just as far as a few things depend on that. Your work, where exactly you're wanting to go, exactly what you want help with, everything like that. So. Why don't you do this? Shoot me over some, kind of just a little bit more info about you, like how long you've been on OF, any experience with social media, past management have you had? How long have you been in OF? Just like maybe a short text, just give me a little bit more insight. And, off that information, I'll ask a couple of my guys that is in HR on our team, and I can get you kind of situated into seeing if we can get you in a call, or if it even makes sense in the first place, because we're not really an agency that just manages anyone and everyone, only really when it makes sense for both parties. So shoot me over just a little bit more info, maybe how long you've been on OF. And yeah, for sure, we can get a call scheduled sometime, maybe this week. So yeah, looking forward to hearing from you and hope you're doing well.
See how I mentioned the call? She never mentioned the call. I just plant it like it's already a part of the plan, right? I'm just laying that seed, basically saying this is going to happen, but let's just do this before. So that means the second she does that, I now have full reign. Just because I mentioned it, I now have full respectable reign to go in there and be like, cool, here's my number. Let's book in for Tuesday at 5 if that works for you. Because I mentioned it in the first one. So like that's the first DM. Like you can see, it's literally the second after she sent me a DM. It's the second. Like I never, and if you guys, the reverse position, if you're outreaching to a model, she sends a text back, cool, hey, thanks for getting back to me, blah, blah, blah. Usually what we do is just set up, like, you gotta just be chill, bro. Usually what we do is just set up a call, quick, 10, 15 minutes, no pressure, chill. Just make sure you sound no pressure and sound chill. Like I always like to be doing stuff. Like whenever I'm this is ball knowledge for you guys. If you guys get nervous, for the guys who have no problem sending voice notes, ignore this. You're gonna think I'm an idiot. But I used to be like hella like robotic when I was sending and sit down. What I would do, bro, is I'd get up and I would just walk around. I would just walk and talk. And I just send a voice note to a client. I'd pace back and forth. But I just got my mind open. I'm moving. Your blood is flowing. So I've been saying to y'all, FANTRA is real. Wait, what? I don't even get it. Y'all talking to FANTRA for your DMs? Please don't talk to FANTRA to ask you what your DMs are, bro. Please don't. Please don't.
Yeah.
The FANTRA.
No, bro. Yeah, some of y'all motherfuckers like it a little bit too much. It's a good bot, but
It cooked me.
it's not better than me, bro. Just ask me if you got a question. Yeah, just ask me, bro. Yeah, if y'all got questions about DMs, bro, please just send me a screenshot. Like, yeah, it's an AI, bro, at the end of the day. Send me a screenshot of the chats. That's what David did to me the other day. So if y'all think, like, just say this from now on, bro. If you don't know what to say, screenshot, submit it in a support ticket. And I promise you, if you submit it in a support ticket and you write under that, urgent, need, reply, I will get you boys, okay? Is you gonna get a short ass voice note that just tells you what to send? Yes, but I got you boys if you just say urgent, need, reply. All right? So if you need it quickly, I got y'all. Or use the Riz app. Don't use the Riz app, bro. Don't listen to Raphael. I'll just call me asking and content will be back my word. I'm going up and down the stairs. Yeah. And that's what I be doing, bro. Nah, I be doing that. I swear to God. Like even today, or not today, but like even nowadays, bro. Like when I'm at my crib, I'll be fucking cleaning up my office while I send voice notes because it sounds just more human-like, bro. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, yeah, we can for sure, get that going. But I think the biggest thing for you naturally just slow down your tonality and you sound more personable. You sound more like a person. And that's what people like to see. If you do get a call with the creator, how do you end it? Send the contract and wait in the call, or close the call and send it off. Okay, so I actually just got off a model call. We signed a new trans creator, boys. Well, almost. If she cut off the thing-a-ling-a-ling, we're not gonna sign her. We haven't really asked because I don't know. Does somebody want to coach me on that? I don't know. Fuck to ask trans girl if she cut off her wiener or not, bro. It's a little weird. But we just signed a trans model. But this is how the kind of conversation went. So we usually do a two call process usually. So what we do, first call is introductory, right? So we get on the call, we make a group chat in text. This is literally the play-by-play. We schedule the call, we get on the call. During this first call, we're setting up information, we're learning about the model, learning about her history, this and the other. The way we end that first call is we're simply just going to talk to her and be like, okay, cool, well, why don't we get another call scheduled for, here tomorrow or the next day sometime, at your earliest convenience. And yeah, I'll talk to, and just say a business partner or say something, I'll talk to my business partner. We usually like to discuss a little bit over, numbers, your situation, everything like that. So that when we come back on the call tomorrow, we can really offer you a set percentage, what we can do, answer any questions that you have. I'm sure you want to get some questions made up for me when I come back tomorrow. So why don't we do this? Why don't we schedule a call, 24 hours from now? We will answer any questions that you have. And if it's a good to go, we'll set the contract on that call and move forward. And, cool. Do not leave that call without scheduling another call. Okay. What I mean by that is just, it's simple. It's the oldest sales thing in the book. You never let the prospect get off the phone with, why is my time zone changing? Without scheduling another call. So we'll get on, book in, hey, you free this time? Cool, book it, right? When we get on that second call, the biggest thing that we're going to do is strictly, first off, hey, Marissa, glad to see you. Hey, did you have any questions? Kind of from last time we called, I want to get those out the way, right? Answer whatever questions she may have. After that, talk a little bit more about percentage, talk about, this, that, the other. She's probably going to have questions. And then once you get a, set agreement on percentage, what we agreed with this trans girl is that we would be at 40% until she hit 10K a month. And then once she hit 10K a month, she would be at 50% with us. That was the agreement we put. So what we did is we told her, hey, we're going to get the contract cooked up for you, and we'll send that over in the next, few hours or so. But if you have any questions until then, feel free to reach out, blah, 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 blah. And, once we send the contract, she's going to get it kind of seen, whatever, and signed. So ending both calls is really just the first one, super simple, schedule another call, peace out. The second one, we're sending the contract, wait on us to send the contract, and then we'll, move forward. Do I close the call and send it? What's good, Andy?
Yeah, so I had a transgender like that I was talking to, and I was supposed to have a call with her, but she didn't show up. Like we were supposed to have it at 7, and at 7 I said, "Can I call you?" But then she didn't reply, and after an hour she said like, "Okay, I can have the call in 10 minutes," and I said, "Okay." Then after 10 minutes I said, "Can I call you?" and she didn't answer, and that's been it for like a day. Is it
Why?
cooked or?
One, you don't want to chase creators, like this probably just a bad creator. Why didn't you set up a Google Meet?
Because I asked her like, what is your favorite, like preferred way of having the meet?
I don't give a fuck what her favorite preferred way of having a call is, bro.
Okay.
I've had models tell me that I would rather call, and I'll tell her, hey, I'm sorry, we won't communicate for an hour on right here. My time's valuable. I'm not gonna say that to the model, but I just initiate it. You have to control the flow. It's like if you hop on a sales call and you let the person that, yeah, exactly, bro. Like it's like if you let the person that you're talking to ask you the questions about your program. It's like, no, you want to lead it. And so when I'm scheduling that call, bro, what I'm doing is, okay, cool, yeah. So if you're free at 5 p.m., what I'll do, shoot me over your best email address. I'm gonna go ahead and get a Zoom link set up, shoot you over to that email. I'll send you this, that, and the other. But I'll shoot it also via text if you need it at that time. I'm initiating Zoom, okay? And then that way she already knows it's on a Zoom call. And like at the end of the day, bro, like if she hops on the call, she doesn't want to show you her face. That's happened to me like once or twice. It's awkward, but I have to have a valid reason. I've hopped off a call the second time. The first time she had a valid reason. She was like, hey, I'm driving and I just got out of the gym. Is it okay if we just like kind of talk? It's kind of difficult for me to prop my phone up. And I was like, hey, just in the future, make sure that whenever we do schedule time, just make sure you're free. I get it if things kind of ran late for you. Also, always save yourself, like never attack. So like, for instance, I could have easily said, hey, in the future, don't ever do this shit again. But like, I was like, hey, in the future, just make sure that we have our camera on, we're ready. I totally understand if things kind of were all over the place today. So no worries, but just for our future calls. So it's respectable, but you're establishing your authority, your status, okay? Because she's gonna ultimately respect you more. Because the more you let her run over you, it's like a bad kid, bro. The more they're gonna try and get in between the cracks and get away with shit. So yeah, always initiate Zoom. Yeah, for real, bro. Just go to your fucking crib. It's funny as shit. Now, trans models make bread, bro. Like that's something I didn't even really know before I merged with Jason. He was like, "Yo, we gotta sign this girl," and she's not even that established. She has like a few thousand followers on social media. I really didn't think that she would be a model that we want to have. But get type of bread. That's right.
So should I like follow up next day?
Always follow up, bro. Like we'll follow up next month. Like you'll be surprised, bro. Like let me show you something. We had a creator named Maya, and she was like wanting to sign, wanting to get on calls. If you haven't got on a call, like a monthly follow-up is bullshit. But we got on a call, we talked about it. She was one of the girls who didn't turn her camera on. But I followed up with her like last week after 4 weeks went by. And she was like, hey, so sorry, we kind of went MIA there, but yeah, I'd be interested. And now we're getting started with her. Follow-ups are always worth it. But as far as that, I would just shoot her a voice note. Hey, Marissa, I know we really couldn't get a time schedule for this call. What I'm going to do is, if this is still something that you're serious about, I do want to see if this makes sense. I do think you have great potential. I wouldn't be kind of urging for this if I didn't think so. So why don't we do this? Shoot me over your best email address. I'll lock in a time that works for both me and you. My best times are X, Y, and Z. If any of those times work for you, shoot me a message back. But most importantly, just shoot me your email so I can get it in a Zoom, scheduled chat or a Google Meet scheduled chat, and we'll have a call. And then just send that. And if she doesn't respond, move on, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah, bro. Bro, I actually hate being sick so much. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because just the stress of moving so much. I mean, I've moved 3 different houses in the past 5, 6 days, or me eating out like bullshit, bro. I don't know what it was.
No,
What's
yeah,
good,
that
Harrison?
sucks.
Yeah, it does, bro.
Okay, a couple things.
Talk to
First
me, man.
thing is that salary model I showed you. Complete total bitch, bro. Like, I'm not talking to her. She was so like, how old are you? Was the first thing she said when I joined, and I think I did. This is I'm 21. I was like, yeah, I'm 21. Whatever. I spoke to her, tried to talk it down to a lower salary, and she's like, no, I have like other offers for like a higher salary. I was like, okay, whatever. So I hung up, but like obviously in a nice way. So I didn't speak to her. Then my other model I signed that's already got like 200K followers on TikTok and shit. She's doing content now. She actually just called me about like one of the scripts she was making. So I launched that next week sometimes. I'm building a vault. I'm building like tension. The whisper shout thing you said.
Mm-hmm.
Then I had a question. Andy and I were doing this earlier. We were on Twitter, right? And I looked up on Twitter like OF promo, and there's these girls that like comment under these posts asking for like promo and stuff. And so I started reaching out to them. But do you know in like experience if that's any good? Like DMing girls on the OF promo thing? Like, is that worth it? Because a lot of them are chopped. And some of the bad ones were like really bad, but they've only had like 11 hours. So I was DMing this one girl on OnlyFans, not even on like Twitter or anything. And she was like, no, I'm not interested in management at this time. And I'm like, you should be like, look at your page, basically. I didn't say that to her, but I didn't know what to say. But like, in your experience, is it good or not?
Reaching out on Twitter and just like kind of aside from the Instagram thing, you're gonna run into two things. One, seriousness of the people that you're reaching out to, they won't take you as serious. Two, second on that is a lot of times, yeah, if you go to the girls who are manually, looking for OF promo, manually doing that, a lot of them have just a stick in their brain, where they're like, oh, I don't need a manager or this, that, or the other. Like they're very keen on not having management behind their back, which is, sadly enough in this day and age of how saturated, every one of their moms becoming a OF manager, like I swear to God, is kind of just fucking up the industry. And so a lot of people just get like scared away from management nowadays. I would stick to Instagram. However, you can leverage that and you can go find their ex and then find their IG and DM them on IG. Like that's something I would do. But I mean, yeah, if it works, I don't think, I mean, if you're pulling in clients in a sense of you're getting people to DM at least, I don't think it's a bad idea necessarily.
And then a follow-up question is, I have a mate who in Australia who knows someone that does OnlyFans. What should I like try and get him to say about me, like sort of in person, like get her on a call? Like how do I transfer him knowing her to me, sort of thing?
Yeah, the biggest thing, bro, is you want to make it seem the two things, OF managers always lack is authority, status, and experience. So I would have your guy kind of talk to the girl first and basically just be like, hey, I'd say create a question list for your friend and say, on question one, do you have management? Are you currently working with any managers? And then have like a little sheet where it says, if yes, say this, if no, say this. If she says no, like she doesn't have management, I would say as your friend, I'd be like, hey, I know this guy named Harrison, a lot of guys in the OFM space, they'll just kind of randomly, join up, this, that, and the other. But, my boy Harrison, he's been doing it for about 2 years now. And I showed him a picture of you and he said that he would definitely think that you have potential and you'd be open to get on a call if that's something that, you'd be down to do. And then have him shoot her your phone number and have her reach out to you, or vice versa, either way. But I would just frame it as, hey, I kind of told my boy about you because he was telling me that he does OFM, OF management, whatever. And the biggest thing, just make sure at some point in that combo, he mentions, he's been in the game for a year, 2 years. He thought you had potential, this, that, and the other. I mean, don't overthink it. It's a friend of a friend type of thing.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, bro. What's up, Raven?
Yo, how you doing, boys?
Yo, yo, yo.
Yeah. Quick question, bro. Like, the girl that I signed last week?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were doing like super fucking well with her. Like, she was actually like, she was loving the agency. She told me that every day. But one of the girls that I hopped on a call previously just came in and kind of confused things with her. She was saying like, yeah, he's a scammer, whatnot, bullshit. And she just pretty much panicked and left the agency and texted my relationship manager that night saying that, yo, I just kind of panicked, like it was linked to my childhood trauma and all this bullshit. I'll be back soon. Just give me like I'll talk to my fiance and let you know. And yeah, it's been about a week now, but I still haven't like received a message from her, and yeah, I'm not really sure how to handle the situation. Like, how would you go about like trying to get her back or some shit?
Okay, so first off, what a fucking bitch, bro. Like, bitches are so dumb. Let me just get my little rage out the way, bro. I deal with shit so much. OFM. This is why eventually, boys, we're all gonna just move out of OFM so we don't have to deal with these bitches, bro. But anyways, now that we're all in it, let me lock in. So, biggest thing with this is you have to get across the fact that whoever told her that is absolutely retarded. Second to that, you are confused about the situation. Third from that, you would love to have a conversation to explain, answer, or clarify anything that she's confused about, whether or not it means that you work with her or not. So this in a voice message simply said, I don't know exactly, how you would go about it because I don't know the full, story timeline, but saying something like, hey, Marissa, listen, I know kind of, what Andy told you about me that I was a scammer or something like that. I didn't really get the full story. I'm kind of confused about the whole thing myself, honestly. But I totally understand, if you heard something negative about me or our brand or this, that, and the other. And so not just, to rekindle our relationship, one, because I don't want to be known as somebody I'm not. I place a big respect on who I am, what I do, and how I do my business. And so my biggest thing for you is, hey, I totally understand if you're worried about anything, but I would love the chance to at least hop on a call, kind of go over any confusions that you're having or clarify anything that you may have heard because it was not included in this at all. I've done honest business since I've been in the game. I've been in the industry 3+ years now. I've worked with multiple different clients and I've never had my name or anything tarnished. So I would hate to have that start now. So why don't we do this, hey, quick 10-minute phone call, whether or not it means that we're working together. I would just love to clarify, support you, and kind of answer any questions that you may have about what I do or what I heard. Because at the end of the day, I'm also confused in this. Like, I would just say something like that, bro.
Yeah, that's the thing though. I sent that over like something similar to that. She just kind of left me on scene and like hasn't been talking to either me or like my relationship manager or like even the model that referred her over to me. Like she's been talking to no one.
This bitch drop acid or something, bro. Like, I don't. So
I have no idea. Like the thing is like if she was like complaining about my services saying I wasn't good, I'll be like, okay, that's cool. But she genuinely like loved the agency.
Yeah. If you sent her a voice message and she left you on scene, I would, who, can you get in contact with whoever told her that you're a scammer or whatever the fuck?
Yeah, I got in contact with her and she was like pretty much it was off a call and it was on the call she was just saying some shit and I was saying just talking to her and she was like complaining about how the call was super long and how I kept asking personalized questions even
Oh,
though I
it's
said
that
like
girl.
yeah, it's that girl and she was friends with her and my model was like, yo, I found a good agency. I know you're still looking for one. She was stalking my agency up to this bitch and she was like, hey, cool, just send me with the number. And she sends with the number and she sees that's me and she just like goes about saying all this kind of shit like, bro, yeah.
Well, I mean, I would try and pull a fucking double whammy, bro. I'd reach out to the bitch that I swear the female brain, bro, like that shit's got to be studied on a whole nother level. But what I would personally do, bro, is I would reach out to the girl that kind of talks shit on your name, and I go ahead and glaze her ass. I would just say, hey, Marissa, I wanted to send a voice message just because I know that, you didn't really appreciate the questioning, the systematic that I have and that I do run on sales calls. And I also just want to say, totally, understandable. I understand where you're coming from by no means, but I would appreciate it if we could maybe, set up a quick 10-minute call. I know that you are also still looking for a management agency. Listen, I apologize again. It's just my way of processing to see if it makes sense or whether or not I work with clients. I do want to get a lot of intel. I don't know if, totally my bad. We can do this with less questioning. I just like to get to know people on a personal level, this, that, the other. But by no means does me, like, I would kind of, put her in her place and be like, hey, listen, this, that, or the other. By no means is me asking you questions to try and figure out whether or not us working together makes sense, makes me a scammer or a bad management company. For my, whatever her name was, for XYZ, she was loving the agency and now she's left and tarnished my name, my brand. And so I would really appreciate it at least, us getting on a call to talk about it. Or if you could at least tell XYZ that, what you said is kind of not how the story actually goes. You just didn't really like my communicating styles, which I totally understand. But I would really appreciate if you didn't, tarnish my brand. I don't know, like you kind of fucked, bro. You got two absolutely idiotic females that you're dealing with. It's like,
Exactly.
that's the thing is like I learned at a young age, bro. You can't win arguments with girls, bro. Like you really can't. Like I had a mother, I had a mother. My mom, she's bipolar. She flips the fuck out, and at like 13, 14 is when she would just start yelling, going crazy, and I'd be right here. Sorry, what can I do? What's the point of yelling? Like, and I would sit there. I'd be like, hey, like, what's the point of yelling here? There's not. And she would get more angry over that, but you really can't win arguments with girls, bro, because like they don't use logic with their shit. So you can either use psychology and manipulation tactics to kind of get your point across, or just ignore it, or suck it up, or yeah, there's no winning, bro. And if you win, you lose. What I mean by that is if you win, you prove her wrong, you ultimately lose in the long run. You never win. So yeah, amen. Facts, bro. You can't win. So yeah, my biggest thing
Yeah.
is like I would probably just reach out to both of them. Maybe set up a group chat. Do you have both of their numbers?
I do, bro, and I did
Maybe
reach
set up
out
a
to the
group
other
chat
girl.
and just, totally the biggest pattern interrupt. Yo, Marissa and Sarah, hope you guys are doing fucking great. I know y'all both probably hate my ass to death, but I do think there's been this confusion. No, I'm just playing. I wouldn't actually approach it like that, but maybe set up a group chat, send a voice message. Hey, y'all, I just wanted to reach out, kind of clear the air up. I know that, XYZ, I don't know the full story, but maybe do a group chat where they both get the message.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I talked to the other girl and she just said, goodbye, idiot. And I was like, yeah, okay, fuck this bitch.
Yeah, see, like I'm telling you, they're lacking a few upstairs. Gabriel, talk to me, bro.
So yeah, bro. Going back to the outreaching. So basically, we're trying to get the model as quick as possible on a call. So the sequence would be mainly like we reach out to the model with our initial outreach message, and then if she messages us with I'm interested or tell me more, the second follow-up message should be explaining briefly what we do, and then try to get the model on a call like that. Like
Correct. Yeah. I mean, when I say briefly explain what you do, bro, like that's done in 6 words. Like if she's like, "Oh, I'm interested, tell me more." Hey, Marissa, thanks for getting back. 100%. Yeah. So obviously, I could talk your ear off for days about we do this service, that service, this service, but the kind of best way to understand it, I can walk you through it. I can screen share you. I can show you exactly what we do and how we do it. And also, I'm sure you have a few questions about, maybe who we are, this, that, or the other. So if you have any questions, prior to us hopping on a call, 100% let me know. But the usual way that we handle this is just hop on a quick 10, 15 minute, no pressure call, understand your situation a little bit more. I'm really not somebody that does business if it doesn't make sense for both parties. So on that call, we'll figure out pretty quickly, whether this would make sense for you and also us as an agency. So, shoot me over some, maybe a little bit more info about how long you've been on OF. I'll see if some times line up, and yeah, what you can send just that. Shoot me over how long you've been on OF and maybe a little bit more info, or you can just be like, hey, I shot my number below this voice message. Feel free to reach out, bro. Raphael's fucking like thing moving is tripping me out. I keep like walking out on that. That's dope as fuck. Anyway, sorry. You can see like, hey, I shot my. You said what?
oh, that's him. I thought it was just a picture, bro. What the?
Raphael's that guy, bro.
Is that me?
Yes,
Am
sir.
I AI?
Yeah, bro,
That's
you're
the
AI.
question.
You're not real, dog. You're not real. That's weird as fuck. Why does it keep waving at me? Anyways, hey, I shot my number below this. Why don't you shoot me a text and we'll get a time lined up, here and tomorrow or the next day or something like that. But yeah, you very, very quickly, like voice messages, just to pull back up kind of like the average length of how long. Look, so voice message, voice message number. I do what I preach. You know what I'm saying? So
Hey, Lee, thanks for getting back. So, yeah, I appreciate the information. And just regarding like the kind of free and paid page, it really depends on the metrics of both. But we've been in that situation plenty of times on our first go around. So no problem at all. And yeah, I'm going to shoot my number below this. And so why don't you shoot me a text? No problem at all. Just shoot me a text saying, hey, what's up? I'm going to put us in a group chat with my business partner. And we'll get a call scheduled sometime, just to, kind of a discovery call, chill, 10, 15 minutes. No pressure. Just kind of look at metrics, look at, where you're at, kind of what you're needing, everything like that. And then we can get set up from there. But yeah, 100%. I am definitely down to do it. So go ahead and just shoot me a text below this voice message. I'll drop my number and I'll put us in a group chat and then we can move on from there.
simple. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Also, Griffin, I got another question, bro. I'm not sure like what's your opinion on this, but I was talking to a buddy of mine, and fucking he told me to outreach to models on like these escort websites. So I'm not sure like your take on that.
I've heard of that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, bro, you're gonna get a less competent female to work with, bro. Like
Uh-huh.
most likely off of escort sites. Cause like
Yeah.
you've tried that? Yeah, yeah. I've had a bunch of guys that have kind of tried that. Yeah, bro, you wasted 300. But nah, I think the biggest thing with me, bro, is like cool. Even if you do sign a client off of an escort site,
Mhm.
there's pros and cons. Pros, it's personal, maybe hometown, maybe you even get IRL content. Cons, she has another job, there's focus elsewhere, and she probably has no experience with social media. So you really are just working with a straight bob that has nothing really going. It's kind of harder to work with. I would rather work with a girl who has experience because then, you're spending time, you're spending effort, teaching her social media, doing this, doing that, when in reality, it's not worth it in the long run.
Got you, bro. And my last question, bro. Let's say we send out the first initial outreach message to the model, and she replies with an emoji. Like, do we continue as usual, or like how do we react to that?
Bro, I fucking love OFM, bro. Like, this is the only industry that we can deadass sit here, talk about some bullshit, and actually print bread. Like, it's just so weird. What emoji? I don't know if it's even gonna help, but
It's the eye emoji, like the look emoji, like
oh, okay.
the two eyes. Yeah.
I would be personal about it. Like if I got that, I would probably force myself to laugh because shit's not funny.
Yeah.
Shit's just not funny. I'm trying to make bread here. Shit's not funny to me. So I'd probably psych myself out and be like, okay, so I'm gonna assume that means you want to know a little bit more. So 100%. Just to give you a little bit more context of who I am. I've been in the game for about 3 years now. I've been lucky enough to scale creators from 50 to 200K, anywhere from starting beginner to all the way to 10, 15. Hitting the first $100,000 months here and there, but obviously, I could talk your ear off for days about who I am, what we do, this, that, and the other. What I'm interested in, Marissa, is getting you scaling. So for you, just to see, I'm not really someone that does business when it doesn't make sense, and then go into the normal shit from there. But
Sure.
I would laugh it off, bro, and just feel like I'm gonna assume that means, if I'm wrong, if that means you want me to fuck off, let me know. But I'm gonna assume that means you want to know a little bit more.
All right, for sure, Griffin.
Yeah, bro. What's good, Andy?
Yo, so since I'm going on a ski trip and I'm gonna be like going to the clubs every night because I want to research more girls, like find more girls, how can I talk in person? Okay, bro.
Bro, what guy? Let me just translate for any of you guys who don't speak perfect English. What Andy just said is, I'm going to the clubs. There's gonna be a lot of pretty bitches. I'm too scared to talk to them. Do you have any advice to talk
No,
to
I'm not
them?
scared, I swear, bro.
You just asked me.
Yeah, but like,
Okay, I have experience with this. So, one, you don't mention OF. One, you look way too young to be going up to bitches and mentioning OF. I'm just gonna shoot you straight, bro. I told every single one of y'all when y'all join, I have a no bullshit approach. One, you look too old or too young to just go up talk to OF bitches. Second to this, if you did, right, you got a good fit on, maybe you got your ski goggles on, she can't really tell this, that, the other. Go up to him and I would just start talking to like 3 shots. Yeah, 3 shots will do the trick. That's facts. What are you even talking for? Take 3 shots, you chilling, bro. You got confidence for days. Just make sure it's Grey Goose, bro. Anything else will make you a little too horny, bro. You might turn out a little weird. But have some confidence. Maybe have like 1 shot. 3 shots might kill your ass. Have like 1 shot. And then what I would do, bro, is I'd go up to them. Last time I picked up, recruited, offered a girl IRL, it went like this. We were chilling, we were talking, and I always guess, hey, well, like, what do you do? Like, do you have a job? Do you work? And she's gonna be like, oh yeah, I do this. The second she asks, what do you do? Okay. Oh, I run social media accounts for like, big time influencers. Like, oh, sick. Is that cool? Like, yeah, yeah. I work kind of mainly in like the adult industry of like growing social media platforms like OF, this, that, the other. And then I would make a joke. Like what I did was I make a joke like, shit, you look her up and down, look her in the eyes, and I'd be like, you'd be a perfect fucking client. Like something like that, right? Chill. Don't be weird about it though. Like don't be like, hey, you looking to start an OF? That's just gonna get you
yeah,
slapped.
yeah, no.
Yeah, I would just say, you'd be the perfect client. Or just be like, you actually resemble a lot of girls that I work with. You're very pretty, something like that.
Okay,
You
but
can also, Andy, you can also just have like, ask for Instagram, like take out your phone,
yeah, exactly.
have her do the same, have her follow you, you follow her, so you can ensure you can take it to the DMs,
Yeah,
right?
just a normal
And then
convo.
continue the conversation in the next few days over Instagram, right? And just, recruit her the same way you would recruit any other girl, right? Through Instagram. It's like, hey, your content is great. I think you have potential. I do this stuff, right? And then you take her on a call and blah blah blah, right? Like if you're too afraid to like just
I would
straight
actually
up,
recommend that. Yeah.
yeah, you don't want to like straight up mention OnlyFans, at the club, right?
Yeah.
You
Bro,
can.
yeah, I know how to like initiate the talk. I don't know how to continue it. That's the problem.
See, that's like my reverse, bro. You get me in a conversation, bro. I'm flowing. You get me, bro. Rafael,
Yeah, so
stop
that.
leaving at me, bro. Shit's been like.
Okay, so I have one more.
Okay.
I've been doing like I did only like 106 DMs like today, and I've got a problem. Like the suggested accounts stopped working. Like I don't get suggested accounts anymore. When I click the little button for the suggested accounts, it says like failed to load, something like that.
Bro, trash.
Did you close
No, bro.
Instagram? Did you hard reset
Yeah, I reset.
did you open it up again?
Yeah, I restarted the PC. I opened the Chrome again, the IG. I
You're
closed.
outreaching on your PC?
Yeah.
Bro, do it on a phone.
Yeah, on the phone it works. Only my PC is broken.
Yeah, bro. Instagram hates PC users.
I know. It's so fucking annoying.
Don't
It's
use
so
a
much
PC?
faster.
Oh.
I agree.
No, that is true, but yeah, I can't use a PC. What's good, Robin? Sorry, my bad.
Why you say my name
My
like
bad,
that?
bro. My bad. I knew you were about to say some shit. My bad. I was just playing.
Nah, it's cool. But anyways, I was just wondering, this girl, I'm not sure if she's moved on completely yet. Like she's still in the group chat with me and my relationship manager. So like, I might just send over the voice note you just told me previously, over to her. And yeah, I was just wondering, like after, let's say she doesn't respond to that as well. Like, do you still keep them in the group chat, or like you just say, no, fuck this page and just end it?
Don't end it. Just keep the group chat. Like that Maya situation I was telling you about. We kept the group chat, and so 4 weeks later we hit her up. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah. Are you like taking on any like referral like models? Like, are you still like giving them out, or like?
In like the marketplace, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have been getting not a lot, but I have been having like a few inbound leads recently, but um, what's it called? All of them we've kind of been wanting to work with. But actually I have some other shit. Hold on, wait. Oh, my bad. I would say yes, we do have coming in the marketplace for sure within the next few days, but inbound leads is always up in the air. But I'll announce it, of course, whenever there is.
All right, perfect.
Yeah, bro. Shit, bro. I think sneezing is the worst because then you look like a bitch. You just like high as shit, bro. What's up, Gabriel?
Yo, Griffin, another question, bro. So I have a connect in Colombia. He's a pimp, bro, and that fool manages like a lot of girls and shit. And basically, I just want you to like maybe like help me come up with a good like deal because he was telling me he's down to do it, but he wants me to pay him $200 per girl and then half I think he said a commission. He wants a commission off the account. So I was talking about it with one of the boys in here in the group, and I was
You gonna
either
tell you what to do?
I don't know what the fuck to do. Maybe
Very
like
simple, bro.
yeah.
It's initial base commission. So any deal like this where you have one party acquisitioning for your clients, but then you are handling all the work from there, you give what's called a pause period commission or whatever you want to call it. So I would do 10%, 5%, whatever percentage for first 3 months. After that, nothing. $200 signing bonus. So when she signs with me, you get $200 and 10% for the next 3 months. But after that, it's nothing because that's my client. I'm working with her. You're not continually doing anything. You are providing with the model. For that, I'll give you 3 months, 10%, or whatever commission you guys agree on, and also a $200 signing bonus.
Got you. Should I say like should I just leave it as that, or should I say like, oh, like any money made between you and the model that's like between you two type of shit, or like I'm not sure that made sense.
You mean like, should you get any money if he makes money with the girl?
I'm saying if his model makes money and he wants a cut of that, like that's between you two type shit, you know. I'm not sure that made sense.
Nah, I mean like, yeah, you shouldn't really give a fuck about if he's pimping her out on that time where it's like,
Yeah.
nah, bro, I'd say I call your homeboy up, say, listen, bro, if you already taking commission out of her shit, you're not taking commission out of my shit. You getting your money. You're not getting double dips.
Yeah.
You got too much dip when you ship. You might get shot if you say some shit like that if he's real tough. But I would just be like, yo, listen, You know, you get commission out of mine, cooling, or you get commission out of hers. You're not 2 and 2. But I mean, if he's got to get commission out of hers, doesn't matter. It doesn't affect you at the end of the day.
All right.
But just don't let that
Mhm.
affect, like, don't let him taking commission out of her affect your commission, as in between you and the model. So she's like, well, I have to take higher commission because, like, I want 60% instead of only 50 because XYZ is taking 10% out of mine. Be like, no, that's not my problem. And talk to your guy about that.
All right, appreciate it.
Yeah, bro. I'm gonna make you some. Bro, what a good ass call. See, when you get the energy right, boys, when I'm telling y'all, when you get the energy right and you speak it into existence, everybody shows up. We have an informational call. We have some fun. This day really could have turned out shit. That's something important for y'all to know. Like, you have control over how your days go. Like, I could have woke up this morning. Like, for any of y'all boys who weren't here when I started the call, I threw up at like 2 a.m. last night. Didn't get any sleep. Fucking sick as fuck. Could have woke up this morning. Could have canceled this call. Boys, I'm sick. I'm not feeling great. This, that, and the other. Laid in bed all day. How many people would have done that? You know, like, at the end of the day, you throw up. You have a list this long of excuses to stay in bed and do whatever the fuck you want. And everyone's going to justify it. Your mom is, your dad is, your sister, your brother, your friends. They're going to be like, bro, stay inside. You threw out. You good. You good. Nah, start the day off. Get momentum. I was laying in bed, ordered some food, picked it up, did some push-ups when I got back. I was like, fuck being sick. I'm not going to let it touch me. And then now, since I've had this mindset, I'm not feeling great, but I'm feeling better. You know, I'm feeling energetic enough to have this hour-long call. I had a meeting with the model. I got my shit done today. I got some B-roll. So let's let that be a lesson for all y'all, you know? Like, you have control over how your days go, even if it's hard as fuck in the start. Like, no, I did not want to drive 20 minutes to go get some food this morning. But did I, because I knew it would set my day up in the right position to do so? Yes. Anyways, any more questions, boys?
Yo, if no one got any question, could we take a
Oh,
look
yeah,
at
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
model
yeah,
quickly?
yeah. Fuck, bro. Yeah, for sure. I pulled her up. Here, let me,
So just for like quick context, I talked to her like in December, and she was like, we were supposed to get on a call, but she like canceled because she was like, it's Christmas, holidays, family. She was busy and shit, so we just, you know, let it be. Then I reached out to her again. She doesn't have an OF, but she wants to start one. So I reached out to her again, and she was like really eager to start. She also just messaged me like 5 minutes ago, like if I got any updates. I told her that I was going to talk to my team if it would make sense, but.
Cool.
Yeah, so the thing
So,
about her is she doesn't want to do nude of like fucking hell, like it's fucking typical. Like she's so fucking good, like just you know visually. Um, but she doesn't want to do nude. She told me like lingerie and shit, that's like the maximum. I might be able to talk her into, you know, a bit more explicit, but yeah, I think she's scalable even though she doesn't want to do nude, to be honest.
she is, bro, because at the end of the day, here's the thing, like, your marketing doesn't show whether or not she's nude. First thing, though, off rip, bro, you know, you don't have to introduce this topic right now, but nipple covers, fake masturbation, there's so much shit that she has to be okay with, even if she's not doing it. You say, hey, listen, bitch, by the way, this is how I'm going to coach y'all. Please do not take this literally. It's just me having fun on these calls. Obviously, transcribe this into respectful language, but you're like, listen, bitch, you cannot do no nude. We're on a nude platform. OnlyFans, you're going to make money from selling nude content. Okay. With that being said, I understand your limitations, but we also have workarounds for you. A, nipple covers, you know, you can show your whole breast, but you can do here. You can actually have, you know, pieces over your shit. Like, we can have so many pieces of nude content that don't actually show you nude. That's option A. Option B, fake nude, you know, record yourself under your panties masturbating. Like, there's so many loop arounds of that. She has to be okay with that. Moving forward. So just kind of preface that to her. Be like, hey, listen, for the scripts, if you genuinely want to make good money, you're gonna have to at least do something nude. But also, boys, quick preface to everybody in this call right now. Gentlemen's agreement. Nobody reach out to my girl. This is Max's girl. If I find out any of you girls sign her, beat your ass. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, gentlemen's agreement, boys. No one reach out to this girl. But what were you kind of mainly wanting to know? What would you market her as? What kind of competitor would you look at? First off, bad as shit, bro. I wish she was at my B&B.
Dude, she's fire.
She's bad as shit.
She's fire, man.
My God.
Can I recommend something, Max? So I was reading yesterday. I was doing some outreach, and this girl popped up in my DMs. Sorry, in my feed. This girl specializes in like feed content. It's a bit like fetish, right? So she does no nudes. All she does is like feet content, right? And she doesn't even particularly has like beautiful feet. They're just like feet, but they're pretty. She paints her nails and gets like a fucking pedicure every day or every other day. So her feet are, prettier than average, but nothing extraordinary. But the only thing this girl does is like feed content. And so she like her audience is like feed fetish, right? She's not nude in OnlyFans. Like she wears lingerie and bikinis, right? Like she's showing skin, but she's not showing, her private parts.
Yeah.
And she's making 50K a month, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Like I kid you not, right? Like I mean, obviously, you might need to do a bit more research in terms of like how to best position the content on the feed thing, because like I'm personally not an expert, but I mean, you can find, some accounts of girls who do feed content and steal ideas from there, right? But like, it's totally possible to pitch like fetish content in a way that you still get high paying subs, because like guys that are into fetish pay more than guys who are looking for the girlfriend experience, right?
Yeah.
You can make really decent money without necessarily having to push the girl to do nudes. So just thinking out of the box here.
Yeah, true. I appreciate it.
100%.
Yeah,
Like,
man.
that's always angles to play, bro, for sure. She's got some good toes. Fuck it. Okay, so with this girl, bro, marketing.
She wants to. Yeah, just quickly. She wants to start a new Instagram. She doesn't want to use this Instagram. Yeah, bro. There are so many things, and it pisses me the fuck off. Like, because she's in college and shit, and bro, yeah.
You know how much money I could make this girl her first month if I had this account? Like I would have all 3,000, I would bet dollars to donuts that 2,500 out of those 2,900 are straight horny guys that would pay top tier. I would drop a link. I would do the whisper TV shout. I would make a post like this. I put like $400 in that shit. I generate this girl 80K first month. That shit is so annoying. Okay.
And it's so typical, like these
Yeah, it
fucking
really is.
bitches.
All right. What I would do in replace of that is I would create a second account and I would see if you can promote it off of this one. If not, it's whatever. But I would honestly, do follow and follow, have this girl maybe promote it. That'd be probably best. Hey, go check out my second account. She probably won't let you, but whatever. Make that second account, start running up content. And then I would post not these types of videos, or pictures, but I would get a bunch of, I'm sure she has more slutty pictures, but just get more images like this and do the promotion strategy. But I'm assuming she's probably just a normal typical girl. This is what I usually refer to when I just normal typical girls. You can change this, instead of it being ass, you can change it to tits, shape over size. This girl's a referral. I was also thinking this pretty girl, just because she does like skit kind of content, but it might not be her kind of style. I would just look. I know if I had more time, there's a bunch of girls on OnlyFans that play that I'm in college angle, and when they're not even going to the college, like they'll say, University of Auburn, University of this, when they don't even go to that university.
Yeah.
Like they'll play that angle. So I would look for girls that do that and see what kind of content they're posting. For competitor research, it'll take you some time to find those girls. Yeah, bro, that shit is Dr. Miami out the wazoo. Okay, cool. Yeah, I would say for her, bro, anything specifically you wanted to know?
No, it was mostly the marketing and shit.
Yeah, marketing. I would play a college girl kind of innocent vibe. I'd say like things that come to mind for me. I mean, this girl is probably gonna be your best bet, where it's just like chill, these types of videos, sort of thing, showing off her for one, and then your kind of viral aspects are probably gonna be stupid caption videos like this.
Yeah, that was the same thing I was thinking about. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would say that. But do some time getting into competitive research, and if you find, like 3 different accounts that you think would really kind of match her thing, feel free to submit them, and I'll tell you, yeah, run it, cool, no, this, that, the other. So feel free.
Okay, yeah.
What's good, Andy?
Yo, so I don't know if you got any more time, but my fake girl model account, IG account, I don't know why it's not getting like replies. Can I send it here for a quick review?
Yeah, sure. What's good, Rafael?
Yeah, bro. So I have this Colombian girl that she's interested. I'm just a little bit I need some help to kind of determine if she looks a little bit too much Raúl. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean with Raul.
I don't know. I feel like she's a little bit maybe I'm just overthinking it, and it's just because I'm looking like for that S grade model, and maybe I'm just missing out on this. So could you just give it a quick look and just kind of tell me if you feel like she has potential? So this way, even everyone on the call can actually, evaluate it for themselves and hear you out. So it'd be nice, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'll drop the link.
Man, 4 motherfuckers really just dropped. All right, I'm gonna just bang out each and every single one of these for y'all. So we got news reporter, content, Andy's model account, and Raphael's banging Colombian girl. All right, I'm just gonna start backwards. Let's get it. All right, so with this girl, let's see. I think, whoa, she kind of look like a dude in that shit, bro. Maybe I'm just staring at
Yeah,
trans models.
that's what I mean, like a little bit Raul, you know?
Is that what Raul means? Like trans or something?
I mean, there's that meme which is like, "What's your name?" Nikki, and then he asks again, and then Raul. It's a fucking tranny.
I never heard. Is it a tranny? Like, do you know?
No,
Brother.
it's not. It's a Colombian. But that's the thing. Like, I'm not overthinking, right? Like,
Nah,
she's.
nah,
All
nah.
right, got it.
You're not overthinking.
Yeah,
But
no,
I would say you could play an angle if
That's a
she.
man, bro. That's a man.
Yeah, they don't. And like, you're 100% positive it's a girl.
No, it's a girl. She's a Colombian girl. So I got this contact. I'm getting a bunch of Colombians. I might have to do business with you for the marketplace, but I don't know yet. But yeah, I'm thinking about turning them into cam girls or something, Just
Yeah,
figuring
that's
out,
hard. God, bro, that chin look like it'll cut my ass, bro.
Bro, that's a weapon right there.
It is, bro. Yeah, I wouldn't. I honestly, I don't like it. If she, yeah, because you can't really play a trans. If she was trans, bro, I'd say go for it. You'd make hella bread. Um, but since she's not, I mean, you can maybe play an angle. I don't know.
What do you mean play an angle? Like,
Play an angle is in if she was okay with faking being trans, or like kind of hinting, not faking it, like saying it outright. But
oh
we get a
shit.
lot of guys coming into that.
Really? Bro, yeah, I don't know. Didn't know that was that popular. I mean, I can tell her to slap a baguette in her panties or something. Maybe it works. But yeah.
Bro,
I don't know. I'm just
saying, bro. Only industry we can talk like absolute dumbasses.
all right. So okay. So just wanted to know. All right. Appreciate it.
Yeah, bro. I'm not sure if that was much help, but I mean, yeah, I think you could play an angle for sure. At the same time, I doubt she's gonna do really well. Just normal marketing.
Yeah, and just like suggesting to her, hey, we gotta play a little role here. Like, about to be a tranny, It's kind of
Kind of
I
hard.
get it.
Yeah. Okay, so fake model account for A and D. One, I'd buy more followers. The whole reason you're reaching out is because you want to be such a popular model page. I would get it verified. If you need verification services, you can go to Telegram or just find your own. It's going to run you a pretty penny, but definitely buy more followers. You can simply just go to, how much is charging nowadays? Let's see. Buy, if you bought 10,000. How much is that? 115. Yeah, for 10K followers, get it verified. Probably gonna be another 450. So you're looking at $566 or so to get everything running. I would maybe change the profile picture to this just so it's more of a face, and not anything different. But if it's not getting replies, check two things. Number one, check if you're like limited on it. I don't know how many DMs you've been sending, but make sure you're not over sending DMs. And if you have been, like, if you've been sending more than 50, then I'd probably hold off on the DMs for a day, and then get back to it. But overall, solid. I would buy followers, and I would maybe add below this, like in the bio, like more of me type of thing. And then don't use this arrow, but get like an arrow off. My favorite arrow is this arrow, but I use it for every single one of our clients. Is this one right here. This one looks so good on IG, like this. Change like the bio under that line right there. Maybe change the profile picture to this, just so it's more personal. And I mean, you would want, ideally reels, but at the same time, you definitely have to play an angle of like my manager, or like I recently quit.
Yeah, also like how can I like what would the call DM be?
The cool DM would be just complimenting the model, but you're not going to get really replies unless you have a lot of followers and verified. I'm not surprised this isn't getting replies because this account really just looks like a fangirl. if you're DMing models. So it doesn't. I would get it verified and also buy a lot of followers, and then in the DMs, I basically play it as in, this is my alt account or my main account where I don't post reels or nothing like that. LOL, some shit like that. Make sense?
And Griffin, while you're there, like how important it is to like, because like this girl is obviously fake, right? She can't have an OnlyFans. But I mean, I'm assuming girls, if you're reaching out as a girl and you're playing the, oh, I'm an OFM girl myself, they go and click on your link and see your OnlyFans, right?
Yeah.
So,
I'd
I
find a
mean,
bitch named Isabella and link the OnlyFans Andy, I'm not gonna lie.
but like, you're gonna go there, see on the, she only has a YouTube, and then say it's like, oh, she's not real or some shit like that. Like,
Yeah, I would honestly, I'd probably yeah, nah, for sure. I would go find a girl.
Don't you add passes or something? One of those alternative platforms for like DM, it's a little bit more exclusive. Maybe you could play that like, oh, I'm not into like talking with all these guys, so now I'm moving over to like another
Yeah, you
platform,
can
you
do
know,
passes,
a little bit
passes,
more
you can do.
niche.
What is the other one? Is it text?
It's txt.com,
TXT,
I
yeah.
think.
Bro, I know the owner of fucking TXT. He'll tell you that shit's better than fucking sliced bread. But I don't like it that much. Whatever, it's not bad. But yeah, just adding some sort of exclusive platform, 100%, and buying followers, getting it verified, changing the profile picture. I think you're good. Okay, so this type of content, let's see.
A lot of earthquakes lately. Oh my god. It's one right now. It's like a 10 on the Richter scale. There's been a lot of it.
I don't know how you guys this type of shit, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
holy shit. Just getting down to business.
It'll just take a minute. Ready?
Yeah, I mean, like, Pool's views, such an odd fucking creator, bro. I'm not gonna lie. The accent kills me. I mean, she's just an odd girl. I mean, like, you're just really gonna have to play these angles, I guess. But like,
She strikes me as a dummy mommy. I think she could play that angle easily, right?
yeah,
She
she
should
could
try
play
it.
like a.
Yeah, like you should test like 10 reels with like lots of fucking black latex and see how they go. I suspect they're gonna do really well. She has the looks and the goods to like look dominant and shit. She just needs to get into character.
I don't mind that idea. Yeah, I don't mind that idea at all. I just think, yeah, I mean, I've reviewed this account before, and I think like the biggest issue that I was mainly finding was consistency in the content because you'll have one video that do well, but it's not something you can really recreate. So yeah, it's actually not a bad idea, bro. Good marketing pool there. I would say, yeah, like a dominant fucking kind of girl. What's up, Raphael? Would probably be the thing because she's just playing way too many weird angles for it to be consistent enough. She is something else. She scares me, bro. I don't know why, but something about this girl just scares me. I don't really say that often, but bro, some girls like stay away from me, shawty. But yeah, I'd say like a dominant kind of thing. Why not? Fuck it. This is absolutely butt fucking nuts. What the?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the type of
Yeah.
content I think she would excel at. I mean, she looks good. She has the body for it. She has the face for it. But if she has the attitude, you know what I'm saying? Because you need the fucking attitude to back it up and be able to pull it off. If she has the
So everyone just thinks I'm this dumb blonde, but the joke's on them because I'm actually brunette.
1.6 mil. What's? I remember seeing this video, bro. It made no difference. Why it's so good. How does that pull so many views, bro? Would you be my neighbor? Yeah, not crazy, bro. Yeah, I would say for her, bro, biggest thing would probably just be like getting a common niche that you can run with it. Take Christian's recommendation of, that kind of dominant girl. It's not a bad thing at all. Yeah, I would just say consistent styles. But as far as these specifically, works, but it's not something that's gonna work forever. Like you can probably milk it until so many ideas, but you can't just run that forever, bro. But yeah. All right. Raphael, what's good, bro? Is there a transcript?
Yeah, so
Yeah, there is.
I just remember, so I have this girl, right? And she wants to do dominatrix shit, like hardcore shit.
Mhm.
Thing is, she wants this to kind of be her secret naughty side of her, you know. So I'm kind of afraid that she's not gonna be like motivated because I feel like she's motivated currently by having some sort of like sexual fantasy or something. So how would you like recommend me to kind of discover if she's good for working like long term or no? Because from what she told me, she's like, oh yeah, the money's not gonna change my life. I have a pretty good job. Also, I cannot show her face on social media. I cannot show her face on OnlyFans. So I was just gonna run a fucking hybrid model on social media, together with those black masks or whatever of latex. Um, so yeah, I'm just kind of wondering, like, how do I know this girl is not just here to, you know, just have a fucking orgasm or whatever and then just dip? You know, I'm just kind of wondering this because she doesn't need the money apparently, and when you don't need the money, I'm kind of afraid, like, fuck, she's not gonna be committed. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I would ask her that, bro. I'd be like, okay, if it's not the money, like, what are you in it for?
She told me it's for sexual fantasy. Like she always wanted to have this fucking naughty side, you know. So it's
Uh,
like for sexual pleasure. That's what I
Honestly, I
was
mean, like
thinking.
sometimes that can be stronger than the other, but yeah, that's the thing. Is you're gonna run into content issues. But if you're confident on the hybrid thing and she looks good, the only thing
No,
with like the
she's hot.
OnlyFans,
Yeah.
only thing with the OnlyFans bro is like, will she be able to actually show her face or no?
No, she doesn't want to show her face because she works at a big media company and she
So
doesn't
what
want her
happens?
identity getting leaked.
So what happens when? Have you seen her? Has she let you seen?
Yes, 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 yes.
Um,
And the thing is, she's pretty hot. She's like fucking smoking, you know?
but
So
here's the thing, bro. It's like if
what
you
a
run that
waste.
hybrid, if you run with that hybrid, then people subscribe to the OF. They're like, why the fuck are you not showing your face? I see your face
I mean,
online.
she first of all, it's just gonna be primarily dominatrix, and that's kind of the argument that she has for that. And she said like about wearing those black masks and everything, you know, pretty fucking hardcore shit. So
Fuck
I
it. I
mean,
mean, I
I
don't
don't
think you're
know,
gonna run
like,
into it. I don't think you're gonna run into a problem where she's not gonna want to do it. If she's saying for sexual fantasies and dominatrix, bro, she probably likes it. Yeah.
hmm. So, but how can I test this? How can I do like a little assessment? I need to start working with her. We just have a little contingency period,
I would do like
something
a
like
seven.
that.
I would do like a 14-day sort of thing where, if you request content or request this, how quickly is she responding? How serious is she taking it?
Yeah,
Um, do
14-day free
that.
trial.
Yeah,
Got
do like a
it.
14-day. Hey, listen, since it's kind of like a weird relationship, never done this before. What we'll do is, we'll run this for 14 days. If it makes sense, if it works out between the two of us, with your job, timing, all of this, then 100% I'm ready to bang out. Get a contract in place that'll lock us in for 3 months. But I really just want to see how we both work together for the first 14 days.
14 days. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
I can do that.
that, bro.
Let's see. Okay, perfect, bro. Thanks.
Yo,
Yep.
Griffin, my bad, bro. I asked in the chat, but my phone died. Is there a transcript for the call?
Every single call recording is recorded and
Mhm.
put in Notion. So go to Notion, go to past call recordings. It has the date of every single call. If you click that link, you'll have the transcript, the questions that got asked, timestamps, everything.
All right.
Yeah, bro. All right, boys. I gotta hop off. I'm gonna go get some fucking dinner. I recommend y'all do the same if y'all haven't ate a good dinner. I'm gonna go get me some chicken soup with my little sick ass over here, bro. Under the weather. But also for anyone who's inside of here, I won't be available tomorrow for majority of the day. Lorenzo, also, bro, I know you got a call with me at 4, kind of calling you out. My bad, but I might be on the road at 4. I'll keep you posted, whether or not I can make that. Should let you know before, tomorrow or tomorrow morning. But other than that, boys, I appreciate y'all. Good ass call. It'll be in Notion if everybody wants it. But yeah, I'll see y'all boys this Sunday. And if any of y'all, for all the one-on-one guys in here, show up to Jason's call on Friday. Those are still going on. Those are going to keep going on. Last call, hella value went out. But yeah, other than that, boys, I appreciate y'all. I'll see you on the next one. Peace, boys. This industry is easily one of the most profitable, lucrative, and honestly, opportunity building in the whole game right now. It has changed my life. It has changed my students' lives. I am more than grateful to be in the position I am today. And I'm more than confident and honestly happy for you guys to have me in this position. Finally, an OFM guru who isn't full of bullshit. I appreciate you watching this entire course, and I will see y'all in the next video, boys. Peace out. All right, that's it. You just got hours of my best shit for free. The systems, the strategies, the exact framework that I use to run a $250,000 per month agency. Now, it's up to you. You can take this information and implement it, build a real business, scale to 10, 20, 30, 50, even 100K per month. Or you can watch this and do nothing. Stay stuck. Your
choice. If you want my one-to-one help, screen share reviews, first access to my inbound model marketplace, work directly with me, click the link below and apply. If not, that's cool too. Use what I gave you and go build. Either way, stop watching YouTube and go fucking execute. It's been Griffin. Peace.